House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 401 to Chapter 475. Regarding Murphy's matter, Yang Yi still prioritized it and contacted Zhu Jia. However, Zhu Jia went diving with his family in Australia during Chinese New Year, and he was still eating lobsters. Although he received a message from Yang Yi that he would return as soon as possible, it was still a long journey, and it would take him a few days to book a flight. Before waiting for Zhu Jia to return, Yang Yi first went to see the lawyer, Hui Yang, recommended by Lan Cao Kai, regarding Lu Xiaoshu and Mao Chuan's matter. Hui Yang opened his own law firm and partnered with several practicing lawyers. He was indeed a famous lawyer. Many people came to see him because of his reputation. His front door was as busy as a marketplace. However, Hui Yang would lead the general defense cases to his partners, while he would pick some difficult cases, such as Yang Yi's case, and personally go into battle. Mainly, it has to be challenging and interesting. Hui Yang smiled at Yang Yi as he continued, otherwise, how boring would it be to fight trivial cases of divorce? Hui Yang's age was roughly in his 30s. Although Yang Yi could tell that he wasn't obsessed with cleanliness, he paid great attention to his image, and even his dressing was meticulous. His skinny face was so clean that it looked like he had applied BB cream. He had a meticulously trimmed mustache and a small stubble on his chin. Not only did he not look sloppy, but he also had a unique style. His hair was also meticulously combed and styled with gel, making him look spirited. Hui Yang wore a black woolen windbreaker that wasn't cheap, and his rimless spectacles left a deep impression on others. They complemented his eyes and enhanced his temperament. Then again, he would definitely be a villain in other novels if he was dressed so handsomely. But here, he was just a lawyer with a brilliant record. Then, what do you think about this case? Can it be successfully terminated? Yang Yi didn't care about anything else and asked straightforwardly. Hui Yang probably sensed that Yang Yi wasn't the kind of person who liked to chat, so he didn't say anything else. He put away his previous formulaic smile and only left a trace of a smile. Right now, I have too little information on my side. I only know some of the person's experience from you. This is not enough to determine whether or not the contract can be terminated. However, based on the past, including the entertainment lawsuits that other lawyers have fought, I can tell you that the entertainment industry's contracts are more or less problematic. Entertainment management companies often exploit loopholes in the law and take advantage of the fact that new actors and singers are not familiar with the law to set up traps in their contracts for personal gain. Yang Yi listened to him quietly. Due to the scale of the entertainment industry's development, our country's judicial authorities also attach great importance to it. 2 years ago, new laws and regulations were introduced for all aspects of the entertainment industry. If there are still some unilateral traps in the contract, then the contract can be ruled invalid. Yang Yi understood and asked, "You want to see their contract?" Not only that, I also need to talk to the two parties and understand the objective process of the whole incident from them, Hui Yang said. Perhaps there will be some evidence collection work that needs their cooperation. Yang Yi nodded. That's not a problem. I'll tell them later and ask them to come to you. The first meeting with lawyer Hui Yang lasted less than an hour. It was concise and comprehensive. After talking about the matter, Yang Yi left. It couldn't be helped. They charged by the hour. Although Yang Yi didn't care about the money, he had spent 3,000 yuan just to talk for less than an hour. Moreover, this was only the consultation fee. The legal fees for the lawsuit would be calculated separately. Thinking of this, Yang Yi couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself, what a scam, so be it. As long as he could solve the contract problems between Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan, Yang Yi didn't care about the small amount of money he spent. Yang Yi had already returned. However, Yang Yi didn't let her help in the coffee shop every day like last year. Instead, he helped her sign up for a pre-exam training class so that she could focus on preparing for the art exam that was coming in a few months. Recently, Ding Xiang had also started learning how to drive. Yang Yi enrolled her in a driving school, starting from the theoretical knowledge. For the past 2 days, she had been nervously studying the question bank for Subject 1, as if she was preparing for the college entrance examination. Fortunately, Ding Xiang was only reading now. She didn't leave her job in the coffee shop. Otherwise, Yang Yi, the boss, would have to put on his uniform again. One day, Lin Muan came over with an embarrassed face. He raised his hand with teeth marks and asked, "Boss, why do your cats like to bite people these days? Aren't they usually very obedient?" Lin Muan liked cats. Sometimes, Xianxia would bring the 3 British Shorthairs down. He would always play with them for a while. Although the cat owners often ignored him, he still chased after them enthusiastically and helped them stroke their fur. Usually, Ding Xiang would not help to take care of the 3 kittens for the sake of food hygiene. Now that Lin Muan liked to play with them, Xianxia was happy to see it. "Bite people?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "Did you provoke them?" "How could that be? I'm very nice to them," Lin Muan complained. He even lifted his leg to show Xianxia his trouser leg. "Look, my trouser leg is almost torn by them." Saying this, Xianxia remembered that Little Gray and Dao Dao had been a little irritated these past few days, especially Little Gray, who had been biting everywhere. They should be growing out their teeth soon, right? A customer next to them overheard their conversation and said with a smile, "Your 3 cats, looking at their age, are about to grow out their teeth. During this period, it's normal for them to be a little anxious. Do you want to take them to the vet to get their teeth out?" Lin Muan was still very concerned about the 3 cats. Although they had been bitten, he still helped them ask. Xianxia was reminded by the customer and remembered the cat rearing book he had read before. He had an answer in his heart. However, the customer answered first. He could not help but laugh. "How could that be? It's just like when people grow out their teeth. In fact, they fall out naturally, and then new teeth grow out. It's just that it's a little difficult during this period. I have to buy them teeth grinding sticks." Xianxia smiled slightly. The customer looked at Xianxia, nodded and said, "Yes, buy the kind of catnip. That teeth grinding stick cat likes it the most." "Right, have your 3 British Shorthairs been sterilized?" The customer was obviously also a poop picker. He was very interested in talking about cats. "They don't need to be sterilized, right?" Xianxia hesitated and said. He had heard about this a long time ago, but Xianxia was not very willing, because he felt that sterilizing cats was like asking a person to be a eunuch. It was a little cruel. "Yes, of course. It's necessary to sterilize cats because your cats are about to go into estrus. When cats go into estrus, the possibility of pregnancy is almost 100%. Then they will give birth to a litter of at least 3 to 5 cats in their lifetime. If there are more and more cats, you will definitely not be able to raise them. If you let them wander the streets and become stray cats, I think you can't bear it," the customer advised Xianxia. "Then when they go into estrus, you can control them. Don't let them run out of the door, and don't let them gather together. Is that okay?" Xianxia asked. "If cats go into estrus and don't mate, it's not good for their bodies. Male cats are fine. At most, they will pee everywhere, and then the whole house will be filled with a strong cat smell. Female cats are miserable. They don't mate when they go into estrus. Over time, they will get sick, and finally die of genital diseases." Xianxia didn't know where he got this knowledge from, but anyway, his words made Xiangyi's hair stand on end. Not to mention the cat smell, Xianxia thought of a bunch of kittens in his house every few months, and he had a headache. "It seems that I can only let you guys do a surgery." Xianxia looked at Xiao Guai and said in his heart. The 3 kittens didn't feel that their doom was coming. They were still playing and chasing each other without any worries. With Mu Yuqing's personality, he did not like shopping. Now that he was a department manager, his work was getting busier and he did not have much time to go out. Even if he could take a few days off after completing a project, Mu Yuqing would rather stay at home and sleep. Fortunately, shopping websites were on the rise now, and many things could be bought directly online. Mu Yuqing had even more reason to stay at home. For example, today, Mu Yuqing saw that his slippers were broken. Although they could still be worn, they were a little leaky and uncomfortable. If it was this time last year, he would have gone downstairs to the nearby supermarket to buy a pair. Now, Mu Yuqing subconsciously opened his computer and prepared to place an order on Sahara Online Mall. Shopping websites were very popular this year. Under the pursuit of venture capital, all kinds of shopping websites popped up one after another. Advertisements on TV were also bombarded non-stop. However, Mu Yuqing was set on Sahara Online Mall when it came to online shopping. As a senior in the IT industry, Mu Yuqing also studied other shopping websites out of curiosity. However, those websites were mixed. Not only was the operation interface confusing, but the service level was also incomparable to Sahara Online Mall. When it came to online shopping, except for homebodies like Mu Yuqing, most people were still going for the cheap prices. Therefore, if they wanted to compete with Sahara Online Mall, most shopping websites had to invest their energy in price wars. They did not even have the time and money to build a complete customer service team. Most of the time, they could not even find anyone to ask at night. However, even if it was a price war, it still required capital support. Websites with venture capital might be able to last for a while, but websites without venture capital could only walk a tightrope and use some underhanded methods. Therefore, Mu Yuqing saw that many inferior shopping websites had cheap products, but the quality of the products was not guaranteed. Many netizens who bought the products questioned whether the website was selling fake products. Sahara Online Mall was still the best. An old brand, good quality, cheap, and trustworthy. Moreover, Mu Yuqing admired Sahara Online Mall's logistics. He lived in Guangzhou, and basically, the things he bought would arrive the next day if it was close to the source. For the goods that were far away, it would be delivered in 2 or 3 days. Mu Yuqing felt that Sahara Online Mall was on the right track to invest in improving the user experience. However, when Mu Yuqing logged on to Sahara Online Mall's website today, a new banner advertisement attracted his attention. It was a very simple advertising slogan: Xianxia's new book is on sale. Xianxia's name alone was enough to attract Mu Yuqing's attention. As a die-hard fan of Xianxia, Mu Yuqing was still bitterly watching Prison Break and Yuzue every day. Now that he saw that Xianxia had released a new book, how could he not check it out? It really was Xianxia. The newly opened interface gave a full introduction of the author. Xianxia, a new writer. Since his debut a year ago, he has successively written Drawing Sword, Assault of Soldiers, Yuzue, Prison Break, and Shishi's bedtime stories. His work span the fields of military, crime, fairy tales, and so on. He is extremely good at character portrayal and plot structure. His works rely on bold ideas and fascinating stories to make readers unable to put them down. Mu Yuqing did not even need to look at these introductions. He already knew what to expect. He had basically collected all of Xianxia's books. Even Prison Break, which had just sold the first and second volumes of physical books, was already on the bookshelf. What he was curious about was what Xianxia's new book was. It was still a pre-sale, but the name of the book had already been given. Walk in the White Night. What kind of name was that? Mu Yuqing was a little confused. Day was day, night was night. What did Walk in the White Night mean, or was someone called Walk in the White Night? Just like Yuzue, Xianxia directly used the name of the protagonist to give the book a meaningful name. However, he soon found the answer in the 2 pictures below. The pre-sale page showed the cover and back pages of Walk in the White Night. The cover was very simple. It was a black silhouette of 2 children, a man and a woman. It seemed like there was a projection. The 2 silhouettes also refracted 2 enlarged versions of the gray projection. The back page was also simple. Other than some pricing, barcodes, the publisher's logo, and a reduced version of the gray projection, there was a paragraph of text. There is no sun in my sky. It is always night, but it is not dark because there is something replacing the sun. Although it is not as bright as the sun, it is enough for me. With this light, I can see night as day. I have never had a sun, so I am not afraid of losing it. This was a seemingly heartwarming paragraph, but when Mu Yuqing read it, he could not help but have some goosebumps. It was a little creepy. For some reason, Mu Yuqing had such a feeling. This work seemed to be different from Xianxia's previous books. In the past, even if Xianxia's books were evil, they made people feel warm and happy when they read them. However, this book, which he had not read, made Mu Yuqing feel warm just based on this sentence. What kind of work was it? Mu Yuqing looked at the editor's note below. Xianxia is a very imaginative and creative author. He has never been stubborn with a single theme. Now, he is once again trying a new field and releasing his first mystery novel. Unlike his previous works, Xianxia's Journey by White Night deeply dissects the evil of human nature and the controversial kindness on the other end of the evil. As the title of Journey by White Night describes, the protagonist searches for the light in the darkness. Seemingly unrelated stories interweave into a suffocating network, displaying the color of mystery to the fullest. Perhaps the whole book is as cold and dark as the night, but I want to say that this is a novel about love. That is the only warmth and light. So mysterious, it reflected the feelings of two extremes, but it was also like those horror movies. The scarier it was, the more fascinating it was. Moreover, the analysis of human nature mentioned in the editor's note was also part of Mu Yuqing's interest. He felt that this book was becoming more and more interesting, and he wanted to read it more and more. Buy it. What are you waiting for? It's rare that Boss Yang has a novel that doesn't need to wait for an update to be released. Mu Yuqing, like many other fans who heard the news, excitedly clicked buy it now and couldn't wait to pay. He still had to wait until March, but Mu Yuqing was already full of anticipation. Murphy went to Beijing in advance to prepare for the first concert. However, on this day, Yang Yi received a text message from the kindergarten teacher, saying that the kindergarten would organize a parent-child spring outing on the weekend. Parents were encouraged to participate. Yang Yi naturally had to go. Although it was only climbing the not-so-tall pavilion mountain, Yang Yi felt that it would be very interesting to participate in activities with his daughter. Almost at the same time, Xianxia knocked on Niu Meiling's office door. She said to Niu Meiling with a strange expression, "Sister Ling, I received an email from that person again. It's quite troublesome. Do you want to take a look?" "Who?" Niu Meiling didn't understand. "It's the paparazzi who took photos of Zhenzhen causing trouble after drinking. His nickname is Teacher Mouth." Xianxia used her own artist as an example and hinted with a conflicted expression. Niu Meiling frowned. "What trouble did Zhenzhen cause this time? Didn't I tell you to tell her to be more honest and not let the company clean up her mess all day long? It's really not Zhenzhen's fault this time. The thing that they want to sell is not Zhenzhen's." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then whose is it?" After a while, Niu Meiling and Xianxia looked at the photo sent by Teacher Ko in the email. They looked at the photo of Murphy and a tall man walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, hand in hand. After a while, Niu Meiling frowned and pointed to Yang Yi's face in the photo and said, "Who is this man?" Xianxia shook her head and said, "I don't know. The little girl in his arms should be Murphy's daughter, Xi. Do I need you to introduce me?" Niu Meiling rolled her eyes. "Sister Ling, is this man Murphy's man? It seems that he is very close to Xi. But didn't you say that the father of her child has passed away?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. "I made that up. I asked Murphy, but she refused to say who the father of the child was. It was as if she had been deceived and had given up on that man. If I don't make up a reason, what if you guys make wild guesses and spread it out as gossip?" Niu Meiling said casually, staring at Yang Yi in the photo. In the photo, the man and Murphy were holding hands and looking at each other. The sweetness in their eyes could be written, so it was impossible to explain with a driver. Moreover, when Murphy was with that man, she looked like a little bird, which made Niu Meiling a little jealous. She felt like her own daughter was being taken away by someone else. At this time, Xianxia asked, "Hey, Sister Ling, what do you think they are doing at the Civil Affairs Bureau?" 2. At this time, Xianxia also paused. Niu Meiling and she looked at each other and suddenly revealed a tacit understanding. "Do you still need to ask this question? What else can a pair of lovers do at the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Niu Meiling was relatively calm. She directed Xianxia, "Send an email back in my name and ask him what he means." Lu Yu, Teacher Ko, replied quickly, as if he had been waiting in front of the computer. "Sister Ling, he told us to name a price." Xianxia turned around and sighed. In fact, when Xianxia sent the email, she already knew how the other party would respond. It was exactly the same as after Zhen Muqian's accident. If they were worried that the photos would be exposed, they would have to buy them back. Of course, they had learned from their peers that this extorting teacher was quite famous in the industry. His reputation was quite good. Generally, if you paid him, you wouldn't have to worry about your photos being exposed. Teacher Ko was a man of his word. Niu Meiling ignored Xianxia. She frowned and looked at the new photo that was sent to her via email. Compared to the previous screenshots, this photo was a little blurry, as if it had been taken by a phone with poor pixels. It was a photo with a red background. Murphy and the man's smiling faces were printed in the photo. It was obvious. What a daredevil. He secretly went to get married and was even secretly photographed. Even his wedding photos have been dug out. Didn't he sign a confidentiality agreement with the Civil Affairs Bureau? Niao Meiling couldn't help but curse in her heart. She didn't know that Murphy had signed a confidentiality agreement with the Civil Affairs Bureau. None of the photos taken with the officials inside were leaked. And Murphy's wedding photos were actually tricked by the resourceful Lu Yu. How is it? Do you want to ask Murphy? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Niao Meiling shook her head gently and said, the result is the same. In the end, we still have to clean up her mess. Don't say it first, so as not to affect her concert. You can talk to Teacher Ko and buy the photos. Now that Murphy's career is on the rise, we can't expose her marriage and having a child. The impact will be too great. Of course, this was not Niao Meiling's real idea. She didn't want to talk to Murphy about this now, mainly because she didn't want to affect her contract renewal with Murphy. Secondly, Niao Meiling also wanted to wait for Murphy to sign the contract renewal before she settled the account with Murphy. The money to clean up her mess had to be deducted from Murphy's share. If she said it now, wouldn't the company have to help her pay for the photos to show generosity and care? Niao Meiling had also thought of another possibility. For example, she simply did not pay, and let Teacher Ko expose this photo to the public, which would suppress Mo Fei's reputation, and then she would not need to renew the contract with Mo Fei. Anyway, with so many classic songs, after a period of trouble, under the company's public relations operation, Murphy could still restore her fame. After all, she was now a strong singer, not an idle singer who would have a tragedy after marriage. But Niao Meiling couldn't do this, because after this news was exposed, the fact that she knew about it but didn't do anything could not be covered up. If the teacher was also exposed, it would affect her image and her relationship with Mo Fei, which would bring a lot of trouble to the contract renewal. At that time, Murphy wouldn't renew the contract, and Tian Mei would lose even more. The risk was too great. 2 days later, Xianxia and Teacher Ko reached an agreement. Tian Mei paid 500,000 yuan to buy all the information, videos, and photos about Murphy's matter. Lvu was a smart person. He knew that if he was forced, Tian Mei and Murphy might directly disclose it, so he didn't ask for too much. At a price acceptable to both parties, he packaged the information and sold it to Murphy's agency. Sister Ling is really loyal. It's a pleasure to deal with you. Don't worry, I'll send the information to you. I'll clear the hard drive here and not leave any traces. See you in the future. After Lvu confirmed the receipt of the money, he sent the email. After Xianxia received the email, she opened it and showed it to Niao Meiling. Sister Ling, what do we do next? Xianxia stood aside and looked at Niao Meiling. Niao Meiling took out a USB and copied the email and information into the USB. Then, she used a tool to crush the original document on Xianxia's computer. Forget about this matter. Just pretend it never happened. Niao Meiling stood up and looked at Xianxia lightly. Xianxia froze for a moment, then she nodded cleverly. Niao Meiling took the USB back to her office, sat in the boss chair, and played with it for a while. However, her gaze wasn't on the USB. Instead, she frowned slightly and looked into the void, thinking about something. Suddenly, she muttered a few words. You're married, but you don't even tell Sister Ling Murphy, you've changed. For some reason, Niao Meiling's eyes revealed a trace of loneliness. However, this emotion flashed by, and she quickly became as determined as usual. She opened the safe and put the USB in. I hope you haven't really changed your heart. The safe closed with a bang. That night, Murphy's Jixin interview was broadcast on Shanghai TV. On the screen, when Murphy faced Luo Xian's words, Mu Xiang is the man who understands you the best, she didn't deny it. Moreover, the corner of her mouth revealed a smile, which was seen by many viewers. At that time, under Murphy's micro-broadcasting and Mo Xiaochuan's broadcast notice, the netizens expressed their shock and speculations. Wow, is this a hint? Could it be a publicity stunt? Didn't you say that it was impossible between you and Mu Xiang? Liar. I remember that the music came on quickly, And you even said that Mu Xiang only sang for you because he liked your song. How did it become that he understands you? It shouldn't be a publicity stunt. Now that the results are so good, is there still a need for publicity? Can't you use your brain? I support Murphy and Mu Xiang as a couple. One is the best at singing, the other is the best at writing songs. They'll be so beautiful together. Hehe, I also support Xianxia and Mu Xiang as a couple. Xianxia is also the best at singing. Don't be jealous, okay? I don't care who Murphy is with. Anyway, I like Murphy's songs. Same, but I do like Murphy and Mu Xiang together. They're so compatible. If they're together, they can give us more songs like Listen to the Sea. Just as the micro-broadcasting was arguing, an international flight slowly stopped at Shanghai Hongqiao International Airport. Zhu had a big-eyed frog pillow around his neck. He was dressed casually but looked handsome. He excitedly pushed his suitcase to the exit. Uncle Mu Xiang actually came to me for help. Haha, Zhu chance to be famous again is here. He had a good sleep on the plane, and now he was full of energy at night. He was so excited that he couldn't help but dance around his suitcase. He had specially practiced this for the variety show. However, he was a little carried away and forgot that he was still in public. His crazy dance attracted a lot of attention. Wow, isn't that Zhu Jie? Zhu Jie, give me your autograph. Several professional fans who were waiting for celebrities at Hongqiao rushed up excitedly. Zhu Jie was dumbfounded, but he reacted quickly. He quickly put away his cheeky smile and put on a cool expression. Are you my fans? You want my autograph? Okay. Zhu Jie. You're so handsome. Zhu Jie. I really like your songs. Every word of flattery almost made Zhu Jie to heaven. After Mo Fei's show was broadcasted, it caused a lot of waves. The media report the next day caught Tianmei's public relations department a little off guard. They didn't get any notice from Mo Fei and Mo Shaowan at all, so they didn't know that she would make such a mess, but from Murphy's side, they only received a vague response. There's no such thing. It's just a misunderstanding. There's no need to clarify. Since it was a misunderstanding, why wasn't there a need to clarify? The manager of the public relations department was about to curse. However, things didn't seem to be as bad as they thought. Things didn't get out of hand because of the scandal. Now that micro-broadcasting was emerging, more and more celebrities had opened their own verified accounts. People in the entertainment industry also gradually realized the importance of micro-broadcasting as a bridge between celebrities and their fans. The public relations department would also collect feedback from the fans through micro-broadcasting. However, the feedback they received from this incident left them scratching their heads. Although there were still some fans who expressed that they could not stand the scandal, most of the fans unexpectedly chose to support Murphy and Mu Xiang as a couple. What was going on? The world was developing too fast. Were they unable to keep up with the pace? The public relations department thought for a long time and could only reluctantly explain that the fans liked Murphy, so they liked Murphy's songs, and so they also liked to write Murphy's songs. Since the fans did not cause a ruckus and Murphy did not have any objections, they might as well let the fans continue to support Murphy and Mu Xiang as a couple. People in the entertainment industry did not think that a couple would necessarily have any connection to a real relationship. This was just another way to create hype. Since the fans were happy, then let them play and create hype for free. Why not? When Murphy called Yang Yi, she even treated the news about Murphy as a joke and told Yang Yi about it. She even said happily, "Look, my fans are very supportive of us being together." Yang Yi was also very happy. These two fellows only treated this matter as a small prank. Not only did they not care at all, but they also felt that it was very amusing. Yang Yi couldn't go to Murphy's first concert in Beijing. He was going to participate in the parent-child spring outing organized by the kindergarten with Shishi. He could only wait until the second concert was held in Shanghai next month. For the sake of this parent-child spring outing, he had even postponed his meeting with Zhu Jie. "Papa, hurry up, hurry up. It's too late." The little girl wore pink sneakers and ran into the living room. Then, she turned around and called out anxiously a few times, as if she was on fire. "Don't worry. Daddy will drive. We won't be late." Here, put on another coat. Yang Yi was just rummaging through the clothes in the wardrobe when he turned around and couldn't see the little fellow. He had to take Shishi's windbreaker and chase after her. Don't wear it. It's so hot. Shishi quickly reached out to block it. She pouted her small mouth and said reluctantly. She wore 2 undergarments, a red knitted wool dress, and a thick pair of trousers under the skirt. Although there was still some spring cold in Jiang City, such a dress was enough to keep her warm. No, later, we will climb the mountain. It will be cold on the mountain. It will be colder than home in kindergarten, just like winter. Yang Yi explained to his daughter. He still had a down jacket in his backpack for the little girl. If she could persist in climbing to the top of the mountain, it might come in handy. Shishi threw a little tantrum, but she was still very obedient. Seeing her father insist, she obediently stretched out her small arms and said with a little grievance, okay, but it won't be beautiful. It turned out that she was still a narcissistic little girl. Yang Yi smiled and patted Shishi's little head. He said, who said that beauty can only be reflected in pretty clothes? If you can grit your teeth and persist in climbing Ting Mountain today with me and climb to the top, then you will also be the most beautiful little girl. Hardworking, brave, and strong children are the most beautiful. Everyone will give you a thumbs up and tell you, Shishi, you are awesome. Really? Shishi really believed him. She looked at her father with sparkling eyes, looking forward to the future. Today, everyone gathered at the foot of Ting Mountain. Although Yang Yi and Shishi didn't set off early, he was still on time, neither early nor late. He belonged to the group in the middle. And behind him, not long after, Yang Yi saw Lan Caocai, dressed like a professional mountaineer, holding Lan Xian's hand as they alighted from the car. Yang Yi smiled and said, Boss Lan, how come you have time to climb the mountain with Xian? Uncle Yang. Before Lan Caocai could answer, Lan Xian broke free of his hand and shouted loudly, throwing herself at him happily. Hey, Xian, how are you? Yang Yi quickly bent down to catch her. Lan Xian and Yang Yi were getting closer and closer. The moment she came up, she planted a kiss on Yang Yi's cheek, making her father jealous. But she still had a purpose. After the kiss, she asked impatiently, Uncle Yang, did you bring me anything good to eat? Yes, yes. Look, Uncle is carrying such a big bag. It's all to bring you something good to eat. Yang Yi smiled and said, but, you have to climb the mountain first to eat. Not now. At this time, Shishi was a little dissatisfied. The wind was strong in the mountain, and Yang Yi even put a windbreaker hat on her. She was like a little puppet, her arms stiff as she jumped to the side and called out in a crisp voice, Xian, you haven't even said hello to me. Shishi, I didn't forget you. Lan Xian got the answer she wanted, and stopped clinging to Yang Yi. She giggled as she came down and held Shishi's hand. The two girls gathered together again and chattered away. At this time, Lan Caocai had a chance to interject. He coolly flipped his fisherman's hat and said, how can I not participate in a parent-child activity? Today, we are going to climb the 5 peaks of Pavilion Mountain. It's 600 meters high. Yang Yi smiled and looked at Lan Caocai. For Yang Yi, climbing the 600 meters high peak was as easy as eating and drinking. But for the fat Lan Caocai and these cute little kids, it could be said that it was not a small challenge. Oh, you underestimate me? Lan Caocai raised the hiking stick in his hand and proudly said, see, this hiking stick is a prize I won in a mountaineering activity held by my company. Let me tell you, not to mention the 5 peaks, I have even climbed the main peak. Okay, I believe you. Later, we will take the children and climb up together, okay? Let them exercise. Yang Yi smiled and patted Lan Caocai's shoulder. Not long after, the other children and their parents also came. Today's parent-child activity was mountaineering, so basically, the parents came. Chen Shiyun was brought by her father, Chen Guiqiang, and Yang Luoqi was brought by her father, Yang Gua. They either carried light luggage or a backpack with water and clothes. Only Yang Yi carried a big hiking backpack. Who asked him to bring food for the children? When he came, almost all the children who had a bit of courage ran up to him and asked if he brought any delicious food. Even the little girl, Yang Luoqi, timidly asked, Uncle Yang, can I have lunch with you and Shishi? I like your cooking. However, today, among Xishi's little friends, there seemed to be one person missing. Where's Nan Zhaoyu? Yang Yi found that the little boy who made him somewhat wary was not there, so he curiously asked. That's right, where did Nan Zhaoyu go? The little girls who were excitedly gathered together and whispered only now discovered this problem. Then Yang Yi saw that first Xishi, then Yang Luoqi, then Lan Xian, Chen Shiyun, one by one, raised their small heads and looked at him in confusion. What Yang Yi found strange was that Mr. Shen, who was in charge of the roll call, had said that everyone was here. So, he went over to ask, and then came back hesitantly. Ahem, we don't have to wait for Nan Zhaoyu. He has something to do at home, so he can't come. Let's go. Yang Yi briefly explained to the little ones. Nan Zhaoyu ran away. He's a deserter. Chen Shiyun shouted. Zhaoyu said he would climb the mountain with us. Xishi pouted and said unhappily. Yang Yi wanted to say something, but stopped. The news that Mr. Shen had just told him was not as simple as that. Lan Caokai saw it. He raised his eyebrows and noticed that something was wrong. He came over and asked, what happened? Yang Yi lowered his voice and said, Nan Yun suddenly had a cerebral infarction last night. He's still in the hospital. His whole family is in the hospital now. Yang Yi didn't want to tell the children this bad news. It would ruin their good mood today. Lan Caokai was shocked. He also lowered his voice and said, no way? What's the situation now? Lan Caokai had a good impression of Nan Yun. When they first met, it was at a party at Yang Yi's house. Nan Yun's grandfather was playing a classical song in front of the piano. Although he was a little old, he looked very energetic. How could he suddenly have a cerebral infarction? Fortunately, Mr. Shen said that he has been rescued and regained consciousness, but... Yang Yi sighed. You just haven't recovered yet, right? Lan Caokai seemed to understand the situation very well. He shook his head and said, it's normal. If he's conscious, it means that he has a mild cerebral infarction. If he doesn't wake up for a long time, it will be really troublesome. But even if it's mild, he'll have to lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. He might not be able to recover completely. It depends on his luck. Yang Yi looked at him in surprise. Lan Caokai sighed. You think it's amazing that I know so much, right? Xian Heir's grandfather passed away because of cerebral infarction. Yang Yi understood. He gently patted Lan Caokai's shoulder. Lan Caokai smiled. Don't worry, it's been many years. We'll talk about Nan Yun's situation after we finish climbing the mountain. Tonight, if there's nothing else, let's go visit him together. What do you think? I think it's okay. Yang Yi nodded. Nan Zhaoyu's father's experience was put aside for the time being. The activity began. Yang Yi led the little ones along the repaired mountain stairs. Ignorance was bliss. The little ones didn't know what happened to their friends' families yet. They were still very happy, chattering while climbing the mountain. At the beginning, they were still full of energy. I've been here with my dad. Chen Shiyun trotted to the front and wanted to walk backward, but she was stopped by her father. She had to return to the team with a pout. I've been here with my papa, too. We even made barbecue. She remembered the scene last year, and she happily shared it with her friends. My mom also went, and then we played in the river. Ahem, it's just a stream. If it's a big river, Dad can't let you go into the water. Yang Yi, who was walking behind, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She blinked her big cute eyes, glanced at her father, and then turned her head to look at her friends. But I want to eat barbecue. Lan Xian, who had climbed the mountain for a while, was already a little out of breath, but she still shouted excitedly. I want to eat barbecue too. Chen Shiyun also shouted. Not today. Uncle didn't bring barbecue tools today, only some snacks for you. Yang Yi told them a cruel reality. Ah? No barbecue? Lan Xian was disappointed. My papa made a delicious cake. Xian Heir, don't be sad. It's really delicious. She considerately held Lan Xian's hand and comforted her. I still want to eat barbecue. Chen Shiyun continued to shout. Her temper was even worse than Lan Xian's. Chen Shiryun, you can't. Your Uncle Yang said no, so he didn't. You're still shouting. You're causing trouble. Chen Guoqiang glared and scolded. I want to eat barbecue. However, Chen Shiryun was stubborn. She pouted and shouted at her father, then turned her head angrily. You. Chen Guoqiang was furious. He was a boxing coach, so he was used to the feeling of being straightforward on the boxing stage. How could he hold back his anger? If they were not outside, he would have picked up his disobedient daughter and beat her. Fortunately, Xianxia stopped him and said with a smile, Brother Chen, don't worry. That's not causing trouble. Besides, the child is not sensible. You have to reason with her slowly. Shiryun, it's not that Uncle doesn't want to make barbecue for you today, but it's really inconvenient. You see, we're going to climb the mountain. The wind is so strong that we can't make a fire and barbecue, right? Xianxia patiently explained to Chen Shiryun. Chen Shiryun was respected. Although the little girl still could not understand the logic, her mood was much better, and she did not have the same stubborn expression as before. However, perhaps she was still angry about her father's scolding, so she still looked unhappy. My daughter is still the best. Obedient and sensible. Xianxia looked at Xixi, who was looking at her friends worriedly, and thought to himself. However, Lan Caocai waved his hand generously and said, What's the big deal about barbecue? We'll climb the mountain, and after we go down, Uncle will take you to eat barbecue in a big hotel. Wow! Barbecue in a big hotel. All of a sudden, the four girls cried out in surprise. Chen Shiryun forgot to be angry with her father, and even Cece jumped around the fat uncle happily with her friends. Lan Caocai, a billionaire who was always calm in the face of trouble, laughed happily like a child at this moment. He even looked at Xianxia proudly, as if to say, Look, I'm more popular than you. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say, Here, except for my daughter, I'll give you everything. However, it was too early for them to be happy. Climbing the mountain was not that easy. After walking for a few kilometers, not only the children, but even the adults began to pant, let alone talk. Xianxia and Chen Guoqiang were fine. Both of them had trained before, so their physical fitness was very good, and they were not out of breath. However, Yang Guo was a university professor, and he did not exercise much. He and Lan Caocai were both out of breath, and they were so tired that their foreheads were sweating. The higher the altitude, the colder it was. The little ones couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia had already picked up the delicate young Luoqi 20 minutes ago. The other three little ones were still holding on. Xixi and Chen Shiryun's physiques were better. Although they were out of breath, they should be able to continue climbing. However, Lan Xian could not. Her chubby legs were trembling. If it was not for Xixi holding her hand and shouting, Come on, Xian air, the chubby girl probably would not be able to climb anymore. Everyone, take a break. Drink some water and eat some fruits to replenish your nutrition. We will continue climbing later. Fortunately, at this time, Mr. Shen organized everyone to take a break. Lan Caocai was so tired that he wanted to sit down directly. Fortunately, Xianxi's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He reached out and supported him. You are so tired, you can't sit down. Walk slowly. Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. How far is it? Lan Caocai asked, out of breath. The stone steps spiraling up the mountain, although not steep, seemed to be impossible to climb. The mountain road in front of them turned again, and it seemed that there was no end to it. They could not see the top of the mountain because the dense forest and trees blocked their vision. It was worth praising that Jiangqing City had invested a lot of money in the Pavilion Mountain scenic area. Along the hillside, not only were there strong fences built on the edge, but there were also solid barbed wire nailed around the vegetation on the side of the mountain to prevent small-scale landslides or rolling stones from injuring people. The geological phenomenon of large-scale landslides was rare in Pavilion Mountain. If it really happened, no preventive measures could stop it. Because of such perfect construction measures, the several peaks of the Pavilion Mountain scenic area that had been opened to the public attracted many mountaineers and tourists. There were many people on weekdays, but today was the weekend, so there were even more people climbing the mountain. Therefore, not only the parents and children of the Springfield Kindergarten's parent-child activity, but also many people climbed to the top of the mountain. A healthy man in his 40s who looked like he often climbed mountains passed by. When he heard Lan Caokai's question, he smiled and pointed at the fence, saying, "There's still about 2 kilometers to go. You've only climbed less than 400 meters. The last 200 meters are the hardest." At this time, Yang Yi and the others finally noticed that, while they were chatting and laughing, they did not notice that there was a pillar at every distance of the fence. There were words carved on the pillar, indicating the distance and height needed to complete the climb. It's still so far? Lan Caokai's legs turned to jelly. Fortunately, Yang Yi supported him. In order to support him, Yang Yi even put Yang Luoqi down. "Uncle Lan, do you want some water?" She was sucking on the straw of the water bottle that her father had taken out from his backpack. Seeing Lan Xian's father in such a sorry state, the little girl ran over obediently and handed over her own water bottle. Lan Caokai was a little confused at first, and then he was a little touched. He turned his head to look for his daughter. The chubby girl was also drinking water. She was also tired, but her eyes were still very energetic. After drinking the water, her little face was red, just like little apple. Xian, look, she is so sensible and caring. You don't even know how to share a sip of water with daddy. Lan Caokai complained as he panted. She also turned her head to look at Lan Xian. She raised her little hand, not knowing what to do. She, drink it yourself. Uncle has some too. Lan Caokai also thought of Shi at this time. He nodded at Shi lovingly and smiled slightly. Then I'll give it to you too. Lan Xian didn't feel that there was anything to complain about drinking water, so she didn't care. She walked over graciously and handed her water bottle to her father. Her tone seemed to be saying, "It's not a big deal. Here you go." Lan Caokai didn't care. He was very touched. He picked it up and pretended to drink a few mouthfuls. In fact, he covered his mouth with his hand and didn't drink at all. He even smacked his dry lips and sighed, "The water shared by my daughter is still the best." Yang Yi, who was next to him, couldn't help but laugh. However, he was relieved when he saw that Lan Caokai didn't collapse. He took off his hiking bag and began to dig out delicious food. There were snacks that Shi mentioned before, fruits, washed cherries, strawberries, and cut apple and star fruit. There were many people, and the children all liked his cooking, so Yang Yi really prepared a lot. After he finished digging, the long hiking bag suddenly deflated and became much lighter. Only a few bottles of water and Shi's clothes were left. Under his beckoning, all the little ones in the middle class, as well as their parents, gathered around. However, to Yang Yi's surprise, the children weren't very interested in the snacks they had been looking forward to for a long time. Instead, they were enthusiastic about the juicy, red cherries and strawberries that looked very attractive. Maybe they were too tired? The sweet snacks didn't suit their taste. In order to support them, the adults helped to eliminate the remaining snacks, and almost all the fruits were eaten by the children. At first, Lan Xian was a little hesitant. Facing the delicious food, she licked her lips and looked at Yang Yi. "Uncle Yang, but I haven't climbed up the mountain yet." She was already eating a cherry in her left hand and a star fruit in her right hand, but when she heard Lan Xian's words, she quickly put the star fruit back. However, the cherry stuffed into her mouth was still chewing, and she muttered, "Yes, I haven't climbed up the mountain yet, I can't eat it." Yang Luoqi, who was already unable to climb, was holding a beautiful strawberry happily and looking at it carefully. She looked at the strawberry in her hand with some reluctance and said sadly, "But, I want to eat." Yang Yi looked at Lan Xian, who was drooling, in amusement. He rubbed her little head and said to the children, "Eat it, it's okay. Uncle was just joking before. You guys are already very good to be able to persevere until here. After eating, let's continue climbing and see if we can persevere until we reach the top." At this moment, Lan Xian happily reached for the snacks she wanted to eat, and Yang Luoqi also smiled. As for Qin Shiyun, the little girl had already begun to eat. She almost buried her head in it, so how could she notice? She spat out the cherry core into the garbage bag held by her father. She raised her little head, and her little face, which was wrapped in a windbreaker, showed an eager expression. Papa, Papa, I want to climb to the top of the mountain. I'm the best. Xianxia forgot what he had said to his daughter before. He just smiled and patted her head, saying softly, yes, you have to do it. After a long period of rest and recuperation, the adults and children regained some of their strength and began to charge towards the higher peaks. Just like before, in the beginning, everyone was still talking and laughing, but before long, the little strength stored during the rest gradually disappeared, and only the sound of breathing was left in the team. After walking for a few hundred meters on the mountain road, there were no more steps, and the children began to be unable to support themselves. Yang Luoqi asked Yonghua to carry her. She was so tired that she lay on her father's back in a daze. Chen Guoqiang also came over to tease the little girl. Xianxia picked up Lan Xian, who was also unable to walk, and helped Lan Caocai carry his professional mountaineering equipment. Give me some water, I can't do it. Lan Caocai gasped, took the water from Xianxi's hand, drank it, and complained, I'm old. I haven't been mountaineering for a few years, and I can't climb anymore. Okay, don't try to be brave. Take it easy. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, if you really can't do it, you and Xian Air can wait for us here. We'll come down from the mountain and go back together. No, how can you say no? Lan Caocai waved his hand, panting, and looked at Lan Xian and said, Xian Air, Daddy will show you today that Daddy is still very strong. She was also panting, exhausted, but the little girl seemed to be infected by Uncle Lan's spirit. Her little face was tense, and her will was very strong. Daddy. Lan Xian didn't know what to say. She was so tired that she could only snuggle in Uncle Xianxi's arms, but seeing that her daddy had never shown such a strong expression, she pursed her lips and watched closely. In order to take care of Lan Caocai, Xianxi's team slowed down. However, it was better to slow down than to stop. Along the way, there were still many parents who couldn't climb with their children. Not everyone could be like Xianxia, who could carry a 4- or 5-year-old child and bravely climb to the peak. For example, Yonghua and Yang Luoqi could only regretfully stop and follow Teacher Kai to meet up with the team that had stopped. Xianxia carried the chubby girl Lan Xian with one hand, and the fat man Lan Caocai with the other. He was actually the most tired, but Chen Guoqiang couldn't help him because he also had to carry Chen Shiyun up the mountain. Chen Shiyun's stamina was good, but she couldn't hold on anymore. The father and daughter who were still at loggerheads just now seemed to have made up. Chen Shiyun hugged her daddy's neck tightly, and heard her daddy's heavy breathing in front of her. She lay on her daddy's back, and her tired eyes showed her attachment. Perhaps they didn't know how to express their feelings, but at this moment, they should be able to feel the deep love between father and daughter, right? Lan Caocai's weight was getting heavier and heavier, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. Even with his stamina, he began to pant heavily. In order to relieve his fatigue, Xianxia said to Shishi while panting, Shishi, Daddy will teach you a sentence today, okay? Shishi didn't have the strength to speak. She grabbed her daddy's trousers and trudged with difficulty. She only raised her head and glanced at her daddy. Better late than never. Xianxia looked ahead and said word by word, it means that it's better to be late than never. Doing anything is the same, climbing a mountain is the same. Since you've chosen to do it, even if you're slow, you have to work hard to complete it. Climb to the top, even if it takes a long, long time. Because we're at the top of the mountain, we can always see further and more beautiful scenery than others who haven't climbed to the top. Let me give you another example, the story that Daddy told you before, the tortoise and the rabbit race. Although the little tortoise climbed slowly, he still finished the race in the end, but what about the little rabbit? She gave up halfway and lost the race. He didn't know if Shishi understood, but Xianxia was gratified to see his daughter's unswerving determination on her tired little face. Don't say it, don't say give up. Lan Caocai also tried his best to persevere, but miraculously, he could still squeeze out a few words. Yes. Come on. Xianxia roared to encourage them. Looking at the top of the mountain in front of them, he shouted, hold on a little longer, look, we're almost there. Wasn't it just a small mountain of more than 600 meters? These guys actually found it as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. If this news spread out, they would really laugh their heads off, but in the end, Yang Yi, who was watching the two fatties climb to the top of the mountain, actually felt full of pride. In fact, it was indeed something to be proud of. There weren't many families who could climb to the top of the mountain, let alone children. The other people on the observation deck were all adult citizens who often came here to exercise. Yang Yi first settled Lan Caocai down and sat down on the observation deck chair next to him to rest. Then, he carried the little girl who was so tired that she couldn't even carry her father, walked to the edge of the observation deck, and pointed at the winding mountain path and the dense forest below. Xianxia, look, these are the mountain paths that you just conquered. Look over here, isn't the scenery particularly good? Yang Yi happily said to his daughter. The little girl looked at such a beautiful mountaintop scenery, and her tired little eyes were a little blurred. But at this time, she was a little speechless. Being carried by her father, she could only look at her achievements and the scenery that she deserved. Yang Yi couldn't tell how her heart was fluctuating. After drinking some water, Xianxia, who recovered her spirit, looked at her father pitifully and said in a weak voice, "Papa, I'm great, aren't I?" Yang Yi was moved. He pressed his forehead against his daughter's forehead and said softly, "Today, I didn't help you much because I took care of Xianxia and her father, but I really didn't expect that you could climb up with your own efforts. Papa can tell you. You're the best." The little girl's tired little face finally overflowed with a happy smile at this moment. The scenery at the top of the mountain was very beautiful. Lan Caocai, who had recovered, also took his daughter to take a look. Looking into the distance, he patted his daughter's back and smiled gently. "How was it? Did it feel good to climb to the top of the mountain?" "Dad, I didn't climb up like Xianxia. Uncle Yang carried me up." Lan Xian was very honest and said with a pout. "But you worked very hard before. With your current ability, you can't climb such a high mountain. However, you have to remember how you feel now. In the future, just like today, don't give up easily. You like success and don't like failure, right?" Lan Caocai instilled chicken soup for his daughter. After a while, they began to descend the mountain. It was much easier to descend the mountain. It took less than half an hour to meet up with the rest of the team. Yang Yi and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lan Caocai didn't forget his promise. He invited Lan Xian's friends and their father to the hotel for a barbecue. At noon, in the hotel's large private room, the four tired children finished eating the barbecue they had been looking forward to for a long time. Then, they lay down on the large sofa and took an afternoon nap. "She's really tired. Xianxia is picky about her bed." She fell asleep as soon as she laid down. Lan Caocai went over and covered his daughter with a coat before returning to the dining table. The adults drank tea and chatted. Because they were going to visit Nan Zhaoyu's father in the afternoon, Yang Yi also told them about Nanny Yun's condition. That's why people should work out and exercise more when they're young. Old Nan seems to be a calligrapher, right? One look at his body and you can tell he's a weak scholar. He never exercises. When he gets older, he'll suffer from all kinds of illnesses. Chen Wuchang was the boxing coach of the fitness center. He had the most right to speak about this. "Wuchang, tell me, what kind of exercise should I do when I'm so fat?" "Boxing?" Lan Caocai asked with great interest. In the afternoon, the little ones got up. After a good night's sleep, they were alive and kicking again. However, Xianxia's calves were sore and unbearable due to overexertion. She asked her father to massage her for a while before she could walk slowly. In the car, Yang Yi told Xianxia the reason why Nan Zhaoyu did not come today. "Uncle Nan is sick?" The little girl was a little surprised, but it was obvious that she did not realize the severity of Uncle Nan's illness. Perhaps, in her worldview, being sick was just like catching a cold. It would be uncomfortable, but it was not a big deal. "Yeah, so we're going to visit him together. You have to comfort Nan Zhaoyu and tell him, 'Zhaoyu, don't be afraid, your father will get better.'" Yang Yi told his daughter as he drove. "All right." Xianxia nodded obediently. However, when they arrived at the hospital, through the glass window, Xianxia realized that something was wrong when she saw Nanny Yun sleeping on the ICU bed with a respirator mask on his nose. He needs to continue to be observed now. He woke up in the early morning. The doctor said that this is a good sign and the damage to the brain will be relatively small, but he still can't speak now. Nan Zhaoyu's mother was actually very strong. Her eyes were red, and she tried hard to hold back her tears as she introduced him to Yang Yi and the others who came to visit. It doesn't matter. Didn't the doctor say that he will get better? Yang Yi was used to seeing life and death, but it was also the first time he encountered the emotions of ordinary people when facing the death of their loved ones. He could not help but sigh secretly and comfort her in a low voice. Nan family's eldest sister-in-law, I know that old Nan is the pillar of your family. If there are any difficulties at home now, you can just tell me. After all, Nan Zhaoyu and our family's Xianxia are very good friends and classmates. If there is anything I can help, I will definitely help. Lan Zhou Kai patted his chest and said. Thank you Xianxia's father. Nan Zhaoyu's mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said emotionally, in fact, there is no difficulty at home. Zhaoyu's father also saved some money before. Now we don't think about anything, we just want him to recover as soon as possible. Zhaoyu can't live without a father. Don't say that. Teacher Nan will definitely recover. I believe in him. Heaven helps the worthy. Yang Hua said. The adults were talking, and the children were also surrounding Nan Zhaoyu. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was not right and seeing the sad expressions of the children, even the loud Lan Xian did not dare to speak loudly. She asked in a low voice, Zhaoyu, what happened to your father? She looked at Nan Zhaoyu who lowered his head and was very sad. She considerately held his hand. My father is sick. Nan Zhaoyu sobbed, then raised his teary eyes and looked at Shishi, I'm so scared. Yesterday he almost died. Shishi looked at Nan Zhaoyu with some surprise. How could he die? Yang Luoqi looked at Nan Zhaoyu with fear and asked in a low voice. Chen Shiyun next to her also nodded vigorously. She and the other children could not think of such a possibility. Regarding the concept of death, they have watched so many cartoons, so they know that if a person dies, they will never come back, just like a monster. That's right. He suddenly fell down and then didn't say anything. Mom and I are so scared. Nan Zhaoyu sobbed and said. Cici shook her friend's hand sadly and said, Zhaoyu, don't cry. Your papa won't die. My papa said he will get better. Really? Nan Zhaoyu sniffled, rubbed his eyes and asked. Yes. My father said so. Shishi nodded vigorously. In Shishi's mind, her father is more powerful than any god. What he said would naturally come true. Chen Shiyun did not like this gloomy atmosphere. She said, Zhaoyu, do you know? I thought you were a deserter, but your father is sick, so I forgive you. However, we are going to climb a very, very high mountain today. The topic was slightly changed by Chen Shiyun, so Lan Xian asked, Zhaoyu, will you go to kindergarten? Nan Zhaoyu pursed his lips and nodded. Great. Your father will get better. Zhaoyu, don't cry. She was happy for her little friend, but she felt that something was wrong, so she quickly comforted her. However, the little girl did not know what to say, so she could only repeat it. After visiting Nan Zhaoyu, Yang Yi took his daughter home. However, she had been showing a sullen look. She was not as happy as she was when climbing and going down the mountain. Yang Yi thought that she was sad because of Nan Zhaoyu's father's experience, so he kept making her happy. Hey, by the way, your mother is going to have a concert today. In the evening, call your mother and ask her, Mom, is it fun to sing for so many people? Yang Yi said to Shishi with a smile as he prepared dinner. However, the little girl just pouted and nodded sullenly without saying a word. What's wrong? Yang Yi was a little confused. He turned around, rubbed the little girl's head, and said, Didn't I tell you that Nan Zhaoyu's father will get better? So don't be sad for Nan Zhaoyu, and don't worry too much. Why are you still sad? The little girl felt the warmth of her father's big hand, and suddenly, her suppressed emotions could not help but burst out. She hugged her father's leg and cried, Papa, I don't want you to die suddenly. Hey, silly, what are you talking about? Yang Yi was a little confused by the little girl's crying, but he did not need to wait for Shishi's explanation, and soon understood the whole story. Yang Yi turned off the stove, felt funny and moved. He squatted down, held the little girl in his arms, and kissed her little face dotingly. Papa won't die suddenly, you little fool. Nan Zhaoyu's father suddenly fell ill because he was old. But your father is still very young. He won't get sick. Yang Yi explained. The little girl didn't listen to his explanation. She hugged her father's neck tightly and raised her little face. Her little pink mouth twitched as she sobbed, I don't want you to die. Don't die, okay? Yang Yi's heart was touched. At this moment, he felt his daughter's deep dependence, but he was moved, but he was also very helpless. He could only softly comfort her, Papa won't die. Papa will accompany you, grow up slowly, and then accompany her, and walk her down the red carpet of the wedding? Then watch her have her own marriage and happiness, and then watch her grow old slowly after his grandson or granddaughter is born. For some reason, Yang Yi's nose was a little sour at the thought of these scenes. No way. Yang Yi did not want to think about such a long time ago. Furthermore, don't talk about marriage, damn it. His daughter was still young. If anyone dared to have any ideas about her, Yang Yi swore on his little Guai that he would definitely break their legs. No, breaking their legs was too light a punishment. Throw them into the Grand Canal to feed the fishes. Anyway, such a character would never appear. At this moment, Shishi interrupted Yang Yi's thoughts. Pinky promise. Shishi's eyes were blurred with tears, and she pouted her little mouth, stretched out her little finger, you can't die suddenly. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled happily. He stretched out his little finger and hooked his daughter's little finger. Okay, Pinky promise, Papa promises you. While Yang Yi and his daughter were almost crying in each other's arms because of their non-existent imagination, Mo Fei, who was completely unaware of it, was already waiting for her own concert to begin in the backstage of the Beijing 2 Green Onions Stadium. Sis, you don't know, it's full outside. Full. So many people. Mo Shaowan, who couldn't help but sneak out to take a look, came back and said excitedly to Murphy. As soon as she opened the door, the noise from outside came in. After closing the door, the lounge was quiet. Mo Fei said very calmly, don't you already know? The tickets are sold out. It had been sold out long before the new year. This was Murphy's first concert after 6 years, so the tickets were very popular. It was said that after the new year, the VIP ticket price had been raised to nearly 10,000 yuan. Who knew if it was a trick played by the scalpers, but it seemed like the scalpers had already made a lot of money. Hey, sis, why aren't you excited? I'm so excited. Mo Shaowan jumped up and down, as if she was the one who was going to go on stage. Excited, but not as excited as you think. Murphy smiled and said calmly, I've been in the industry for more than 10 years and have held concerts before. There's no need to be so excited like a newcomer. Murphy. After a while, amidst the cheers of the fans, Murphy finally took the elevator and slowly appeared on stage. Wearing a white silk dress, like the gowns of ancient Greek women, Murphy had her hair braided in a bohemian style. She had an exotic wild beauty. But this kind of beauty, in contrast to her quiet posture, was so sacred that it made people feel like they could only admire her from afar. Seeing Murphy, the fans burst into cheers like a tsunami. However, Murphy raised the microphone and didn't say anything. Instead, she sang a line, write me a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Mo Fei was indeed worthy of being called Mo Fei. It was just a line without any accompaniment, but she could also sing it with an accompaniment. The fans were stunned for a moment and cheered in surprise. Listen to the sea. Murphy had already unleashed her ultimate move at the start of the match. At this time, the accompaniment of the band sounded, and Murphy continued to sing. When Murphy's voice was at its best, the fans present were mesmerized by the high-pitched song, Listen to the Sea. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming to my concert this weekend. Murphy didn't know how to say anything emotional. All she could do was use her most sincere words to thank her fans. But now, after listening to her performance of Listen to the Sea, the passionate fans would respond enthusiastically no matter what Murphy said. Applause and cheers once again flooded in. Murphy, welcome back. Sitting in the front row of the VIP seats was a loyal fan in his 30s or 40s. He waved the sign in his hand excitedly. Like a young man and even shouted loudly. Murphy vaguely heard it. She was so grateful that tears welled up in her eyes. After calming herself down, she said, "Thank you for your support. Actually, when I made my comeback, I still encountered a big failure. It was only because of all of you that I had the courage to continue to persevere in my dream." The original dream. The fans in the audience wanted to help Murphy shout the name of the next song. No, the song I want to sing next represents my hesitation and confusion at that time. In the face of overwhelming doubts, I was always worried that I would lose all of you. Fortunately, a person magically appeared. Before Murphy finished speaking, the fans couldn't wait to help her say the name of that person. Mu Xiang, Mu Xiang. Thank you, Mu Xiang. He wrote so many songs for me, and one of them, I want to sing for all of you. Murphy looked forward gratefully and said word by word, "Love me, don't go." This song still attracted a lot of cheers. Even if it was a little inconspicuous compared to the other songs, the quality of the entire album was very high. Even this song was in the hands of a considerable number of people. The languid and romantic saxophone sounded. The graceful melody caused the fans in the audience to sway. At this time, I'm still the same. The loneliness of the night makes people sad. Murphy's clean voice singing this song had a very unique charm. It made people listen to it as if they had met an innocent girl in a bar. Her sad frown always made people pity and love her. "I don't have news of you, because I'm thinking of you." When Mo Fei said the last sentence, she held the microphone and closed her eyes. She said it in an ordinary tone, but it gave people a playful feeling. "If you love me, don't go. If you say you don't love me." With Mo Fei's singing skills, it was very easy for her to control this song. It was just a short and long note, but the fans were all mesmerized by it. This song wasn't special, but with Murphy's words just now, the fans finally understood the emotions Murphy wanted to express. The reluctance and sadness permeated their hearts through the song. After the song, Murphy was still standing there. Without waiting for her to ask, the fans couldn't wait to shout, "I won't leave you. Murphy, we love you to the end. Come on, Murphy." Of course, the sad mood was quickly brushed away. Murphy then used First Dream and other songs to reignite the atmosphere. Murphy didn't invite any warm-up singers for this concert. She relied on her strong foundation and carried on the concert for nearly 3 hours. Even if there was only a short break for a few minutes to change clothes in the middle, even if she had to drink water on the stage in the middle, even if she sang the song in my voice, "Across the Sea to See You," and the encore, "Listen to the Sea," Mo Fei still sang it perfectly. Murphy's fans were touched by her hard work. After the concert ended, the reporters waiting outside caught a few fans and asked them their thoughts. It was definitely worth it. Murphy's live performance was even better than listening to CDs. Even Eason praised her singing. The whole concert was a feast for the ears. Our Murphy may be beautiful, but she's different from those flirtatious B*****s out there. Her singing is super good. You'll know when you hear it. The fans gave her very high praise. With such a good reputation, Mo Fei's other concerts in the future would probably be full of people. Leaving Murphy aside, the next day, Yang Yi asked Yang Huan to take care of Xi. He drove alone to the usual place, the remote and old warehouse, to meet Zhu Jia. Although Zhu Jia seemed to be very obedient, Yang Yi recently found that Zhu Jia's phone had changed owners and was now being used by his manager. He probably didn't want to use it anymore because the battery wasn't working well. After discovering this, Yang Yi hesitated for a while. He didn't turn off the eavesdropping device. Instead, he set the eavesdropping device to an automatic record, and then the record would be automatically deleted after a few days to keep a time-limited record. Basically, he wouldn't listen to it anymore, but he still had a backup plan in case he needed it in the future. Yang Yi couldn't eavesdrop on Zhu Jia, so he was a little worried that this guy would repeat himself. So, before meeting Zhu Jia, Yang Yi was very cautious and parked his car far away. Then, he sneaked over to make sure that Zhu Jia didn't cause any trouble. Then, he sneaked out and drove his car back. Zhu Jia was really looking forward to meeting Yang Yi. It was rare that he didn't procrastinate and arrived at the abandoned warehouse half an hour earlier. Yang Yi's late of course made Zhu Jia a little worried. When he saw Yang Yi, he couldn't help but complain, "Hey, Boss Mu Xiang, why are you so late? I thought you were going to stand me up." I called you here today to ask you for a favor. Xianxia didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Jujia's spirit was lifted and he smiled. What favor? Just tell me, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Last time, Muxiang said that it would depend on his performance. This was his chance to show off. Murphy won't renew her contract with Tianmei. Xianxia said concisely. What? Jujia was a little dumbfounded. Xianxia glanced at him and didn't continue to say anything, but his eyes told him, yes, you didn't hear wrong. Sister Murphy won't renew her contract with Tianmei. This is a big deal. Jujia said, flabbergasted. Yes, she's going to open a studio with me, so she can't renew her contract with Tianmei. Xianxia explained a little, and then directly put forward his request, aren't you Niu Meiling's nephew? You're also a shareholder of Tianmei. I want you to help me mediate between us and let Niu Meiling accept Murphy's departure calmly. Everyone will part on good terms. Jujia couldn't help but complain, but Sister Murphy isn't a small star like Xinjiang. She's the company's big sister. She's so famous. If she leaves, my aunt will definitely flip out. How can she accept it calmly? It's because it's troublesome that I want to ask you for help. Xianxia used the word please. Xianxia looked at Jujia's eyes, which made Jujia feel like he was saying, can you do it? Jujia seemed to be encouraged. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll give it a try. But why did Sister Murphy leave? Isn't the weather beautiful? However, after asking this question, Jujia slapped himself on the head. He smiled and said, I forgot that you guys are together. You can write songs for Sister Murphy, so Sister Murphy doesn't have to worry about anything else. Freedom points are pretty good too. Xianxia gently nodded and said, Murphy not renewing her contract is indeed a big loss for Tianmei, but we still have you, right? You're also very popular. After Murphy leaves, the resources that were originally given to her will be given to you. You might be able to become an A-list singer. Jujia's eyes lit up when he heard this. He felt that what Xianxia said made sense. Besides, you've helped me. If we can really part on good terms and maintain a good relationship, I might help you in the future. Xianxia smiled and said, I've taken away your company's number one sister. It's not impossible to train another number one brother for your company. You're saying I'm a number one brother? Jujia's breathing was a little rapid. Of course, the most direct example is the song I wrote for you, Mistress. Although this song is very controversial, didn't it still make you popular? If Murphy and Tianmei broke up and parted on bad terms, then I won't be happy if I write songs for you, right? If Murphy and Sister Ling parted on good terms, I won't have any grudges if I write songs for you. Xianxia added fuel to the fire. Are you really going to write songs for me? Jujia thought about how Xianxia used 12 songs to push Murphy into a top singer and couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Xianxia nodded, 2 songs. If this matter is done well, I'll write 2 songs for you. If it's not done well, then there's nothing I can do. Jujia's head started to spin. When it came to some crooked ideas, his IQ started to come online again. I can tell my dad and let him discuss it with my aunt. My aunt won't not listen to my dad. Then, like you said, 1 less Murphy and 1 more Jujia. Since they're both big stars, our Tianmei won't lose too much. Well, anyway, Sister Murphy's departure can't be changed. I think my aunt will weigh the pros and cons and part on good terms with Sister Murphy. The more he thought about it, the more Jujia felt that this matter was possible. He punched his palm and was abnormally excited. Then, it depends on your performance. Xianxia was relieved. After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Hey, Boss Muxiang, don't be in a hurry to leave. Can you tell me what the 2 songs you're going to write for me are? Jujia was itching and couldn't help but ask. Looking at his mischievous smile, Xianxia actually wanted to give him a punch. To put it bluntly, he was asking for a beating. However, this kid was still a bit interesting. He was the most successful instigation he had ever done. Since he wanted to let him help him, Xianxia also attached importance to Jujia. How could it be possible to want the horse to be good and not eat grass? Xianxia decided to give Jujia a thought and urge him to help him. I can't give you 2 songs at once. I'll sing 1 song for you first. Then, when you're done, I'll give you the second song. Of course, if you don't do it well and you take my song, don't blame me for being rude to you. Xianxia warned him seriously. Xianxia shivered and quickly nodded. The song I'm going to sing for you is called How Lucky. Xianxia's expression softened and he said calmly. Then, he sang the song for Xianxia. How lucky, to meet you at my most beautiful age. No regrets, holding you tight, using all my strength, not letting happiness escape. Although there was no accompaniment, Xianxia's excellent singing was still able to perform the song very well. His voice was light, bright, warm, and sweet. It was all reflected in his voice. Of course, this song was similar to Mistress. The rest was plain, but at the climax, the melody and lyrics were brainwashing. However, it had a better reputation than Mistress. After all, the lyrics didn't make people feel awkward. However, after Xianxia finished singing, Xianxia was a bit hesitant. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? This song isn't good? You don't like it?" He had specially chosen this song, because this song didn't have high requirements for singing, so he had taken care of Xianxia. Xianxia stuttered and said, "Boss Mu Xiang, I didn't mean it that way. This song of yours is quite nice, but it doesn't quite suit me. After I sang Mistress, I was called the little prince of sad love songs, right? This song is too serious, and it doesn't sound right when I sing it. Can you change it to a song like Mistress?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia carefully and asked boldly. Change a song? Only a thick-skinned guy like Xianxia would say something like that, and it has to be the same genre as Mistress? Xianxia was about to faint. He had specially made a love song for Xianxia to change his image. Although Xianxia didn't feel bad that he had tricked Xianxia, now that Xianxia was considered his henchman, Xianxia felt that he should treat him well. In the end, this guy didn't appreciate it and got addicted to singing such a torturous song like Mistress? You really want a song like Mistress? Xianxia couldn't help but ask again. Yes, yes. This kind of song is good. Other people don't know how to sing it, but everyone wants to hear it, so they have to invite me to sing it. Then, the more controversial it is, the easier it is for me to become popular. Xianxia laughed mischievously. After Du Luan had nagged him for a few months, he was finally enlightened. Xianxia was speechless. However, the road was chosen by others, so he said calmly, "All right, pretend that you didn't hear the song just now. I'll sing another one for you." Xianxia didn't like weird songs in his previous life. He wouldn't listen to songs like Little Apple a second time after listening to them once. But he had transmigrated, so his memory was like a hard drive that could be read. Songs that he had listened to once before were copied into his mind. Therefore, Xianxia didn't even need to think and opened his mouth to sing. This isn't a coincidence, nor is it a wish. This is God's arrangement for our reunion. Don't believe in tears, don't believe in change, but firmly believe in each other's feelings. In his previous life, if Xianxia sang the first few lines, 8 out of 10 people in the audience would be able to recognize the name of the song. However, this was Xianxia's first time listening to it. The first few lines confused him. He didn't do well in primary school, so he couldn't understand the meaning of the song. Why does it sound so weird? It sounds like a positive song, but it doesn't seem like it? Xianxia muttered in his heart. I want to go back to our first love. I want to see your smiling face again. Xianxia understood this time. This was a sad love song, and it seemed to be sung for his first love. He was suddenly energized. Although he couldn't remember who his first love was, this song seemed to be quite easy to sing, and it was also quite nice, but then, Xianxia suddenly raised his voice. That night, you didn't reject me. That night, I hurt you. Xianxia's eyes widened. He was shocked by the straightforward lyrics. If he was drinking water, he would definitely spit it out. That night, your face was full of tears. That night, you got drunk for me. Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with the plot described in the lyrics. Wasn't it that one night of love? Xianxia hadn't finished singing the first verse, but Xianxia felt that he had been brainwashed by the lyrics of that night. But Xianxia has already mastered the essence of brainwashing songs. He knows how much damage the repeated lyrics have to the fans. Thinking of himself singing this song on the stage, thinking of the fans shaking the light sticks excitedly below the stage, Xianxia can't help but have his eyes lit up and his nostrils flared with excitement. That night, I raised my wine glass. That night, my heart was broken. After Xianxia sang the first verse, he couldn't sing anymore. To him, this brainless slobber song was simply poison. He didn't want to sing it a second time. What do you think of this song? Xianxia stopped and asked Xianxia. He sang such a sad song, but his expression was very calm, as if he was not the one who sang it. Good, that's great. Xianxia beamed with joy. I like this song. It's even better than Mistress. After all, singing Mistress made Xianxia feel like he was being cheated on, but that night was different. That night, you didn't reject me. Xianxia even hummed with an expression of fondness. It's really amazing that someone doesn't sing a good song, but insists on singing these divine songs. Xianxia shook his head slightly in his heart. Xianxia can't understand this kind of abnormal love, so he simply doesn't understand. Let him be. Xianxia patted Xianxia's shoulder gently and said encouragingly, help me solve this problem. There's another song, similar to that night, but with a higher quality, waiting for you. Hearing this, Xianxia was even more excited. He patted his chest, indicating that he will do his best. That weekend, more and more people were playing microbroadcasting. An official advertisement that no one could ignore quietly appeared. Mu Xiang's new work, Fairy Tale, has made a sensational comeback. It turns out that movies can be played like this. Mu Xiang was no longer the person he used to be. He was just a slightly famous songwriter with a masterpiece, long time no see. Murphy's sudden popularity made the entire entertainment industry focus on Mu Xiang, who had been hiding behind the scenes. Even the song, College Days, that Guozi sang at the freshman's party, was dug up. However, Guozi was accused of being an unknown singer, and people paid more attention to this song that had never been released. It had to be said that College Days had a very unique charm. Although it wasn't widely sung, it still helped Mu Xiang gain a group of fans. There were even unreliable media that bragged for him, saying that Mu Xiang was overflowing with talent, and that whoever he wrote for would become popular. Of course, those who really knew the industry wouldn't think so. For a song to become popular, the songwriter's contribution couldn't be ignored, but the singer's role couldn't be ignored. In any case, to be able to create more than 10 fine songs, Mu Xiang had already stood out from a large number of songwriters, and was pursued by many record companies. They didn't know where they got Xianxia's email address, and invitations flew in like snowflakes. The conditions were not low, and they wanted Mu Xiang to join their company. Xianxia didn't want to pay attention to this invitation, but it was also annoying, forcing Xianxia to change his email address. Old Master Hu's son's company, Xianxia's company, Tianxiang, also threw out an olive branch again. Xianxia's attitude towards them was better, at least he gave a response, and frankly told them that he wanted to open a studio. Tianxiang was a company that knew how to behave. Not only did they not pester him, but they also promised to give some support to Xianxia's studio. Of course, Xianxia also made a timely request to Xianxia to write another song. Xianxia didn't release albums that quickly, as he preferred to be meticulous. However, when it came to writing songs, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. They also didn't know when Xianxia would have inspiration. Mu Xiang's current popularity was comparable to Murphy's, so when such an advertisement appeared on microbroadcasting's website, the netizens couldn't help but click on it. Mu Xiang's new work, Fairy Tale, there's a new song. With such questions in mind, they entered the website of the first Microbroadcasting Cup micromovie competition. The website was very simple, and even the detailed rules and requirements of the micromovie competition were narrowed into a subpage, in the form of a button on the main page. The registration entry was also just a button. The only thing that took up a huge space on the main page was a wide video screen. On the cover, it was a scene of Ah Guang playing the piano in the practice room with Su Shishir standing behind him. Of course, the title of the micromovie was also on the cover, Fairy Tale. What did micromovie mean? And this song was made into a movie. The netizens' curiosity was overflowing like the Yellow River, and they couldn't help but click on the video. The video unfolded like a movie. At first, it was a flashback, with a few people pushing a piano out of the darkness. Then, a fat man in a suit with a blank face walked out and bowed. The empty auditorium was strangely filled with people, as if it was just a camera change. This kind of dark tone gave people a very strong sense of oppression. The applause sounded, and the fat man stared blankly ahead. When the applause stopped, there seemed to be a faint "do your best" in the empty performance hall. What did that mean? The netizens who had just clicked on the video were confused. However, the fat man turned around and walked to the piano with the stage lights on, and some information about the movie started to appear on the screen. It was just like a real movie. Fairy tale director, Du Yuanlei screenwriter, Yang Yi fairy tale songwriter, Mu Xiang. Although the oppressive feeling at the beginning made many people uncomfortable, the netizens continued to watch because of this songwriter. When Yang Yi came back from outside, the coffee shop was very lively. Everyone from the film crew had come over. Guozi even ran over and opened the door for Yang Yi enthusiastically. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, you're the only one left. Come quickly." Yang Yi undid his scarf and looked at the group of people in confusion. He asked curiously, "What's going on? Why are all of you here? Where's my daughter? Fairy Tale is premiering on microbroadcasting today. Everyone wants to come over and watch it together." Guozi helped to call out. "Shishi, your father is looking for you." "Daddy?" A little girl with a red face came out from the circle of girls and looked over in confusion. There were a lot of people in the coffee shop today. Moreover, there were a few girls who came with their boyfriends or roommates. When they saw the cute Shishi, they wanted to play with her. The little girl also had a lot of fun playing with a group of young ladies. However, she did not hear the sound of her father coming back. "Papa, you're back." When Cici saw her father, she happily jumped over and jumped into her father's arms. She did not wait for her father to speak and could not wait to introduce the new sisters she met today to him. Daddy, let me tell you. They're super funny." At this time, Guozi and Wang Chao had already connected the big screen to the computer and opened the webpage of the first Weibo Cup micromovie competition. In the midst of everyone's cheers, Du Yuanlei's face was also red. She walked up and clicked on the video embarrassedly. Yang Yi and Du Yuanlei had watched this video a few times. However, at this time, when they watched it together in an environment with so many people, it felt a little different. It was a lot more fun. Almost every scene could cause everyone to talk about it. Many of the behind-the-scenes scenes during the filming of the micromovie were recalled. The most interesting scene was the scene where Guang and Qin Wen kissed passionately in Su Shishir's new house after she moved. Although the nosebleeds that the two of them had smeared on their mouths were fake, the passionate kiss between Guozi and Qin Wen was real. Du Yuanlei couldn't help but pause the scene. She smiled and said, "Guozi, let me ask you, when you were shooting this scene, did you deliberately NG so many times?" This sentence caused Wang Chao, Zhu Liang, and the others to kick up a fuss. Qin Wen, who played the role of Su Shishir, was also there. However, she had acted in many dramas and was very knowledgeable. She wasn't as naive as Guozi, so it was fine for her to speak dirty words. She giggled and teased Guozi, "That's right. Director Du decided for me." At that time, he almost bit my lips. I don't have any experience." Guozi couldn't be thick-skinned at this time, and started to explain himself with a red face. However, this also triggered an even louder laughter. Even Ding Xiang couldn't help but laugh as she glanced at Guozi. Wang Chao patted Guozi's shoulder and pretended to be good buddies. He said, "Xiaogua, it's okay. You're still young. When you grow up and have a girlfriend, you'll have experience. Go. Get lost." Guozi laughed and pushed him away. On this side, it was lively, but on Yang Yi's side, she didn't let it go. She twisted her little head, pulled her father's hand, and anxiously said, "Papa, is it done? I want to watch it." It turned out that Yang Yi had covered the little girl's eyes when the kissing scene appeared. This part was not suitable for children. "No, you can't watch it yet," Yang Yi gently persuaded. However, she was really curious. Although she didn't understand what Uncle Gua and the others were talking about, she heard everyone's laughter. She felt that it would be a very interesting thing, and the little girl couldn't wait to watch it. She pulled her father's hand. Xianxia was afraid that he would hurt his daughter, so he didn't use any strength at all. However, this really allowed her to open a small gap. Through the gap between her father's fingers, she saw the scene of Uncle Gua and Sister Qin when kissing on the big screen. Therefore, after a while, the video continued. Xianxia loosened his hand that was covering his daughter's eyes. She pouted her little mouth, looking unhappy and unwilling to pay attention to her father. "Hey, why are you unhappy?" Xianxia laughed as he scratched the little girl's delicate little nose and said, "Dad didn't let you watch that part just now because some scenes are not suitable for your age." "Papa, you're lying to a child." She couldn't pretend anymore. She pouted and said angrily, "That's not it. Uncle Gua and Sister Qin when kissing, it's not that you can't watch it. You and Mom also kiss." Xianxia was stunned, and the few girls next to him covered their mouths and laughed secretly. The copyright protection in this world was very good, so the micro-movie Fairy Tale also needed to be paid to watch. Although the cost was only a few cents, it was still money after all. In order to promote this micro-movie competition, Micro Broadcasting chose to make it free on the first day of the premiere. Indeed, it attracted a lot of traffic for this video. The number of people who watched it reached 3 million in 24 hours, of course, this was also because of Micro Broadcasting's drainage. However, what was surprising was that on the second day, Fairy Tale started to be charged. Many of the netizens who watched it on the first day actually chose to come back and pay. Good work, good song. If I don't pay for this video, I won't feel at ease. If I don't buy this video, I won't be able to watch it in the future even if I want to. I won't feel at ease. A comment expressed the thoughts of many netizens. The comments below the song were very popular. Many were praising the fairy tale written by Mu Xiang, but there were also many who were passionately commenting on this micro-movie. They commented on the movie's plot, characters, actors, and so on. So a movie can be shot like this too. A complete story in less than 10 minutes. It's short but not simple. It's very good. The moment Su Shishir fell to the ground, I cried. The screenwriter is despicable. Why did he write Su Shishir to death? Sob sob. She's so cute. She helped Ah Guang write a song. After moving house, she's a little unruly, but also very sweet and clingy. I really want to have a girlfriend like her. When I watched it, I found Su Shishir very familiar. After that, I looked at the credits. As expected, it's Qin Wen, the beautiful girl who acted as Concubine Ru's personal maid in Qin Palace's biography of Concubine Ru! Why did they have to make Fatty the male lead? I feel that it's a little disgusting. Is the person above stupid? Didn't you see the plot? Fatty Ah Guang was laughed at by his girlfriend because he was fat. He can't be her prince. After watching the video, I went to buy the theme song. Teacher Mu Xiang's songs are really good. Listening to Fairy Tale, I cried my eyes out. The micro-movie Fairy Tale had exploded in popularity on the internet, but it was unable to cause much of a stir in reality for the time being. After all, the pace of the internet was different from the current entertainment industry. Although the people working in the entertainment industry would also pay attention to the public opinion on the internet and the discussions of the fans on microblogs, they had an inherent understanding of traditional media and then online media, so they did not notice the influence of this micro-movie. Just like this, Fairy Tale quietly became popular in the calm environment. As more and more people recommended this micro-movie to the people around them, more and more people began to hum "I'd like to be the angel you love" in the fairy tale. It was getting closer and closer to being officially reported by traditional media and known by everyone. At that time, what kind of power would it have? After Murphy held a concert in Beijing, she did not return immediately. She also attended a signing event on the weekend according to the company's arrangement. She did not return to Jiangqing until Monday. "Sister, are we still going back to the company? Or are we going home directly?" Mo Xiaowan raised her hand and looked at her watch. Murphy's mouth moved. She wanted to say that they were going back to the company, but when she thought of facing Niu Miling, she could not summon up her courage, so she shook her head and said, "Let's go home. We'll go to the company tomorrow." Mo Xiaowan did not think too much about it. She nodded and said, "All right, you can rest for another day." Murphy returned home at this time. She went to kindergarten, but Xianxia was still at home. When she opened the courtyard door, Xianxia appeared in front of her with a smile. "Wife, welcome back." Xianxia took out his hand from behind his back and a bouquet of bright peonies appeared in his hand. In fact, there was no special hiding because the bouquet was a little big and Xianxia could not cover it at all. Murphy's mood suddenly improved. She took the flowers and said with a smile, "What are you doing? You made it so grand. Because this is your first concert after so many years, and it was a great success. I have to congratulate you. Let's celebrate." Xianxia opened his arms and said with a smile. Murphy's face was slightly red. While holding the flowers, she leaned sideways and snuggled into Xianxia's arms. Then she said in a soft voice, "Isn't it because of you that I can succeed? If you didn't write so many songs for me." Xianxia hugged her and interrupted her with some heartache and said, "What? You can succeed because you worked very hard. Look at your voice. After singing a concert, it's not as strong as before. It's a little hoarse. This is normal. After singing a concert, you have to rest for a period of time. Why don't I help you invite Xianxia? Last time you helped him warm up the stage. This time, let him warm up the stage for you." How embarrassing. Last time, do you think I don't know about what happened last time? It wasn't someone who took the initiative to invite me. It was you who asked for it on my behalf. What's there to be embarrassed about? He even wants me to write songs for him. Besides, we're so close. What's wrong with asking him to sing a song for me? It's not like I'm not paying him." Just like that, the two of them hugged each other lovingly and went upstairs. In the afternoon, Murphy, who could finally rest, slept for a long time. She woke up in a daze, and just as she opened the bedroom door, she heard a cat meowing in the living room. She turned her head curiously and saw Xianxia holding the chubby and struggling Xiaoguai and stuffing it into a portable cat cage. Inside, the other two British Shorthairs that had been locked up earlier were looking outside in a daze. Meow. Shivering looked at Xianxia and let out a short cry. Her big, doubtful eyes seemed to be saying, "Poop picker, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you catch them?" Murphy asked, puzzled. Xianxia took off her gloves, pulled Mo to the dining room on the side, and whispered to her, "Today, they are going to be sterilized. Last time, someone told me that it is almost time for them to go into estrus, so they need to be sterilized. Otherwise, they will scream every day and give birth to a large group of kittens." Murphy understood. She nodded and couldn't help but laugh. "Okay then, but why are you talking like that? Are you afraid that they'll find out?" Xianxia hurriedly turned his head to look at the living room. Then, he turned back and said as if he was facing a formidable enemy, "Quiet, quiet. A few days ago, someone told me to take them for sterilization surgery. We must not let them think that we were the ones who brought them there. We must act as if they were the ones who were harmed by bad people. Then, they won't hold a grudge against us. Cats are intelligent." Xianxia had a strange look on his face. It was rare to see him like this. Murphy chuckled and said, "Then what are you going to do? Let's go to the coffee shop first. In a while, Guozi will come over to help." Xianxia asked, "Do you want to go and take a look?" Murphy's eyes sparkled, and she nodded with great interest. After a while, Xianxia and Murphy appeared in the coffee shop downstairs with cat cages. Like customers, they sat in the booth of the coffee shop, drinking coffee and talking and laughing. Of course, it was still an act. Murphy's acting was terrible. She couldn't help but turn her head to peek at the cat cages on the ground. In the cat cages, the three British Shorthairs were restless. They liked to get into the small sealed box, but they didn't like to be locked in the cage with cold iron wires. They had no freedom. It seemed to be a rotation. Xiao Guai's head moved away from the cage, and Xiao Gray's big round face came up. He looked at his owner and scratched the iron wire with his claws. "Is it soon?" Murphy didn't know how to pretend to talk and laugh. She could only laugh and ask in a low voice. On the other side of the bar, Yang Huan was laughing so hard. She saw that Ding Xiang was helping Guozi. Guozi was wearing a crooked hat and a big pair of sunglasses. Ding Xiang was also helping him tie a big cloth to cover his face. Where did you get this mask? Why does it look like the big floral underwear of the aunties in our village? Yang Huan laughed. Okay. Ding Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Enough talk, I'm going. Guozi did not have the time to respond to Yang Huan. He pushed up his sunglasses and charged forward like he was going to die. The fashionably dressed criminal rushed over, grabbed the cat cages, and ran away. Yang Yi stood up. He seemed to be panicking. Like Air Kong in the emoji pack, he opened his hand and shouted, "Robbery! Quick, stop him! He stole my cat." However, he didn't even move his legs. Murphy turned her head and saw Yang Yi's exaggerated look. She couldn't help but turn her head and bury her head on the table. Her shoulders were shaking, but she couldn't laugh out loud. It was very difficult. Guozi was also acting. He carried the confused kittens and rushed out in a hurry. There was already a taxi waiting outside. When he got into the car, the taxi drove away quickly. There were actually a few customers in the coffee shop, but they had been informed before. They pretended not to see and cooperated. When Guozi rushed out, they laughed. Yang Yi also shook his head and laughed. He bowed to the customers. Yang Huan jumped over and said with a smile, "Brother, I don't think your acting is good. It's too exaggerated and not real." "Little girl, what do you know?" Yang Yi was embarrassed and said resentfully, "Besides, I was just acting for the cat. It wasn't really acting. What should we do next? Should we follow them and have a look?" After laughing, Mo Fei began to worry. "Sure." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Let's change our clothes. When we get to the pet hospital, Bab and the other cats will have been injected with anesthesia. They won't be able to recognize us." When Yang Yi and Murphy arrived at the pet hospital, the 3 kittens had already fallen into a coma. This pet hospital was relatively large, and there were enough doctors to perform 3 operations at the same time. "How is it? When do we start?" Yang Yi asked Guozi in a low voice. Although Murphy had raised cats when she was young, this was the first time she had seen cats that had been injected with anesthesia. Looking at the 3 British Shorthairs with their eyes open, she was so scared that she hid behind Yang Yi. Soon, the doctor said that we need to wait for 15 minutes for the anesthesia to take effect. It has been 12 or 13 minutes. Guozi said. He had taken off his mask, hat, and glasses, so he didn't look so out of place anymore. After Mo Fei confirmed that the cat's eyes were open after the anesthetic injection, she was relieved. She leaned over with Yang Yi and touched little Guai, who was still warm. "Look at them, they are so magical." Murphy whispered to Yang Yi, as if she was afraid that the kittens would hear her. It was indeed magical. They were all lying on their sides on the small white beds, unconscious, with their tongues hanging out and their eyes crooked. "Let me tell you, this is fun." Guozi smirked and raised his eyes at Yang Yi and the others. Then, he walked over to Dodo and stretched out his hand to pull Dodo's tongue. Dodo's pink tongue was stretched out by Guozi and then retracted a little. Pfft! Murphy couldn't help but laugh. She cried, "Don't torture them, they are already so miserable." More than half an hour later, the kittens' operations were completed one after another. Although Yang Yi and Murphy were very concerned, they couldn't pick up the kittens yet. The doctor had to use a special lifting position to put the kittens that had just been operated on into the pet box that had been brought over before. These little patients were treated very well. There was a layer of mats in the pet box, and Yang Yi covered them with soft blankets after they lay down. After a while, the anesthesia gradually wore off. Yang Yi and Murphy blew on the kittens' eyes according to the method taught by the doctor. Gradually, Darling blinked and began to wake up. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other, and suddenly they both began to act. "Oh, Darling, Dodo, Gray, Daddy, Mommy, I finally found you. That damned bastard abducted you all." The damned Guozi had already slipped away. His scenes had already been completed, and now he was in a hurry to return to the coffee shop to report the good news. No, it should be said that he was going back to the coffee shop to show Ding Xiang and Yang Huan the photos he had taken of the kittens with their tongues hanging out. It was so funny. Yang Yi didn't know whether the kittens could understand him or not. Anyway, he saw that they only moved their eyes a little, and they hadn't completely woken up from the anesthesia. But at this time it was almost time to take them home to rest. Xianxia was taken home by her father. Today, the little girl was very happy because her little friend brought her good news. She had already told her father in the car, but she still couldn't wait to tell her mom, "Mom, Xiaoyu's papa has recovered. Either he has recovered, or he can talk, and he's not scary anymore." Murphy looked at Xianxia confusedly. She didn't know what her daughter was talking about. Xianxia didn't say it before because he was afraid that it would affect Murphy's mood. This woman was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and it was easy for her to be affected by this kind of thing. But now that it was mentioned, he told Murphy about Nan Xiaoyu's father's cerebral infarction. "I almost died." The little girl nodded vigorously and said sadly, "I was so scared." "Don't be scared. Didn't Dad make a pinky promise with you?" Xianxia smiled and patted his daughter's back. "Hee, okay then." Xianxia wasn't as emotional as she was that night, but she quickly cheered up and ran to the living room. On Saturday night, she was crying. "Worried that I would suddenly die." Xianxia told Murphy about the situation where he and Xianxia hugged and cried. Of course, he was concise and didn't deliberately stir up emotions. Murphy sighed faintly and said slightly solemnly, "It's just like the fairy tale you wrote. I don't know when people will suddenly disappear. I'm also scared." The fairy tale micro-movie, Murphy watched it earlier than anyone else. Because when Xianxia took it back from Lei, she wanted to watch Xixi's scenes. It could be said that she had watched this micro-movie countless times and almost memorized the plot, but every time she watched it, she would feel sad. "Silly, what are you thinking about?" Xianxia hugged her in his arms and stroked her hair. He smiled and said, "Xixi is 4.5 years old. I think it's normal for her to think too much." "How old are you? Why are you still scaring yourself?" However, Murphy raised her head and pouted like a little girl. She said unhappily, "If I suddenly die of illness like Su Shishir, you must not mistreat yourself and find another woman. As long as you can treat Xixi well, it's fine." Towards the end, she looked like she was about to cry. Xianxia angrily knocked her head and said, "You're thinking about these things that don't even have a shadow, and you still want to arrange things for me? Instead of thinking about these things, it's better to think about how to live well. Let's live a good life. Woo-woo, you're going to find another woman, and you still hit me." Murphy made an aggrieved look. Xianxia froze for a moment, and he couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing at me." Murphy sniffled. Her appearance was extremely cute. "Who said I'm going to find another woman? Let me tell you, baby. You're my one and only." Xianxia almost sang out. "You didn't object." Murphy didn't let it go. She hammered Xianxia's chest and said angrily, "Hee, so you were just setting a trap for me." When the two were flirting here, Xianxia nervously ran over. She didn't pay attention to her parents who were awkwardly separated, and anxiously pulled her father's clothes. Papa, look, what happened to Xiao Guai, Xiao Hui, and Dodo?" Xianxia was referring to the 3 British shorthairs who had just woken up, but seemed to still be under the influence of the anesthetic. They were stumbling as if they were drunk, and from time to time, they would roll around on the soft carpet. Xianxia followed Xianxia. After seeing that there were no other problems, he smiled and said to Xianxia, "It's okay, they're a little abnormal today, but they'll be fine tomorrow." Then, "Papa, why are they wearing clothes?" Xianxia looked at the gauze wrapped around the kittens and asked puzzledly. Perhaps noticing the gazes of their owners, the kittens all turned their heads and looked over. Xiao Hui lowered its head and meowed, looking a little dispirited. Dodo was a little irritable. She grabbed the frame of the cat tree and made a hissing sound that didn't sound like a cat's. "Well, that's because today is a little special, so they're wearing it temporarily. They'll be fine tomorrow." Xianxia could only give an excuse. He couldn't tell Xianxia that they had been sterilized, right? The little girl would definitely continue to ask about sterilization. But Xianxia still felt that her doubts had not been solved. "No buts. You don't have to play with them today anyway. Their tempers are a little unstable, so don't let them catch you." Xianxia pulled his daughter and said softly. This was also the advice of other cat owners in the hospital. Perhaps it was because of the pain, or the fear after being drugged, or the gauze wrapped around their bodies, but the 3 British Shorthairs were in a different state than usual. Okay. But, will Xiao Guai and the others be fine? She looked at her father with her big eyes with sadness. Yes, they'll be fine tomorrow. Yang Yi himself was not very sure, but his tone was very sure to give his daughter confidence. The microfilm fairy tale spread the fastest in Jiang City Media University. After all, it was filmed by their own students and many of the scenes were from Jiang City. When the film first appeared on the internet, Facebook, which was used by the students the most, was all about this news. The next day, there were teachers in the film academy who recommended this video to the students in class. A professor from the directing faculty even strongly suggested that the students could follow the model of fairy tale and shoot short videos and microfilms to participate in the microfilm competition. Using the competition as a substitute for training could be said to be very meaningful. Of course, there were voices of envy, exclamation, and praise. There were also voices of jealousy and slander. I can do it too. Such a sour tone was too rare. However, no one knew that after watching this microfilm that became popular on the internet, someone's intestines turned green with regret. Tang Kai-tai. Although he was forgetful and couldn't remember the original script and only felt that the plot was a little different from before, now that he saw that the same group of people had actually filmed such a popular movie and that the fatty he looked down on had actually stood out and even gained the support of many fangirls, Tang Kai-tai regretted it when he thought about how he had rejected the role himself. If I had known that Director Du was so capable, I would have acted in the production team with peace of mind. The most popular person now should be me. However, in the end, Tang Kai-tai was more willing to find the reason from others. It's all because of that fatty and that Mu Ziang. He wrote songs for that fatty and didn't write for me. F***ck, this should have been my honor. Because of this, he also had a deep grudge against Guozi, Mu Ziang, and even Du Yuanlei. Once Fairy Tale was released, it affected many people, including Lin Muan. However, his mentality wasn't as twisted as Tang Kai-tai's. That night, Lin Muan and his girlfriend, Ran Jin, used the computer to watch Fairy Tale in their teacher's apartment. This microfilm was a little like a Korean drama. There was no doubt that it was lethal to women. Ran Jin was so touched that she shed tears. Lin Muan took a tissue and handed it to Ran Jin. He sighed softly and said, "Do you know who Mu Ziang is who wrote the song Fairy Tale?" "Yes, he wrote Murphy's and Xianxia's songs, right?" Ran Jin said. "Yes, and Mu Ziang is my boss, Brother Yang." Lin Muan smiled bitterly. "I only found out today. I didn't expect my boss to be such a great songwriter. Also, you probably didn't expect the lady boss to be Murphy." "Murphy?" Ran Jin was shocked. She had seen Murphy from afar before, but she didn't take a closer look. Lin Muan had gone to participate in the audition in Tingshan district a few days ago and did not attend the crew's gathering. Previously, Yang Yi didn't deliberately show off his identity, so Guozi and the others tacitly didn't say anything. When Lin Muan came back today, he asked curiously, "Hey, this Mu Ziang, how do you know him?" Then Yang Huan and Ding Xiang explained it to him with a smile. Otherwise, he would still be in the dark. "But that's true. I looked into the song he sang that day, but I couldn't find it. I guess Brother Yang wrote it too." Lin Muan didn't care about Murphy's question. He looked at Guozi, who was singing passionately in the video, and said enviously, "Do you want your boss to write songs for you too?" Ran Jin knew her boyfriend too well. He was a little introverted and shy. He didn't know how to ask for help, and he would keep his feelings to himself. "Yes. I do, but I don't know how to say it." Lin Muan moved his lips, but he still sighed. To Ran Jin, he still told her his feelings. It was normal to want it, but it would be abnormal if he didn't. After all, the name Mu Ziang was too famous. It was like a golden finger. Whoever he pointed to would get pregnant. No, whoever he pointed to would get famous. In the entire entertainment industry, there weren't many singers who didn't want Mu Ziang to write songs for them. Lin Muan didn't know any songwriters. If he wanted to have his own songs, he could only think of this channel. But he could only think about it. And I don't have any capital. Even if I asked, I don't have the money or the qualifications to beg Brother Yang to write songs for me. I heard that many companies wouldn't sell a song for $1 million. Lin Muan said to Ran Jin sadly. Actually, you said that your boss is Mu Ziyang. Ran Jin carefully recalled Lin Muan's usual work situation, hesitated for a moment, and said, I think it would be better if you didn't ask your boss to write songs for you. Lin Muan was a little surprised. However, he still trusted his girlfriend's judgment. So, he looked at her and asked curiously, how so? I occasionally read the gossip news. There are a lot of rumors about Mu Ziyang this year. But until now, he has only written songs for Xianxia, Murphy, and this Guang. Ran Jin said. Guang is played by Guazi. We all call him Xiaogua. Lin Muan said. Well, anyway, I think that Boss Yang is not the kind of person who is greedy for money. He has written a lot of good songs, but he won't give them to anyone who wants them. Ran Jin said confidently, he is more picky about the singing skills of the singers, such as Xianxia and Murphy. Their singing skills are very good. Lin Muan's eyes were a little dim. He was a little confident in his singing skills. After all, he was best at singing with a falsetto. But compared to these two people, Lin Muan was still a little ashamed. But your boss will not only write songs for singers with singing skills. Look at Guang, who is Xiaogua. He can also sing fairy tale. This shows that he still takes care of his friends. Lin Muan asked with some doubts, but why hasn't Brother Yang expressed his intention to write songs for me? Maybe he thinks that you are still a little lacking? Or maybe he still needs to observe your character. He doesn't know you well enough. Ran Jin thought. She shook her head and said, no matter what, if you take the initiative to ask for songs, it won't be good. This will make him have a bad opinion of you. It had to be said that Ran Jin's feeling was very accurate. What do I need to do? Lin Muan asked. Don't think about anything. Just like before, seriously work as a pianist in the coffee shop. Do whatever the boss asks you to do. Ran Jin said. To be honest, Ran Jin liked Lin Muan's current job. The income was not low, and the content was simple. She didn't know how much selfishness there was in her suggestion. Of course, she was indeed helping Lin Muan think of a way. As a counselor, figuring out other people's state of mind was also a unique skill. But Brother Yang also supports me to participate in the Song of Youth competition. Lin Muan frowned and said. Then you should talk to them more about this competition. For example, the information about your opponent. Let your friends in the coffee shop help you come up with ideas on how to defeat your opponent. Don't isolate yourself because of the competition. You have to integrate into your boss circle. If he has a good song, then he will want you. Ran Jin said to Lin Muan. Although Lin Muan still had some doubts, he still listened to his girlfriend's advice and put away his drifting heart from participating in the competition. He didn't know that it was fortunate that Ran Jin had grabbed the string and pulled him back, preventing him from flying further and further away on the path of chasing after dreams. After 2 days of hesitation, Murphy finally made up her mind. She was going to talk to Niu Miling. Xianxia was right, she couldn't keep dragging it out because that would make things worse. Sister Ling would also feel that she had been deceiving her feelings and bear a grudge against her. You can talk to your sister Ling directly, but don't worry. This matter can't be rushed. This was Xianxia's original words. Murphy remembered the second half, but ignored the part where Xianxia said that he would help her think of a way. Murphy foolishly thought that Xianxia didn't want her to affect the concert and wait until the concert was over to talk to Niu Miling. Now that the concert in Beijing was over, the concert in Shanghai was still a while away. Murphy felt that it was time for her to talk to Niu Miling. Murphy came to Niu Miling's office alone. Niu Miling's assistant had just come out with a kettle. When she saw Murphy, she quickly nodded and smiled. Sister Fei, you're here? If it was another small celebrity, she probably wouldn't be so polite. But Murphy's identity was special. She was basically the same as that hedonistic son of a rich family, Zhu Jia. She could come whenever she wanted without any notice or appointment. Oh, it's Murphy? Come. I was looking forward to seeing you. Niu Miling heard the commotion and poked her head in. When she saw Murphy alone, she was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. She walked over and personally pulled out a chair for Murphy to sit down. Don't pour tea. Pour Murphy a glass of lemonade. It has the effect of beautifying and whitening her skin. Niao Miling instructed her assistant before returning to her seat. Thank you. Mo Fei smiled at Sister Ling's assistant. This smile made the other party feel a little flattered. It should be known that although Mo Fei would not miss these necessary etiquettes in the past, she rarely showed her smile. Murphy also slowly changed in her happy life. Mo Xiaowan didn't notice it, but these people who didn't spend much time with Murphy felt it more obvious. After some small talk and waiting for the assistant to leave, Niao Miling cut to the chase. Murphy, what do you think of the contract you brought back last time? If there are any terms that you don't think are suitable, we can continue to talk. Niao Miling said with a smile. Whether or not they could reach an agreement was another matter. She first showed her goodwill. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Murphy's expression was a little hesitant. She bit her lower lip and said straightforwardly, Sister Ling, I'm sorry. I don't want to renew the contract. Before this, Murphy had made countless drafts in her mind, but she couldn't think of a way to tactfully express her thoughts. She might as well say it directly. After saying that, Mo Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The burden that had been in his heart before had been put down. However, there were other burdens. What did you say? Niao Miling was stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. After Murphy opened her mouth, she calmly explained to Niao Miling, Sister Ling, don't misunderstand. I don't want to join another management company. Instead, I've decided to open my own studio and manage my artists' affairs independently. Niao Miling heard Mo Fei's explanation, but she didn't listen to it at all. She was very angry. She stared at Mo Fei closely, slammed the table, and shouted, Mo Fei, do you know what you are talking about? Murphy was stunned. Niao Miling didn't give Murphy a chance to speak. She said angrily, the company spent so many resources to nurture you. You wanted to make a comeback? Fine, I'll release an album for you. You didn't do well, so you wanted to release an album yourself. Fine, Xinjian's album hasn't been released yet. How much effort did the company pour into you? Do you know? I know. Before Murphy could finish, she was interrupted by Niao Miling. No, you don't know. Niao Miling sneered. If you knew, you wouldn't have gone back on your words. On one hand, you dragged the company and refused to renew the contract. On the other hand, you're planning to leave. You're a big star now. The company only has 4 months left on your contract. They can't stop you. You're proud, aren't you? Murphy felt a little uncomfortable being choked by Niao Miling. Her eyes reddened. It's not like that, Sister Ling. It's not what you think. I just want freedom. I don't like jobs and commercial performances. They're too complicated. I just want to be a musician. Mo Fei bit her lower lip to stop her tears from flowing out. She tried to explain, in Tianmei, I can't feel this kind of freedom, so I want to open my own studio. I don't want to betray you and Tianmei. Can you understand? Understand my ass. If this isn't betrayal, what is? Niao Miling cursed. She was flustered and exasperated. Let me tell you, Murphy. Don't think of being a singer and the entertainment industry as simple. Freedom? Humph. Do you think you can be arrogant now that you have some achievements? You want freedom? Every singer doesn't need to participate in jobs? Don't need to participate in commercial performances? Do you think it's so easy to accumulate fame? Niao Miling's words were said out of anger. In fact, jobs and commercial performances were used to consume a star's popularity to a certain extent and convert it into real money. Even if it had the effect of maintaining popularity, it could only offset the consumption. Murphy didn't like to argue. She pursed her lips and looked stubborn. She had her own persistence. The two of them were silent for a while. Murphy, we've worked together for more than 10 years. What can't we sit down and talk about? Why do we have to go our separate ways, right? Niao Miling was furious at first, but she gradually suppressed her anger. She squeezed out a smile and said to Murphy, She still wanted to persuade her to stay. Murphy shook her head. She kept a calm tone and said, Xianxia, I'm sorry. I have my own pursuits. I also understand that you value benefits and the company's development. But I only want music. In other words, they were not compatible with each other. It was my fault for delaying the contract renewal. Murphy said frankly, as compensation, including the concert in Beijing, before the contract expires, I don't want the income from all the concerts and commercial performances that you have arranged for me. All of it will go to the company. This silly woman. She didn't know if she felt that she owed Niu Meiling, or if she wanted to recover a little of the relationship between her and Niu Meiling. She actually wanted to compensate Niu Meiling. Don't underestimate this income. After all, Murphy's value was soaring now, but Niu Meiling looked at Murphy's stubborn appearance. Moreover, from her understanding of Murphy's character in the past, she probably knew that this matter was irreversible. Her face darkened. However, Niu Meiling did not fall out with Murphy in front of her. She squeezed out a smile and said to Murphy, Murphy, you're young and impetuous. I advise you to go back and think about it. Think clearly before we talk. Murphy wanted to say something but hesitated. She saw Niu Meiling's expression and knew that now was not the time to continue. She could only sigh and say, Xianxia, my choice is only based on my own personal considerations. I hope you can understand. When your emotions stabilize, I'll apologize to you later. After Murphy left, Niu Meiling angrily threw her teacup, scaring the assistant who had just walked in. All of you are F***king ingrates. Get out of here. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Niu Meiling roared. The assistant shrank his head, hid out, and closed the door. What did Xianxia Murphy say? What made Xianxia so angry? The assistant secretly listened outside the door. Although the soundproofing was good, she still heard the sound of things being smashed. She secretly clicked her tongue. How was it just anger? Niu Meiling was extremely angry now, her face was gloomy. She sat in her chair for a while before suddenly getting up. She opened the door and stared at the assistant who was pretending to read a magazine. Call manager Jian over. Xiao Han typed the wrong number again. It's 44, for those who shoot cannons and planes. That night, you didn't reject me. Zhu Jia shook his car key and hummed a tune. He walked into the company from the lobby in a good mood. Brother Jia, what are you singing? The girl at the front desk tenderly leaned on the counter and asked. Haha, I've been thinking about writing a new song recently. I'm just randomly singing. Zhu Jia knew that this song was not his yet, so he could only laugh it off. Zhu Jia went to his office and opened the door. Du Luan was sitting in front of his small desk, using his computer. Seeing Zhu Jia appear, Du Luan nonchalantly closed a graph website and stood up. Jia, why did you come back to work after so long? Don't you know that a celebrity's popularity also needs to be maintained? You didn't participate in any programs or activities this month, who knows how many people have forgotten about you? Du Luan complained. Okay, don't act like an old man every time I come back, yelling in my ear. It was the same before, calling me every day, don't you think it's annoying? Zhu Jia felt that Du Luan's mouth was getting more and more broken. Wasn't he very good at reading people's expressions before? Du Luan smiled, but he also closed his mouth. Let me tell you, these few days, I'm not wasting my time, I'm doing a big thing, do you understand? If it's done, this brother will be a big star in the future. Zhu Jia proudly said. Du Luan's curiosity was piqued, he suspiciously asked, what big thing? I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone. Zhu Jia still has some trust in Du Luan. When he bought the song with Yang Yi, it was Du Luan's idea. He excitedly said, Sister Murphy is not going to renew the contract. Not going to renew the contract? Du Luan was surprised at first, then he revealed a trace of joy, really? If Murphy doesn't renew the contract, in the future, you'll be the company's biggest star. Now Zhu Jia is indeed second only to Murphy. Zhenzhen also has some fame, but compared to the current Zhu Jia, she is still a bit worse. After all, who in the world did not know the song Mistress? Du Luan thought further. For example, after Murphy left, Tian Mei would focus on nurturing Zhu Jia. In terms of female singers, they would also focus on nurturing Zhenjin. The more resources Jujia had, the more benefits Du Luan would receive. He had a good relationship with Zhenjin. The two of them were originally trainees at Tianmei, and they often helped each other out. If Zhenjin could rise, he would also benefit from it. Of course. But that's not all. Sister Murphy is not renewing her contract. She wants to open her own studio. As long as I help her convince my aunt to let her leave safely, Mu Xiang will write songs for me. It's even better than Mistress. Jujia said proudly. Du Luan was stunned for a moment before he asked, what's the connection between these two events? Hey, you don't know. It was Brother Mu Xiang who asked me to do this. Jujia's kidnapping last time was a little embarrassing, so he didn't tell Du Luan. He and Murphy want to open their own studio and earn money. That's not a big deal. Jujia didn't mention the relationship between Mu Xiang and Murphy. But Du Luan's focus wasn't here. I remember that Murphy's contract only has 4 months left. She can leave when it expires. Why did she ask you? Du Luan asked curiously. That's because Sister Murphy is a person who values relationships. She wants to part with our company peacefully, so she wants me to help persuade my aunt to accept the fact. Jujia waved his hand and said happily, don't worry about the reason. Anyway, I'll settle this matter. Then, Brother Mu Xiang will write songs for me. We've agreed on 2 songs. That's why I've been calling my dad these few days, asking him to help me persuade my aunt. Jujia said. Helping relatives and not outsiders. His son wanted to be a big star. This was much more important than an outsider leaving. Therefore, Jujia's father agreed. But because he hadn't come back from Australia, he had to wait for a few days. When he came back, he would sit down with Niao Miling and have a good talk. By the way, Du Luan, is my aunt here today? I'll go ask her first. Jujia's purpose of returning to the company today was not to start work. At this moment, Niao Miling and Jian Chao were chatting in the office. Sister Ling, is there no chance of redemption? Jian Chao looked at the furious Niao Miling and asked carefully. What redemption? It's not like you don't know Murphy's character. Who can change her mind when she decides on something? When she gave birth and wanted to leave the entertainment industry, didn't I persuade her? Did she listen? Niao Miling patted the book on the table and pointed outside. If we really do that, won't we have a falling out? Jian Chao looked at the USB flash drive on the table and said worriedly. It's not a falling out. This matter, if you and I don't say anything, who will know that we leaked it? Niao Miling snorted. I want to vent my anger and teach her a lesson. The company has nurtured her for more than 10 years. Now that she's grown up, she wants to fly away. I'm going to die from anger because of her. You're saying that we should stuff this news to the reporters and not tell anyone that we were the ones who did it? Jian Chao had a trace of understanding. Jian Chao knew quite a few people from the media. Usually, it was inconvenient for Niao Miling to do dirty things, so she was the one who did it. Yes, if someone else mentions it, we'll say that it has nothing to do with us. It's that Mr. Ko who didn't keep his promise. Niao Miling exhorted. Of course, if no one mentions it, you and I will pretend that we don't know about it. Jian Chao nodded and smiled. I naturally know that. But Sister Ling, what's the point of doing this? You can't make her change her mind, nor can you warn the others who saw Murphy wanting to leave. Is it just to vent your anger? Of course it's not just to vent my anger. Didn't she say that she wanted to fight alone and felt that she was very powerful and didn't need the company's support? Let her try it out. If she encountered trouble and no one was there to help her with public relations, she would see how she would deal with it. I want her to understand that the world isn't as naive as she thinks. Niao Miling said proudly. I understand, Sister Ling. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now we're trying to curry favor with her on the surface, but behind her back, if she can't solve it, she'll have to come back to us. Jian Chao said flatteringly. That's right. But what if she refuses to admit her mistake and doesn't come back? Jian Chao asked. What should we do? What else can we do? Niao Miling's face turned pale again. Just pretend that this person never existed. If Tianmei doesn't have her, the world won't turn? Xianxia quickly nodded. She didn't dare to touch Niao Miling's bad luck at this time. Then Sister Ling, I'll do it now. Wait a minute. Niao Miling's rationality came back a little. She waved her hand and said to Xianxiao, don't worry, take the things first. When Murphy's remaining 2 concerts are over, we'll leak it out. Now that she's telling me about it, as long as you leak it out, as long as you're not stupid, you'll be able to guess who did it. Xianxiao smiled bitterly and nodded. She was just following orders. Sister Ling could do whatever she wanted. Coming out of Niao Miling's office, Xianxiao saw Zhu Jia walking over excitedly. Hey, Manager Jian, is my aunt inside? Zhu Jia asked. Xianxiao wanted to say something but stopped. She shook her head and said, yes, you can go find her. After saying that, Xianxiao left. Zhu Jia went into Niao Miling's office and closed the office door. You're back? Niao Miling's face was a little pale, but when she faced Zhu Jia, she forced a smile. Zhu Jia didn't notice this. He said with a smile, "Aunt, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Niao Miling's face was a little better. "It's like this. I've encountered a particularly troublesome matter. I want to ask for your opinion." Zhu Jia had already thought of an excuse. "I have a friend who raised a cat. He had raised it since it was young for a few years. They had a very good relationship. But then, a male cat suddenly came and took her cat away without saying anything. That female cat left just like that, making its owner very sad and angry." Niao Miling's eyes sharpened as she stared at Zhu Jia. "But what's interesting is that the female cat still misses its owner. Although it's leaving, it doesn't want its owner to be too sad, so it wants to be more obedient. It wants to play with its owner when it comes back to play in the future." Zhu Jia said to himself. "Hey, Aunt, do you think this female cat is worth pitying? Can its owner forgive her?" After he said that, he looked at Niao Miling expectantly, thinking that his story was flawless. However, Niao Miling gritted her teeth and asked word by word, "Who was it? I told you that Murphy was leaving?" In Yang Yi's house, the condition of the 3 kittens had been attracting everyone's attention. The first night was the most torturous. Perhaps because they were uncomfortable, they were still screaming in the middle of the night. Yang Yi went to comfort them, but he was scratched by their claws. The next day, they were in a better mood. Yang Yi also fed them water and food. However, in order to prevent them from licking their wounds, Yang Yi gave them Elizabeth collars. In addition, to prevent them from rubbing around and touching their wounds, Yang Yi also put on cat pants for them. Today, Yang Yi pulled down their pants and saw that the wounds had begun to scab, and the fur on the side had grown a little. Yang Yi decided to take off their armor. However, this could only be done when she came back. The little girl was most worried about her 3 friends. She accompanied them every day and didn't even want to watch her favorite cartoons. "Do you think they will wilt after that?" After Murphy came back, she squatted down and looked at the cats for a while. She even tidied their fur. "Probably not. Didn't you see that they started to jump around again today? And the book said that after a cat is sterilized, its personality will become docile and take care of its family." Yang Yi smiled and pointed at Xiao Gray, who was lying in front of the glass window on the balcony and said, "Look at this guy. He wanted to run outside all day long before, so you didn't dare to open the window. Now, he is so obedient." At this moment, Yang Yi's cell phone rang. His cell phone had 2 cards and 2 standby cards. The one who received the call was the secondary card, and only Zhu Jia knew this number. Why was Zhu Jia calling him at this time? Yang Yi frowned and went to the study to pick up the phone. When the phone was connected, Yang Yi heard Zhu Jia complaining, "Boss Mu Xiang, you are not loyal to your friends. Didn't we agree that I would help you find a way to appease my aunt? Why did Sister Murphy run to my aunt and tell her that she did not want to renew the contract? Murphy told Niao Miling about this?" Yang Yi was stunned. "Yes. You don't even know what happened today. My aunt almost exploded on the spot, and then she was planning to take revenge on Sister Mo Fei. I heard that a paparazzi hunter took a photo of you registering at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so my aunt bought it. Then my aunt even planned to ask someone to spread the news about you. There were too many accidents. Yang Yi was stunned once again. His mind was spinning rapidly at this time, and he finally realized that he had overlooked something strange that day. First, someone was following him in a car. Then, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he felt a fleeting sense of being watched. It was probably at that time that he and Murphy were secretly photographed. When Yang Yi thought about it now, he couldn't help but want to slap himself. F***ck, you're a top assassin. You're living too comfortably, aren't you? You didn't even notice it. However, Zhu Jia was here to take credit. He said proudly, but, Mu Xiang, you don't have to worry about this. Fortunately, I came to the company today and heard about this from my aunt. Then, I spent a lot of effort to calm her down. Yang Yi's face relaxed a little. He asked, you mean, the matter has been resolved? Zhu Jia paused and said with some embarrassment, not yet, my aunt hasn't relented. But don't worry, she doesn't want to make things worse, so she won't expose those photos. She just can't get over it. But, Mu Xiang, don't worry. When my dad comes back from Australia in 2 days, he will persuade my aunt. My aunt listens to my dad the most. I promise you that this matter will be settled perfectly. Zhu Jia said confidently. Okay then. I'll wait for your good news. On the other end of the phone, Mu Xiang hung up first, but Zhu Jia didn't care. He said proudly to Du Luan, who was next to him, my aunt wants to save face, but I think that after my dad comes back, everything will be fine. Luckily, I was quick-witted and persuaded my aunt to put this plan on hold. Otherwise, my 2 songs would have flown away like a cooked duck. Du Luan didn't care about this problem. He breathed heavily and asked Zhu Jia, you said that Sister Ling spent 500,000 to buy those photos? Yeah. Don't you think that paparazzi hunter is very shady? After Yang Yi hung up the phone, he blamed himself more. He sat in the study in a daze, reflecting on his mistakes. This time, he was photographed by the paparazzi hunter. Although it didn't seem like a big deal, in his opinion, it was just exposure, and Murphy had already been prepared to be honest with him about their relationship. She just wanted to wait until the end of the contract before announcing it to the public. However, this exposed his covetousness, which was weakening his vigilance. If a wolf loses its claws and fangs, then it's not a wolf anymore, but a husky. Although Yang Yi didn't want to go back to those days of fighting and killing, danger always hid under the calm river. If he became a normal person, how could he shoulder the responsibility of protecting Xixi and Murphy? Just as Yang Yi was blaming himself in a mess, Murphy also found it strange. Because Yang Yi rarely made phone calls behind her back, and because he went into the study and didn't come out for so long, she walked over to take a look. What's wrong with you? Yang Yi had already noticed Murphy's movement when she walked over. He raised his head and saw Murphy's concerned gaze. Nothing. Yang Yi collected his thoughts and smiled at Murphy. But, come here. Why are you secretly making phone calls? Murphy muttered, but still obediently walked over. Yang Yi pulled her into his arms, then pinched her nose and asked dotingly, why didn't you listen to me? I told you that I would help you solve it. Why did you secretly go and confess to Niu Miling? Hey, you know? Murphy's face revealed an awkward expression. You suddenly told Niu Miling, making me very passive. But you told me to tell Sister Ling directly. Murphy said unconvinced. You can't blame me. I told you to tell Sister Ling directly? Yang Yi was stunned. Murphy repeated what Yang Yi said that day. Okay, I didn't express it well and made you misunderstand. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What I meant was that I would find someone to talk to Niu Miling directly about this problem, not you. Then isn't it very troublesome now? Sigh, I told Sister Ling directly and she was very angry. I feel like I messed things up again. Murphy looked at Yang Yi worriedly. It's a bit troublesome, but fortunately, the person I found should be reliable. He should be able to help us make peace. Yang Yi rubbed Murphy's head and smiled as he comforted her. He didn't tell Murphy any more details because he didn't need her to touch too much on the dark side of human nature. Since they were going to leave, it was better to leave a good memory. Why do I always do bad things with good intentions? Murphy blamed herself. Don't worry, don't you still have me? Even if you poke a hole in the sky, I can help you fix it. Xianxia laughed. Murphy's heart was filled with sweetness, but she still shook her head and said, I don't want you to always wipe my ass. I'm not a 3-year-old child. In the future, I should try my best to pay attention and not bring trouble to everyone. Actually, trouble isn't very important. I have a strong interest in the action of wiping my ass. Xianxia chuckled. You want to die? In broad daylight. He didn't have to care about those messy things for the time being. In the evening, Xianxia went to the kindergarten to pick Xianxia up. The little girl was too concerned about Xiaoguai and the other cats. She talked about them with her friends today. So when Xianxia picked up Xianxia at the kindergarten, he was surrounded by Yang Luoqi, Lan Xian, and a few other concerned children. They said with concern, Uncle Yang, you have to buy good food for Xiaoguai to get better soon. After returning home, Xianxia greeted her mother, lifted her little skirt, and hurried to the living room. Meow. Xiaoguai now knew how good its little owner was. As soon as it saw her, it jumped down from the cat tree, raised its round Elizabeth collar, and meowed pitifully. Xiaoguai, are you okay? Cici gathered her skirt and hugged it in her arms. She squatted down and stroked little Guai's head with a worried frown. Meow. Xiaoguai rubbed its head against its little owner's palm. Its big round face looked simple and honest. The British Shorthair's expression was not as rich as other cats, but it still used its weak meow to win Xixi's love. Seeing Xiaoguai being stroked so comfortably, Little Grey also jumped down from the sofa. Its tail curled up and curled around its little owner's arm. Dodo was a female cat. Its recovery period was longer than that of a male cat, so it was still lying lazily on the cat tree. It only raised its head to take a look. They're fine now. I could have taken off the cover at noon, but I had to wait until you came back, so I delayed it until now. Xianxia put down his daughter's school bag and said with a smile. On the other side, Murphy also took out a pair of scissors and handed it to Xianxia. Xiaoguai was lying on the ground by itself. Xianxia saved himself the trouble and held it down, ready to start. Xiaoguai might still have some trauma after the surgery. When it was held down by Xianxia, it nervously struggled. It's okay, it's okay. I just want to help you open this cover. Xianxia had to stroke its fur to comfort it. Xianxia nervously squatted beside her father and stared at him. She said worriedly, Papa, be gentle. Don't hurt Xiaoguai. Xianxia smiled and said, how could that be? Look. Removing the Elizabeth collar was easy. There was no need for scissors. Xianxia only needed to tear off the Velcro and remove the collar from little Guai's head. After taking it off, Lil Guai was still not used to it. It was just like when he first put it on. It twisted its head, feeling as if something was missing. However, the feeling of freedom was still good. Xiaoguai was a little restless and wanted to get up and move around. Not yet. I still need to untie your cat pants. Murphy quickly helped to comfort the little guy. The cat pants were actually tied up with gauze. Xianxia was afraid that Xiaoguai would break free, so he tied a dead knot. Now that its mission was completed, Xianxia cut it with scissors and then pulled it back. The whole gauze came off. Is it done? Xianxia saw that Xiaoguai had returned to its original state. Her mood was finally a little better. She asked nervously. Xianxia let go of Xiaoguai's hand and patted its back. He smiled and said, okay, go play with it. But you still have to be careful. Don't let it scratch you. Xiaoguai won't scratch me. Xianxia pouted and said unhappily, Xiaoguai is very obedient. Xianxia still wanted to see how Xiaoguai was recovering, so he was not in a hurry to untie the next cat. Instead, he looked at it with concern. Xiaoguai shook its body and stood up comfortably. Of course, it was still a little uncomfortable to walk normally again. When it walked, its body was slanted. It was also very smart. It rubbed against Xixi's feet and wriggled around. Hee, Xiaoguai is done. Xixi saw that her cat was alive and kicking, and her worries were finally swept away. The little girl revealed a bright smile. Looking at the little girl smiling with her eyes and mouth wide open, she really looked like a little angel. Meow. Xiaoguai raised its head and meowed at its little owner. Seeing that Xi and Xiao Guai were having fun, and that Xiao Guai did not show any abnormalities, Yang was relieved. He got up and grabbed Xiao Gui. Xiao Gui was a little afraid of this poop picker. When it saw Yang coming over, it wanted to hide, but it was no match for Yang. As soon as it jumped away, it was caught in the air by Yang's big hand. Then Yang grabbed the fur behind its neck and brought it back. Xiao Gui is getting more and more naughty. Murphy looked at Xiao Gui, who was still twisting around. She smiled and complained to Yang, out of the 3 cats, it's the least clingy. I wanted to play with it, but it ignored me. It forgot that I was the one who saved it and even gave it a name. Cats are like this. How many cats will take the initiative to get close to people? Xiao Guai is an exception, but even if it's Xiao Guai, it doesn't seem to care about Xi all the time. As Yang and Murphy talked and laughed, they had already untied Xiao Gui. Next, it was Dodo's turn. The queen cat did not struggle. It just looked at the poop picker lazily, then narrowed its eyes and let Yang untie its Elizabeth collar. It was as if everything was natural, and Yang was supposed to serve it. Yang cut open the cat's pants with ease as he continued to talk to Murphy. Compared to cats, dogs are much more loyal. In a few months, I'll go back to my hometown and pick up the dog that Xi ordered. You'll definitely like it. I actually prefer cats. My papa's farm has a lot of dogs. They're all very scary. When they stand up, they're as tall as a person. Murphy said with lingering fear. The type of dog at home can't grow that big, and it's very obedient. If you ask it to lie down, it will lie down. I hope it can be more obedient and not be very fierce. Murphy snickered and said, otherwise, when the cats and dogs at home fight, there won't be peace. What you said is possible, but it seems that dogs are bullied by cats. Yang thought of the videos on the internet in his previous life where dogs were bullied by kittens that were several times smaller than themselves. While they were talking, Yang had already helped Dodo take off the cat's pants. Dodo slowly walked back and jumped onto the cat tree. Its posture was still very strong, which meant that it might just be lazy, but it did not recover slowly. At this time, Xi ran over with her plastic shoes squeaking. She anxiously shook her father's hand and said, Papa, look, is Xiao Gui sick? What's wrong with Xiao Gui? Yang and Murphy walked over and saw Xiao Gui hiding in the corner. It nestled on the soft cotton cushion, turned over like a human, and then lowered its head to look at its slightly red buttocks. Perhaps it heard the movement of its owner, so it raised its head, looked at its owner, then lowered its head again and stretched out its paw to touch it. Meow. Xiao Gui raised its head again, looked at its owners with a confused face, and opened its mouth to meow. Yang and Murphy's expressions were a bit strange. They looked at each other and saw that each other was trying to hold back their laughter. Xiao Gui lowered its head to lick the part of its operation, but it was obviously not right. The place where the 2 balls used to be was now flat like the name of a certain princess. Ow! Xiao Gui raised its head again, as if it was in despair, and it meowed again. How sad this meow was. The meow was nothing, but what was interesting was its big round face and its sitting posture. Murphy finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mom, what's wrong with Xiao Gui? She didn't understand, and she still asked worriedly. Nothing. Yang saw that Murphy was laughing so hard that she turned her head away in embarrassment, so he helped to explain, it just realized that something about itself is missing, so it's a bit sad. Ah? She blinked her big eyes in confusion. Just like your doll, if it's missing, you'll be sad too. Yang gave an example, don't worry, cats are very adaptable, they'll get used to it in 2 days. She understood, but the little girl turned her head to look at Xiao Gui who was doubting its life as a cat, and seemed to be a bit emotional. She sadly said to her father, Papa, what's missing about Xiao Gui? Can you help it find it? Yang looked at his daughter, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and really didn't know how to answer. Could this thing be found? Even if it was found, could it be put back? Fairy Tale was really popular. After half a week of screening, the mainstream media couldn't ignore its influence. They began to report on this video that was labeled as the first microfilm. Because of the mainstream media's coverage, Fairy Tale had more than 10 million views after 5 days of screening. In this era, this number still had a very significant meaning. Of course, a microfilm like Fairy Tale wasn't about money. It couldn't be loved by everyone. There would be praise, but there would also be slander. In the mainstream media's reports, there were many doubts, attacks, and denials. The graphics are rough, the actors' acting skills are average, and the plot is created to make people cry. How did Fairy Tale become popular? Is it because of a song by Mu Xiang? Fairy Tale lacks the qualities of a good film, whether it's in terms of ideology or artistry. For example, Monthly Movie Magazine bluntly stated that Fairy Tale wasn't a movie at all. It was just a music video that used the gimmick of a movie. There was even a former art film director who was now a professional film critic and producer, Lu Chun, who criticized the competition organized by microbroadcasting in his column. A 10-minute microfilm can't possibly be made into a movie. It's at most a skit. Please don't use it as a movie. However, Fairy Tale became more and more popular under the mainstream media's doubts. Many people registered microbroadcasting accounts just to watch the video. After watching it, even if they didn't praise it, they tried their best to defend Fairy Tale. For the first time, there was a confrontation between the mainstream media and online public opinion. What was surprising was that the mainstream media, which was originally considered a regular army, could not shake the motley crew. On the contrary, the momentum of online public opinion was getting stronger and stronger. The reputation of Fairy Tale was gradually established by word of mouth. The microfilm competition organized by Weibo also caught the attention of many young people who were interested in making movies. Putting aside those small fries for the time being, some young directors and actors who were full of talent but had nowhere to display their talents at schools such as Beijing Film Academy, Jiangqing Media University, Shanghai Drama Academy, and so on, who had directing and performing majors, were eager to make a move. The highest prize was 1 million yuan, moreover, it was just a microfilm. This wasn't a high requirement, therefore, many people called their friends and gathered together to write the script. Since they wanted to win the championship, they had to do their best. Of course, although the mainstream media was scolding, they could not represent the opinions of the entertainment industry. There were many people with foresight in the entertainment companies, agencies, and even record companies. They abandoned their prejudices and saw the excellence of Fairy Tale. Qin Wen, who had already signed with an agency, could still get a little piece. However, Guozi, the male lead, and the director, Du Yuanlei, were harassed by a lot of talent scouts and agents who came out of nowhere. When they found out that they had not signed with an agency, they were like wild dogs chasing after them. It's too scary. They've all come to my dormitory, so I can only come to the coffee shop to avoid the limelight. On Saturday, Guozi stayed in the cafe to chat with Ding Xiang and Yang Huan. Of course, he was also forced by Ding Xiang to serve coffee to the customers. It just so happened that Lin Muan had gone to a competition today, and the coffee shop was short of manpower. Usually, Lin Muan, the pianist, would take on the role of a waiter. Why didn't you agree to sign the contract? It's such a good opportunity. Yang Huan said with a smile. I don't want to sign with an agency and be cheated. Guozi was a little smart. He smiled and said, didn't Brother Yang tell me about 1,000 Miles Chuanchu's experience last time? Let me tell you, Rong Huada's agency also approached me. I didn't know how disgusting they were at that time. Ding Xiang said with concern, fortunately, you didn't sign the contract at that time. The reason I didn't agree at that time was that they wanted me to be a singer. But I don't like being a singer. I like acting in movies. Let me tell you, actors have to keep a low profile. They can't appear in the media every day, so that the audience can maintain a sense of freshness when they see you on the screen. Guozi couldn't stop talking. Otherwise, when everyone accepts your usual character, they will think that your role in the movie is very fake. Yang Huan patted Guozi's shoulder casually and said with a smile, that's right. Take you for example. I know that you're very funny, but Sister Ding Xiang and I both thought that your role as Ah Guang was very fake. You're not the kind of quiet person who doesn't speak a word. If you didn't speak, you would have been suffocated to death. Guozi smiled but didn't say anything. Ding Xiang was still thinking about the previous topic. She pulled Yang Huan's hand and said, Huan, you're going to be an actress in the future. You must be careful. Don't be cheated by others. If a girl is cheated, the consequences will be more serious. Yang Huan's right hand formed a claw, palm facing up, and then clenched tightly into a fist. She waved it proudly and said to Ding Xiang, "Sister Ding Xiang, don't worry. I'm not afraid. If anyone dares to cheat me, I'll beat him up with one punch. Come on, don't be so naive. In today's society, it's not an era where you can solve problems with your fists. Besides, no matter how big your fists are, if someone really wants to trick you, they can do whatever they want after drugging you. It's better to be careful." Guozi had heard a lot of such stories in the film and television base in Beijing. Although it was inconvenient for him to talk about it in detail, he still told Yang Huan directly. Yang Huan was stunned. She was inexperienced and didn't expect it to be so complicated. Hearing this, Ding Xiang looked at Yang Huan worriedly and said, Huan, I think Xiaogui is right. Don't let your guard down. But Sister Huan, you don't have to worry too much. Guozi smiled and said, don't you have your brother and sister-in-law? Why don't you just sign with some unknown agency? Just sign with your brother and sister-in-law's studio. With them watching over you, you don't have to worry about those dirty things. Yang Huan asked in confusion, my brother and sister-in-law's studio? Isn't that their own studio? How can they sign with others? Besides, don't they specialize in singers? Guozi rolled his eyes and said, the nature of a studio is actually an agency. It's just a small one. Who says that individual studios can't sign with other stars? There are a lot of similar situations in the entertainment industry. However, only the studios of famous people are willing to work with them. Moreover, they won't sign with other stars casually. They also need to make money. As for the crossover issue, you don't have to worry about it. The micro-movie Fairy Tale is being released under the studio's name. Guozi smiled and said, Sister Murphy is indeed an independent artist, but Brother Yang is different. He doesn't only know how to write songs. He can also write scripts. Didn't he write a script for Director Du? I still want to wait for Director Du to finish studying the script and see if I can get a role. Ding Xiang suddenly interrupted Yang Huan when she was deep in thought. She said to Guozi, why don't you consider signing with Brother Yang's studio? He won't trick you. That's right. Guozi hadn't thought about it yet. He was also deep in thought. At this moment, Yang Yi came back from planting flowers with Xixi and Murphy. Guozi, it's already noon and you still don't want to go back to the dormitory. Don't tell me you want to sneak into the girls' rented apartment? The idea of planting flowers was suggested by Murphy. In the past few days, Mo Fei had been idling at home. She found that the flower bed outside the coffee shop, after a winter's destruction, the flowers inside were scattered. It was no longer as blooming as before, and even weeds had grown in many places. Thus, Murphy suggested that the family use this weekend to take care of the flower garden. Yang Yi readily agreed, and he was also very happy to organize such a family activity, so this morning, Xixi, who was going to participate in the work, was armed by her father. The little girl was wearing long water shoes, denim suspenders, and a towel the same style as the old workers was tied around her neck. She wore a sun hat on her head, and the pink little fairy suddenly turned into a pure and lovely little village girl. But she still thought that this outfit was very interesting, and giggled nonstop in the morning. Before planting flowers, they had to remove the weeds and loosen the soil. This labor was taken care of by Yang Yi, and Murphy helped to dig out the flowers that were still alive, and put them aside with the soil. Of course, Xixi was still given a small piece of the task field, which was full of weeds. The little girl was very excited, and she did not feel tired at all. She waved her little hoe with all her might, and plowed that piece of land as if it had been dug by dogs. When Xixi went on stage, Yang Yi naturally did not dare to relax, and he carefully watched from the side, afraid that the little girl would swing the hoe and hit his foot. Although it was a child's hoe, the handle was made of hard plastic, and the blade was made of wood, and the blade was blunt, but it was still heavy, and it would be terrible if it hit his head or foot, but the little girl was very happy, and she tirelessly turned that small piece of land upside down. Okay, that's enough. Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled his daughter. Dad, let me play for a while, okay? Let me help you, okay? The little girl pointed at the piece of land that her father had not finished, and said expectantly. That won't do. This hoe can't be used for too long. In a while, it will break. Don't you want to keep it as a souvenir? Xianxia said with a smile. She looked at the hoe with the cartoon sticker on it and then at her father's field. After some hesitation, she chose to cherish it. Okay. Come over here and help Mom hold this flower. Mom wants to change the soil for it, Murphy chimed in. She gave Xianxia another small task. Seeing Xianxia and the others working, Ding Xiang and Yang Huan wanted to come out and help, but they were rejected by Xianxia. There was no need to make a big fuss over such a small garden. Moreover, Xianxia intended to treat this as a family activity and let Xianxia experience the joy of working. Xianxia used a rake to loosen the soil in the flower bed. At the same time, he sorted out the stones and grass mixed in the soil. When Xianxia finished, he turned his head and saw Xianxia was focused on helping her mother hold the stems of the flowers. Murphy, on the other hand, was clearing the soil around the flowers that were dug out from the flower bed, leaving only the moist soil around the roots. The little girl squatting on the ground was very serious. There was no smile on her little face, and her little mouth was slightly open, as if she had forgotten to close it. Murphy did not care about her image at all. She was kneeling on the soil with one knee, tilting her head and using a small broom to tidy up the soil around the roots of the flowers. If her hair was not tied up, it would probably be hanging to the ground. Perhaps she did not notice when she was wiping her sweat, but Murphy's face was also stained with some soil. She looked like a completely different person from the gorgeous, high-spirited star on the stage. Now Murphy, like Xianxia, was like a beautiful village girl, but in Xianxia's eyes, their image was also very beautiful, very real, and pitiful. Finally, Murphy was done. She clapped her hands, raised her head with a smile, and said, I've made you wait for a long time. Now, let's plant the flowers. Xianxia came back to his senses at this time. He walked over, took off the towel around his neck, and wiped the soil on Murphy's face. He said softly, You've worked hard. How is it hard? I'm very happy. Xianxia showed off his love with Murphy outdoors in front of his daughter. Murphy was happy in her heart, but she was still a little embarrassed, so she whispered. Papa, you don't say that I've worked hard. Look, I'm so dirty. She felt that her hands were dirty, but she did not know where to wipe them. She also liked to be clean, so she was reluctant to wipe them on her denim suspenders. Now that she saw that her father was busy wiping her mother's face and ignoring her, she pouted and said unhappily. Xianxia could not help laughing. He came over with a towel and said lovingly, Okay, I'll wipe it for you now. You've worked hard too. When planting flowers, Xianxia and the others did not need to rush the progress. They could take their time. Therefore, they did not need to be in charge of which piece of land like before. Instead, they arranged the process of planting flowers according to the difficulty of the work. Xianxia was responsible for digging the hole and filling the soil behind, while Murphy was responsible for carrying the flower plants and planting them. Of course, the flowers here, in addition to the original flower plants, also included the artificially cultivated flower seedlings that Xianxia bought at the flower and bird market yesterday. Murphy had her own ideas about the layout. As for Xianxia, she was responsible for flattening the soil that her father had filled and then watering it. He saw the little girl running around happily with her little shower head in her hand. After her parents finished planting the flowers, she used her cute water boots to flatten the soil next to the flower plants. Then she took 2 steps back and carefully watered them with the sprinkler, as if she was worried that the water would spill on her beautiful water boots. The sprinkler was not big enough. After all, it was for children. After watering it once, she had to go to the bucket next to her to fill it with water. The weather was still a little cold, and the water in the bucket was also very cold. In the morning, Xianxia was frozen once. The cold made the little girl grimace in pain when she wanted to wash her hands. Therefore, every time Xianxia filled the bucket with water, she had to be careful and try to avoid direct contact with the water in the bucket. But accidents were always inevitable. Wow! Xianxia grabbed the shower head and didn't notice that she had raised it a little. As a result, a stream of water flowed down and dripped onto the little girl's hand through the handle of the shower head, causing Xianxia to exclaim in surprise. What's wrong? Murphy looked at her worriedly. However, the little girl giggled. She walked over with the sprinkler and told her mom about it as a joke. "Mom, let me tell you. When the water fell, I thought it would be very cold, but it wasn't. I got a fright. It turned out that after the sun rose, the water in the bucket was not as cold as before. Moreover, after the sprinkler, the temperature was obviously not as low as before. She gave herself a fright." After Murphy figured it out, she laughed too. She rolled up Shishi's wet sleeves and said, "You didn't scare yourself, but you scared Mom." Amidst such laughter, the family worked for the whole morning and finally renovated the flower bed. However, the results could not be seen yet. Apart from a small area where the presbyopia was planted, the flowers in the other areas were still in the state of seedlings. It would probably take a few more weeks for them to bloom. But looking at the neatly arranged flower bed, not only was Mo-Fei very happy, but Yang also felt a lot better. It was because the number of flower seedlings he bought was correct. It was just enough to plant even rows and even columns. Although the flower bed was not square, this neat arrangement made people feel very comfortable at first glance. When they returned to the coffee shop, Yang was about to take Murphy and Shishi to the bathroom in the back to wash their shoes and hands before going upstairs. However, when he saw Guozi hiding in the coffee shop, he became alert. "Guozi, it's already noon, and you're still not willing to go back to the dorm. Don't tell me you're thinking of sneaking into a girl's rented apartment again?" Yang was both teasing and warning him, his eyes flashing dangerously. Guozi shuddered and quickly smiled. "No, I'm just chatting with Sister Xiang. I'm going to ask her to have lunch at the cafeteria, and then we'll go our separate ways." "Big brother, we were just talking about management companies. Those management companies are especially unreliable now, and Xiaogua is worried that she'll run into companies like Ronghuada that ruin her youth." Yang Huan was more eloquent, and she spoke directly. Speaking of this, Murphy felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't know how to evaluate Tian Mei when she was still there, so she smiled and said to Yang Huan and the others, "I'll take Shishi to wash her hands first. You guys can continue chatting." Ding Xiang took out a plate of cookies from the cabinet, smiled and winked at Shishi, and said, "Shishi, hurry up and wash your hands. You can eat cookies later. Sister Ding Xiang and Aunt Huan just baked them." Shishi's eyes lit up. She tiptoed and wanted to take a look, but she couldn't reach the plate. She asked, "Is it a bear cookie?" The bear biscuits that Sisi was talking about weren't the bear biscuits from his previous life. Instead, it was a model of a bear that Ding Xiang had made by herself. Then, she used this model to make the biscuits. When the biscuits were baked, the bear's face could be seen. It was very cute and was also Sisi's favorite. "Of course, I know. This is your favorite." Ding Xiang picked up a cookie and shook it. "Hee, then wait for me to come back." The little girl hurriedly grabbed Mom's hand and ran to the bathroom. "Mom, I want to eat cookies." "Hurry up and wash your hands." On the other side, Guozi was envious. He reached out his hand and said, "Why didn't you tell me you made cookies earlier? I'm starving to death." However, Ding Xiang slapped his hand away and smiled. "You can't eat yet. This is for Shishi. It's only your turn after Shishi finishes eating." Yang Huan, however, continued the topic excitedly. "Big brother, aren't you and sister-in-law going to open a studio? Can you sign Xiaogua in there? Xiaogua won't be cheated by the management company." This was also one of the reasons why Guozi had not considered those film companies before. Yang Yi took it as Yang Huan's provocation. He frowned and scolded, "Don't mess around. Guozi has his own choice. Don't give him any advice. Besides, Murphy and my studio is specially set up for Murphy. How can we afford to sign others? Take Guozi for example. He wants to film a movie. If he has a powerful management company, they can give him more support." That was awkward. Yang Yi's intention was very clear. In the future, the studio called Fei EC would be dedicated to serving Mo-Fei. Even Yang Yi would only be helping Mo-Fei write songs. Even the position of music producer had been prepared for Jin Yingming, who had been invited over. Murphy was the only artist in the whole studio. Yang Huan wasn't convinced. She said, "But if I make my debut in the future, will will you sit back and do nothing? What if I'm fooled by those scammers? It's still early for you to make your debut. When it's your turn, we'll help you slowly choose. You don't have any experience now, do you? If you want to talk about singing, I can recommend you and Xiaogua. Tianxiang Records in Harbor City is good. It's the big company that Xianxia works for. They also do business in the mainland. But when it comes to acting, let alone me, even your sister-in-law will be at a loss. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That was the truth. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. We'll see. Guozi was worried that the siblings would argue, so he waved his hand and said. At this moment, Cici ran out of the bathroom. The little girl had just washed her hands and washed away the mud on her water shoes. She slid out of the bathroom in her water shoes with a squeak. Shishi, you didn't wipe your shoes clean. You stepped on the water on the floor. Your daddy will spank you later. Murphy's voice came from the bathroom. Hee hee, hee hee. The little girl didn't care so much. She smiled mischievously and ran to the bar. It's okay. I'll wipe it. Ding Xiang said quickly. Sister Ding Xiang, I'll do it. Yang Huan rushed to do it. She climbed up her father's legs and into his arms. Daddy's hands are dirty. Be careful. Yang Yi could only protect his daughter with his palms and arms, for fear that she would fall. Cici naughtily stuffed her still wet little hands into her father's neck, then giggled and said, Papa, look, isn't it cold? The water is so cold. Yang Yi knocked his daughter's head with his forehead and said, You're so naughty. You're freezing yourself, and now you're freezing your daddy. It's sharing. She laughed so hard that she was convulsing. When she was done, she turned around and reached for the cookie on the plate. Ding Xiang served her a glass of freshly made milk and said with a smile, Milk with cookies is the most delicious. Shouldn't you say something? Yang Yi reminded the little girl who was busy eating. Thank you, Sister Ding Xiang. The little girl's mouth was full, so she could only say vaguely. Guozi wasn't affected at all. He pitifully said to Ding Xiang, I want to eat too. Everyone has a share. Ding Xiang rolled her eyes at him, annoyed and amused. Then, she poured him a glass of milk as well. I mean cookies. Guozi shouted. Then you have to ask Shishi. Ding Xiang laughed. Shishi blinked her big eyes. Before Guozi could say anything, she took a piece and handed it to him. Uncle Gua, you should eat too. Hee hee, Shishi is still the best. Guozi said happily. At this moment, Murphy came out of the bathroom. Yang Huan had taken the opportunity to complain to her when she was wiping the floor and getting a mop. Huan just told me that Xiaogua wants to join our studio. Murphy sat beside Yang Yi. She smiled at Ding Xiang, who brought her milk, and then said to Yang Yi, I don't think it's a big deal. It's so fun to work hard towards our dreams together. Yang Yi said with a bit of hesitation, but this studio is for you. Besides, there are only a few people in our studio, and Imo Shaowan is the only agent. How can we be so busy? He was still a little confused. Murphy knew Yang Yi better and knew what he was thinking. She laughed. That's easy to solve. You can open another management company and sign contracts with like-minded friends. Then, our studio will be affiliated with this company. It doesn't matter if we make money or not, as long as we can do what we like together. Isn't that enough? Since Yang Yi wanted the studio to belong to the two of them, they would keep the studio and start a company outside of it. Murphy was indeed a little presumptuous, but it wasn't impossible. As long as there was no profit, it wouldn't hurt their relationship. As for the agent, that's easy. Shaowan wants to learn from Sister Ling. Of course, it's not because she's bad, but because she wants to learn the management knowledge of a big company and the operation of a management company. In the future, I'll change my agent and train a new one. If Xiaogua and Huan come, we can train more agents and let them grow together with Xiaogua and Huan. Mo Fei even pointed at Ding Xiang with a smile and said, I think Ding Xiang is very suitable to be an agent. She is such a nice person and knows how to take care of people. Xiaogua is careless and needs Ding Xiang to take care of him. These words stunned Yang Yi and Guozi. Ding Xiang blushed and waved her hand. How can that be? I'm not cut out to be an agent. Ding Xiang didn't expect that she would be dragged into the water without doing anything. She thought that Murphy was joking and said embarrassedly, I know nothing about the entertainment industry. I can't be a manager. Mo smiled and said, didn't you major in electronic media? You already have a professional background. Moreover, who knows the entertainment industry like the back of their hand from the beginning? The company will also train you. My cousin, Xiaowan, came back from abroad and was also blinded. Didn't she have to practice for a few years before she could do it well? I think it's a good idea. Guozi said excitedly. Sister Ding Xiang, if you become my manager, I promise that I won't treat you badly. I'll treat you well every day. It's you who wants to eat and drink well every day, right? Yang Huan held Ding Xiang's hand and snorted. You want our sister Ding Xiang to be your cook? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Yang Yi reacted at this time and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, you guys want to kidnap the #1 waitress in our shop with just a few words? What about our coffee shop? It's just talk now. It depends on Ding Xiang's wishes. But you can't always let her be a waitress. Ding Xiang also needs space to develop, Murphy said. The adults' heated discussion didn't affect Xishi at all. The little girl was eating her bare biscuits with relish. There was milk foam on her mouth and biscuit crumbs on the front of her blue jeans. Ugh. The little girl burped loudly. She couldn't help but smile at the noise. She felt that it was very fun. You ate so much? Yang Yi only noticed it at this time and said in surprise, you can't eat any more biscuits. You won't even want to eat lunch later. Yang Yi pulled her daughter's hand back, and Mo Fei also wiped her mouth with a tissue, and then let the little girl play on the side. She didn't pester her and asked for more biscuits. She had eaten 4 or 5 bare biscuits just now and was satisfied. Yang Yi and the others continued to talk about Murphy's proposal to open a new management company. For this, Murphy directly called Mo Xiaowan and let her participate in the discussion. That's a good idea. Mo Xiaowan felt that she was going to be a big sister and was very excited. She said, actually, the staff of our studio is prepared according to the standards of a management company. In addition to recruiting and training a new batch of managers, we also have to. But for now, Xiaogua, you're the only one. With the current size of the company, we can take care of both sides. In the future, if you want to sign Huan Huan and Qianli Chuanshu, we can follow Tua Chang's team. Let's not talk about Qianli Chuanshu. I'm helping them because of fate. If they can successfully terminate their contracts, they can decide which company they want to sign with, Yang Yi argued. Then, brother-in-law, you won't sit by and watch them jump from one fire pit to another, right? Mo Xiaowan said with a smile. Let's not talk about them. Xiaogua, you should have signed a contract and debuted long ago. You already have a few songs. I remember that other than Fairy Tale, brother-in-law also wrote University Days for you. Many people online are clamoring for you to quickly release this song. Guozi helplessly emphasized again, Sister Xiaowan, I'm an actor, not a singer. I'm not interested in being a singer. Then you can just release a single as a plaything. It's not like you're really going to be a singer. In the entertainment industry, it's not uncommon for actors to cross over to sing. Your main job is still acting. Mo Xiaowan said with a smile. That's true. With that said, Guozi could accept it more. This matter was temporarily settled. After the discussion, the most enthusiastic one was Mo Xiaowan. She excitedly prepared to register a new company. The company's name was already set. It was called Yang Yi Brothers, which was the abbreviation of Yang Yi and his brothers' company. Because of this matter, Mo Xiaowan didn't have the time to complain about Mo Fei acting on her own initiative and laying her cards on the table with Sister Ling. However, at this time, Zhu was working hard to turn Murphy's bad move into a good one. In Zhu villa, Zhu's father, who had just returned from Australia, was eating and chatting with Niu Miling. Zhu's father was called Zhu Jingwei. He was the chairman of the leading company in the domestic food industry, Jingwei Group. Jingwei Group was similar to Waha in his previous life. They had a high market share in the beverage industry. Of course, Zhu was not his only son, so Zhu Jia could not inherit the tens of billions of assets by himself. Zhu Jingwei had 6 children and 5 sons. Zhu Jia was the second oldest. The other children all held important positions in Jingwei Group. Normally, they would fight openly and secretly, giving Zhu Jingwei a headache. Zhu Jia, on the other hand, had his own goals and did not fight. Zhu Jingwei liked him very much. Xiao Jia's performance has been pretty good recently. Although the song Mistress caused quite a bit of controversy, in the entertainment industry, controversy means hype and popularity. Now, Xiao Jia is famous all over the country. He's very promising. Niao Miling said with a smile. You should put in more effort on his side. If he can make a name for himself, the family will be happy to see it. In the future, I will leave Tianmei's shares to him. Zhu Jingwei nodded at Niao Miling. But I heard from Xiao Jia that your company has a female celebrity who wants to go her own way. What's her name? Niao Miling quickly said, Murphy. She wants to leave the company and open her own studio. I'm sorry, Jingwei, but Murphy is our company's current signboard. Her departure will indeed bring a huge loss to our company. Sister Mo Fei opened her own studio because she wanted to open a husband and wife store with her husband, Mu Ziang, who wrote songs for me. Zhu Jia, who was on the side, quickly explained, it's understandable. Those outsiders can do whatever they want. If they have to go through the procedures, then go through the procedures. If they have to pay according to the contract, then pay according to the contract. It's not a big deal. Even if it's a loss, I don't care about it. The most important thing is that you have to support Xiao Jia with more resources. I heard that you didn't help him get a song for an album? Zhu Jingwei said with dissatisfaction. Niao Miling nodded with a bitter smile and said, I understand. I will give him more resources in the future. That's right. Now that Murphy is gone, you have more energy to nurture Xiao Jia. I think this is a good thing. Xiao Jia also told me about your thoughts. There's no need to find trouble with her. How big is it? Zhu Jingwei smiled. And Mu Ziang also told me that he will continue to write songs for me, so we can't fall out with him. So, Auntie, you can't leak Mo Fei's photos out. Zhu Jia struck while the iron was hot and said. Niao Miling fell into silence. She actually still had some anger in her heart that she couldn't vent. Xiao Jia has also grown up over the years. It's right for him to have such thoughts. Miling, let me tell you. Doing business is the same as being a person. You can't offend everyone in a moment of anger. In this day and age, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. If she wants to leave, just let her go. Her man will write songs for Xiao Jia. In the end, it's not like we don't have any benefits. Zhu Jingwei persuaded. Niao Miling could ignore Zhu Jia, but Zhu Jingwei's position was extraordinary. She had to listen to his words and accept them respectfully. I understand. Jingwei, I won't find trouble with her. I'll listen to you and leave a way out. Niao Miling sighed. Time quietly entered March. The continuous spring rain began to invade the small city in Jiangnan, bringing about many inconveniences for people to travel. However, the drizzle in the air like willow catkins also added a bit of charm to the mountains and rivers in front and behind the coffee shop. Yang Yi came back from outside. In the car, he saw Murphy holding an oil paper umbrella in the flower bed, busily covering the delicate flower seedlings with plastic film. Of course, Yang Huan and Lin Muan were also wearing raincoats to help. Ding Xiang had classes on Monday morning. However, Yang Yi saw his wife in the crowd. The flowers had not bloomed yet, but the people here were more beautiful than the flowers. Perhaps it was because of this oil paper umbrella, or perhaps it was because of Mo Fei's graceful figure in the rain. Yang Yi actually thought of the beautiful modern poem Rainy Lane in his previous life. It was about the girl who held an oil paper umbrella, lost in her thoughts, and was full of sorrow and resentment. Of course, Murphy did not bear any grievances. She raised her head and saw Yang Yi coming out of the car. She waved happily and said, Yang Yi, come here. Help us pull the corner over there. Yang Yi smiled, walked over, and helped them. Back upstairs, Yang Yi helped Murphy take the umbrella to the balcony to hang it up. Murphy changed into her pajamas and ran to Yang Yi with a soft dry towel. Help me dry my hair. Mo Fei handed the towel over and looked at Yang Yi with sparkling eyes that were like gems. She smiled and said. In fact, she could dry her hair herself, but after confirming her relationship with Yang Yi, Murphy liked the feeling of the two of them sticking together. Yang Yi thought for a moment as he dried Murphy's hair. He said to her, "You can go to the company tomorrow without worry. The matter has been solved." What? Murphy did not react. I've already gotten someone to work on Niu Miling's mentality. She can calmly face your departure. Although she can't be completely relieved, at least she won't be as emotional as before. Yang Yi said gently. Really? Murphy turned her head in surprise and looked at Yang Yi. Yeah. I think it's rare that we can part on good terms. Yang Yi smiled. That's enough. I don't expect Sister Ling to treat me like before. I just hope that we don't become enemies. In the future, when we meet, we can still nod and say hello. That's enough. Mo Fei said gratefully. Thank you, hubby. Murphy turned around and hugged Yang Yi with tears in her eyes. Mo Fei didn't ask what method Yang Yi used. She was still a little smart in this regard. She knew that Yang Yi would tell her what he could, but if she asked what he couldn't say, it would only bring trouble to Yang Yi. Fool. Why are you thanking me? Isn't your matter my matter? Yang Yi smiled and gently patted Murphy's head. After comforting Mo Fei, who was a little emotional, Yang Yi came to the study and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Yang Yi stared at the USB and played with it for a while. He shook his head and placed it in a secret compartment on his bookshelf. Back in the morning, after Yang Yi sent Shishi to kindergarten, he went to the old place to meet Xianxia. Xianxia proudly told Yang Yi about his achievements, as if he was asking for credit. No, he was asking for credit. He even inserted the USB flash drive that Niu Miling had given to Xianxia into his laptop and showed him the scandalous information that he had painstakingly obtained. Boss Mu Xiang, this information alone is worth 500,000. Not to mention that my dad later gave my aunt some financial compensation. Xianxia waved his hand and said with a smile, but, this is nothing. Anything that can be settled with money is nothing? Boss, my performance this time was good, right? Of course, Yang Yi was very satisfied. Reward, what reward? Of course, it was not money. Xianxia was not short of money. Yang Yi gave the complete score and lyrics of that night to Xianxia. However, for the second song, Yang Yi only sang it once. He kept the score and lyrics for the time being. It is useless to give this song to you now. With your current singing skills, you can't control this song. If you give it to me, you will ruin it, Yang Yi said to Xianxia calmly. Xianxia liked the second song very much. Not only did the lyrics express sadness, which was similar to that night, but it was even better. More importantly, this song had a moving melody. It was unforgettable from beginning to end. It could be said that it was a climax from beginning to end, and it was irresistible. Yang Yi had used his hoarse voice to perform the song vividly. Xianxia, who was listening at the side, was so infatuated that he couldn't help but want to shout along. But Xianxia also understood that Boss Mu Xiang was right. This song was not something that he could control. He shouted along the whole song, and Xianxia couldn't even catch his breath. What should I do? Xianxia said with a sad face, Boss Mu Xiang, you can't not give this song to me. I feel that this song is tailor-made for me. Tailor-made? Yang Yi actually wanted to beat this joker to death, but he held it in. This guy was sometimes a little scoundrel and a little silly, but he was still useful at crucial times. Moreover, Yang Yi also thought that cultivating Xianxia was a very interesting thing. He wanted to see what Xianxia, this little white mouse, could achieve with the help of divine songs. Don't worry. As long as Murphy can leave Tianmei as usual, I will still give you this song. I, Mu Xiang, never go back on my words. Moreover, this is not the only time we are working together, Yang Yi said with a faint smile. Oh yeah, releasing these two songs separately is good for you. It can maintain the popularity for a long time. I suggest that from today onwards, you learn how to sing properly. When I give it to you, you will be able to sing it. Moreover, if you have some singing skills, I won't have to worry about you ruining my work if I have any songs for you in the future. Zhu Jia was a very impatient person. He couldn't listen to other people's nagging, especially when they advised him to learn how to sing. In the past, Du Luan was very tactful. When he saw that Zhu Jia was unhappy, he wouldn't mention it again. But now, Boss Mu Xiang's instructions, no matter how angry Zhu Jia was, he had to listen to him. Moreover, he really wanted to sing the second song. Just thinking about it made his heart itch. Moreover, when he thought about how he could sing this song on stage, and how the fans below the stage would be mesmerized and cheered, Zhu Jia became excited. He clenched his teeth and said, "Okay, Boss Mu Xiang, I will learn. When I go back, I will ask my aunt to find me a music teacher. I don't believe that I can't sing this song well." "Hello, your Sahara Express has arrived, please sign for it." At noon, a delivery man wearing a red Sahara Express jacket, black pants, and a red motorcycle helmet knocked on the door. Mu Yuqing, who had specially taken a day off to stay at home, finally received the package he had been looking forward to for a long time. "Thank you." Mu Yuqing took the pen and signed on the express receipt while smiling and saying, "You guys are doing well now, you even have clothes." The Sahara Express courier smiled shyly, nodded and said, "Yes, the company issued new clothes a week ago. From now on, you have to wear this set to work." "Just one set? Wear this 365 days a year?" Mu Yuqing caught the loophole in the courier's words and laughed. No, 3 sets, this is winter clothes, and there are 3 sets of summer clothes." The courier quickly explained. "Haha, I'm just kidding. Actually, I also read about your Sahara Express in the newspaper. It seems that there's a new boss, and everything is different now. Look at your spirit, it's improved a lot. You suddenly pulled away from other express deliveries." Mu Yuqing took the express box and gave the courier a thumbs up. After the Spring Festival, Sahara Online Mall announced a new appointment. Fu Jun would no longer be the CEO of Sahara Express, and the position of the person in charge of Sahara Express would be taken over by Li Long. Of course, Fu Jun was still Li Long's boss, and Li Long needed to report his work to Fu Jun. The name Li Long was still unfamiliar in China. However, his resume abroad was very exciting. Before he took over Sahara Express, he had worked for DNL, a famous international logistics company in the German Federation, for 10 years. Then, he became the head of the European branch of FEX International Express for 5 years. These 2 express delivery companies were giants in the express delivery industry. Of course, the domestic express delivery market was special and blocked. Although they also had business in China, the scale was far less than the several state-run express delivery companies in China. Of course, there was no need to go so far. Li Long was also an elite among the sea turtles. After being recruited by Sahara Express, he immediately transformed Sahara Express. It was also because the Sahara Express was young and energetic, coupled with Fu Jun's trust and support, that Li Long's philosophy could be instilled. First, the construction of the team. As Xianxia had proposed before, Sahara Express bought or eliminated all the miscellaneous troops that joined the team one by one. They also trained all the express delivery personnel in batches, strengthened discipline, and improved service attitude. This was the main reason why Sahara Express customer satisfaction rating gradually increased after the new year. Then, there was the establishment and maintenance of the brand. For example, the uniform clothing that Mu Yuqing saw now, and even the uniform change of transportation, etc. Of course, this required a large amount of investment. Even with Fu Jun's support, it was impossible to complete all the upgrades at once. Currently, only the uniform clothing had been changed. As for the transportation, it still needed to be upgraded gradually and in batches. Li Long was using advanced foreign concepts to bring the Sahara Express to a whole new level. Of course, Mu Yuqing wasn't interested in knowing more. He had only seen it in the newspaper and casually chatted with the delivery man. After the delivery man left, Mu Yuqing couldn't wait to close the door, open the box, and take out the book that he had been waiting for half a month, Journey by White Knight. Like the other one. 2 million fans who participated in the pre-order, Mu Yuqing was very curious about the content of this book. The cover was already very familiar, so there was no need to look at it again. Tearing the plastic film outside, Mu Yuqing opened it directly. The style of this book was very strange. There were no colored pages, and the overall color was either black or white. It was very strange. There was no table of contents. Turning to the second page, there was a line of small words, Chapter 1, which uncovered the first layer of fog of the story. However, Mu Yuqing was a little dumbfounded. He found that he did not understand the first chapter. It seemed to be about a police officer who walked into a crime scene to investigate, but the story was very detailed. It even included some trivial things like buying grilled shrimp pancakes before walking into the crime scene. Mu Yuqing was baffled by the dialogue, such as the building has become a children's playground. Later, the dialogue at the crime scene also confused Mu Yuqing, such as the victim was killed after eating, the holes in the belt were looser than usual, and so on. Were these clues given by Xianxia? Let us guess who the murderer is. Perhaps a real mystery novel fan would be able to find some clues, but Mu Yuqing was not at that level. He was not a real mystery novel fan, so he could only guess blindly. I think it should be the victim's wife. Her behavior was too strange. Even the police officer could tell that she was faking it. Mu Yuqing muttered to himself. However, he found a problem. This was a physical book, not a web novel. Even if he had some thoughts now, there was no book review section for him to display. Wait a minute, it wasn't that there weren't any. Mu Yuqing excitedly logged into his SNS account and asked in a fans prison break reader group, who's reading Xianxia's new book, Journey in the White Night. Come and discuss it. What? Xianxia released a new book? Why didn't I see it on the starting page? Mu Yuqing had no choice but to tell the other party the distribution address of White Night Parade and send the link over. However, if the order was placed now, it would probably take 2 or 3 days for the goods to arrive. This was only possible because of the Sahara Express. Old Mu, you're not being kind. Why didn't you share the good stuff earlier? You're only saying it now. Mu Yuqing's online username Mu Yuchen was quite famous among Xianxia's fans. His conversation with the netizen still blew up a lot of lurkers. They all started to blame Mu Yuqing and started to call their friends to go to the Sahara online mall to buy books. Old Mu, I also bought White Night. I just got it and I can't stop reading it. Come, let's discuss it quickly. I want to find someone to talk to. Finally, someone bought the book. With the first, there would be a second. Not long after, about 20 netizens who bought the book responded. However, in order to prevent them from spoiling the story in advance, under the strong request of the angry crowd, Mu Yuqing hurriedly created a small group and pulled the 20 or so people into it. Then, everyone began to discuss from the first chapter. Those who read quickly were not allowed to spoil the story. However, after Mu Yuqing raised his point of view, a senior mystery novel reader smiled and told Mu Yuqing, Old Mu, let me tell you, the murderer can't be the wife of the deceased. According to normal mystery novels, the more suspicious the suspect is at the beginning, the less likely it is to be the murderer. The real murderer is usually the most inconspicuous and least likely one, the other party said proudly. Then who do you think it is? It can't be Officer Chow, right? Mu Yuqing said unhappily. He's the least likely murderer. I can't guess that either. Don't you think that the deceased's family in the story is very depressing? His mother acted very strangely, and then the boy named Tong Shiliang was a little boy with the dark element. Could it be that his mother had an affair with the shop assistant with the surname Song, and then the shop assistant with the surname Song and his mother killed his father? Because Tong Shiliang found out about this, he acted so depressed? A netizen expressed his opinion. That's possible. Mu Yuqing felt that the possibility was very high. That's impossible. That person with the surname Song appeared too many times in the book. His behavior is too suspicious. Unless Xianxia's brain is damaged, it's impossible for him to reveal the murderer so quickly, the senior mystery novel reader retorted. Then how do you explain Tong Shiliang's mother's strange behavior? The netizen said unhappily. The other netizens also took sides and expressed their opinions, but no one could convince anyone. Let's stop arguing. Let's read the next chapter together, okay? I really want to know who the murderer is. Mu Yuqing could only stop them. This suggestion was unanimously approved by everyone. However, when they started to read the second chapter together, suspicions rose again. A woman suspected to be the victim's mistress surfaced. This woman was called Shi Wendai, and she had a very cute and beautiful daughter called Shi Xiaohui. Shi Xiaohui was Shi Wendai's daughter with her ex-husband, and she took her mother's surname. Shi Xiaohui was so sensible that it made one's heart ache, but her mother was not very reliable. Officer Cha's investigation gave Shi Wendai a motive for the murder, but Shi Wendai had an alibi. However, at this time another driver appeared in the investigation, and the character was actually Shi Wendai's boyfriend. Could it be that he and Shi Wendai worked together to kill the victim? That must be the case. After reading the second chapter, Mu Yuqing felt that he was very close to the truth. However, at this time Mu Yuqing did not want to immediately discuss it with the netizens. He hesitated for a moment, then flipped to the third chapter. I'll just take a look. If I know who the murderer is, I won't look anymore. Mu Yuqing decided to secretly break their promise, but he did not know that the same situation was happening to the other netizens. However, this one look made Mu Yuqing vomit blood. F***ck. Mu Yuqing could not help but exclaim on SNS. Someone replied faintly, "Old Mu, did you secretly read the third chapter? How did you know?" Mu Yuqing's face turned red. "Because I read it too." That person replied with a crying laughing emoji. There was a large group of resentful netizens who agreed. "I read it too, +1 I also want to say F***ck. Counting, all of them had gone back on their word. Mu Yuqing was happy, and he quickly typed, "Since everyone has read a little of the third chapter, let's discuss it. Since the driver is dead, could it be Shi Wendai? She wants to silence him." However, no one agreed with him. The netizen who asked him just now replied, "Old Mu, you only read a little of the third chapter?" "Yes." Mu Yuqing replied matter-of-factly. "Old Mu, you're reading too slowly. Hurry up and finish the third chapter. After I finish reading it, I don't think what you said is possible anymore." In order not to reveal any spoilers, the other party had carefully typed this sentence word by word. Mu Yuqing replied with 6 dots. He quickly turned off the computer screen and continued reading seriously. Mu Yuqing read this book very slowly. It was even slower than when he read online novels and other physical books. It was no wonder that his teammates complained about him. Of course, this was all Xianxia's fault. Who asked him to write so much? It took Mu Yuqing so much effort to read it the first time, and he had to be very serious. In the future, he might have to read it a second or third time. He felt that there were many details that he could not grasp. However, after reading the third chapter, Mu Yuqing really wanted to say, F***ck. Shi Wendai was also dead. She died of gas poisoning. All the evidence pointed to Shi Wendai committing suicide. However, Mu Yuqing's mind was in a mess. He couldn't help but turn on his computer screen and log on to SNS to discuss with the netizens. Shi Wendai didn't commit suicide, right? Why do I feel like Shi Xiaohui killed her? Mu Yuqing asked. I think it's possible. Xianxia's description here is too obvious. Shi Xiaohui asked the apartment manager to open the door. This alibi is too obvious. A netizen sighed and said. But I think it's hard to accept. Shi Xiaohui is such a sensible and cute little girl. How could she kill her mother whom she depended on for survival? Mu Yuqing hammered on the table and typed furiously. Maybe she found out about her mother's crime? The netizen replied with an answer that even he found hard to believe. That doesn't make sense. Mu Yuqing obviously didn't agree. At this moment, other people also participated in the discussion. There were different opinions, but no one could convince anyone. At this moment, the senior mystery novel reader from before appeared and interrupted, whether it's because Shi Xiaohui was dissatisfied with her mother's decadent lifestyle, or because Shi Xiaohui resented her mother's abuse, it's an irrefutable fact that Shi Xiaohui killed her mother. This affirmative tone aroused the doubts of many netizens, who asked him to provide evidence. Turn to page 49, the third paragraph. Do you see it? Every time she moved, a jingling sound came from her body. Then, the second paragraph on the next page, she nodded slightly, and a jingling sound came from her body. Do you know what that is? The senior mystery novel reader provided evidence and proudly kept them in suspense. What is that? Mu Yuqing was very curious. It must be the key. It should be the sound of keys colliding. She has a key on her body, the netizen said. How is that possible? That's not the sound of keys colliding. Many people expressed their doubts. However, these were not important. Mu Yuqing flipped to the last few pages of the third chapter and confirmed that Shi Shihuahui was a suspect. After all, the article was written too obviously. The dead person shouldn't be the murderer. The murderer must still be alive. Could the murderer be Shi Shihuahui? The senior mystery novel reader asked. How is that possible? How could a girl the size of a primary school student kill a strong adult? Wouldn't Tong Shiliang's father resist? Many netizens strongly refuted. Also, I don't think it's possible that Shi Shihuahui killed her mother. The only possibility is that her mother and the driver worked together to kill the deceased. Then, her mother killed the driver and committed suicide to escape punishment. She didn't want to bring trouble to her daughter. Was that really the case? Mu Yuqing couldn't help but want to read the next chapter. He really wanted to know who the murderer was. However, when he flipped to the next chapter, Mu Yuqing exclaimed, F***CK. In the next chapter, the story had jumped to a few years later. Shi Shihuahui was already a junior high school student. No, she should be called Tang Shihuahui now. She was adopted by her biological father's relative and changed her surname. And the previous case had become an unsolved case. Did it have to be so bad? Mu Yuqing sighed. He thought of Yang Yi's prison break. Although the style was completely different and Yang Yi had made a lot of changes, he could still see a trace of Yang Yi's shadow in the details. Every time the truth came to light, he would not let the readers have a good time. Gradually, there was no discussion in the discussion group because everyone was immersed in Yang Yi's story. Mu Yuqing didn't have time to talk about the plot. He continued to read chapter by chapter. When his stomach was growling at night, he remembered to order takeout. But when the takeout arrived, he casually took a few bites and continued to read. For this book, he forgot to eat and sleep. He only reached the last page in the middle of the night. In the end, he saw Tong Shiliang jump upstairs without hesitation. He saw Tong Shiliang insert the weapon that Officer Chow couldn't find in his chest, scissors. He saw Tang Shihuahui walk away as if she didn't know Tong Shiliang at all under Officer Chow's interrogation. Suddenly, Mu Yuqing burst into tears. His originally bloodshot eyes were covered with tears, and he could no longer see the words in the book clearly. Actually, in the middle of the book, Mu Yuqing had already identified the culprit. However, it wasn't until the last few chapters that Mu Yuqing understood the cause of everything. It was actually so dirty that it changed the future of two originally innocent and unaffected children. He also thought of the silhouette of a boy and a girl on the front and back of the book, as well as the sentence. I never had the son, so I'm not afraid of losing it. It turned out that Yang Yi had already told them the answer, but they had forgotten it. When his tears stopped flowing, Mu Yuqing realized that he still had lingering fears. Actually, he didn't like the two main characters at all, because Tong Shiliang and Tang Shihuahui were too dark. Their way of doing things was disgusting and terrifying. But Mu Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. In the whole story, as the murderers, they were indeed the victims. At the same time, Mu Yuqing was also touched by the abnormal love between Tong Shiliang and Tang Shihuahui. No matter what, they gave their hearts and souls to each other, and it was great. On the last page of the book, Yang Yi finally left a sentence of his own in the book. Due to the complexity of the human heart in today's society, children lack self-protection awareness and anti-aggression education. I hope that this book can sound the alarm to protect children from aggression, so that every child can have a carefree and sunny childhood. An ordinary father. Yang Yi has written a godly book. It's better than Prison Break and all the books he has written before. Is this logic something that a human can come up with? Mu Yuqing finally remembered that this book was written by Yang Yi. At that moment, he was shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Looking back at the novels that Yang Yi had published from last year until now, Mu Yuqing realized that Yang Yi's standards were gradually rising, and each book was better than the last. I'm really looking forward to his next book. Mu Yuqing was a little reluctant to close the book. Although he was very tired, and reading this book was also a huge mental torture, Mu Yuqing was still in a daze. But when is Yang Yi going to do a signing? This guy is too mysterious, isn't he? It would be great if he could come to Yangqing and do a signing. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he looks like. A few days after the release of White Knight, its sales figures were steadily rising due to pre-order readers' recommendations and Yang Yi's fan group's internal dissemination. However, it was worth mentioning that on the Sahara Online Mall's review page, it could be seen that the book was not a novel that everyone loved. The reviews were very polarized. Some gave it a very high rating. For example, many people sighed at Yang Yi's imagination and praised that the book would be a great work of mystery fiction. Others said that they could not read it at all because the book was too dark. The male and female protagonists were actually a little antisocial and anti-human. That was indeed the case. However, even the buyers who said that they could not read it rarely gave the book a low score. They still praised Yang Yi's writing skills and narrative ability. Not liking it was just a matter of personal preference. They did not deny the excellence of the book, therefore, although the influence of the book had not yet been brewed, its Sahara rating was already high. It was not worse than the two popular works, Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword. However, today, Sahara Publishing's deputy editor, Liu Benji, called Yang Yi. He did not talk about sales and reviews. Instead, he gave Yang Yi feedback on the recent readers' letters, saying that many readers hoped that Yang Yi would hold a signing event. The readers' curiosity about Yang Yi was bursting. I'm not holding a signing event. This is all an old matter. I don't like to show my face in public. Yang Yi still refused. Liu Benji was not very surprised. He had long known that Yang Yi would say that. Then, he talked about the new initiatives of the publishing house. Yang Yi had neglected to take care of his fan group before, so the current fan group was in a scattered state. This was actually a huge waste of resources. Now that Sahara Publishing was fully responsible for Yang Yi's literary affairs, they decided to help him integrate his fans and form an official fan group in place of Yang Yi. In other words, they would open a separate communication community for Yang Yi, similar to Tieba, to gather people and discuss Yang Yi's works or related issues here. This way, if Yang Yi released a new book in the future, it could also be promoted together. That's a good idea. What do you need me to do? Yang Yi agreed. Boss, we need you to take some time to interact with netizens in this communication community. Then, we will organize some activities. We may need you to provide some signed books, signed photos, and other rewards as support, Liu Benji said. Signed books are fine, but signed photos are out of the question, Yang Yi said, somewhat dumbfounded. I'm not a little girl. Why would I ask for autographed photos? This matter was settled just like that. After Yang Yi put away his phone, he smiled at Lan Caocai in front of him and said, I'm sorry, big brother Lan. Today, Yang Yi was called out by Lan Caocai. The two of them were going to take a look at the fitness center where Qin Shiyun's father, Qin Guqiang, was at. Last time, after climbing down the mountain, Lan Caocai asked Qin Guqiang what kind of fitness method a fat person like him should choose if he wanted to lose weight and maintain his health. Qin Guqiang recommended boxing to Lan Caocai. It was not that he wanted to boast, but boxing had indeed become the first choice of fitness for many rich people. This was because if it was a non-competitive type of boxing, it was not as scary as everyone thought. Practicing boxing could not only increase one's strength and improve one's reflexes, it could also promote the overall healthy development of the body. One had to know that boxing was a sport that required the use of both hands and feet, as well as the use of the whole body and the use of the brain. It was far more muscular than running, bench pressing, and other sports. Furthermore, unlike yoga and dance, which were more feminine, boxing was very manly, therefore, Lan Caocai's interest was piqued. He took some time out today to try out a boxing class. However, it would be too boring to play alone, so Lan Caocai dragged his good friend, Yang Yi, along. Because they were sitting in Lan Caocai's luxury car, everything Yang Yi said was heard by Lan Caocai. Lan Caocai gave a different opinion about Yang Yi's attitude. Little brother Yang. I think your attitude of not wanting to show your face in public is wrong. Lan Caocai poured a cup of iced yogurt drink for Yang Yi. These were all placed in the fridge of his luxury car. The back of the extended luxury car was like a small private room. Lan Caocai's fridge also had red wine and imported wine, but it was inconvenient to drink these today. What do you mean? Your wife is a big star, right? Although your relationship has not been made public, paper cannot cover the fire. There will be a day when the reporters will expose it. If you don't increase your fame now, when the public finds out, they will definitely think that you are living off a woman and not worthy of your wife. Lan Caocai and Yang Yi were straightforward and said without hiding anything. As long as two people have a deep relationship, they will not be affected by public opinion. Yang Yi said confidently. Moreover, we know our own situation. Why do we have to cater to the public's opinion? People are social animals. You live in this society, so it's impossible not to be affected. It's fine if a man is strong and a woman is weak, but if a man is weak and a woman is strong, men will always be laughed at. I don't know about Murphy, but when the time comes, I'm afraid you will be the first to suffer. Lan Caocai also saw Yang Yi as a brother, which was why he nagged so much. All right. Big brother Lan, I will seriously consider it and think of a way to solve it. Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, we're almost there. We should get ready to get off. What's the point of talking about this? Lan Caocai did not know about Yang Yi's real situation, but Yang Yi himself knew. He was Mu Xiang, a famous author, a big boss with a net worth in the hundreds of millions, and a transmigrator reborn. What man is weak and woman is strong? It doesn't exist. The fitness center that Chen Guoqiang worked at was located in the bustling area of Tingshan district. Not only was it very close to the luxurious area where Lan Caocai and the others lived, but it was also very close to several large buildings in Tingshan district. It specialized in the business of the rich, therefore, the scale of this fitness center was also very large. It had rented the second to sixth floors of a large building. Whether it was the normal fitness area or the areas for individual activities such as dance, yoga, and boxing, they all had their own separate floors. Chen Guoqiang came down to welcome them. He brought Lan Caocai and Yang Yi, as well as Lan Caocai's bodyguards, up to the boxing gym on the sixth floor. The entire floor was clear at a glance. There were no partitions, only fully equipped boxing rings. There were also some punching bags and pair balls for individual practice, as well as some simple back and arm training equipment. The main thing was still the boxing ring. There were many boxing trainers in the boxing gym, and the customers here were all people who could afford one-on-one private trainers. They trained directly on the boxing ring with the trainers. Not bad. Lan Caocai looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Yang Yi glanced at him and laughed in his heart. This guy probably saw that the equipment here was relatively new, so he made this judgment. After all, he was a visual animal. Yang Yi was more observant. He took a few glances and could see that the boxing trainers here were of different standards. Some were like Chen Guoqiang, who had some real skills and had participated in competitions. Some were probably rookies who had trained with trainers for 2 years, or had been sparring partners for others, and then applied to be trainers. Of course, in normal teaching, the average person would not be able to tell the difference in their standards, and they would not show the students actual combat. However, Yang Yi did not want to stop others from making money. Anyway, they had Chen Guoqiang's connections. When the time came, he could just ask him to help pick a good coach. Today's experience class was taught by Chen Guoqiang personally. Lan Caocai still showed a strong interest. He even bought a set of boxing clothes, took the bag from the bodyguard, and went to the changing room. Yang Yi, aren't you going to change? Chen Guoqiang asked with a smile while waiting for Lan Caocai. Yang Yi shook his head, smiled, and pointed at his inconspicuous sportswear. He said, this is fine too. It's just an experience. After a while, Lan Caocai came out of the changing room with a strong aura. He was like a real boxer, wearing red trousers, a red battle robe, and a hoodie. Come on! Lan Caocai shouted excitedly as he bumped his fists. However, Lan Caocai did not buy all the equipment for the first time, such as boxing gloves, headgear, and so on. He temporarily borrowed the boxing club's boxing gloves. He did not need the headgear because it was not time for actual combat. Chen Guoqiang taught him to put it on. Yang Yi also put on a pair of boxing gloves. After getting on the boxing ring, Lan Caocai took off his battle robe and handed it to the bodyguard below the ring. As soon as he turned around, Lan Caocai was shivering from the cold. As expected, he could not be handsome for more than 3 seconds, the temperature in spring was still a little low. Lan Xiaokai was only wearing a singlet boxing suit. His arms were exposed, and his white fat jiggled. However, such a thick layer of fat didn't have any protection against the cold. Come, do a warm-up exercise with me first. After you're done, your body will be warmed up, and you won't feel cold. Chen Guoqiang was experienced. He immediately led Lan Xiaokai to do a warm-up exercise. Yang Yi was at the side. He didn't put on airs. Since he was here to accompany Lan Xiaokai to experience the game, he also treated himself as a newbie and obediently followed along to warm up. Head movements, shoulder movements, and elbow movements were considered simple. However, when it came to the front and back leg movements, as well as the side leg movements, Lan Xiaokai couldn't do it anymore. He forced himself to bend his knees, but after he opened his legs a little, he could not sink any further. His chubby elephant legs were trembling with all their might. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and sat back down on the boxing ring. No, this is too difficult for me. Lan Xiaokai waved his hand, but he still looked enviously at Yang Yi, who was bending down effortlessly. I can't learn it. It had such good flexibility. Chen Guoqiang still had a way. He got out of the boxing ring and took a few skipping ropes. He smiled and said, Old Lan, you should have no problem skipping ropes, right? Of course, I didn't ask you to skip a lot. 10 in one set. After you finish one set, take a breather, and do the next set. A total of 3 sets. Can you do it? Skipping ropes was still a problem for Lan Xiaokai. After all, his body and weight were there. That was why Chen Guoqiang gave him such a low requirement, and even helped him make the skipping rope the largest length possible. I'll try. Lan Xiaokai gritted his teeth and took the skipping rope. I don't need it. Yang Yi waved his hand at Chen Guoqiang, who also handed him a skipping rope. Yang Yi knew that skipping rope was the best warm-up exercise, but he didn't want to stimulate Lan Xiaokai too much. This time, he came to the fitness center to accompany Lan Xiaokai to try out boxing and help him lose weight. He wasn't here to be competitive and destroy Lan Xiaokai's confidence. Lan Xiaokai's wrist flicked the skipping rope, and then he jumped up with all his might. He didn't jump high, but he jumped over the skipping rope that was thrown to his feet. The timing was good, however, in the next second, when Lan Xiaokai landed, Yang Yi and Chen Guoqiang felt the whole boxing ring shake. Bang! They didn't know if there was a hole in the boxing ring, but it felt like the ground was shaking. The earthquakes and mountain sway appeared a total of 10 times. Lan Xiaokai's perseverance was not bad. He actually managed to persevere. Although he was panting in the end and his legs went soft, he still managed to complete a set of skipping rope. Very good, Old Lan. Come, take a break. Let's do another set. Chen Guoqiang clapped. I can't. Lan Xiaokai shook his head and said while panting, one more set. I'm afraid I'll have to go back lying down today. Wait for me to take a break. I'll go straight to boxing. Yang Yi looked at Lan Xiaokai's condition and smiled at Chen Guoqiang. Take it slow. Brother Lan hasn't trained in a long time. He can't train too hard on his first try. Lan Xiaokai took a long time to catch his breath. The 3 of them chatted for a while about Chen Guoqiang's current work situation. For example, they found out that Chen Guoqiang wasn't just a boxing coach, but also the director of teaching at the boxing gym. Of course, the so-called director of teaching was also a modern title. Using the title of head instructor would be more appropriate. After Lan Xiaokai recovered, Chen Guoqiang taught them boxing. Lan Xiaokai was a rookie, and Lan Xiaokai didn't understand complicated movements. Chen Guoqiang started teaching Lan Xiaokai simple left and right punches. Chen Guoqiang was even afraid that Lan Xiaokai wouldn't be able to accept so much at once, so he only taught Lan Xiaokai hand movements and footwork. He didn't instruct him for the time being, and let him move according to his own habits. However, Lan Xiaokai was in high spirits. Perhaps all men had a warm-blooded heart. Lan Xiaokai waved his gloved fists and punched the target held by Chen Guoqiang. His face was full of excitement, and he forgot about his fatigue. When you punch, don't be too hasty. Slow down. Look at the target before you punch. Remember your movements. Even if you punch, you have to place your fist beside your cheek in a defensive posture. After you punch, remember not to be greedy. Pull back your fist and return to your original posture. Chen Guoqiang corrected Lan Caokai's mistakes as he let him punch. Lan Caokai learned pretty well, but he didn't forget about Yang Yi. After practicing for a while, he waved his hand and asked Yang Yi to try. Don't always let me play alone. You come and practice too. Let me tell you, when the time comes, you can also apply for a membership. Let's work out together and fight for our health. Lan Caokai laughed. Yang Yi laughed. He didn't refuse and took over Lan Caokai's position. Then, according to Chen Guoqiang's instructions, he casually threw a set of 4 punches left and right. Finally, he pulled back his fist beside his cheek and got into a ready posture. There was nothing strange about the movements. It was the same as what Chen Guoqiang taught him. The speed of the punches wasn't fast, and most of the strength was restrained. Yang Yi came to play with his friends. He didn't want to show off, so his performance was normal. But no matter how normal it was, Chen Guoqiang could still see the difference. Yang Yi's learning was too standard. He curiously asked, Yang Yi, have you learned boxing before? Nope. Yang Yi shook his head. Lan Caokai explained for him, hey, boxing is nothing. You forgot, Brother Yang was in the army. He trained, so his skills are naturally extraordinary. Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. He didn't refute. This was just a small episode. Lan Caokai practiced for a while, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. After all, he hadn't exercised for a long time, so he had to do it step by step. You have classes for children here? When he went to apply for a membership, Lan Caokai passed by and saw a few boys and girls practicing boxing. Although their arms were weak, their postures were decent. Yes, my Shiyun will also come over this weekend. Chen Guoqiang laughed. Why? Old Lan, do you want your daughter to come and learn? Well, Lan Xian doesn't like to exercise. Her body is almost as big as mine. This won't do. I have to let her exercise too. Lan Caokai was a little tempted, but he turned to look at Yang Yi. He smiled and said, Brother Yang, you should also bring your Shishi over. It will be more lively if a few girls play together. Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said angrily, you dragged me into this. Don't even think about my daughter. I don't want her to learn boxing. Why should a girl learn boxing? You can't say that. Many parents want their children to learn boxing not because they want them to become violent, but because they want them to strengthen their physique and learn a skill to protect themselves, especially girls. Chen Guoqiang quickly explained. I'm not asking Shishi to really practice boxing. I'm just asking her to come and play. Just treat boxing as a game. Anyway, they like to play together. What's the point of staying at home on the weekend? Lan Caokai persuaded Yang Yi. If it's just for fun, it doesn't matter if she comes a few times. Yang Yi hesitated and said, but I can't guarantee that Shishi will come every week. Sometimes she has to stay at home with her mother. That's natural. It depends on the child's wishes. Let me tell you, if you get a membership for Xian Air, I'm not sure how many times she can come and how many days she can stay popular. Lan Caokai said with a smile. Then get another membership for Shishi. Money was no longer important to them. What's more, Lan Caokai rushed to pay for Yang Yi's portion of the money. This week, Yang Yi and Shishi could not go to the fitness center to play boxing with Lan Caokai and Lan Xian. Although Shishi was in high spirits after hearing the news, because Murphy's concert in Shanghai was going to start this Saturday, Yang Yi and Shishi had to go to Shanghai to support Murphy's concert. Because of this, Yang Yi also asked for 2 days leave for Shishi. On Thursday, he set off with Murphy. This guy was very bold. He directly drove Murphy to the hotel where she was staying, and he and Shishi booked a room on the other floor of the hotel. This is called darkness under the light. The more the entertainment reporters are guarding the place, the safer it is. Later, I'll swagger out of the hotel with Shishi. I'm sure no one will pay attention to us two ordinary people. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and said proudly to Murphy, who had settled down in her room with Mo Shaowan and then secretly came to visit. Shishi, look, your father is bragging. The bull is about to explode from his bragging. Murphy couldn't help but laugh and pull her daughter along. She believed it. She turned her head in confusion, looked around, and said in confusion, "Where is the bull?" This was really not bragging. Xianxia was sure. In the afternoon, Xianxia took Xianxia out to play. They walked out of the hotel with a few reporters holding cameras. However, when they looked up at Xianxia and found that they didn't know him, they continued to play with their phones and ignored them. "Papa, why don't we take Mom to play with us?" Xianxia was in her father's arms. She looked around curiously and whispered in her father's ear. Xianxia walked past a reporter with a normal expression and said calmly, "Because Mom has to work in the afternoon. We're here to accompany Mom, not to disturb her work, right?" Xianxia nodded sensibly. Xianxia drove the car and shuttled through the streets of Shanghai with Cici. However, he wasn't driving around aimlessly. Before Xianxia came, he had inquired about it from some netizens on a travel forum. The place he was going to take Cici to today was a very famous old street. Yuyuan Road. When they arrived, after Xianxia parked the car, he held Xixi's hand and pointed to a blue road sign with a white border. "Yuyuan Road?" Xixi first looked around curiously, then she raised her little head and looked in the direction her father pointed. She repeated after him, but her pronunciation was not correct. "It's Yuyuan Road, you." Xianxia corrected his daughter's pronunciation with a smile. "Okay." Xixi wasn't interested in this. She found a new world by herself. The little girl jumped and pulled her father's hand. She happily raised her head and said, "Papa, let's go there and take a look." "It's so strange." What's so strange? It turned out that what attracted Xixi's attention was a few old buildings. They were connected together like the walls of Tiananmen Square. However, they weren't as grand and seemed to have shrunk. Instead, a series of 7 arched teak doors were very eye-catching. Above them was a palace-like building. The yellow glazed roof tiles were like gold, plating these buildings with a layer of brilliant golden light. The heavy eaves, cornices, and arches all marked the rich history of these buildings. However, it wasn't a palace. "This is Jing'an Temple." Xianxia smiled and said to his daughter, "Do you know what a temple means?" "What does it mean?" Xixi opened her arms and asked her father to pick her up. The little girl was short. Blocked by the cars on the road, she couldn't see anything. Xianxia picked up Xixi and said softly, "Do you remember the story of Journey to the West that Papa told you? Tang Sanzang came back from the West to bring back the scriptures so that Buddhism could have a better development in the Central Plains. Temples are where monks like Tang Sanzang live. Then, is there a Tang Sanzang here?" Xixi's face showed a surprised expression. "No, there's no Tang Sanzang in Shanghai. They're in the north." Xianxia said. "There's no Tang Sanzang?" Xixi was a little disappointed. Because there was no Tang Sanzang, Xixi's expectations for Jing'an Temple dropped a lot. Moreover, when she went in with her father to take a look, the deep courtyard and quiet and ethereal temple were not the type that Xixi liked. The little girl urged her father to leave after a while. It didn't matter. There were many beautiful scenic spots on Yuyuan Road for the father and daughter to see. What was interesting was that these scenic spots could only be found after turning into different alleys. In this deep and narrow alley, there were rows of newly sprouted sycamore trees along the way. That was not a bad scenery in itself. Without the noisy traffic, Xixi was willing to get down and walk. Xianxia looked at the innocent little girl and couldn't help but take a few photos of her with his SLR camera. "You stand next to this tree." "Yes, smile," Xianxia instructed. From time to time, he pressed the shutter and took a few photos of Xixi's cute moments. Hee. The little girl's smile was like a flower. She leaned against a brown, slanted brick-patterned doorpost, her hand holding the trunk of a white, mottled French parasol tree. The green shrubs in the garden next to her poked their heads out and served as the background for the little girl. "Papa, make the photos and put them in my big one." Xixi forgot how to say photo album and could only try her best to gesture. "Of course." Xianxia smiled and nodded at her. Xixi didn't need to look at them anymore. She turned her head with satisfaction and walked forward. "Papa, look, this building is also strange." Not long after, the little girl seemed to have found another amazing building. She happily turned around and ran back to her father, holding his hand and saying. What she found was also one of the scenic spots that Xianxia planned to visit. It was the former residence of a famous person. Of course, Xianxia wasn't familiar with this famous person, but his former residence was very luxurious. It was an Italian Gothic castle building. That was what the book said, but Xianxia didn't know how to classify it. He just admired it. She also admired it. The little girl was happy to share her discovery with her father. Papa, look at that. Well, what's wrong with that roof? Xianxia squatted down and looked in the direction of his daughter's finger. The gray outer wall was inlaid with red bricks in the middle and the blue four-sloped roof. In the simple and elegant style, there was a clear sense of vitality. There are two of them here. This thing, a small house, just like my building blocks. The little girl described seriously as she drew with her fingers. Xianxia understood that she was talking about the two dark blue tiger windows on the roof. It was an evolution of the skylight. It looked like the building blocks that she played with in kindergarten. It was very much like a miniature version of a house. You're very observant. Papa will give you a thumbs up. Xianxia gave the little girl a thumbs up. Only then did Cici smile happily. Yuyuan Road was basically an old building, but not all of them were famous people's former residences or scenic spots. There were many small shops with a literary atmosphere on this street. Most of them were coffee shops and tea shops. Xianxia visited a few and it was an eye-opener. Looking at the decorations of other coffee shops, Xianxia suddenly felt that his own coffee shop, which had been open for more than half a year, didn't seem to have made much progress. Compared to others, the artistic atmosphere was much less. Maybe there should be some changes. Xianxia thought to himself. In the evening, before the sun had set, she, who had been shopping for the whole afternoon, was hungry. Xianxia took her to eat strawberry Napoleon at a restaurant called Mr. Nice on Yuyuan Road. It was also a place that was highly recommended by a foodie netizen. The Napoleon cake mentioned here was actually a misunderstanding in translation. The essence of this cake was the 1,000-layer pastry. However, compared to the 1,000-layer pastry, it was more advanced. The pastry maintained a crisp texture, and the interlayer of the pastry was richer in ingredients, such as fresh cream and cheese sauce. Of course, it was strawberry Napoleon. The interlayer naturally couldn't be lacking in bright and attractive strawberry slices. Xianxia had eaten this kind of cake before. He had also studied how to make it, but his craftsmanship was still a little lacking. There was nothing else, but this pastry, after being coated with fresh cream and cheese sauce, Xianxia couldn't guarantee its crispness. Unless it was eaten immediately after being coated, it would soften after a few minutes. However, this craftsmanship was the secret of other chefs. Xianxia had studied it for a long time, but he couldn't find the trick. In his previous life, he didn't have time to catch a chef and interrogate him. In this life, he didn't have the chance either. He could only try other people's craftsmanship when he met them. What made Xianxia feel a little regretful was that the strawberry Napoleon in this shop didn't reach the extreme crispness that he used to eat in Europe. However, for she, it was enough. The crisp pastry, fragrant and soft cream, and fresh strawberries were sour and sweet. They all suited Shishi's taste very well. It's delicious. The little girl ate a mouthful of cream. She burped and then smiled foolishly at her father. Xianxia wiped his daughter's mouth in amusement. He said softly, "Just now, Dad sent Mom a text message. She didn't have time to eat dinner. She's still busy. Should we pack some cake for her?" Yes, Mom can eat it too. I like it very much. She clapped her little hands and said happily. You like it very much, so Mom will like it too, right? Xianxia asked with a smile. But only the cake isn't nutritious enough. Let's buy something delicious for Mom. Murphy was indeed very busy. She was at the concert in Shanghai, checking out the lighting, elevators, and other facilities with the company's person in charge until 8 o'clock in the evening. Sister, do you want to have dinner first? Mo Xiaowan sat in the company's rented minivan and looked at Murphy worriedly. In the evening, Mo Xiaowan took the time to buy coffee and snacks, but Murphy only ate an egg tart to fill her stomach. Then she continued to audition with the band and did not eat anything. Not to mention Missouri Xiaowan finished the rest of the snacks. She did not expect to spend so much time on the first day of the concert, but now Emo Xiaowan felt a little hungry. Murphy looked at the driver and shook her head gently. She said to Emo Xiaowan, "Let's go back to the hotel and talk." Emo Xiaowan understood. She smiled and said, "Then I'll go back to the hotel and find a place to eat. Then I'll go back at night." "Why do you have to go alone?" Murphy said reproachfully. She lowered her voice and whispered in Emo Xiaowan's ear, "Yang Yi also bought your share." Emo Xiaowan hugged Murphy's hand and smiled mischievously. She also whispered in Murphy's ear, "I'm creating space for you." Emo Xiaowan worried too much. Not to mention that she was not asleep yet. Even if she was asleep, Yang Yi would not torture Murphy at this time. After all, there was a concert the day after tomorrow. What if she lost her voice? There were a few reporters waiting outside the hotel. When they saw Murphy coming back, they swarmed over. "There are rumors on the internet that you and Mu Xiang are a couple. Murphy, what's your response to this?" Murphy, about the concert the day after tomorrow, the microphones were shoved in their direction. Luckily, Emo Xiaowan was adept at handling the situation. She and the chauffeur raised their hands and protected Murphy in the middle until they squeezed into the hotel. The security guards stopped the reporters and they finally had some peace and quiet. Of course, along the way, Murphy and Emo Xiaowan remained silent. The walls had ears. Who knew if someone was monitoring the movements in the elevator? Murphy and Emo Xiaowan returned to their room first. But, as soon as they opened the door, Murphy saw the bright lights and the sound of the television. "Have they come here on their own?" Murphy hurriedly called Emo Xiaowan in and then closed the door in fear of being discovered. Just as Murphy turned around, Yang Yi came out of the hotel room and smiled at them. "You're back so late? Have you had dinner?" "Mom." A sweet voice was heard. Murphy then saw Shishi's little head poking out from the wall. The little girl was clinging to the side of the bed, trying to stretch her head out to look at her mother. "Mom, I'm watching TV." Shishi cried out happily and then retracted her head. The position she was in just now was a little uncomfortable. Moreover, the little girl was still thinking about the cartoon on the television. She couldn't wait to turn her head back to watch it. At this moment, Emo Xiaowan pushed the lock on the door to prevent anyone from outside. She then said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, my sister has been busy until now. She didn't even have time to eat. And, when she heard that you brought her delicious food, she rushed back in a hurry." "Xiaowan didn't have dinner either." Yes, I'm starving." "Brother-in-law, what delicious food did you bring?" Emo Xiaowan excitedly came over. When Yang Yi heard that Murphy didn't have dinner, he hurriedly opened the thermos bag and said, "They're all local dishes from Shanghai. Hujiang pork ribs, Shanghai vegetarian duck, tofu wrapped pork, and a bowl of mushroom rice soup." There were other delicious dishes, like soup dumplings, but they might not taste so good if I brought them back. "So, I thought that if you don't go to the rehearsal so early tomorrow, we'll go eat the local breakfast in Shanghai together. What's in the bag over here?" Emo Xiaowan curiously pointed to the bag next to her. It didn't use a thermos bag, but it was obvious that it used a packing box. "Oh, these are desserts. You can eat them after dinner. There's strawberry Napoleon and walnut pie," Yang Yi said with a smile. When Shishi heard this, although she was still watching the TV, she couldn't help but say, "Mom, strawberry Napoleon is delicious. It's super delicious." The little girl was watching TV and recommending food to her mother at the same time. She seemed to be having a hard time. Yang Yi smiled and said to Murphy, "She likes to eat this very much." She ate the whole 1,000-layer pastry in one go. In the end, she couldn't eat any other delicious food. Actually, the walnut pie is not bad. It's full of walnuts, but she didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. Murphy looked at Yang Yi with a sad face and said sadly, "You brought me so much food and such a high-calorie cake to tempt me. What if I become fat after eating it?" Recently, Murphy had been worried about this problem. She usually had a good figure, and she was also the legendary person who didn't get fat, so she rarely went on the scale. But last week, because she had nothing to do at home, she bought an electronic scale from the Sahara online shopping mall. In the end, she found that after being with Yang Yi, she had gained a total of 6 pounds, 107 pounds was the result of her company's physical examination before she came back. Now, she was already 113 pounds, Murphy panicked. She complained that Yang Yi made delicious food for her all day long, and pestered Yang Yi to take her to exercise in the morning to lose weight. What's there to be afraid of? Even if you become a fat girl, I'll still take care of you. Yang Yi smiled and said to her. No, I don't want to become a fat girl. Murphy cried. Mo Xiaowan had already used her teeth and right hand to tear open a pair of disposable chopsticks. She flipped through the thermal bag with her left hand and shouted, Hey, Mrs. Murphy, are you still showing off your love? If you ignore me, I'll finish your dinner. In any case, Mo Fei had already made up her mind not to eat desserts tonight, but Mo Xiaowan proudly took over the task. She was not afraid of getting fat, and she often followed Mo Fei around, so there was no need for her to worry about losing weight. They ate while chatting with Yang Yi. Mo Xiaowan stuffed her mouth with food and asked, Brother-in-law, are you planning to debut with my sister after her contract with Tianmei ends and she goes to the studio? Murphy's eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Yi. Although Murphy knew Yang Yi's character, she still had a little hope. She also wanted Yang Yi to support each other in the entertainment industry and really open a husband and wife shop. However, Yang Yi shook his head and said, No, I'll just write songs for Murphy behind the scenes. That's a pity. Mo Xiaowan cried, Brother-in-law, you sing very well. Moreover, those songs you sang for my sister, such as Want to Sing Me to You and Just Happen to Meet You, if you don't release them, it'll be a waste. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Mo Xiaowan was right. Those songs carried so many beautiful memories between him and Murphy. If he didn't sing them himself, he wouldn't be willing to let other singers sing them. Actually, I also hope that you can sing with me. But it's okay, you have your own choice. I can understand. Murphy reached out and shook Yang Yi's hand. Yang Yi's thoughts were still a little chaotic. Recently, there were many people who urged him to appear in public. Du Yuanlei, those readers, the editors of Sahara Publishing House, Mo Xiaowan, and Lan Caocai. He really didn't want to live a life of being the center of attention. Perhaps it was because of some psychological effects from his previous life, but to be honest, his current life was slowly changing some of his original views. Moreover, as Lan Caocai said, he wanted to keep a low profile. But with such a wife, was it possible to keep a low profile? Moreover, Lan Caocai was right about one thing. Humans were social animals. In this society, he could never be isolated from the eyes of others. Unless he abandoned his wife and children and lived alone in the mountains. Of course, that was impossible. However, Murphy's words still made Yang Yi's heart feel warm. He gently squeezed Murphy's hand and smiled, saying, Let me think about it. It's still early, there's no rush. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Early in the morning, Yang Yi's cell phone suddenly rang. At this time, Yang Yi was combing the hair of Cici, who had just woken up and whose hair was fluffy. This ringtone was like a soul-stirring, suddenly ringing and annoying. Papa, is that Mama? The little girl, who was still very sleepy, was stunned for a moment as if she had been startled awake. She turned her head and asked her father in a daze. Yang Yi walked over and picked up the phone. He saw that it was Fu Jun from Yangqing. What's going on? Why are you calling so early? Yang Yi frowned. He thought that something had happened at the Sahara Online Mall. He made a should gesture to Shishi, motioning her not to speak. Then, he picked up the phone. Brother Fu, what happened? Yang Yi asked with a smile. However, Fu Jun called Yang Yi in a hurry early in the morning, not because of the Sahara Online Mall. Brother Yang, did you know that photos of you, your wife, and your child have been exposed? Fu Jun's voice came from the phone, but Yang Yi was confused. What's going on? It turned out that Fu Jun had come to the company early in the morning. His secretary, who liked to gossip, had rushed over with an entertainment tabloid and told Fu Jun that Yang Yi had been exposed. The newspaper took a photo of you coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The child's appearance was clearly seen. Then, your car was also photographed. Your name was found out. After all, Fu Jun lived in Guangdong province. He was close to a city with a strong entertainment atmosphere and paparazzi gossip. So, he was somewhat influenced. So, when Fu Jun found out, he immediately called Yang Yi to inform him. In a while, I will take a photo of this newspaper and send it to you. Hurry up and prepare to deal with it. Yang Yi's face had already darkened at this moment. He clenched his right fist so hard that the veins on it bulged. However, he did not immediately show it. Instead, he patiently waited for Fu Jun's message. Shi, who was next to him, seemed to feel the change in her father's aura. She pouted and said with a little grievance, "Papa, aren't you going to comb my hair?" Yang Yi turned his head and looked at the adorable girl. Most of the hostility in his heart disappeared. He calmed his mind and smiled. "Who said so? Daddy will comb your hair for you now." When Yang Yi was combing Shishi's hair, Fu Jun sent a message. But, he was very calm. Yang Yi ignored it. After he finished combing Shi's hair, he went to get his phone. "I don't like this voice. It's not Mama calling." Shi jumped out of her father's arms. She went to get a small puppet souvenir that she bought yesterday and played with it as she spoke. Yang Yi did not have time to deal with his daughter. He opened Fu Jun's message and saw several photos of entertainment tabloids. The words and pictures were real. Although they were not very clear, Yang Yi still recognized the pictures at a glance. Wasn't it exactly the same as the contents of the USB flash drive hidden in his study? Yang Yi glanced at his daughter. He got up and went to the bathroom. He closed the door and dialed Zhu Jia's number. It was so early in the morning. Zhu Jia was probably not awake yet. Yang Yi bombarded him for several minutes and called him 3 times before Zhu Jia picked up. Zhu Jia's sleepy voice came through. "Hello, Boss Mu Xiang, why are you calling me so early?" "Zhu Jia, are you king kidding me?" Yang Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily. His voice was almost squeezed out of his teeth. Ah? Ah? Zhu Jia was confused. 15 minutes later, after figuring out why Yang Yi was scolding him, Zhu Jia said in a panic, "Boss Mu Xiang, it has nothing to do with me. I already gave you the USB flash drive. Also, my aunt promised to get along well with Sister Murphy. How could she leak the photos to the media? If it has nothing to do with you, does it have anything to do with me?" Yang Yi was not angry that his relationship with Murphy was exposed by the media. He was angry that Shishi's face was also published by the media. In this world, there was no such thing as underage girls not being able to report. At the same time, Yang Yi was angry that Zhu Jia had tricked him. He had gone back on his word. He had said that the matter had been resolved, but in the end, the photos were already exposed by the media. Yang Yi really wanted to kill someone. No, Zhu Jia's brain was not enough at the moment. "Zhu Jia, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yang Yi was not threatening him. He was really angry and did not reject using some of his methods. "Don't, boss, don't be anxious. Let me think about it. My aunt would not leak the photos. My dad has already told her." Zhu Jia was anxious. He was really afraid of Yang Yi, a man who did not follow the law. If it is not her, if it is not you, who else could it be? Yang Yi punched the wall of the bathroom. "Xianxia, Manager Jian, my aunt gave her the USB flash drive. Could it be that she leaked the photos secretly?" Zhu Jia suddenly had an idea. "You are asking me?" No, I'm saying it's possible. How about this, Boss Mu Xiang, don't worry, I'll immediately ask my aunt about this matter and let her investigate it for you," Zhu Jia said solemnly. Yang Yi was silent for a while. Then he said slowly, "I will wait for your answer. Don't let me down again." He did not care about Zhu Jia's promise and hung up the phone impatiently. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yi's eyes flashed. He could not trust Zhu Jia now. However, he was in Shanghai now, so he could not take any measures. "Papa, are you pooping? I am scared." The little girl's timid voice came from outside the bathroom. She saw that her father had stayed in the bathroom for a long time, and she could not sit still. Yang Yi calmed down a little. He washed his face and came out of the bathroom. He said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that Papa fell into the toilet and can't get out?" She stretched out her little hands and wanted her father to hug her. In her father's arms, she muttered, "I am scared. Papa is gone, and only she is left." Hugging the pure and soft little girl, Xianxia felt that there was still some beauty in the world. His heart, which was originally covered with dark clouds, finally saw a ray of sunshine. This entertainment tabloid was not only published in Guangdong province, but the sudden big news was also discovered by the people of Tianmei. They did not know that there was a problem with the source of the photos. However, Murphy suddenly suffered a reputation crisis, and the entertainment tabloid even used the title, "The Queen of Jade Girl is a married young woman, Murphy's husband and child exposed." The Queen of Jade Girl was a title that Murphy was given by the media 6 years ago. How could the public relations department not pay attention to it? They asked Murphy whether it was true or not while anxiously preparing for the public relations matters. Therefore, when Xianxia called Xianxia, Mo Shaowan and Murphy also received the news from the company. This morning, Xianxia was going to take Xixi, Murphy, and Mo Shaowan to taste the specialty breakfast of Shanghai, but now it seemed that it was impossible. The media reporters must have received the news earlier than them. Now, the hotel entrance must be surrounded by reporters. Not to mention Murphy, even Xianxia would not be able to get away. What should we do? When they arrived at Murphy's room, Murphy somewhat panicked and asked Xianxia for help. The sudden exposure of their relationship completely disrupted Mo Fei's plan. And she had never been a quick-witted person. What should I do? Xianxia hadn't thought about this yet. He didn't care much about their relationship being exposed. Now, he was more concerned about who had leaked the photo to the tabloid. This uncontrollable feeling made Xianxia feel uncomfortable all over. It was very uncomfortable. Therefore, Xianxia just comforted Murphy and said to her, "Don't worry. Anyway, didn't you already plan to make our relationship public? Just take this as an opportunity. We can openly admit it." Murphy said sadly, "Yes, I wanted to make it public, but now that it's been exposed, it doesn't give us any time to react. And why is the person who reported this so hateful? He even exposed Xixi's photo." Cici, who was beside him, heard her name and turned her head in confusion. She couldn't go out to play, so the little girl was in a bad mood. Fortunately, there was a TV in the hotel, so Xixi could watch cartoons. However, Xixi realized that her parents didn't pay attention to her, as if they had never mentioned her name. However, Xixi still believed her ears. She crawled over on the bed and pulled her mom's clothes, calling out crisply, "Mom, I'm here." Murphy was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and forced a smile at the little girl. "It's okay. Mom isn't talking to you. You can continue watching TV." She hugged Xixi lovingly in her arms and gently rubbed Xixi's little head. She sighed in her heart. "In the future, you may not live as freely as you do now." Murphy didn't want her daughter to grow up under the spotlight. She didn't want the reporters to chase after her daughter like a celebrity. Because in that way, the little girl's strengths and weaknesses would be infinitely magnified. She was worried that Xixi wouldn't be able to grow up happily. This was also why Murphy was hesitant to disclose her relationship and family situation. She was not worried that she would lose fans if she went public. She had never regarded herself as an idol singer. Moreover, after she and Xianxia fell in love and got married, she was so happy that she wanted to announce it to the world. It was just that Xixi made her worry. At this moment, Xianxi's mind was still spinning. He didn't have time to think about how to solve the problem. Instead, he was thinking about how this problem could have happened. He thought of many possibilities. The first possibility was that Xianxia had gone back on his words. He had said one thing on the surface and another behind his back to gain his trust. Then, he had leaked the photos to the reporters. Of course, this possibility was very low. Judging from Xianxia's reaction, Xianxia felt that he shouldn't be lying. However, Xianxia didn't believe his own judgment. He wanted evidence. The second possibility was that Niu Meiling was too hypocritical. She promised Xianxia in front of everyone, but then sent the photos to the reporters. Xianxia felt that this possibility was very high. Wasn't Niu Meiling always like this? However, there was a third possibility and a fourth possibility. The third possibility was that Xianxia had sold the photos to the reporters behind their backs. The fourth possibility, although Xianxia hadn't thought of it, Xianxia thought of it. It could be that the paparazzi hunter Xianxia had mentioned, Teacher Ko, had sold the photos to two people. Xianxia hadn't paid much attention to the paparazzi hunter's situation before because he felt that these people were just fleas that could be trampled to death. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. A small flea could overturn an elephant. These people were like Shuwei. In his previous life, they had caused a lot of trouble for celebrities. It wasn't without reason. Xianxia felt that he had to pay more attention to them. However, he had to take one bite at a time. Problems had to be solved one by one. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, Mo Xiaowan, who was looking at her computer, shouted, "Sis, your fans are arguing." Xianxia and Murphy went over and saw the micro-broadcast that Mo Xiaowan had posted yesterday. Although it was only a photo of Murphy at the concert, the comments under the latest micro-broadcast were explosive. From the top few comments, Xianxia and Murphy saw that this news wasn't only reported by the entertainment tabloids. Some web portals reacted quickly and obtained authorization to repost this news online. This time, the news had spread like wildfire. And in the comments, the reactions of the fans were different. Some expressed their surprise and couldn't believe the authenticity of this news. Murphy is married? What's going on? Isn't this news too sudden? It's not just marriage. Look at how old her child is. It doesn't make sense. How can she only get married when her child is so old? And why did it only come out now? What do the paparazzi do for a living? Could it be photoshopped? Asking for a technical evaluation. There were really people who analyzed it in a weird manner. The photo is a photocopy of the newspaper after it was published. I can't tell if it's photoshopped or not. But looking at the timeline, the possibility of Murphy having a child is very high. A few years ago, when Murphy retired, some newspapers speculated that she might have gone abroad to get married and have a child. Murphy retired 6 years ago, got pregnant and gave birth. The child should be about 4 or 5 years old by now. The child in the photo looks about 5 or 6 years old. But maybe the child of a celebrity is well nourished and is tall, so they are about the same age. So this news might be true. Then the question is, who is this Xianxia in the photo? Did he and Murphy just get married? If so, then what is his relationship with this child? Could he be her stepfather? Murphy doesn't look like a good woman either. She even said she was a virgin. It's also possible that Murphy married into a rich family and became the stepmother of someone else's daughter. Look at that little girl. She's even being carried by that man. That's not very likely, right? And that man doesn't look like he's rich. I've checked the car in the photo. Tyrannical Wolf, about 600,000. It can't even be considered a luxury car. There were many people who were making malicious speculations and wanted to step on them. The emotions of the fans were stirred up. Other than the previous comments, there were even more comments that did not approve of the marriage between Xianxia and Murphy. They could not accept it. Murphy is my goddess. Why did she suddenly get married? It's not just marriage. Her child is already so big. I feel like I'm going to collapse. I don't like this man. He's not good looking. He's not compatible with Murphy. Even more, the fans who supported Murphy and Mu Xiang in the past were now exploding. They exploded on the spot, some even hurled insults at them. Who the hell is Xianxia? Didn't they agree that Murphy would be with Mu Xiang? Where did this guy pop out from? Sob, it's not happy. I don't like Murphy marrying a passerby. What Xianxia? I've never heard of him. Could it be that Murphy looks down on Mu Xiang? But this man isn't handsome either. What's the use of being tall? Can he be eaten? Mu Xiang is overflowing with talent. You didn't choose him but this man. Are you blind? That blissful look on the variety show was just an act, right? How disgusting. To think that I was hoping that Murphy and Mu Xiang would fall in love because of the song. Isn't the entertainment industry full of such trivial matters? They didn't deny it or admit it. It's obviously a publicity stunt to trick fools like you into believing it. They even said that Murphy and Mu Xiang were a couple. Are you dumbfounded now? Do you think it's possible that Murphy cheated Mu Xiang's feelings? She cheated him of 12 songs and then actually had a child and got married? That Mu Xiang is too pitiful. I've decided that from now on, I'll only support Mu Xiang if he's out of Murphy's trap. These comments made Murphy very uncomfortable. It was almost the opposite of the previous situation. This time, it was a one-sided criticism and opposition. There were also the blessings that Murphy wanted to see, but there weren't many of them. No matter who Murphy marries, as long as she's happy, that's good enough. Whether it's Mu Xiang or Yang Yi, we just like Murphy's songs. If she can continue to sing well, we won't mind. She's married. She must be happy. And she already has such a big baby. Sister Murphy is a winner in life. These scattered blessings were drowned in endless cynicism and ridicule. Hee, no matter who Murphy marries, she's married to a nobody. If Mu Xiang is annoyed, let's see if Mu Xiang will still write songs for him in the future. We're not talking about who Murphy marries. We're questioning whether Murphy played with Mu Xiang's feelings. If he can write 12 songs for Murphy, I think Mu Xiang is an infatuated man. Mo Xiaowan looked at Murphy holding the mouse and dragging the page. She quickly comforted her, actually, it's okay. They don't know that brother-in-law is Mu Xiang. However, Yang Yi couldn't stand it anymore. He said unhappily, isn't this too exaggerated? Are these people Mu Xiang's fans or Murphy's fans? If I'm not Mu Xiang, will they break us up? Mo Xiaowan laughed and said, brother-in-law, don't be so stubborn. Look at it from a different perspective. They've been keeping their appetites high enough. Later, when we decide how to admit and make it public, you suddenly tell them that Yang Yi is Mu Xiang and Mu Xiang is Yang Yi. With such a sudden reversal, they'll be speechless and dumbfounded. Isn't that more interesting? Sometimes, Yang Yi was indeed a little stubborn, his main body was suppressed by his own alternate account. Although it was the same logic as a left hand against a right hand, Yang Yi was still a little unhappy. After all, his main body had created many classic works. For example, Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword, two physical bestsellers, both made it into the top 10 in the year-end sales rankings last year. For example, Yuzue and Prison Break, these two serialized web novels, were still firmly standing on the top of the list. Among them, Prison Break was the undisputed number one. There were also Shishi's bedtime stories, Journey in the White Night, and so on. The screenwriter of the recent popular micro-movie, Fairy Tale, had also signed his main body's name. How did he end up as a nobody in these people's mouths? Indeed, his main body rarely appeared in public and had only participated in one military event. However, Mu Xiang had never shown his face either, had he? For some reason, Yang Yi suddenly remembered what the old man Chen Fengchen said when he persuaded him to participate in the press conference for Soldier's Assault. As the saying goes, one must become famous early. Little Yang, don't you young people have this awareness? This is no longer the era where good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. The more you resist contact with the public, the more the public will resist to understand you and your works. In the end, no matter how good the work is, it will lose its brilliance. Although Chen Fengchen's purpose in saying this was to create more gimmicks for the movie, Yang Yi only realized that the old man's words had come true when he thought about it. He had concealed his identity, resulting in him becoming a nobody. No, Yang Yi was a little unwilling. I've decided. Yang Yi had been secretly pondering when Murphy suddenly spoke up. What have you decided? Mo Xiaowan asked curiously. Now that it has been exposed by the media, and there are so many misunderstandings, I've decided to make it completely public. At tomorrow's concert, I'll tell them the truth personally, Murphy said. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Murphy to suddenly become so decisive. Just now, after she knew that she had been exposed, she still looked like she was out of her wits. Could it be that she was provoked by those fans' comments? I thought you wanted to announce it directly on microbroadcasting. Mo Xiaowan giggled. Microbroadcasting will also announce it after the concert. Murphy nodded. After all, it was still a new concept. Currently, no one had fully grasped the correct way to use microbroadcasting as a channel to disseminate information. Most of the time, it was still through the channels of reporters, media, or directly holding press conferences. For Mo Xiaowan to think of using microbroadcasting, she had vaguely grasped the essence of it. Murphy bit her lower lip, looked at Yang Yi, and said with some difficulty, Yang Yi, can you accompany me on the concert stage tomorrow? I want to use this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. I want to tell everyone that you're Mu Xiang. I won't allow them to say such things to you. You're the best. Murphy was a little nervous. She knew that Yang Yi did not like to appear in public. Furthermore, last night, he had said that he did not want to debut. Would he be willing to go on stage with her? However, Murphy's words warmed Yang Yi's heart. Not only did he not refuse, he even looked into Murphy's beautiful eyes and said gently, "Of course. How could I let you face it alone?" However, since Murphy wanted to make an official announcement tomorrow night, Yang Yi began to ponder in his heart. There were still close to 2 days left. Yang Yi felt that he could take advantage of this time to create a wave of trouble. Mo Xiaowan, who had a stomach full of dog food, rolled her eyes. Actually, in the past, Mo Xiaowan was like those fans. No matter how she looked at Yang Yi, she did not like him. But now, as she got to know him better, in Mo Xiaochuan's eyes, Yang Yi and Murphy were like a golden couple when they were together. They were exceptionally compatible. Let these people know how short-sighted they are. Mo Xiaowan thought to herself. She smirked and said, "Sis, brother-in-law, I feel that instead of going on stage to talk, why don't you first sing a song together and then introduce yourselves? This way, it'll be more convincing, and it'll give them a bigger shock." Yang Yi and Murphy were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other. Murphy's eyes were filled with eagerness. She really wanted to sing with Yang Yi, but she was worried that Yang Yi would reject her. Like a little girl who was about to confess her love, she asked nervously, "Can we?" Yang Yi smiled. "I think we can. But, what song are we going to sing?" Murphy said happily. "It's not easy to choose a song that we can sing together. Come across the sea to see you? Or is it in my song?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Actually, among the songs that I sang for you before, there's one that's very suitable for a man and a woman to sing together." "Really? Which one?" Murphy asked happily. If it was a song that Yang Yi sang for her, Murphy had basically learned it from Yang Yi, which also reduced the trouble of learning. Mo Xiaowan looked at her watch and said, "Hey, don't discuss it here. Why don't you go directly to the concert venue? This is a new show, we need to discuss it with the director and practice with the band. Why don't we rehearse together?" After Murphy heard this, she looked at Yang Yi apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, we might have to delay your travel plans today. But we want to show the audience a good show, so it's necessary to rehearse in advance. Also, you have to experience the stage in advance." Now, Murphy wouldn't doubt Yang Yi's singing skills. Now, Yang Yi's voice was even more demonic than hers, and under her guidance, his singing skills had improved a lot. But going on stage and singing in front of 40,000 people was different from singing at home. Not to mention Yang Yi, even Murphy was nervous when she held her first concert. At that time, she was no longer a rookie singer. "I'll listen to your arrangements." Yang Yi smiled. But now, the problem was how to get out. The outside of the hotel was already surrounded by reporters and paparazzi. It was impossible for Yang Yi to walk out in front of the reporters like he did yesterday. They weren't blind. Now, Yang Yi's face was even more recognizable than that of a wanted criminal, but there was still a way. The reporters could block the entrance of the hotel, but they couldn't block the entrance and exit of the hotel's underground parking lot. An hour later, an inconspicuous black car slowly drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot exit. The paparazzi waiting nearby took a look and found that it was not Mo Fei's nanny van, and the driver in the driver's seat was also an ordinary man, so they lost interest and then looked at the other cars that drove out from behind. However, when the car drove out of an intersection, the blanket on the front passenger seat lifted by itself, revealing a man sitting up straight. If someone looked carefully, they would realize that it was Yang Yi, who was at the center of the storm. At this time, from the back seat, 3 heads popped out from behind the front seat cushion. One of them was a small head. Xi's hair was a little messy, probably because she had been hidden in her mother's arms for a long time. But she was more curious, so she poked her head out and looked outside. "Are you done?" Murphy asked in a low voice. "Yes." Yang Yi nodded. She had been holding it in for a long time. Now, the little girl could finally speak. She pretended to gasp for breath, and then she couldn't act anymore. She giggled and said, "Oh, I'm so bored. Papa, are we playing hide and seek? Shoo. Murphy raised her index finger to Xianxia. As long as Xianxia covered her mouth again, but her eyes were still smiling, she thought it was very funny. Xianxia didn't have time to talk to Xianxia. At the next intersection, after making sure that there were no cars following them, Xianxia asked the driver to pull over. He and the driver got out of the car. He shook hands with the driver and gave him some money to keep it a secret. Then, Xianxia sat in the driver's seat and drove Murphy and the others to the stadium where the concert was held. Brother-in-law, where did you get the car? And who was that person just now? Mo Shawan asked curiously. Xianxia smiled slightly and said, the car was rented. That person, of course, is also someone from the car rental company. I asked him for a small favor and spent some money. It turned out that Xianxia had thought of a way to sneak out of the hotel and settle all of this. He had just escaped from the encirclement of reporters and paparazzi. This was a small scene. Xianxia had seen bigger things before. However, Murphy and Mo Shawan were a little surprised. Even if they were in the entertainment industry, they were still ordinary people. Just now, they had passed under the eyes of the reporters. They felt nervous and excited. Can I speak now? Xianxia couldn't help but pull her mother's hand and ask in a low voice. Murphy forgot about this. She smiled and adjusted the zipper of her daughter's jacket and said, of course you can. Just now, there was an unfamiliar uncle around. While Xianxia and the others were rehearsing at the concert, the entertainment tabloid that had fiercely attracted a lot of attention today actually struck while the iron was hot and released a supplement. This supplement was a newspaper. Combined together, it took up about 2 pages of the newspaper. There were also some random articles that no one read that took up 1 page, and the remaining page was filled with new revelations. However, such a disgusting supplement still managed to sell as many copies as the morning newspaper in the afternoon. There were really too many onlookers. If it was said that the morning's newspaper lacked some convincing evidence, some fans who were unwilling to give up thought that it might be a misunderstanding. For example, Xianxia was Murphy's bodyguard, or Xianxia was Murphy's brother. In that case, this afternoon's newspaper was an irrefutable truth: Murphy and Xianxia's wedding photo. Although the resolution was a little blurry compared to the previous photos, it could still be seen clearly. In the wedding photo with a red background and white clothes, the two of them were smiling brightly. Murphy was even brimming with a happy smile that was rarely seen. This entertainment tabloid actually wanted to wait for Tianmei's people to finish their public relations before dropping this big bomb. But for the whole morning, Tianmei's people seemed to be indifferent. Even Mo Fei's microblog was almost flipped over, but there was no new status update. They were also worried that the person who sold them the information was not the only one, so they hurriedly spread it out and made a fortune first. However, they had no idea that Murphy was already prepared to be honest. Tianmei's PR department had also received Murphy's instructions and changed their original strategy of defending. Instead, they prepared a draft and sent it to a few familiar media outlets, asking them to publish it the day after Murphy's concert, which was the weekend. But now, Tianmei was in a mess. Niu Meiling was not in the mood to ask about how this matter was handled. Her eyes were red. She stared at Xianxia, wanting to get to the bottom of this matter. Who was the one who leaked the photos to the media? Niu Meiling was very angry. She felt wronged. She really didn't do it. She was experienced. Ever since she found out that Murphy's partner was Mu Xiang, she knew that even if she leaked the photos to the media and exposed Murphy's marriage, it would be difficult to cause any impact. Moreover, Mu Xiang already knew about the existence of the information. If it was really leaked, she would be the #1 suspect. Why did she end up in a bad situation? But who knew that she would still be the scapegoat? Early in the morning, Niu Meiling was suspected by her nephew, Zhu Jia, and received a call from Zhu Jingwei. Niu Meiling felt that she was more wrong than Dou. Wait, who is Dou? Sister Ling, it wasn't me. I've been with you for so many years. It's not like you don't know. You said not to expose it, so I returned the USB to you. Xianxia felt wronged and said hurriedly. That information, that USB, passed through 2 people. One was me, and the other was you. I didn't. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Niu Meiling said. She suddenly turned her head and frowned at Xianxia, who was sitting next to her. Based on Niu Miling's understanding of Xianxia, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Moreover, she couldn't see any flaws in her expression. "Why are you looking at me?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. "Although I also took the USB, Auntie, you don't think that I did it, right? If I wanted to leak it to the media, why would I spend so much effort to stop you? Moreover, I took the USB that morning and sent it directly to Mu Xiang. It's impossible that I leaked it," Xianxia said. "I didn't either. I locked it in the drawer." Xianxia quickly said, "Sister Ling, do you think that Teacher Ko was greedy for money, so he didn't keep his promise and sold it to two people?" Niu Miling frowned deeply. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to investigate. Mu Yuqing rarely read gossip. His usual hobbies were reading books and comics. That's right, he was a typical otaku. However, today, he read a piece of gossip for the first time ever. This was because on Yang Yi's personal website, which had been established recently, he saw someone post that Yang Yi's marriage with a female celebrity had been exposed by the media. Although it was a normal account, Mu Yuqing, as an old fan, could tell that it was an official account of Sahara Publishing. It was these people who had pulled him in. Did this mean that it was true? Out of curiosity about what Yang Yi looked like, Mu Yuqing couldn't help but search online. The authorized gossip news could be seen on several portals, and Mu Yuqing also saw Yang Yi in person for the first time. He's quite tall. Mu Yuqing compared the reference objects around the first photo and couldn't help but click his tongue. He also looked strong, masculine, and handsome. Mu Yuqing's last comment was when he saw the new report and the wedding photo with the red background and white shirt. It wasn't that Mu Yuqing was gay. He just recalled some rumors in the book review section that Yang Yi was a retired Special Forces soldier. With such a comparison, the image of the man on the screen matched quite well. Mu Yuqing originally planned to retreat after a glance at this piece of gossip news. However, as he continued reading, he couldn't stop himself. It turns out that Master Yang Yi is so awesome. He actually flirted with a very popular celebrity. Mu Yuqing saw some of the introductions about Mo Fei and thought with delight. Mu Yuqing was Yang Yi's hardcore fan. Naturally, he was thinking for Yang Yi. Murphy was so beautiful and was a big celebrity. Mu Yuqing only felt that Yang Yi didn't lose out. He also secretly felt that the two of them were quite compatible. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Since ancient times, hadn't it always been about the talent of the man and the beauty of the woman? Although there were more additions in modern times, these 2 points couldn't be wrong. However, when Mu Yuqing saw some gossip columns commenting on Murphy's marriage, he felt that it was too degrading for Murphy to marry an ordinary person. It wasn't worth it. F***ck. Mu Yuqing felt like there were tens of thousands of alpacas galloping through his heart. He suddenly became unhappy. Is Yang Yi an ordinary person? Mu Yuqing couldn't take it anymore. He opened a book group and typed furiously. Is Yang Yi an ordinary person? Instantly, he received a lot of replies. He's not an ordinary person. If Boss is an ordinary person, then what are we? Haha, if Boss Yang is an ordinary person, then what are you? In terms of income, writing skills, and talent, no matter what, Boss is 100 times better than a rookie like you. How dare you say he's an ordinary person? You'll be scolded to death in minutes. Brother above, don't be angry. Old Mu is one of us. What's wrong with old Mu? Why did you say that all of a sudden? Mu Yuqing didn't care. He angrily forwarded the reports he saw today and said, I'm curious. What makes these media so confident that Boss Yang Yi is an ordinary person? Yang Yi is as famous as Murphy, right? His words were quickly drowned out by the exclamations. F***ck, is it really Boss Yang Yi? Yang Yi is so handsome. He's worthy of being a retired Special Forces soldier. He's not like other authors who are fat and stay at home. By the way, I saw this news this morning. At that time, I thought to myself, could it be someone with the same name? If it's really Boss Yang Yi, then it's really great. Murphy is my favorite female singer and Yang Yi is my favorite author. The two of them together, wow. However, at this time, the book group leader temporarily muted everyone and only unmuted Mu Yuqing. Old Moo, is this news reliable? Is it really Boss Yang? It's definitely reliable. I heard it from an employee of Sahara Publishing. Look at this news. It's in Jiangqing. Jiangqing is the base of the Jiangnan Military District. Last year, didn't Boss Yang go to the Jiangnan Military District for an event? At this time, the administrator of the group also contacted Sahara Publishing. He also received confirmation. The group leader made a conclusion. The problem now is that none of the news reports reported positively about Boss Yang. Old Moo just said that those people still think that Boss Yang is an ordinary person and not worthy of Murphy. If that's the case, we hardcore fans shouldn't sit back and do nothing. We should also take action and let those idiots see Boss Yang's power. This appeal was echoed by almost everyone. There were relatively few people in this group, but everyone joined various groups. They spontaneously helped to promote and appeal, and even shouted in the comments section of Yang's books. Gradually, a force that couldn't be ignored gathered. Because of that incident, Yang's personal website, which had been slowly brewing, suddenly received tens of thousands of visitors, and the number was still increasing. To clear Yang's name, I'll leave a footprint first. Follow me. The post had been posted for less than 2 hours, but it had already received more than 20,000 comments. By the evening, it had reached 100,000 comments. Although there were repeated IDs, the scale was still astounding. Their power was also gradually reflected. By evening, the comments section of the several portals that reposted the gossip was basically dominated by Yang's fans. Unlike the Water Army, they were all spontaneous. Most of the fans worked hard to introduce Yang's achievements in the field of literature in their own words. The sincerity in their words was moving. Have you read the books written by Yang? Soldier's Assault, Drawing Sword. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't read enough. I'm dead. How dare Yang say that he's an ordinary person? He earns tens of millions a month. Do you even have 10,000? Hee, our Yang is a low-key person, but you're calling him an ordinary person. I can't stand it anymore. Do you dare to tell me your address? I'll send you something. Of course, most of the fans were more civilized. There was no way they would not criticize Yang. They patiently analyzed the situation of the two protagonists in the gossip. Murphy is a big star, but Yang isn't bad either. How many best-selling books have you published? Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword were both licensed to director Chen Fengchen, and it's said that we'll see the release of the TV series Soldier's Assault in the second half of the year. He's half a part of the entertainment industry, isn't he? Yang isn't an ordinary person. The person who wrote this article should at least search for his name first, okay? The website shows that Yang has tens of millions of fans. With such popularity, he shouldn't be any worse than Murphy, right? Not only that, but at around 7 p.m., someone shouted on Yang's personal website. The army of people who wanted to clear Yang's name went to Murphy's Weibo. Fortunately, the people who read novels were cultured people. They still remembered that Yang and Murphy were a couple. Before the army set off, they made an appeal. Murphy is Yang's wife. She's one of us, so we can't be as reckless as before. Try to persuade and educate her. In the beginning, everyone was very friendly. They politely introduced their username, Yang, to Murphy's fans. However, Murphy's fans did not buy it. Although some of them were still rational, some of them were unhappy to see their territory being taken over by outsiders. So, they began to curse. Who cares who your Lord Yang is? Is this a place where you can behave atrociously? I'm laughing. A small author dares to call himself a celebrity. Isn't he a toad that wants to eat swan meat? The literary circle and the entertainment circle are two different things. Don't cross the line. Let me give you a word of advice. D***MN, who are you trying to scare with so few people? Tens of millions of fans? Why do I only see 300,000 comments? Most of them were posted during the day. Among these people, many of them were dissatisfied with the news of Murphy's marriage. They were a little hot-headed, so they became so uncultured. They also succeeded in angering some Yang's fans. Gradually, the comments section fell into chaos. It even escalated to a war of words between the literary circle and the entertainment circle. There were still some people who were rational. For example, some of Murphy's fans calmed down and felt that if Xianxia was really as good as these people said, then Murphy's marriage with him was not unacceptable. However, most of the fans were not rational. They originally supported the coupling of Murphy and Mu Xiang. Now, they could not accept the marriage of Murphy and Xianxia. Therefore, this situation that could not be communicated at all led to a vigorous argument. Xianxia originally only wanted the people of Sahara Publishing to secretly announce his identity. He wanted to see how much the situation could be salvaged compared to the original account. However, the development after that was out of Xianxia's control. It was not something he could have expected. When he came back in the evening, Xianxia saw the comments section of the gossip news, and his fans were speaking up for him. He was very gratified, but when he saw the farce in the comments section of Mo Fei's micro-broadcast, he was a little speechless. Were these people's heads kicked by donkeys? Did it have to be Mu Xiang, to meet their standards? Of course, Xianxia did not continue to argue. It was fine to do something small. If he insisted on making things difficult for himself, then he was stupid. Moreover, Xianxia was not free today. He was busy rehearsing with Murphy for the concert. In order not to make a fool of himself in tomorrow's performance, he also went all out and sang with Murphy several times. However, the good news was that Xianxia and Murphy's tacit understanding was very high. The two only needed to look at each other to understand each other's meaning. Therefore, there was basically no problem with singing together. Murphy's only worry was whether Xianxia would be nervous when facing tens of thousands of fans tomorrow. Murphy's mentality was very good. She did not pay attention to the outside world's disturbances and focused on preparing for tomorrow's concert. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. In the evening, Murphy smiled and said to Mo Shaowan, who was telling her about the latest news from the entertainment tabloid in the afternoon, "The fans who really like my music will still stay. Some of the fake fans who are not very reliable will still leave. I'll take this opportunity to let them know that I'm just a singer, not an idol who needs to sacrifice my happiness for them." The next day, regarding Murphy's report, there was a lack of convincing evidence. The entertainment tabloid was no longer the only one who stood out, and the other media finally reacted. For example, the media that were monitoring the hotel gave a very important piece of news. Xianxia's car was parked in the parking lot of the hotel where Murphy was staying. This tyrant and its license plate number were the key to the entertainment tabloid being able to dig out Xianxia's name. In the entertainment tabloid's first piece of news, it took up a lot of space. Therefore, to be able to find the car in this hotel, the media that dug out this piece of news boldly guessed that Xianxia was staying in this hotel. TSK, Murphy came to hold a concert and even had a secret meeting with her husband in a hotel. This gossip really made the onlookers happy. Yesterday, Xianxia's fans made a lot of noise, so naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. Some media actively sought confirmation, and some media did not even bother to do so. The next day, they directly reported the identity of Murphy's marriage partner. However, this time, they were a little more polite. Some media even changed their tone and began to recognize the marriage between Xianxia and Murphy. Although Xianxia is a rising star in the literary circle, he has already sold the copyright of 2 of his works and is preparing to make them into a TV series. He will have a good position in the entertainment industry. Looking at it this way, Xianxia and Murphy can be considered a match. The comparison between Xianxia and Mu Xiang is difficult to determine. After all, the two of them are in different fields. The only thing they have in common is that they are both creators. However, love has nothing to do with good or bad, and has nothing to do with wealth. As long as Murphy and Xianxia are truly in love, I feel that I should still give my sincere blessings. However, no matter how the media and reporters pestered them, and how the outside world was in an uproar, Tianmei and Murphy did not give any response. Even the staff at Tianmei's headquarters kept their mouths shut. They did not reveal anything to the reporters who blocked the door. Time passed very quickly. As night fell, the Shanghai stadium was brightly lit. True fans who bought tickets to watch the concert lined up early to check their tickets and enter. Murphy's second concert was about to begin. Chu Fangfang was an ordinary junior student at Shanghai University of Technology. She liked Murphy's songs very much, and she heard that Murphy's live performance was even more amazing, so she bought tickets early with her roommate Xianxia. Although it was not a particularly good seat, for students, it was already very satisfying to be able to watch a concert. Hey, I thought this concert was going to be over. I didn't expect there to be so many people. After Xianxia sat down, she looked around and couldn't help but whisper to Chu Fangfang. How could it be over? Chu Fangfang laughed. Just because of yesterday's gossip? The news of Murphy's marriage became the main topic of their dormitory's night talk yesterday. Yes, you don't know that these stars are particularly afraid of their feelings being exposed. Isn't there a Lu-something idol singer in Harbor City? He's in his 40s, and he doesn't dare to disclose his marriage. When he was exposed, he was so scared that he hit his wife. Xianxia was particularly fond of gossip, so she said with great interest. That's just an idol singer. Mofei was not an idol singer. She relied on her singing skills and her ability to become famous. Anyway, I think most of the people who came to the concert today came because they liked her songs. Chu Fangfang gave a different opinion. Okay, anyway, I'm here to watch the fun. Xianxia said with a smile and hugged Chu Fangfang's arm. However, Chu Fangfang and Xianxia didn't chat. They took the time to take a few photos, selfies, and group photos, and prepared to send them back to micro-broadcasting as a souvenir. Unknowingly, the concert began. With the roaring background music, a huge ball surrounded by a huge screen slowly opened. Like a UFO in a science fiction movie, an escalator slowly descended. Suddenly, the lights at the exit flashed wildly, and Murphy finally appeared in the overwhelming cheers of tens of thousands of fans. Behind her, the light was shining, like a god descending to the earth. No, it should be a fairy descending to the earth, because Murphy, wearing a familiar white gauze dress, walked down the escalator like a fairy and walked down to the earth. Beautiful. Chu Fangfang's Xianxia was so excited that she felt as if she was there herself. She shouted along with the fans at the scene. However, Chu Fangfang was more interested in the song Murphy was going to sing. But, based on the accompaniment and the familiar melody, even a true fan like her could recognize it. Even now, I'm still the same. The loneliness of the night can easily make one sad. Murphy raised the microphone, and her first sentence elicited even louder cheers. I didn't hear from you because I was thinking about you. On the stage, Murphy's singing suddenly stopped. Her voice was gentle and beautiful as she said, "Can you join us? If you love me, don't leave. If you say you don't love me." The fans below the stage went crazy. They excitedly sang along with Murphy. Chu Fangfang also sang happily. She liked this song very much. The atmosphere at the scene was ignited. The stars twinkled in the dark auditorium. The fans swayed their light sticks, swaying almost in unison to the beat of the song. After Murphy finished singing the song, Chu Fangfang still wanted to continue. At this time, she heard Xianxia come over and whisper, "Her live performance is really good. No one else can compare to her voice." I knew it. Chu Fangfang said with some pride, Murphy is one of the few singers who can sing live as well as the recorded version. At this time, Murphy, who finished singing the warm-up song, waited for the cheers of the fans and all kinds of voices saying "Murphy, I love you" to stop. Finally, she could say her opening remarks. However, to the disappointment of many people, Murphy didn't mention a word about the gossip that caused a stir yesterday. Instead, after thanking the fans who came to support her, she said with a smile, "Today, I'll bring you a new song." This news was so explosive that the fans below the stage couldn't react for a while. But soon, their excited screams rose, and the whole stadium was filled with deafening cheers. A new song, regardless of whether it was reasonable to sing a new song after the new album was released 2 months ago, it was like a novel. Regardless of whether the author could write so many chapters, they just wanted to urge the author to update. If you have the ability, release 100 chapters. Even if you release 100 chapters every day, I have the money to subscribe. The fans at Murphy's concert had such a mentality. When they heard that Murphy was going to sing a new song, they were already very excited. "Hurry up and sing, we'll definitely buy. Another new song. Murphy is crazy." Chu Fangfang excitedly took Xianxin's hand and said, "This is the first time I've seen a singer release a song so quickly." I hope it's another masterpiece. However, before Chu Fangfang and Zhong Zhenjin responded, Murphy continued, today, for this new song, I've invited a very, very special guest to come to the scene and sing this song with me. Before she finished speaking, the cheers rose again. The fans' curiosity was bursting. Who is it? Which singer? Chu Fangfang guessed wildly. It can't be? Could it be Yang Yi? Zhong Zhenjin's eyes were burning with the fire of gossip as she said excitedly. I don't think it's possible. Isn't Yang Yi a novel writer? Chu Fangfang excitedly clenched her fists and said, I think it's Xianxia or Mu Xiang. Didn't Murphy say that it's a very special guest to her? Zhong Zhenjin frowned and said, because it's very special, it's possible that it's Yang Yi. You. See, isn't it the time when gossip is flying and the wind and waves are on the cusp? If it's very special to her, isn't it her husband? Zhong Zhenjin's guess also appeared in the minds of many fans at the scene. They all widened their eyes, some were excited, and some felt strange. However, there was no need to guess blindly. At the back of the stage, a tall man in a black casual suit slowly walked out with a guitar in his arms. Is it really him? It's really him. Seeing this height, the fans who paid attention to yesterday's gossip immediately recognized him. After confirming the guess in their hearts, the audience screamed again. That's what I said. How could Murphy not respond at all? Chu Fangfang's Zhong Zhenjin excitedly shook her arm and said, she directly brought him out to meet the parents, no, to meet the fans. Hee, Murphy is really decisive. Compared to those stars who refuse to admit it, she's so cool that she has no friends. For this performance, Yang Yi specially wore a suit that he rarely wore, mainly because he was tired of wearing it in his previous life. However, his dressing was not formal. Not only did his suit not come with a tie, but the collar of his shirt was also unbuttoned. There was a sense of unruly wildness in his gentleness. His legs are so long. Chu Fangfang's Zhong Zhenjin couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She poked Chu Fangfang and said, hey, piggy, did you see that? This Yang Yi, after dressing up properly, is much more handsome. Is it because he's tall? Tall people are handsome in suits. Chu Fangfang gave an objective evaluation and said, but, I'm a little worried. Can Yang Yi sing? This question also appeared in the hearts of many fans present. They were surprised by Yang Yi's appearance, but they also felt that it was strange. Why would Murphy let an author come out and sing with her? If he didn't sing well, wouldn't it ruin his reputation? Moreover, wouldn't it make people dislike Yang Yi even more? Chu Fangfang secretly broke into a sweat for Yang Yi. She wasn't like some brainless fans who chased after celebrities to the point of interfering with their relationships. Chu Fangfang felt that emotional problems were fine as long as Murphy was happy. However, Zhong Zhenjin expressed a different opinion about Chu Fangfang's question. I think this Yang Yi must be hiding something. Look, he even brought a guitar on stage. Maybe he can sing well. If he doesn't have any singing skills, how could he capture Murphy's heart? Chu Fangfang thought about it and felt that it made sense, however, there was no need for them to make wild guesses. The music on stage had already started. The prelude was a guitar solo. A burst of warm guitar sound was transmitted through the microphone in front of Yang Yi and into the ears of the fans below the stage. Hey! Not bad. Chu Fangfang's eyes lit up. When the prelude sounded, the director switched the camera on the big screen to the camera that was aimed at Yang Yi, so even if the audience was far away, they could see Yang Yi's appearance when he played the guitar. Although it was his first time on stage, Yang Yi's good psychological quality allowed him to calmly face the camera and the tens of thousands of audience members below the stage. And his calm face and serious look when he played the guitar made people forget that he was just a small writer for a while. In a trance, they actually felt that he was also a famous singer who could play a beautiful melody. Hey, little pig, I think Yang Yi is getting more and more handsome. What should I do? Zhong Zhenjin said excitedly. A serious man is really handsome. Really? Don't quarrel, we're going to listen to the song. Chu Fangfang shook her head helplessly. Yang Yi played the prelude very well. Although it was a very slow rhythm, every note seemed to be just right, making people feel warm and comfortable, At this time, the interesting thing was that a line of subtitles appeared on the big screen, showing the name of the song that Murphy was about to sing, Want to Sing Me to You, and then the lyricist and composer were signed under Mu Xiang's name. Mu Xiang, although the prelude was not long, the subtitles passed quickly, but it was still seen by many people. For example, the most gossipy Xianxia of Chu Fangfang, she was a little surprised, and several guesses appeared in her mind. The most unreliable one was, could it be that Mu Xiang is a woman? So he doesn't care at all that Murphy is married to another man? Of course, this was just her wild guess. Mu Xiang had long been confirmed by Xianxia to be a man. Before the fans below the stage had time to be surprised, the camera switched to Murphy's side. She was wearing a white dress and there was a sharp contrast with Yang, as if she was the white of the black and white double devils. Her makeup was not too ostentatious. It was as if she had only applied a glossy pink lipstick. Her delicate and beautiful face was still charming. However, the fairy-like beauty's pair of sparkling beautiful eyes looked at Yang. Anyone could read the deep love in her eyes. Before the fans had time to be jealous, Murphy raised the microphone and sang affectionately. You want to sing me to you while you're still young. Murphy's clear and gentle voice was amplified by the sound system and spread throughout the stadium. It's nice. Chu Fangfang excitedly clenched her fists. She did not dare to make a sound, for fear of ruining the beautiful music. Murphy deserved to be called a talented singer. She used a voice that was not coy at all, which made the hearts of many male fans sway. For example, in front of Chu Fangfang, there was a boy who excitedly said, Wow, wow, so sweet, I think I'm in love. However, his companion laughed and mercilessly pulled him back to the cruel reality. Wake up. Do you think Murphy sang to you? She watched her husband sing. At this moment when Murphy sang, the accompaniment was no longer Yang's guitar alone. The band behind also started their work. Flowers bloom as much as you want, decorate your years, my buds. Murphy finished singing and smiled. She raised her hand and pointed the camera at Yang. This smile was like a garden full of flowers blooming, bright and enchanting spring in full bloom. However, the camera on the big screen was slowly turned to Yang's side by the cameraman. Yang did not have Murphy's enchanting smile. On the stage, he did not smile and gave people the feeling that he was a little cold. But just as he opened his mouth, the whole audience was shocked. Note 1, who can replace you? That low and deep voice, with a strong magnetism, suddenly made many picky ears unable to help but burp. Beautiful, only one word, beautiful, so beautiful that it was suffocating and unbelievable. Was this sung by a writer? Chu Fangfang opened her mouth in surprise, but this scene was playing out in every corner of the venue. Almost everyone was shocked by the moment Yang opened his mouth. They could not believe their ears. They could not believe that Yang's voice was so beautiful. Love as much as you want while you're young. Yang told them the next sentence. Yes, you heard it right. Although they could not see the reactions of the fans below the stage, Murphy, who was next to Yang, was overflowing with joy and pride. Did you see that? This is my husband. Dearest, dearest, the road is long, let's be together. After Yang finished singing, the camera switched to Murphy's side. However, this time, the director used another camera. With a gradual switch, Yang's figure temporarily remained on the screen. For a moment, there was a scene of the two in the same frame. I'll sing me to you. Murphy sang. Before Murphy's long voice fell, Yang also raised his voice and sang the lyrics. Although it did not have the stunning feeling of the bass just now, it still reflected his and Murphy's tacit cooperation. Give me your pure and innocent smile. Although this section was sung by Yang according to the order, Murphy took on the lead part of the song in order to reflect Yang's singing skills. We should have happy, blissful, sunny days. Murphy sang the lead and Yang harmonized. Note 2, Xianxia did not feel anything, but Chu Fangfang, who had closed her eyes to listen carefully, could not help but open them. She looked at Yang, who had also appeared on the big screen at this moment, with some surprise. This harmonization was very accurate. Not only did it not steal the lead singer's limelight, but it also maintained a very harmonious complement effect. Like Chu Fangfang, there were indeed many fans who could hear the difference. At this moment, they had gradually gained an understanding of Yang's singing skills, It was not weaker than a real singer, however, pure fans like Xianxia made up the majority. They were also happy. They only needed to listen to the song and enjoy the beauty of the song. This song was indeed suitable for a male and female duet, especially a live version of a male and female duet. "I'll sing me to you." This time, it was the opposite. Xianxia sang the lead and Murphy followed. "I'll use my burning feelings to move you, okay?" Time is worth remembering, reluctant to part with, shy blushing face. Under the camera, Xianxia looked at Murphy. His cold face seemed to have softened. His eyes were as deep as the stars, and his tenderness was revealed without any concealment. Being looked at by Xianxia in public like this, Murphy's heart was sweet and shy. It was really as she sang in the harmonization. Her pure and beautiful face shyly lowered slightly. "Who can replace you? Love to your heart's content while you're young. My dearest person, the road is long. Let's be together." It was still Xianxia who sang this part. That gentle and affectionate magnetic bass made tens of thousands of fans unable to help but indulge in it. Chu Fangfang closed her eyes and listened with a look of intoxication. However, her roommate did not give her a chance to appreciate it. Xianxia, the fake fan, shook her arm vigorously, put on a fangirl face, and shouted, I can't, Xianxia actually sings so well. When will he debut? I want to be his #1 fangirl." Chu Fangfang could not help but laugh. She pinched Xianxia's baby fat face and said angrily, "Can you stop for a moment? Did you forget? This Xianxia is also taken. He and Murphy have registered their marriage." "That's right." Xianxia reacted and sighed in disappointment. In the beginning, Xianxia's voice was so stunning that many fans forgot to think. They were only immersed in his and Murphy's singing. But as the lyrics were repeated, the initial excitement gradually subsided and their thoughts returned to normal. Xianxia's singing was very good. This made many fans who were not optimistic about the union between him and Murphy feel conflicted. Now, it seemed that Murphy and Xianxia were together, and it seemed that it was not bad. In front of them, the two people who were singing affectionately on stage were a perfect match. The man was tall and straight, and the woman was also tall and beautiful. Xianxia's black suit covered up the burly and oppressive feeling that the photo in the entertainment tabloids gave people. It no longer gave people the illusion that he and Murphy would be Beauty and the Beast when they were together. What made the fans confused was that Xianxia, who was playing the guitar, exuded a strong artistic aura. His cold face seemed to be tough and handsome at this moment. More importantly, the two of them were singing a love song together. The tacit understanding between them and the way they looked at each other tenderly while holding hands made it difficult for people to dislike them. They were so compatible. How could they bear to break them up? But what about Mu Xiang? Could it be that they were willing to give up the Momu couple that they had been fans of for a long time? At this moment, many fans could not help but feel pity for Mu Xiang. They felt that he was a pitiful person who was isolated by the whole world. He wrote a song and even sang a duet for the couple. They wondered if he was full of dog food. They wondered if he was squatting in some corner and crying bitterly. This person was too miserable. Just as the fans were feeling conflicted, "Want to Sing Me to You" was coming to an end. Dearest, the road is long. Let's be together." Xianxia, who had already put down his guitar and came to the front of the stage hand in hand with Murphy, looked at Murphy and finished singing together. It was as if they were telling the fans that just like the lyrics, they had to keep going on like this. Even though Xianxia lowered his voice so that it could blend in with Murphy's voice, even though it was no longer the magnetic and moving male voice, the fans' attention was no longer on Xianxia's voice. They looked at Murphy leaning on Xianxia's shoulder, looked at her and Xianxia's fingers intertwined, looked at her, who rarely revealed her emotions, and couldn't help but smile in happiness. At this moment, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The music behind him slowly came to an end. At first, there was some silence below the stage, but no one knew who started cheering first. Gradually, it became a chorus of cheers. Gradually, it seemed that everyone was infected, and the whole audience burst into applause and cheers. This was the applause of recognition. Although it came a little late, it was also the first step towards accepting Xianxia. Amidst the applause and cheers, Murphy, who was leaning on Xianxia, finally remembered that she was the protagonist of the stage. She finally took the initiative. Murphy and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Then, she pulled Yang Yi to the middle of the edge of the stage. What kind of introduction would it be? The fans below the stage looked forward to it, and the noise gradually stopped. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. Ahem. In the end, Murphy, who was not good with words, was still a little nervous before she opened her mouth. She seemed to be giving herself courage. She coughed twice, straightened her chest, and said with a serious face, "Hello everyone." Some of the audience couldn't help but laugh, and soft laughter could be heard. However, Murphy continued, "Let me introduce to everyone, this is my husband, Yang Yi." The audience below the stage exclaimed. It wasn't that they were surprised by the name or the identity, but that no one expected Murphy to introduce him so simply and straightforwardly describe the relationship between Yang Yi and her. "Call him husband." Zhong Zhenjin elbowed Chu Fangfang and said with a smile, "So mushy." Chu Fangfang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Then, she said in surprise, "Shouldn't you be disappointed? You just said that you're Yang Yi's fangirl." "I'm still very rational. He's married." Before Zhong Zhenjin could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Fangfang. "Wait, don't be noisy." Chu Fangfang's eyes widened as if she had heard something. She covered Zhong Zhenjin's mouth and looked at the stage in shock. A few seconds ago, Murphy waited for the exclamations to stop. Then, she raised the microphone and said, "Then, you may not know that Yang Yi has a special identity in addition to being a very, very powerful writer as described in the newspaper." Many people, like Chu Fangfang, widened their eyes. They had automatically filtered out Murphy's description of a very, very powerful writer, which was completely in the eye of the beholder. Instead, they focused on this special identity. Could it be, when the subtitles of the song came out, some people had vaguely guessed the truth, but they didn't dare to believe it at all. Murphy didn't keep them in suspense. She looked very serious and said, "Yang Yi is also a very, very powerful songwriter, which is known to everyone as Mu Ziyang." Boom, the audience was in an uproar. Was it really Mu Ziyang? The fans who had this premonition before were all wide-mouthed. It was actually Mu Ziyang? The fans who hadn't thought of it before were also wide-mouthed. And the fans who had angrily said that Mo Fei would abandon Mu Ziyang if she didn't want to be with Mu Ziyang but Yang Yi, opened their mouths wide and looked embarrassed. At this moment, their inner OS, F***CK, how could it be Mu Ziyang? Zhong Zhenjin, the gossipy girl, was also very excited at this moment. However, she wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she found it very interesting. She pulled down Chu Fangfang's hand that was covering her mouth and poked Chu Fangfang's waist. She said with a smile, "This is fun. What about those guys under Murphy's micro-broadcasting who indiscriminately scolded Yang Yi? Now they find out that Yang Yi is their idol, Mu Ziyang. I feel like I'm going to die from embarrassment." Chu Fangfang didn't have time to pay attention to Zhong Zhenjin. She looked at the stage and heard Murphy's confirmation. "Yes, Mu Ziyang is Yang Yi. Yang Yi is Mu Ziyang." Phew. Chu Fangfang let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled happily and said, "Don't worry about whether it's embarrassing or not. I think this is the best result for the fans and Murphy." Yes. Wasn't this what everyone wanted to see? What the fans hoped for had all come true. First of all, Mo Fei and Mu Ziyang were a couple. When the two of them got together, the fans didn't have to worry, because in the future, they would create more and better music. Just like today's song, "Want to Sing Me to You," the sweetness was refreshing. Secondly, Murphy was married to love. Looking at her happy face, even some of the fans who were still brooding about it just wanted to give their blessings at this moment. Since he was already satisfied, what did it matter even if the previous misunderstandings, the grudges, and the unpleasant words spouted out were difficult to take back and unavoidable awkwardness? After the awkwardness, they could continue to give their blessings and cheer for Murphy. Therefore, after the uproar and silence brought about by the shock, applause and cheers gradually sounded from the audience. Finally, the applause and cheers covered the entire stadium. "Murphy, you must be happy." The late blessings and acceptance from tens of thousands of fans made Murphy's eyes fill with tears. Thank you everyone." Murphy was moved and choked with sobs. Yang Yi considerately opened his left arm and hugged her. However, today, Mo Fei didn't come here to embarrass them. She wanted to officially disclose her relationship and family situation to the public. Therefore, she hadn't completed her mission yet. Murphy calmed down and raised the microphone again. She smiled happily and said, "Actually, I want to introduce someone to you today." The fans below the stage were stunned for a moment and cheered wildly. Xianxia was also dressed up beautifully today. She was wearing a light blue dress with woven sleeves and a light blue hairband on her head. On the right side of the hairband, there was a light blue gauze flower inlaid on it. Although the light blue color did not have the girlish aura of pink, it still made the little girl look extra lively and cute in it. After her father went on stage to sing, Xianxia was taken care of by Aunt Emo Shawan. However, she did not stay in the lounge, but hid backstage. She had watched her parents' performance. There were also some dancers backstage. They were waiting for the next performance to accompany Murphy. At this time, they were also chattering. They all say that Murphy sings well. I didn't expect Xianxia to sing so well. Xianxia turned her little head and looked at their backs. She heard a few words in her ears. They seemed to be praising her father. The little girl was happy and proud. She puffed out her chest and muttered softly, "That's my papa." However, it was noisy backstage. Xiaxia's voice was soft, so no one noticed. Emo Xiaojuan's attention was not on Xianxia. She listened carefully to Murphy's introduction on stage. However, she held Xiaxia's hand in case she got lost. Finally, she heard the instructions. Emo Xiaojuan smiled. She squatted down and put her hand on Xiaxia's shoulder. She said softly, "Xianxia, it's your turn to go on stage." It turned out that Murphy had suddenly thought of this problem after she came back last night. She discussed it with Xianxia. She felt that since the media had exposed Xiaxia's photos, there was no need for her to continue hiding Xianxia. She might as well openly introduce Xianxia to the public. That was why she was doing this now. However, even though they had played on this stage a few times in the past 2 days and had been fine during rehearsals, Murphy and the others didn't expect that when it was Xiaxia's turn to perform tonight, there would be a problem. Xianxia was seen running towards her parents on the stage. However, as soon as she poked her head out, she felt the enthusiastic cheers from the audience and was stunned. This was different from the rehearsal. Why are there so many people? The deafening screams were especially clear and terrifying when Xianxia came out from backstage. After all, the little girl was only 4.5 years old. She was a little stunned by this big scene. After hearing this, she subconsciously turned around and ran. The protagonist ran back after showing his face? The loyal cameraman recorded this scene and conveyed it to the audience sitting in the corners through the big screen. Ouch! Murphy's fans below the stage couldn't help but laugh. However, it was a kind laugh, as they felt that this little girl was too cute. Speaking of which, it was interesting. Perhaps it was because Xianxia attracted too much attention, but Xianxia, who was also in the center of the whirlpool of gossip, didn't receive as much attention. Everyone only discussed her age enthusiastically. Or perhaps it was because Xianxia was a child, but the kind-hearted people were a little more polite. When they criticized Xianxia, they didn't mention Xianxia. Now, the live audience knew that Xianxia didn't need to be introduced. She was Murphy and Muxiang's daughter. Moreover, she was so cute. Who could bear to blame her? Just as they watched in amusement as Xianxia ran back and wondered what to do, a woman covered her face and ran out with Xianxia. This woman brought Xianxia to Xiangyi's side, then covered her face and ran off. This scene on the screen caused the fans to laugh again. That's right, it was Emo Shawan. Yes, this was simply burying her head in the sand. But Emo Shawan, who was covering her face, was also in despair. She hadn't thought that she would have to go on stage. She hadn't touched up her makeup and her hair was a mess, but now it was too late. She could only cover her face and send Xianxia, who was too scared to go on stage alone, onto the stage. Of course, Emo Shawan wasn't the main character. After the audience laughed, they didn't care about the woman who was covering her face. They all focused on the big screen. The cute little girl was being carried by Xianxia. The laughter made the little girl so shy that she buried her face in her father's arms like an ostrich. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Xianxia said gently in his daughter's ear, Don't be afraid. Dad is here. In her father's arms and listening to his voice, Xiaxia's heart calmed down a little. She hugged her father's neck and complained in a low voice, Papa, it's so dark. There are so many people. I'm afraid. It turned out that it was also because of the darkness. How could she not be afraid of such a dark mass and such terrible sounds? Don't be afraid. Xianxia said gently to Shishi, Dad is holding you. You can be afraid of anything, because whether it's a monster or a big bad wolf, Dad will defeat them, right? In order to let Shishi relax a little, Xianxia pointed to the camera in front of her and said, Look, this big camera is filming us. Shishi couldn't help but be curious. After all, she didn't experience this when she walked on stage in the afternoon. She turned her head and looked in the direction her father pointed. Then look at the big screen behind you. See if we're on it? Xianxia smiled and pointed to the super big screen, which was where Murphy appeared before. At this time, Shishi suddenly felt as if the whole world only had Shishi, her father, and her mother next to her. She didn't need to be too nervous. Then, she followed her father and looked behind. Wow! It's so big. The little girl showed an amazed expression. The cameraman quickly turned the camera around, and it was just enough to capture the young girl's face. Her big round eyes and cute little face instantly captured the hearts of many fans. I'm on it. She forgot to be nervous. She giggled, grabbed her father's arm, and pointed at the big screen above. Although they couldn't hear what she was saying, her smiling eyes, which were like crescent moons, instantly infected all the fans. Their mood also became clear and happy. Finally, they could get back on track. Murphy held a microphone and said, Shishi, can you introduce yourself to the brothers and sisters who came to watch Mom's concert today? Shishi turned her head. Although she was still a little nervous, she could still communicate. She nodded her little head. Then tell your brothers and sisters first. What's your name? Murphy guided. Xianxia pointed the microphone in his hand at Shishi. The little girl's crisp voice finally came through the sound system. My name is Xianxia. I'm 4 years old this year. Murphy didn't need to ask the last sentence. She habitually said it herself. She had introduced herself like this before. When Shishi heard her voice become so loud, she looked around in surprise. Hearing Shishi's soft voice and unique emphasis, the fans below the stage couldn't help but applaud her. Then, what's your papa's name? Murphy asked with a smile. My papa's name is Xianxia. Shishi said obediently. Now, Shishi was no longer nervous. Moreover, she felt that it was very fun. She had been curious about how the microphone in front of her could make her voice so loud. Her ability to adapt was quite good. What's your mom's name? Murphy continued to ask. My mom's name is Murphy. Hee, it's you. The little girl said with a smile. This sweet laughter almost softened the hearts of the fans below the stage. Thank you, Shishi. Yes, this is the second person I want to introduce to you today. She is Xianxia's and my daughter, Shishi. Shishi's self-introduction ended here. After Murphy kissed the little girl's face, she asked Xianxia to take Shishi down first. After watching Xianxia return to the backstage with Shishi in his arms, Murphy sincerely bowed to the audience and said, I'm sorry that we have kept it from you for so many years. It's also my fault. I've always had a deep burden of being an idol. I'm worried that you can't accept it. I'm also worried that after exposure, excessive media attention will be detrimental to the child's growth. Can you forgive me for telling you now? Forgive me. Of course, I forgive you. The audience's voices rose one after another. Mofei's sincere explanation won her a round of applause from the audience. And the fans were all very cute. Thank you, everyone. Xianxia is a relatively low-key person, so he used the name Mu Ziyang before. He was also worried that the relationship between us would be exposed. I didn't expect that it would cause misunderstandings. However, please rest assured that in the future, we will still work hard to create more good songs for you as before. Murphy bowed deeply again. It doesn't matter. As long as you are happy. We all like you very much. We also like Shishi. The screams of the fans below the stage made Mofei feel warm in her heart. Although this confession took a long time, after all, this was Murphy's concert. Murphy didn't forget. Thank you again, everyone. I also hope that you will pay less attention to the child and give her more space to grow. I don't know what to say, so I will continue to sing for you. From today onwards, everything seems to have returned to the beginning. However, just like the songs that Xianxia wrote for me, I also hope that I can not forget my original intention and continue to work hard on the road of music. I will sing for all of you who support me. This is enough. Murphy wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile. Today, she really smiled a lot, but this scene made the fans happy and distressed at the same time. However, when the music started, everything seemed to have returned to the right track. Murphy also quickly returned to her normal state. If pride is not coldly smashed by the sea of reality, how would you know how hard you need to work to go far? Murphy's clear and beautiful voice sounded in the stadium again. All the impetuous hearts calmed down. The fans waved their light sticks and quietly listened to Murphy's song. No, they listened to her talk about her original dream. On Murphy's micro-broadcasting, the battlefield in the comment section was still in a heated battle of words. Murphy's fans and Xianxia's fans formed two opposing forces, neither giving way to the other. In the beginning, Xianxia's fans did maintain restraint, but later, they completely lost control. They could not scold Murphy, so they angrily attacked the person supported by Murphy's fans, Mu Xiang. However, just as they were arguing, the fans who were watching the concert at the front line sent back news. Stop arguing, Mu Xiang and Xianxia are the same person. When the first person said that, Murphy's fans did not believe it at all. Mu Xiang's real name is Liang. What does he have to do with Xianxia? Even if it's bullshit, don't make it up like that? Mu Xiang's real name was Liang. This rumor seemed to have come from a certain variety show. However, after the nonsensical tabloids reported it carelessly, and after word of mouth was full of mistakes, many people actually believed this rumor to be true. This was also why when Xianxia appeared, no one thought of the possibility that he was Mu Xiang. However, very soon, the fans who were watching the concert at the front line sent back more and more information. The statement that Xianxia was Mu Xiang also appeared at the front line of the battlefield. This made the two groups of people who were arguing unable to continue, and they all understood the truth. It should be true. I have a friend who was watching the concert. I just called him and asked. He said that when Murphy announced this news, everyone was stunned. On micro-broadcasting, the two groups of people were also stunned. Xianxia was Mu Xiang? Then why were we arguing before? It was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple, not acknowledging our own family. Now, the credibility of this news was getting higher and higher. Although it was only Murphy's side of the story, it could be said that it was a fact. One had to know that in this world, if a public figure said such things, they would have to bear the legal responsibility. If Xianxia was not Mu Xiang and impersonated him, he would be sent to jail if he was found out. Moreover, if Xianxia was impersonating Mu Xiang, then Murphy would have offended the real Mu Xiang. It was not worth it to pay such a heavy price for such a lie. Just as the two groups of people gave up and looked at each other awkwardly, the people in front of them finally remembered something else. Previously, they had only been focused on the news that Xianxia is Mu Xiang. Xianxia's singing is so good that I thought he was a real singer. It's such a pity that he didn't debut. Murphy and Xianxia sang a new song at the concert. The two of them sang a duet. It was super nice and sweet. Could it be because of the power of love? The speed at which he releases songs has also increased. A new song? Many netizens expressed their envy, jealousy, and hatred. Moreover, some fans who had bought tickets but did not go because of the gossip were so angry that their intestines turned green with regret. That was not the only news. The people in front of them were too happy. They proudly spread the second-hand news to others. Murphy's daughter is super cute. It turns out that she and Xianxia have known each other for 5 to 6 years. They actually hid it from the world for so long. It turns out that the newspaper guessed that Murphy's previous retirement was because she wanted to have a child. That was not wrong. I really admire Murphy's courage. Xianxia is also super handsome. Just look at the photo that was exposed. I think he is very stylish in person. Moreover, his singing is so good. I wonder when he will debut. One after another, shocking news was thrown out. Finally, the two groups of people who had been happily scolding each other quietly retreated. Murphy's fans were very embarrassed. They felt that they had been scolding for 2 days, only to realize that they had made a big mistake. A small number of people apologized sincerely, but most of them could only choose to pretend that nothing had happened. As for Xianxi's fans, although they had retreated from the battlefield, they seemed to have forgotten that they had previously scolded Mu Xiang. They arrogantly returned to Xianxi's personal forum, as if they had returned victorious. They proudly discussed Xianxi's new identity. Almighty Xianxi is indeed a genius. He is good at writing books and is so good at writing songs. I went to listen to his songs and they were all very good. This is a real composer. I just want to know, is there anything that Almighty Xianxi can't do? He doesn't know how to do a signing. Someone said bitterly. However, someone quickly said, Almighty Xianxi has been very low-key before. It's probably because he doesn't want his relationship with Murphy to be exposed. Now that he is half a public figure, can't he do a signing for us? That's right. That's very likely. The fans excitedly tagged the staff of Sahara Publishing, hoping to get a satisfactory answer from them. However, they couldn't get a reply from Xianxi for the signing for the time being. Xianxi had other things to do. At night, as Murphy's concert was coming to an end, many media outlets noticed the defection of Murphy's fans. Many people also leaked the news to the media. Such a shocking piece of news made many media reporters feel incredulous. They all tried to verify it. However, they didn't need to verify it. At around 11 p.m., Murphy's micro-broadcasting was updated. It should be written by Mo Xiaowan, who introduced the situation of Xianxi being Mu Xiang. She also explained and apologized to the public for concealing the truth before. In the end, of course, it was Mo Fei who specially asked the media and fans to give Cici the space to grow freely. Attached to the Weibo post was a picture of a family of 3 on stage, which was taken by the photographer on the scene. Retreat. Get me a new headline right now. Who knew how many reporters from various media outlets would have to work overtime tonight? Sure enough, the next day, all the major newspapers and entertainment tabloids were talking about Murphy's marriage and the fact that Xianxi was Mu Xiang. In fact, before the mobile internet was fully developed, many people still relied on newspapers to get information about the outside world. So, when people woke up early in the morning to read the headlines, their jaws almost dropped. Damn, Mu Xiang and Xianxi are the same person? Then why did Xianxi have such a stage name? However, Xianxi didn't want to explain that. It would become an unsolved mystery in history. However, it could be said that after one night, the direction of public opinion had changed. Originally, there was a group of people who were gloating that Murphy would suffer a great loss in the storm of public opinion. But now, many people were congratulating Murphy and wishing her a happy marriage. They also hoped that she and Xianxi could have more works. Of course, the heat of the matter hadn't died down yet. On Monday, the Hong Kong media reported that when they interviewed Xianxia gave an answer to the matter. Haha, yes, Mu Xiang is Xianxi. I knew it long ago, and I know that he and Murphy are a couple. But, Mr. Mu Xiang asked me not to tell anyone about it. I had been holding it in for a long time, but now I can finally say it. With Xianxia's confirmation, no one doubted the fact that Xianxi was Mu Xiang anymore. However, Xianxi, who was at the center of public opinion, had already returned to Jiangqing. Murphy had to attend some business activities in Shanghai, so he and Xixi came back first. Although the matter of the exposure had been properly resolved, Xianxi wasn't happy. He wanted to find the person who stabbed him in the back, who did it. Tianmei had been investigating internally for a few days, but they couldn't find any clues. Zhu Jia blamed himself, so he stopped the recording of that night, and stayed in his office. Through the crack in the door, he used a mirror to look at the simple office on the other side of the corridor. If you have the time to spy on people, why don't you listen to my arrangements and participate in this month's popular variety show? As long as you ask, Sister Ling can definitely arrange it for you. Du Luan said helplessly as he played with his phone. What do you know? Zhu Jia said without turning his head. I have to give Mu Xiang an explanation. Didn't he already give you a song? Who cares? Just sing this song well and earn what you need to earn, Du Luan said as he plugged his phone into the charging cable. then stood up and stretched. I said that I would help him solve this problem, but in the end, this photo was leaked to the media by that bastard. Not only did it not solve the problem, but it also made a mess for him. Xianxia was thirsty, so he closed the door and poured himself a glass of water. He then explained, if I didn't help him find that person, how could I sing this song with a clear conscience? Plus, I still want his second song. Then why are you spying on Xianxia? Didn't you already rule her out as a suspect? Du Luan asked. Anyway, I think she's suspicious. The USB flash drive has been with her for the longest time, so she's the most likely person to steal it. Xianxia was tired from standing, so he simply moved a chair and sat by the door to continue spying. Du Luan rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, I think you should give Mu Xiang's, Yang Yi's, email address to his teacher. That's all we can find. Anyway, the matter has been solved, and the gossip has stopped. There's no need to continue investigating. Xianxia waved his hand and said, don't talk to me like that. If you don't want to help, then get lost. Hey, Du Luan, why do I feel like you're getting more and more arrogant recently? You're not usually like this. Xianxia was still loyally helping Yang Yi find the culprit, but Yang Yi didn't know. He had just returned from Shanghai and was very dissatisfied with the feedback from Xianxia and Tianmei. He even felt that Xianxia and Tianmei's people were playing with him. It was true that a profit-seeking paparazzi hunter was quite suspicious, but Yang Yi felt that Tianmei's people were also quite suspicious. Outsiders are always unreliable. If I want to find out the truth, I have to do it myself. After Yang Yi returned to Jiang City, he coaxed Shishi, who was exhausted from the long journey, to sleep. Then, he went to the study to tidy up some equipment. As a professional habit, Yang Yi dug out a secret compartment in the study and hid some tools just in case. For example, there were some scattered parts inside that could be assembled into a pistol. There was also a box of yellow bullets. Yang Yi had bought all of these on the black market, so he probably wouldn't need them. However, Yang Yi felt that it would always be better to keep himself and his family a secret. There were also some parts that were also bought from the black market. After Yang Yi's modification, they could be made into mobile remote control surveillance equipment, just like in the movies. Of course, there were also real sharp knives that could cut through iron like mud. Although Yang Yi also knew how to use a gun, he was an expert in cold weapons. With a knife in hand, he was a killer. However, he didn't need to use the murder weapon yet. What Yang Yi needed to tidy up was some surveillance equipment. He wanted to keep an eye on Niu Meiling and Xianxia. As for Xianxia, Yang Yi had lost trust in him, so he decided to install surveillance equipment on him again, so that he could find out who the real mastermind was. Of course, Yang Yi wouldn't force it like the last time. He felt that he couldn't alert the enemy, so he had to do it quietly. Just as Yang Yi was thinking about the surveillance plan, he suddenly remembered that he had left a listening device with Xianxia's agent. Let's listen to what Du Luan said. Maybe he knows some of Xianxia's secrets. Yang Yi felt that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this. After all, if Xianxia was really that shrewd, he wouldn't have said it in front of his agent, but maybe he could catch the fish that escaped the net, so Yang Yi searched for the recordings on his computer. However, the recordings were only from the last 3 days. Yang Yi could only start from 3 days ago, which was Friday. Friday was the day that the news of Murphy's wedding was exposed. Yang Yi couldn't find any clues. The only relevant recording was that Xianxia asked Du Luan if Xianxia was in the office. As for what Xianxia said to Xianxia, Yang Yi didn't know at all. The next day's recording, Yang Yi fast-forwarded it. When he heard the conversation between Xianxia and Du Luan, he slowed it down to a normal speed. This wasn't a recording of a phone call. It was in the office, so Du Luan might have put his phone in his pocket. So, the conversation between the two was muffled. Luckily, Yang Yi had bought a voice processing software from the black market. After processing it, he could barely hear their conversation. Xianxia told Du Luan about Niu Meiling and Xianxia's conclusion after questioning them. It was probably the paparazzi hunter who sold the goods to both parties. However, Yang Yi also heard Xianxia angrily express that he didn't trust Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia was still very suspicious. The conversation between the two was more detailed. Through Du Luan's questioning, Xianxia basically repeated the content of yesterday's meeting. However, Yang Yi was now skeptical of Jujia's words. He felt that any kind of solemn vow was hypocritical, and any kind of sincere words were like a lie full of loopholes. The recording took a lot of time. Before he knew it, it was already evening. Yang Yi had to stop and prepare dinner for Xixi, bathe her, and put her to sleep. When Xixi fell asleep, he continued. Originally, Yang Yi thought that it was impossible to find the fish that had escaped the net. Suddenly, on Saturday night, Du Luan's recorded phone call made Yang Yi's eyes widen. It's okay. I told you, it'll be fine. They couldn't find any loopholes in our plan. They thought it was that teacher who went back on his word. Haha. Jujia? Jujia is a big idiot. He's so stupid that he still thinks that your manager is the one who leaked the photos. No, he would never think that it was me. And you, if you didn't open the door for me and unlock the drawer, I wouldn't have been able to get the USB flash drive. Okay, Zhenjian, did I say that I wouldn't give you the money? According to our previous agreement, I'll take 70% and you take 30%. After all, other than being strong, I was also the one who came up with the idea. I'll give you the money. How can I go back on my word? It's just that the bank transfer is too big of a target, so it's not worth it. I'll withdraw it bit by bit now. When your new album hits the charts, I'll give you a big bag of cash directly. Later, after Du Luan hung up the phone, he was still mumbling something about a money-hungry B*TCH. Yang Yi couldn't take it anymore. He dragged the progress bar forward until he finished listening to every word of the phone call. Yang Yi finally understood what was going on. F*CK, it was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Yang Yi only wanted to hear if Jujia had revealed any tricks in private. He didn't expect that he would accidentally find the person who set him up, this Du Luan. He didn't expect it. He didn't expect that he was the real mastermind. Zhenjian was also despicable, but at most, she could only be considered an accomplice. But, how could it be him? Yang Yi had too little information. He only knew that Du Luan had profited a lot from this incident. He didn't know that Du Luan had risked his life to steal Murphy's news for money. It all started after Jujia became popular. But, to make a long story short, Du Luan had earned some money from Jujia. He wanted to earn more, so he invested his money in the stock market. At first, he was lucky and earned a lot, but the good times didn't last long. The stocks he bought fell. Du Luan, who was addicted to the stock market and wanted to earn back his money, unknowingly spent more. Finally, the stocks were stuck again, and Du Luan realized that he didn't have enough money to spend. After Jujia's new year, he didn't start working again. Du Luan could only worry and live on his basic salary. Just then, Jujia told Du Luan that Niu Meiling had spent 500,000 to buy the USB flash drive, and Du Luan started to have other ideas. While Jujia and Niu Meiling were in a stalemate, Du Luan contacted Zhenjian, who he had a close relationship with. With Zhenjian as a spy, Du Luan easily copied the information from the USB flash drive. Then, he sold the information to the entertainment tabloid. Don't underestimate Murphy's influence. Although it was second-hand information, Du Luan still sold it for 600,000. Plus, he told Zhenjian that he sold it for 400,000. No wonder Yang Yi was so focused on Jujia that he didn't notice that Du Luan had been trying to get information from Jujia. Now that he thought about it, the recording had many flaws, but, no matter why Du Luan did this, Yang Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. On one hand, he found the mastermind, and on the other hand, Yang Yi could clear Jujia's suspicion. This young master was a little retarded, but he was still loyal. Now, what Yang Yi had to consider was how to solve Du Luan's problem. Yang Yi's first solution was to give the recording of Du Luan and Zhenjian scolding Jujia for being an idiot to Jujia, and let Jujia chase Du Luan away. But, if it was just this, wouldn't it be too easy to let him go? Yang Yi couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Moreover, Yang Yi thought of an important problem. Du Luan knew about his deal with Jujia. If Jujia chased Du Luan away, Du Luan would have no other choice. He might break the pot and reveal other things. This is really troublesome. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and walked around in the study. Why don't I just kill him? Yang Yi's eyes flickered. He caressed the sharp blade that he took out when he was organizing the equipment, and his whole body emitted a cold aura. However, when Yang Yi was thinking about some bad things, someone was also thinking about killing him. In the vast Texas of the United States of America, a tall man with a pipe in his mouth and a wide-brimmed felt hat, dressed like a cowboy in the movies, followed behind on a horse. In front of him, 6 real cowboys with black and white skin were riding on horses, helping him herd the hundreds of Angus cattle on the farm to graze on the grassland that was growing well in spring. "Mo, you can go back. Leave this to us." An old white cowboy in his 50s or 60s, but he was in a good mental state, rode his horse over. He took off his hat and wiped his sweat as he spoke. The sun in the afternoon was too strong, and the boss's body was not as strong as the local cowboys. The old cowboy was worried that the boss would not be able to take it. "Ford, look after these kids for me." Mo Henian pointed at the dark-skinned, hornless Angus cattle and nodded at the old cowboy. After that, he pulled the reins and turned around to head back to the farm's residence. Mo Henian had bought this farm for almost 20 years. It was originally a wasteland, but after 20 years of operation, it had changed drastically. Along the way, there was a fertile grassland. Although it was originally a grassland, after many years of modification, the weeds had been removed, and high-quality pasture had been planted. Whether it was for grazing or harvesting for winter, it was a good choice. Of course, the sun was a little strong today, so Mo Henian chose to go to the woods at the side to avoid the heat. These original woods were left behind by Mo Henian. Not only could they provide shelter for people and cattle, but they could also maintain the ecological balance of this land. Close to the residential area, there were dozens of acres of land planted with cotton and sorghum. Of course, there were still lush early seedlings. The dozens of acres of land were all mechanized. There were all kinds of machines in Mo Henian's warehouse, such as tractors, planters, combine harvesters, hay balers, and so on. A few years ago, Mo Henian did not want to be outdone. He drove the tractor and worked with the hired cowboys in the field. But now, he could only be a supervisor. Most of the practical work was left to the professional cowboys hired by the farm. Uncle Mo, a half-grown black lad, shirtless, was coming out of the pond dripping with water. When he saw Mo Henian, he quickly lowered his head obediently, as if he had done something wrong. "Greg, you sneaked out to swim again. I'll tell your father later and let him beat you to death." Mo Henian shouted angrily. "I'm sorry, Uncle Mo, I was wrong. I'm going back to work now." The young black man scowled miserably and ran away. Greg was the son of a cowboy on Mo Henian's farm. Although he was black, Missouri Henian had watched him grow up. Mo Henian treated him as his own nephew. Therefore, even though Mo Henian had purposely pulled a long face earlier, the old man had no intention of telling on him at all. However, Mo Henian's temper was usually very irritable. Greg was very afraid and was scolded. Mo Henian was in a good mood after successfully playing a prank. He laughed heartily and continued to ride his horse back to his residence. Mo Henian's house was built later. It was originally a wooden building with a Western style. Later, Mo Henian felt that it was uncomfortable to live in, so he remodeled it into a modern house with a Chinese style. Don't underestimate Mo Henian. In his early years, Mo Henian was still an architectural designer. Otherwise, how could he have the money to emigrate and buy a large farm? Although he had changed his profession to become a farm owner, Mo Henian had no problem designing a house for himself. From the outside, the unique courtyard had the feeling of an ancient garden. There were flowing water, small bridges, stone carvings, and window carvings. Of course, in order to be compatible with Western culture, the courtyard was not enclosed. Instead, it was wide open and did not have the restrictive feeling of a wall. The house was also made of white walls and black tiles. The weather in Texas was hot, so the design of the house was ventilated. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. The design of the cornices also restored the unique spirituality of ancient architecture. Of course, the interior of the house was more modern. There were ceramic tiles, glass walls, brilliant and bright lights, and so on. Mo Henian was not a pedantic architectural designer. He could fuse ancient elements with a modern and comfortable living environment. Don't think that a Chinese-style building in a large farm would stand out and be despised by others. The farm owners from the same town came here as guests. When they saw Mo Henian's mansion, each one was more envious than the other. They all rushed to ask Mo Henian to design a house for them. Mo Henian went a little too far. When he returned home, he found that his wife was not there. "Where did Madam go?" Mo Henian asked the housekeeper at home. "I don't know. She took a call and hurried out." The housekeeper shook her head. "But there were some notes left beside the phone. I don't know if Madam still needs them, so I didn't get rid of them." Mo Henian was just asking casually, but the housekeeper's words made him a little curious. He went to take a look at the notes. On the sticky notes, the first page was still Mo Henian's own handwriting and Zhou Mingyu's handwriting. There were a few other pages that were filled with trivial matters. Mo Henian flipped through them until he reached the last page of the sticky notes. Zhou Mingyu had written a name and a line of words on the sticky notes. Yang Yi. However, the word "yi" was crossed out and a word "yi" was added next to it. For some reason, when Mo Henian saw this name, he vaguely felt displeased. Perhaps it was because Shi's surname was Yang and not Mo? Mo Henian was not very fond of this surname all these years, and the next line of words made Mo Henian feel a little puzzled. The domestic media broke the news and the internet domain news has been reprinted. What did that mean? Mo Henian frowned. The domestic media referred to China? Could it be that something happened to his daughter in China? He still knew about the internet domain news. It was a domestic news portal. Sometimes, if he wanted to know about the domestic news, Mo Henian would also go there to take a look. The old man's curiosity grew. He simply took the note to the study, turned on the computer, and logged into the internet domain news website to read. However, the old man could not find any Yang Yi on the first page. Mo Henian did not have the patience to slowly search. He directly went to the internet domain search function and typed the two words Yang Yi into the computer with great difficulty. Fortunately, this was their family's computer. Otherwise, there really was no Chinese input method. Not long after, several news articles popped up. The title of the first article was shockingly written. Yang Yi is Mu Ziyang? Murphy and he were secretly married for 6 years? Mo Henian's eyes almost popped out. The following news articles fanned the flames even more. Breaking news. Murphy's husband is not a nobody. Yang Yi is actually a best-selling author. It's a done deal. Murphy's marriage certificate photo has also been exposed. The super-popular singer Murphy is already married and has a child. What is the background of this lucky man, Yang Yi? Appearing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau with a strange man. Murphy has actually stepped into the marriage hall. Mo Henian's face darkened. He clicked on these news articles one by one and finally saw the report where Murphy admitted that Yang Yi was Xi's biological father. Looking at the picture, the strange man was smiling and looking at his daughter and granddaughter with a cunning expression. Mo Henian's breathing became as heavy and rapid as a red-eyed Angus cow. Finally, you've appeared. Mo Henian clenched his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. He clearly remembered how Murphy looked when she returned to the farm 5 years ago when she was pregnant. When he interrogated her, she refused to say anything and even hid in her room to cry secretly. If it weren't for the fact that Cici was born and the little girl's childish murmurs calmed him down temporarily, Mo Henian didn't know when he would be able to let go of the displeasure in his heart. But now, he had appeared again. Mo Henian's resentment and anger rose again. This bastard made his daughter pregnant out of wedlock and raised the child alone for 3 to 4 years. He had already abandoned her once. What was the point of reuniting now? Could he still cover up the fact that he was a scumbag? Mo Henian couldn't help it. He stood up abruptly and accidentally overturned the chair under his butt. However, the old man had no intention of helping him up. He angrily went to his bedroom and took out an old model Remington M870 from the locked gun cabinet. It had a long barrel and a classic horizontal anti-skid wooden handguard. It looked no different from an antique. However, Mo Henian took out a few red-headed copper-bottomed shotgun shells from the cartridge box and stuffed them into the magazine with gritted teeth. With a click, he pushed the cylinder and pushed the shotgun shells into the firing position. This antique gun had astonishingly turned into a great killing machine. If I don't destroy this bastard, my surname isn't Mo. Mo Henian gritted his teeth and put the gun aside and began to pack his clothes. Meng, you're too much. Feifei got married and you didn't tell me anything. Did you forget me, your best friend? Or are you worried that I can't afford the wedding gift? Murphy's mother, Zhou Mingyu, was also dumbfounded when she received a half-congratulatory, half-reproachful call from her former friends in the entertainment industry. After a series of questions, Zhou Mingyu understood the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, Zhou Mingyu's feelings towards Yang Yi were similar to Imohenian's. It was just that she was calmer and wouldn't be so irascible as to make a move without clarifying the situation. She also knew Imohenian's temper, so after Zhou Mingyu put down the phone, she didn't dare to continue calling at home. Instead, she put on her windbreaker, grabbed her handbag, and hurried out of the house with her phone. She went to a coffee shop in town to call her daughter. However, Zhou Mingyu did not expect that Imohenian would see her scribbling on a piece of paper out of habit. Furthermore, Imohenian even followed the vine to the melon. At this time, the unaware Zhou Mingyu called Murphy. However, the person that answered the phone was Emo Xiaowan. Emo Xiaowan seemed to be very surprised by Zhou Mingyu's call. She was even a little panicked. She stammered, "Auntie, are you looking for me?" "Wait, are you looking for Sister Fei?" "She's busy right now. She's attending an event." A woman's senses were still very sensitive. Zhou Mingyu could hear Emo Xiaowan's panic, so she asked suspiciously, "You know why I'm calling, right?" Emo Xiaowan stammered, unable to speak. How could she not have guessed? It was just that before, whether it was her, Murphy, or Yang Yi, they were all busy dealing with the crisis of public opinion brought about by this exposure. They didn't think about Murphy's parents' reaction at all. When she picked up Zhou Mingyu's call, Emo Xiaowan instantly thought of it. That's right. The media was already stirring up a storm. Even if her uncle lived abroad in the countryside, even if her aunt had left the entertainment industry for many years, their news wouldn't be completely blocked out, no matter what. So many days had passed. It was impossible that they hadn't heard anything at all. Zhou Mingyu wasn't in the mood to play a guessing game with Emo Xiaowan. She then said in a reproachful tone, "That's enough, Xiaowan. This child, you're becoming more and more disobedient to your aunt. Murphy's marriage is such a big deal, and you didn't even tell me?" Emo Xiaowan stammered, "Auntie, you can't blame me for this. Sister Fei was worried that uncle would find out about the news and wouldn't be able to sit still and fight with Yang Yi, right? So she didn't know how to tell you. Then this time, for some reason, the media exposed it. Sigh, the two of you are really going to piss me off." Zhou Mingyu said angrily, "All right, let's not talk about you. Now, tell me, who exactly is this Yang Yi? Is he Shishi's father? What's his character like?" If it had been Emo Xiaowan a few months ago, she might have added insult to injury for Yang Yi. However, Emo Xiaowan had already changed sides. Moreover, Yang Yi was her financial backer and boss, so she could only try her best to put in a good word for Yang Yi. He's Shishi's father, her biological father. Yang Yi actually has a good relationship with Sister Fei. He's not bad, too. He's from a village in Anyang province and he used to be a soldier. When she heard this, Zhou Mingyu frowned. She felt that something was amiss. It wasn't that she looked down on people from the village, but she felt that Yang Yi and Murphy's backgrounds were too different, which would lead to a huge gap between the two of them. Their personalities, hobbies, and so on were incompatible. Think about it, a soldier from a village and a female celebrity who came back from abroad and was accepting new things in the entertainment industry. How many common topics could they have? Fortunately, Emo Xiaowan's next words changed Zhou Mingyu's opinion. But Yang Yi is still very good. He wrote his own novels, which sold very well, and earned a lot of money. He also knows music, so he personally wrote songs for Sister Fei. Auntie, did you know? Not long ago, Sister Fei's album sold platinum again, and in this album, there were 12 songs written by Yang Yi. Emo Xiaowan tried her best to talk about Yang Yi. That's not bad. After all, Zhou Mingyu had been in the entertainment industry. She knew that it was difficult to get a platinum album, and she also knew that a songwriter who could write 12 songs in a platinum album was definitely capable. Her frown relaxed a little. Zhou Mingyu's call with Emo Xiaowan lasted for more than an hour. She kept asking about Yang Yi's situation, trying to get a comprehensive understanding of her daughter's choice of husband from an outsider's point of view. When she returned to the farm, she saw Mo Henian angrily carrying his bag out the door. Old Mo, what are you going to do? Zhou Mingyu had an ominous feeling in her heart. Did he know? I'm going back to the country to kill that kid. Mo Henian waved the Remington in his hand and said angrily, he hid like a turtle for a few years, and this time I finally caught him. Sure enough, he knew, but now was not the time to ask how he knew. Zhou Mingyu hurriedly stopped Mo Henian and said, Old Mo, don't worry. Your blood pressure is high, and the doctor said you can't be angry. Move, move. Mo Henian glared and said, if I can't vent my anger, I won't be able to die in peace. Mo Henian was different from Yang Chonggue. He was more stubborn and irritable. Zhou Mingyu's persuasion had no effect on him. Hey, put the gun down first. You're going back to the country, why are you still carrying a gun? Zhou Mingyu had to change her way of persuading. I'm going to kill that bastard. Mo Henian glared and said. But you can't bring it back. Do you think he'll let you bring a gun on the plane? Zhou Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mo Henian was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, it was true. So, he took a step back and stuffed the gun into his wife's hand and said, I won't bring the gun. I'll go buy a kitchen knife and chop him up. Zhou Mingyu said softly, Henian, don't worry, okay? Listen to me, it's not what you think. No matter what you say, I only believe what I see. This bastard abandoned his wife and child and harmed our Murphy for 5 years. Don't you think so? Mo Henian said. You're not wrong, but now, no matter what he did to make up for it, I look down on him as a person. He harmed our daughter. Don't tell me I shouldn't beat him up? Mo Henian interrupted Zhou Mingyu angrily. Zhou Mingyu could only use her hand to comfort Mo Henian's chest and let him breathe slowly. She said with a bitter smile, yes, you should beat him up. But you have to think about it this way. He's a junior, and you're an elder. How can an elder look for a junior? No matter what, you have to let him come here and ask for punishment, right? Her words made sense, and Mo Henian was convinced. However, Mo Henian was only shaken for a moment, and immediately became firm again. No, he's a damn junior? I don't treat him as one of us. He's just a bastard who deserves a beating. Alright, don't say anything. I have to go back. The next morning, Yang Yi sent Shishi to the kindergarten. However, as soon as he drove out of Jiangqing Media University, Yang Yi noticed 2 groups of people following him. Yang Yi frowned. Although he knew that they were paparazzi and were not dangerous, it was still very annoying. It seems like I have to change my car. Yang Yi knew that his tyrant was too big of a target. It would be better to buy a normal car so that it would be easier for him to travel. No, he might have to buy a few cars at once. He could even take turns driving so that the paparazzi would not know what he was doing. As for what he was going to do with his tyrant after buying a new car, of course, it was impossible for him to throw it away. Yang Yi planned to leave it for Ding Xiang, who was learning how to drive, to buy groceries, coffee beans, in the future. Not only do I have to change my car, but I also have to move. Yang Yi thought as he stepped on the accelerator and weaved through the morning rush hour, shaking off the 2 groups of paparazzi who were following him. Now, the media was more interested in Yang Yi, a songwriter who could write songs, than Murphy. In less than 2 days, they had dug up the microfilm fairy tale and found out the details that were deeply hidden in it. For example, Yang Yi and Mu Xiang's names appeared in the same frame for the first time. However, no one would have thought that the 2 names were actually the same person. For example, Yang Yi and Shishi made cameo appearances in the microfilm. However, the camera only flashed past and most people ignored the father and daughter duo who were doing nothing in the hospital. For example, there was another scene where Su Shishir was reading a book of fairy tales. The camera even gave a close-up of the cover of the book. Now, everyone knew that it was Shishi's bedtime story written by Yang Yi. However, at that time, many people were only focused on the joke of Su Shishir crying to Guang, saying, "You're so fat, you can't be my prince." So, not only were the paparazzi waiting for Murphy, but they were also waiting for Yang Yi. According to Yang Huan, who was very alert, there had been a few strange people in the cafe over the past few days. Therefore, Yang Yi could not continue to live in this small building. Otherwise, the paparazzi would probably come to their house and rummage through their trash can. It was all because of this Du Luan. When Yang Yi thought of him, he clenched his teeth in hatred. But now, he was still hesitating whether he should break the law in this world. Du Luan didn't deserve to die, but Yang Yi had his own set of rules. He could ignore Guazi's nagging and Jujia's idiocy because both of them were people with principles. Du Luan, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He was too unprincipled. Jujia was his employer, and Du Luan had actually tricked Jujia for money. Yang Yi could predict that if he handed Du Luan over to Jujia, Jujia might not be able to handle it properly, and Du Luan might even bite him. If Jujia was unlucky, Yang Yi wouldn't care too much. After all, it was Jujia's own business. But the problem was that Yang Yi had a deal with Jujia. If Du Luan leaked the news to the media, or sold the news to the media for money, Yang Yi and Murphy would be affected the most. So, Yang Yi still had the recording and hadn't handed it over. As for what would happen to Du Luan, he was still hesitating. If it were in his previous life, Yang Yi would definitely kill Du Luan without hesitation. But now, was it necessary to take such a risk? Of course, if he really killed Du Luan, Yang Yi could still ensure that he wouldn't leave any traces behind. Plus, he had nothing to do with Du Luan, so no one would suspect him. But, Yang Yi was afraid that if he killed Du Luan, he wouldn't be able to return to his simple and happy life. There was an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. Hee hee, Papa, so cool. The little girl's innocent laughter pulled Yang Yi back to reality. It turned out that just now, when Yang Yi kept changing lanes to overtake other cars, she saw it all. She especially liked the feeling of a car swimming in the traffic like a fish, so she was leaning on the window and watching. Do you like Papa racing? Yang Yi looked at his daughter, who was sitting in the child safety seat, from the rearview mirror, and asked with a smile. I like it when Papa drives fast. Fast and we can pass that small car, Bayou, pass. She turned her head back to look at her father, and said seriously. Yang Yi laughed out loud. Why is it Bayou? Isn't it just a whoosh? She was amused by her father's voice, and giggled, I don't know. Hee hee. When they arrived at the kindergarten, the environment was a little simpler. Although several teachers also looked at Yang Yi with sparkling eyes, it didn't affect the children's school. After they welcomed Shi, they were a little embarrassed and asked in a low voice, Father Xianxia, are you really Murphy's husband? Yang Yi nodded helplessly and said, the media outside is harassing us badly now. Please help me keep it a secret and protect my daughter. Don't worry about this, we will definitely not tell anyone. Moreover, strangers can't come into our kindergarten. Teacher Shen and Teacher Kai said excitedly. After all, it was an aristocratic kindergarten. Whether it was the teachers or the management facilities, it was better than ordinary kindergartens. Even a rich man like Lan Cao Kai, who usually had bodyguards around, arranged for his daughter to go to school here, which meant that the safety of this kindergarten could still make Yang Yi feel relieved. Yang Yi nodded to the other party and drove away. On the way, Yang Yi received a call from Murphy. What's wrong? Aren't you coming back tomorrow? Yang Yi asked curiously. However, on the other end of the phone, Mo Shawan rushed to speak, let me say it. Murphy could only put the phone on speaker. Cough cough, brother-in-law, I have 2 pieces of good news and 2 pieces of bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? Mo Shawan said seriously. Yang Yi was speechless and said, what's going on? Which one do you want to hear first? How good could the good news be? How bad could the bad news be? Yang Yi felt that he could handle things calmly. The bad news that Mo Shawan could tell him could not scare him at all. Then let's hear the bad news first. Yang Yi said helplessly as he drove. You can't use your phone while driving. Cough cough, don't learn from him. The first piece of bad news is that the news of you and my sister's marriage has spread to America. My uncle and auntie. That means your father-in-law and mother-in-law know about it. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Luckily, he was mentally strong and did not step on the brakes and cause the car behind to crash into him. However, such bad news still made Yang Yi nervous. The disdain from before had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Really? Xianxia took a deep breath and asked. He stopped the car by the roadside, afraid that there would be more excitement. Really, why would I lie to you? Besides, your relationship has been exposed for so many days. Isn't it normal for my uncle and auntie to know about it? Xiaowan said. Then what's the good news? Xianxia frowned. The first piece of good news is that thanks to my good words, my auntie has a good impression of you. So, when my uncle was about to bring the shotgun back to China to kill you, he was stopped by my auntie. Oh, right, that's the second piece of good news. Xiaowan said mysteriously. Stopped? That's good. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. When he thought about facing his father-in-law, he felt a headache coming on. What's the other piece of bad news? Xianxia asked impatiently. There's another piece of bad news. My auntie only stopped the shotgun, but she couldn't stop my uncle. He still got on the plane back to China. Xiaowan smiled awkwardly and said. F***ck. Xianxia felt a headache coming on again. She couldn't stop him? If she couldn't stop him, what good news was that? At this moment, Murphy grabbed the phone. Her voice was filled with self-blame. Xianxia, I'm sorry. A few days ago, I forgot about my papa and mom. I didn't expect them to know about it so soon. Xianxia shook his head with a wry smile. He comforted Murphy and said, It's okay. We have to face it in the end. But don't worry. You told me last time that your dad's blood pressure was a bit high. I won't provoke him. If he wants to hit or scold you, it's up to him. I promise I can coax your dad down. It's my fault. I didn't think of a solution, which made my papa so angry. Murphy quickly said, After I finish my activities today, I'll come back tonight. Let's face my papa together, okay? And I'll listen to you. Xianxia said sweet nothings to Murphy for a while before hanging up the phone. Father-in-law was about to kill him. Xianxia was at a loss. He had no experience in dealing with his father-in-law. But Xianxia forced himself to calm down. Trouble really came one after another. No, he had to solve Du Luan's problem first. Otherwise, when he had to face Murphy's father in 2 days, he wouldn't have time to deal with this bastard. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He finally made up his mind. In the middle class of Springfield Kindergarten, Xixi enjoyed the treatment of a celebrity. Her friends gathered around her, and even Yang Luoqi looked at Xixi with envy. Behind her were Wang Xiyun, who had 2 braids, and Little Belle, who was watching the fun. Xixi, your mother is actually a singing star. Chen Shiyun shouted. Lan Xian said proudly, I already knew this. We had dinner together. Xixi's mother is super nice. That Xixi is not loyal. She didn't tell me. Chen Shiyun said unhappily. Chen Shiyun didn't know where she learned the word loyal from, but she began to abuse it. Xixi was bombarded by her friends' words. Finally, she found a chance to speak. She said anxiously, Chen Shiyun, don't be angry, okay? I didn't mean to not tell you. My papa and mom said that I can't tell you. I'm not angry. Chen Shiyun was also careless. She forgot why she was unhappy just now and said carelessly. Xixi, will we still be good friends in the future? Nan Jiaoyu asked in a low voice, worried. This little boy has become much shyer and more introverted than before. He is also more sensitive. However, he has become more sensible. Because his father is still in the recovery period, he needs his mother to take care of him. As a result, his mother will take less care of him. Nan Jiaoyu needs to know how to take care of himself and care for his father. Of course we're good friends. Xixi nodded hard and smiled sweetly. In the evening, Cici finished school. After playing with her friends for the whole day, the little girl ran out of the classroom happily. When she saw her father in the crowd, she called out happily. She waved one hand and raised the other so that she could support the shoulder strap of her small school bag that had slipped down. Then, she ran over to him with clattering steps. She didn't even bother to carry her backpack properly and couldn't wait to throw herself into her father's arms. Xianxia was talking to a few parents. They were Murphy's fans. Of course, they restrained their emotions in front of their children. They just asked Xianxia if they could buy some Murphy's signed albums. how about this? I'll bring it to you tomorrow at the same time. Xianxia smiled and nodded at the other party. Alright, thank you so much, Mu Ziong. Sigh, this child is so cute. A few of the fans' parents left in satisfaction. Before they left, they did not forget to praise Xishi. At this time, Xianxia finally had the time to tidy up his daughter's hair. He said softly, "Why are you so happy today? Did something fun happen in the kindergarten again?" Xishi shook her head hard. She hugged her father's neck tightly and rubbed her little head on her father's shoulder. She said sweetly, "No, Papa, I missed you." At this time, Qin Shiyun and Nan Zhaoyu, who were passing by, greeted Xianxia. Xianxia also hurriedly responded. "Papa, did you miss me?" Xishi reached out to turn her father's face and said with a pout. This stickiness really made people like her. Xianxia's mood, which had been gloomy all day, seemed to have been blown away by the little girl's fairy breath. He showed a sunny smile on his face and said, "Of course, Papa also missed Xishi very much." The little girl now giggled contentedly. However, after leaving the kindergarten, on the road, Xishi suddenly wrinkled her little nose and sniffed her father like a dog. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He pretended to be calm and asked, "What's wrong? Is Papa's body smelly?" It didn't make sense. After dealing with the aftermath, Xianxia specially disguised himself. He used a fake ID card in an express hotel and thoroughly took several baths in order to wash away the pungent smell and bad luck on his body. Xishi's eyes were a little confused. She looked at her father and shook her head, but then nodded. "What do you mean?" Xianxia opened the car door and put Xishi in the back seat and fastened the seat belt. "I don't know. Papa smells, but it's not smelly." "I don't know," Xishi said in confusion. "That means it's not smelly." Xianxia smiled and rubbed Xishi's head and said gently. He had already thoroughly cleaned it. With his sense of smell, he couldn't smell the stench at all. He didn't know where Xishi smelled the stench. Could it be that her intuition was so flexible that she smelled it across time and space? After Xianxia started the car, after a while, Xishi pouted and said, "Papa, did you drink?" "No. After Papa promised you, I almost didn't drink," Xianxia said with a smile. "Well, Papa is also a good child." Xishi finally threw away her confusion. She didn't think about it since she couldn't figure it out. She revealed a lovely angel-like smile in the back. In fact, Xianxia's heart was in great turmoil. He wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. Xishi's pure eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, giving him a strong pressure. Her innocent smile was like a mirror, reflecting Xianxia's sins. In the future, he still had to be a good person. Xianxia didn't want to be tortured by his daughter. "Ahem, Xishi, your grandpa is coming." Xianxia changed the topic and said with a smile. "Grandpa?" Xishi cried out in surprise, "Grandpa is coming?" In the future, try to speak Chinese in China. Call him Grandpa. Xianxia corrected Xishi and then said, "Your grandpa is not coming." "He is coming. He should still be on the plane now, but I don't know if he will arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Grandpa." Xishi thought of her father's words and quickly changed her words. She said happily, "Grandpa is coming to see Xishi. Last time I called Grandpa, he said that Xishi missed him very much." Xianxia smiled bitterly in his heart, if only it were that simple. "Xishi, Papa wants to ask you, do you know what your grandpa likes?" Xianxia asked while driving. Xishi tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "I know, Grandpa likes to drink, but Mom and Grandma don't let Grandpa drink. He is disobedient when he drinks." Xianxia frowned and thought to himself, should I buy a bottle of good wine for my father-in-law? It was another matter whether he would give him a drink or not, but he had to express his feelings. "Xishi, does your grandpa like red wine or white wine? Or?" Xianxia asked carefully. Xishi was confused. She had never heard of this before. "It's wine. Grandpa likes to drink," the little girl said seriously, as if she was worried that her father would misunderstand. Well, it was a waste of time. "Does Grandpa have any other hobbies?" Xianxia asked. "Grandpa likes guns. Guns that are very, very big. Guns that are very loud and scary." Cece once again gave an unreliable answer. Anything else? Well, what does Grandpa like? Xianxia was also confused. She was only 3 years old when she came back to China. How could she remember so many things? Well, it doesn't matter. Before Yang Yi's voice died away, the little girl in the back shouted happily. I know, Papa, I know. Xianxia cried. Yang Yi looked at his daughter, who was smiling happily in the rearview mirror. He raised his eyebrows and asked, what else? Xianxia giggled and said, me too. Grandpa likes Xianxia the most. Yang Yi couldn't help laughing. Although he knew that it was unreliable to ask his daughter, he still asked, and it was as if he didn't ask. In the evening, Xianxia sat upright and motionless, watching TV with great interest. Yang Yi sat beside his daughter, fiddling with a small and exquisite component with his fingers, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful look. After a while, Yang Yi put the small component in his pocket and gently said to Xianxia, Xianxia, Papa has something to do, so I have to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Xianxia reluctantly turned her gaze away from the TV. She nervously held her father's hand and said with grievance, Papa, where are you going? I don't want to be alone at home. I'm just going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Yang Yi looked at his daughter's worried little face and said with a smile, Don't be afraid, Papa is going out for a while. I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. In such a short time, no one would come and take Xianxia away, right? Xianxia nodded. She hugged the small pillow and sat on the sofa, her eyes following her father's figure as he walked to the stairs. Finally, the little girl saw that her father's figure was about to disappear, so she quickly raised her voice and shouted, Papa, you have to come back soon. I'll be back soon. Her father's voice came together with the sound of the door closing. Papa will be back soon. Xianxia was not in the mood to watch TV. She stared at the stairs and muttered, as if to embolden herself. Yang Yi, who went out, walked to the embankment of the Grand Canal, climbed over it, and came to the riverside. He took out the component just now and crushed it easily with his fingers. Then, he looked at the fragments in his hand indifferently. His palm tilted, and the fragments fell into the Grand Canal and flowed into the distance with the surging river. Yang Yi clapped his hands and did not look at it again. He turned around and left. Xianxia was still waiting for him at home. Murphy returned to Jiangqing at 10 o'clock in the evening. After all, Shanghai was very close to Jiangqing. Although Xianxia had already fallen asleep, the couple was not sleepy at all. They nervously discussed how to deal with Elder Mo, who was about to come knocking on their door. Why don't we give Xianxia another 2 days off? I think it's just like when we went back to Wadayaku village. With Xianxia's help, it might be better. Murphy and Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other. Yang Yi shook his head and said with a wry smile, I don't think it's possible. A daughter-in-law and a son-in-law are treated differently. If it were me, Xianxia would have been abandoned for 4 years. No matter who pleaded for her, it would be useless. I would beat him up first. After putting himself in her shoes, Yang Yi knew that he was doomed. He could only try his best to please her and beg for forgiveness. But, could it be that I can only let you get beaten up? Can't we not be beaten? Murphy asked sadly. It's okay. I'm thick-skinned. If Dad beats me, it won't hurt. He's almost 60 years old. Yang Yi smiled and said, and it's not bad. Let him vent his anger. After he's gone, it'll be easier for us to please him and get his approval. Don't be like my dad. His head is filled with thoughts of solving problems by force. Murphy said worriedly, let's quickly think of a way to satisfy him before he beats you up, right? Yes, what does your dad like? Let's buy more, such as alcohol and cigarettes. I heard that your dad likes to drink, Yang Yi said. My dad used to smoke and drink all the time. Later, he was diagnosed with high blood pressure, so he stopped drinking. However, he couldn't quit smoking. But now he's smoking a pipe. Murphy quickly said to Yang Yi, you can't buy him alcohol. It wasn't easy to get him to drink less. Don't buy him cigarettes either. Smoking less is good for his health. Smoking and drinking, no wonder his temper was so bad. Yang Yi's dad only had a strange temper and was stubborn. However, his reasoning was still very clear. He wouldn't make things too difficult for others. After all, he was a martial artist. He didn't smoke and rarely drank alcohol. Xianxia pondered and said, I don't want to buy alcohol or cigarettes. I don't know which tobacco is better. How about this, I'll get your dad a good tobacco pipe. My coffee supplier often travels abroad. Moreover, he likes to collect good things. He probably has a tobacco pipe that he can sell to me. Murphy could accept this. She gently nodded and said, By the way, husband, my dad is actually a scholar. Moreover, he used to be an architectural designer. Do you have any knowledge in this area? If you do, you can talk to him more. However, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Architectural design knowledge? How could he understand? He knew how to act like an architectural designer, from the way he dressed. But if he opened his mouth, he would be exposed. It was really a case of regretting not having enough knowledge. Xianxia usually read a lot of books. However, why didn't he read 1 or 2 architectural design books? Murphy could see that Xianxia was in a difficult position. She quickly said, It's okay if you don't know about architectural design. My dad is now running a farm. You did farm work when you were young. You should have a lot to talk about. Just as Xianxia and Murphy were discussing countermeasures, Elder Mo's plane had already landed in Taiwan. After returning, this was a big province. Of course, its excellent geographical location made it a transit point for many international flights. Mo Henian also had to change planes here before flying directly to Jiangqing. However, the flight to Jiangqing would have to wait until noon the next day. Mo Henian pulled his luggage and checked in at a hotel near Taiwan's international airport. Although the old man was almost 60 years old, he was still dressed very fashionably. He wore a white and black shirt, a big logo belt, jeans, riding boots, sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed hat. He gave off the vibe of a playboy cowboy. After sleeping in the hotel for a night to adjust to the time difference, Mo Henian took a taxi alone to the streets of Baobei to eat a specialty omelette breakfast. This was his hometown. Elder Mo was naturally familiar with the local customs. He even found an old shop that had been open for decades. However, Mo Henian had no intention of returning to his hometown to visit his relatives when he passed by Treasure Island this time. His mind was still filled with that bastard Xianxia. Boss, take these newspapers for me. Mo Henian slowly drank his soy milk as he called the boss of the shop to bring over the tabloids that they had subscribed to for their customers. When the boss took them over, he looked at Mo Henian strangely. He seemed to think that it was strange that an old man like Mo Henian would care about gossip. Mo Henian ignored him. He flipped through the news and looked for news about Murphy and Xianxia. This one was actually praising him? What nonsense was that? This one was also giving him blessings. Humph, my wife was right. These tabloids are all crazy. This one? What kind of person is Xianxia? An angel and a devil coexist. Mo Henian finally saw a somewhat objective report. He read it with interest. In the past few days, there had been many reports about what kind of person Xianxia was. However, most of them guessed the relationship between Xianxia and Murphy from the songs he had written. Of course, this was a very outrageous guess that was far from the truth. This report also wanted to play with gimmicks. He thought that he could have a unique point of view, but in reality, he was pursuing the most eye-catching extreme. In this report, it used Xianxia's latest best-selling novel, Journey by White Night, as a case study. It listed all the darkness described in Journey by White Night together, such as pedophilia, QJ, deception, murder, and so on. It blackened the contents of the book to the point that it was nothing good. A man who can write such a horrifying novel can almost imagine that his own mind is not healthy. Otherwise, how can he describe such a dark story so gripping through his imagination? On one hand, he can write positive and optimistic fairy tales and inspirational military camp stories. On the other hand, he can write psychopathic novels like Prison Break and Journey by White Night. Xianxia is both an angel and a devil. Perhaps, both extremes exist in him. This kind of speculation would be laughed to death in the literary world. If an author who wrote about crime committed a crime, wouldn't the police be able to catch him easily? However, in the eyes of many bored people who liked to read gossip, the credibility was still very high. Mo Henian was not that bored, nor was he that ignorant. However, he read this report with prejudice. As he read, he frowned. This man is not simple. Mo Henian felt that Yang Yi was a mystery. The more complicated the man was, the more Mo Henian felt that his daughter had jumped into a fire pit. Murphy's mind was simple. She had lived in a simple environment with few people since she was young. She was easily deceived. The next day, Yang Yi and Murphy were busy decorating the house. Although they could not paint it in a pastoral style, they had to try their best to cater to the habits of the upcoming Yang Yi. From time to time, Yang Yi would drive his tyrannical wolf to go shopping, which confused the paparazzi who were lying in ambush around Jiangchuan. Yang Yi was not in the mood to deal with these paparazzi. It seemed that the two sides were living in harmony. Du Yuanlei, who had been studying the script in seclusion for almost a month, came to the coffee shop. However, she knew from Yang Huan that Yang Yi was in trouble, so she chose not to disturb Yang Yi. She planned to find some actors and actresses by herself. When Yang Yi finished dealing with his personal affairs, she would discuss with Yang Yi and let him make the decision. As for Mo Xiaowan, she had planned to sign the contract with Guozi after the concert, but now it had to be postponed. For the time being, Mo Xiaowan was in a terrible state. She had to help Murphy deal with the endless pursuit of the media, and also deal with the inquiries from Zhou Mingyu. It seemed that the world had stopped running because of the arrival of Yang Yi. Now, Yang Yi could devote himself to preparing for the arrival of his murderous father-in-law. The tense day finally passed and night fell. Cici, who had gone to kindergarten, also came back. The little girl chattered with her parents about the interesting things that happened in the kindergarten. Her childish voice diluted some of the tension in the house. However, after Cici finished talking about her own matters, she remembered her grandfather who liked her the most and ran to the kitchen like the wind. "Papa, I forgot." She opened the door and stuck her head in. She was beaming with joy. "When will Grandpa come?" You have to get used to speaking Chinese." "I don't know when your grandpa will come, but he should be here soon." "You can ask your mother." Yang Yi was busy cooking, and his back was a little stiff. "Okay then." She was a little disappointed. She ran back to the living room and threw herself into her mom's arms. "Mom, Grandpa." "Well, when will Grandpa come?" "Mom doesn't know. I can't get through. Grandpa may still be on the plane," Murphy said helplessly. However, when they were eating, Murphy's phone rang. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Murphy froze. They looked at each other and saw the nervousness in each other's eyes. Was it the old man calling? She was the only one who was not affected by the phone. She took her father's hand and pouted. "Papa, I want to eat this prawn." When Yang Yi was putting food into Shishi's bowl, his attention was on Murphy. Fortunately, he was skillful and did not put the prawn on Shishi's clothes. Murphy got up to get her phone. When she saw the caller ID, she smiled and said to Yang Yi, "It's Xiaowan." "That's good." Yang Yi was relieved. Although he was just lying to himself, this death sentence should be delayed for as long as possible. However, Mo Fei, who was answering the phone, smiled bitterly. She said to Mo Xiaowan on the other end of the phone, "Okay, I know. Drive carefully. When you pick him up, give me a call." Yang Yi's heart was in his throat again. "What's going on?" After Murphy put down the phone, she smiled at Yang Yi helplessly. Her next words confirmed Yang Yi's guess. "My father got off the plane. He asked Xiaowan to pick him up. Mo Henian had never been here before. How could he know where Yang Yi and Murphy lived?" "Grandpa is here?" She reacted quickly. She put down the spoon and asked happily. "Yes, he's here, but he hasn't arrived yet." "He just arrived at the airport," Murphy said to Shishi. Yang Yi got up hurriedly and said, "How about we go to the airport to pick him up now? My car is fast. Tell Xiaowan not to go." It was the first time his father-in-law came. How could he not welcome him? However, Murphy shook her head and said, "He didn't call me. He doesn't want me to pick him up. It's useless for you to go now. Just wait at home." Murphy knew her father's temper very well. She felt her father's nervousness and worry. She pulled her father's hand and said innocently, "Papa, don't be afraid. Grandpa is fierce, but I'll tell Grandpa not to be fierce to my papa." Yang Yi felt warm in his heart. He kissed his daughter's forehead and said, "Thank you, Xishi. You're so nice." However, no matter how nice his daughter was, she only gave him moral support. Yang Yi still had to be prepared. He had to be nervous. Yang Yi ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and couldn't sit still. He wiped his hands and said to Murphy, "I'll cook a few more dishes that your father likes to eat. I'll cook some rice for him and Imo Shawan. They probably haven't had dinner yet." It was his father-in-law's first time here. He couldn't let him eat leftovers, right? Moreover, Yang Yi had to use 2000% of his effort to cook a sumptuous and delicious meal. Luckily, he had prepared a lot of ingredients in the fridge. Moreover, he had consulted Murphy to buy many of them. Okay. Murphy nodded gently. She couldn't eat anymore. She took care of Xishi and helped Yang Yi wash the dishes. Then, she came out to look around. She was worried that something was wrong or that some flower arrangement had lost its leaves. She looked restless. It was late at night. On the school road of Jiangqing Media University, the bustle had died down. Only a few students who came back from the self-study room of the teaching building walked past under the shadows of the trees on both sides of the road. Blocked by the leaves, the street lights looked dim. When the night wind blew, the shadows of the street lights swayed, adding to the gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, a silver-gray car pierced through the night sky and drove slowly on the school road. In the car, Imo Shawan whispered to her uncle as she drove. "This is Jiangqing Media University. Brother-in-law. Ahem, sis and the others live at the back door. It's above a coffee shop. The coffee shop is also owned by him." Imo Shawan had been scolded by Imo Henian a few times along the way. She was already very careful with her words. Humph. Imo Henian snorted. He looked outside, but no one could tell what kind of expression he had. The car drove out of the back door. At the intersection, Imo Shawan saw Yang Yi and Murphy waiting there with a camping light. She also saw Xishi, who was in Yang Yi's arms. "We're here, uncle. Look, sis is waiting for you." Imo Shawan exclaimed in surprise. She tried to liven up the atmosphere. However, Imo Henian didn't respond. He wasn't surprised at all. The lights in the car weren't bright. This made his expression look even worse. It was so dark that it seemed like ink was going to flow out. "Brother-in-law, I've already tried my best. You're on your own now." Imo Shawan sighed inwardly. Outside, Imo Fei saw Imo Xiaochuan's car. She quickly pulled the little hand of Cici, who was looking at the camping lights curiously, and said, "Cici, look, Grandpa is here." "Where?" Xishi looked up. Her face was full of surprise. In this car, Imo Shawan didn't stop her car. She drove directly to the front of the coffee shop. Yang Yi carried Xishi and walked with Murphy to the entrance of the coffee shop. They waited anxiously. Before Yang Yi could step forward, the door to the front passenger seat opened. Then, in Yang Yi's eyes, an old man with a stern face and high spirits walked down the stairs. Imo Henian was also very tall. Although he was old now and had shrunk a little, he was still more than 1.8 meters tall. The wrinkles on his face were not deep, his eyes were bright, and he was full of energy. Coupled with his fashionable cowboy outfit, it was hard to believe that he was nearly 60 years old. "Grandpa." Xishi was very happy to see her grandfather and shouted with joy. Imo Henian glanced at Yang Yi and just nodded at Xishi coolly without saying a word. "Papa." Murphy returned to her Taiwanese accent and called out obediently, wanting to go over to support him. However, Imo Henian waved his hand and snorted coldly, "Okay, don't pretend to be attentive. I'm not so old that I can't walk." Murphy could only stand aside awkwardly. Yang Yi quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Dad." Murphy introduced to Imo Henian, "Papa, this is Yang Yi, Shishi's papa." "We are now, wait." Imo Henian raised his hand and reprimanded Yang Yi, "Who is your father? Do you have any shame?" This was awkward. Yang Yi was dumbfounded and did not know how to answer. Murphy, however, felt injustice for Yang Yi. She had never suffered such grievances in Yang Yi's hometown. She raised her voice and said unhappily, "Dad. I married Yang Yi. What's wrong with him calling you dad?" You married him. That was your choice. I didn't acknowledge him as my son-in-law. Emohenian snorted. In the end, Emohenian's way of thinking was different. He also supported free marriage. Of course, Emohenian still had a lot of resentment for his daughter marrying someone else without any notice. This was reflected in his tone. At this time, Emo Shawan also locked the car and got out. She looked at the scene and quickly said, "Uncle, let's go up and talk. It's windy outside." She also signaled to Yang Yi and said, "Brother-in-law, what are you waiting for? Come and help me carry Uncle's luggage up." "Yes, let's go up first. Have you guys eaten? I prepared dinner upstairs." "Shawan, come up and eat a little." Yang Yi quickly put Cece down and said as he walked to the trunk. "No need, I can take it myself," Emohenian said stiffly. However, at this moment, she stopped him. The little girl pouted and said with grievance, "Grandpa, don't you like Shishi anymore? You don't even hug Shishi." Emohenian's heart softened when he saw his granddaughter's sad expression. He bent down and picked up Shishi, saying, "How could this be? Grandpa only cares about talking." From the trunk, Yang Yi picked up Emohenian's suitcase. It wasn't heavy, and there were probably more clothes inside. "Anything else?" Yang Yi asked. "That's all." Emo Xiaojuan's gaze was somewhat evasive. "Wait. There's more." Emohenian walked over with Shishi in his arms and said in a deep voice. Under Emo Xiaojuan's helpless gaze, Emohenian reached into the trunk and rummaged around. He actually took out a rolling pin that was as thick as 2 fingers. It wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. It was about the size of a steel pipe weapon in a movie. Moreover, this rolling pin was made of pear wood. It was heavy and very sturdy. In terms of hardness, it wasn't necessarily inferior to a steel pipe. This, Emo Shawan looked at Yang Yi helplessly. The rolling pin was still wrapped in plastic and had a store's advertisement. It was obvious that he had just bought it. Moreover, on the way here, Emohenian had asked Emo Shawan to stop by the roadside supermarket and went in to buy it. Emo Shawan wanted to help Yang Yi by pretending that she forgot to take it. In the end, Yang Yi dug his own grave and asked an extra question. Yang Yi was silent. He didn't say anything. He just carried the suitcase and led the way in front. Emohenian held the rolling pin upside down and walked at the back with Shishi in his arms. Murphy was worried and wanted to snatch the rolling pin. However, Emohenian stepped aside and even glared at her sternly. "Grandpa, what's this?" Shishi finally remembered to correct him. She curiously looked at the rolling pin in her grandpa's hand and asked. "This is a rolling pin." Emohenian's voice was slightly gentler when facing his granddaughter. "What's a rolling pin?" Of course, Shishi didn't understand. "Hee, it's used to beat up bad guys," Emohenian said meaningfully. "Dad!" Murphy shouted angrily. "Yang Yi isn't a bad guy." However, Emohenian didn't reply. Only Shishi nodded. "My papa isn't a bad guy." When they went upstairs, Yang Yi brought out the dishes and asked Emohenian and Emo Shawan to eat. In order not to irritate Emohenian, Yang Yi also called him uncle. "I'll eat," Emohenian said indifferently. "Papa, don't force yourself. You've been on the plane for so long. Eat something. Yang Yi specially made it for you. I'll get you some rice." Murphy still cared about her father and persuaded. "Yes, uncle, you should. Eat a little bit. Fill your stomach and try my cooking." Yang Yi also persuaded. "Yours? Humph, I can't eat it." Emohenian still had a deep prejudice against Yang Yi. His words didn't give Yang Yi any face at all. Yang Yi certainly didn't care. He still tried his best to fight for it. However, he didn't know how to respond. "I'll eat it. I'm starving." When Emo Shawan saw this, she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. She scooped a bowl of rice for herself and started eating. She looked like she was eating very happily. She was very sensible. She ran over at this time, took her grandfather's hand and said, "Grandpa, my papa's dishes are really delicious. I'm not lying to you." Emohenian shook his head. the old man had his own stubbornness. Now that she was here, he couldn't flare up. He continued to suppress the anger in his heart. He had suppressed it for more than 5 years. Would he still care about a few minutes? Of course, he cared. Mo Henian didn't put down the rolling pin in his hand. Papa, can I have a few words with you alone? Although Mo Fei said it in an inquiring tone, she still pulled Mo Henian to the study without any explanation. Mo Henian didn't break away. He walked into the study with a frown. Before Murphy could speak, he raised his hand and snorted, "It's useless no matter what you say. Don't plead for him. No matter what you say, he's still a scum in my eyes. I can tell you clearly, Fei, your father, I don't approve of your marriage. Yes, now that your wings have hardened, I can't control you. If you want to get married and have children, I can't stop you. However, I will never accept this person as my son-in-law." As if venting, the more Mo Henian spoke, the angrier he became. Murphy wasn't provoked by her father's harsh words. Instead, she calmly waited for Mo Henian to finish speaking. Then, she slowly said, "Dad. I know why you've always harbored such a deep prejudice against Xianxia." Prejudice? Mo Henian was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. "Dad. Can you listen to my explanation?" Murphy said softly. "Say it." Mo Henian waved his hand and said irritably. "My relationship with Xianxia isn't what you think it is." Murphy said. "When I was pregnant and returned to America, he didn't know about it at all." Mo Henian snorted. "Don't use this to deceive me. He was with you. Even if he didn't know you were pregnant, wouldn't he come looking for you when you suddenly disappeared? It's not what you think. We weren't together. My pregnancy was just an accident." Murphy explained. As she talked about this experience, she felt that the fear she didn't want to face was peeled away again. She couldn't help but cry. "Accident? You and him? If a man who does this kind of thing isn't a scum, then what is?" Mo Henian became even angrier. He angrily slammed the rolling pin on the table, making a loud noise. "Papa, it's really not what you think it is." I. Murphy wiped her tears and told her father what happened that night. Although almost all the details were omitted, Mo Henian still knew the fact that Xianxia saved his daughter. "Why didn't you tell us such a big thing happened?" Mo Henian asked angrily. Murphy could only sob. She didn't know how to answer. She originally wanted to hide such a thing in her heart for a lifetime. How could she have the nerve to mention it to her family? "I think this guy saved you with bad intentions. He wanted you to jump from one fire pit to another." Mo Henian still had a deep prejudice against Xianxia. No, I was willing to do this." "Papa, don't blame him." Murphy held Mo Henian's hand with a sobbing tone and pleaded. "Then let me ask you. Since such a thing happened, why didn't he contact you afterward? You were like strangers without any contact. Even when you were pregnant, you didn't know how to find him and tell him?" Mo Henian grasped the key point. He slammed the table and asked angrily. "This?" Murphy was stunned. She really didn't think about this question. Naturally, she didn't prepare an answer for Xianxia. But it also seemed to be an unsolvable question. She had no way to explain it to Xianxia. Isn't he also a person who abandoned his wife? Am I wrong to say that he's a scumbag? Mo Henian said with a gloomy face. No, Papa, Xianxia didn't do anything wrong. He really didn't know. If you want to blame me, just hit me, okay? Murphy choked sadly. It's all my fault that I didn't tell you clearly before, causing you to misunderstand him. At this moment, Murphy fell into deep helplessness. She thought that if she took all the responsibility, her father wouldn't be angry with Xianxia again. But she still underestimated Mo Henian's accumulated resentment against Xianxia. However, at this time, the door of the study was suddenly knocked. Although the door to the study was closed, Xianxia's ears were still very sensitive. If he really wanted to listen, he could still hear the conversation inside. He could hear Mo Henian's angry scolding and Murphy's sobbing. He actually didn't care how Mo Henian scolded, but Murphy's crying made his heart ache. So, he stood up and gently knocked on the door of the study. Murphy opened the door. Although she had already wiped away the tears on her face, afraid that Xianxia would be worried, Xianxia still found traces of tears in her eyes. Silly girl, how can you shoulder all the problems on your own? Xianxia held her face in his hands and whispered lovingly to her. Of course not. Being pampered by Xianxia like this, Murphy's heart suddenly felt a lot better. She couldn't help but smile. Cough cough. A cough that sounded like late-stage tuberculosis woke the two people up. Xianxia felt a murderous gaze beside him. He quickly put down his hand that was caressing Murphy's face. Murphy, come out first. I also have something to say to Uncle. Xianxia said. But. Murphy became nervous. It's okay, trust me. Xianxia said gently. Xianxia's determined eyes gave Murphy some confidence. She pursed her lips and nodded lightly. Murphy went out, Xianxia came in, and the study door closed again. Murphy returned to the dining table. She looked back 3 times with unease, looking at the commotion in the study. However, she saw it. She obediently leaned over and said, Mom, why are you crying? It's okay. Murphy rubbed her daughter's head. She didn't have the energy to think of a lie to coax her, so she could only smile gently. Did Grandpa yell at Mom? She pouted and said, I don't like Grandpa anymore. Murphy quickly waved her hand and said, it's not like that. You can't say that. After all, he is your grandfather. Mama is crying because the wind is too strong, sand got into her eyes, so she cried a little. She tried her best to smile and said, look, Mom isn't unhappy. Mom, then let me help you blow it, okay? She said softly as she shook her mother's hand. Okay. Mofe had no choice but to play along and lower his head. She pouted her little mouth and moved closer to her mother's open eyes. She blew a mouthful of fragrant fairy air. She didn't even know that to really blow on one's eyes, one had to open the eyelids to blow. Mom is done. Thank you, she. You can go play. She was finally satisfied. She skipped into the living room and played with her little friends. Did eldest uncle scold you inside? Mo Xiaowan asked softly as she drank the soup. He didn't scold me. He mainly scolded Xianxia. Murphy shook her head bitterly and said, it's useless no matter what I say. He has too much prejudice against Xianxia. That can't be helped. He has been suppressing his anger for 4 or 5 years. He definitely has to vent it. Mo Xiaowan spread her hands. But I'm worried that even if he vents his anger, he won't be able to forgive Xianxia. Murphy looked worriedly at the study. In the study, after Murphy left, Mo Henian frowned and sized up Xianxia's appearance. This was the first time he saw Xianxia's appearance under this bright light. To tell the truth, Xianxia wasn't handsome, but he wasn't slick either. His appearance was upright, his hair was tidied up, and his eyes were spirited and focused. He didn't look like a thief whose eyes wandered everywhere. However, even if Xianxia looked like Takashi Kaneshiro, Mo Henian still didn't like him because he was his son-in-law. I have nothing to talk about with you. Mo Henian snorted and said. Uncle, I'm here to admit my mistake. Xianxia said submissively. Admit your mistake? What mistake did you make? Mo Henian said sarcastically. Previously, I let Murphy give birth and raise the child alone. She suffered so much. This was the first mistake. I shouldn't have ignored it. Xianxia said. Mo Henian didn't reply. He frowned and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said sincerely, after that, I got together with Murphy. I know you were angry with me, but I didn't take the initiative to come to America to apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. This was the second mistake. Mo Henian laughed and said sarcastically, you still know your mistake? You still know how to apologize? What's done can't be undone. You've already given birth to the child, and now you're asking for my forgiveness? This resentment was about to shoot up to the sky, Xianxia continued. The third mistake is that I forgot to tell you that Murphy and I are now married. It's all my fault. I didn't do what I should have done properly. Uncle. Xianxia raised his head and said sincerely, I apologize for the mistakes I've made in the past. I hope you can forgive me. In the future, I will treat Murphy wholeheartedly and take care of her for the rest of my life. I won't let you down again. Although Yang Yi summed it up well, Mo Henian couldn't help it. He said coldly, "Do I have to forgive you just because you know your mistake? Do you think you can get away with just a simple apology? Let me tell you, Yang Yi, I don't believe your nonsense at all." Yang Yi was silent for a while. He walked over and picked up the rolling pin from the table. He handed it to Mo Henian. Then, under Mo Henian's shocked gaze, he took off his shirt and put it aside, revealing his broad back. Then, with his back facing Mo Henian, he knelt on one knee. Kneeling was actually a very shameful thing. Of course, in his previous life, Yang Yi was used to enduring humiliation and didn't find it difficult to kneel. However, in his memory in this life, he shouldn't cry easily. A man should have gold under his knees. However, kneeling to the heavens, the earth, and your parents. Now, this old man behind him was his wife's father. No matter what, he could still be considered his father. Kneeling down wasn't considered a coward, right? Mo Henian looked at the rolling pin in his hand for a while and then looked at Yang Yi's back, not knowing what to do. "Uncle, go ahead and hit me. No matter how you hit me, as long as you can vent your anger, it's fine. It's my fault. I deserve to be punished," Yang Yi said without turning his head. Yang Yi was really prepared to be beaten up. Therefore, after he knelt down, he had already circulated his energy to protect the vital parts of his body. Mo Henian didn't say anything, but he only held the rolling pin in his hand. For a while, the veins on his right hand bulged, and for a while, his knuckles turned white. After a while, he loosened his grip. Yes, when he first heard about Yang Yi's news, Mo Henian really wanted to take a shotgun and spray the stinking brat to death. Even when he got off the plane and went to buy a kitchen knife, he couldn't find one and could only buy a rolling pin. Mo Henian even thought about breaking Yang Yi's dog legs. Mo Henian's resentment had been accumulated for too long. In addition, his temper wasn't good to begin with. If Yang Yi dared to talk back, he would really hit him with the rolling pin. However, Yang Yi acted like he was really asking for punishment, putting on a posture of accepting any beating or scolding. The opportunity was in his hands, but Mo Henian couldn't bring himself to do it. He raised the rolling pin, then put it down silently. Mo Henian wasn't stupid, and his temper wasn't really irritable to the point of fighting and killing. In the end, he was just a weak scholar who became a farmer halfway through his career and looked boorish. He was the legendary all-mouthy king, his mouth was unforgiving, and he was good at scolding people. However, Mo Henian couldn't really use such a thick rod to hit someone. Moreover, if he really beat Yang Yi to death, what would happen to his daughter and granddaughter? To hit or not to hit, that was the question. Mo Henian looked at the rolling pin in his hand and frowned. He didn't want to think that he was being soft-hearted. Now, he found a reason. He felt that the rolling pin he bought was not good, it was all because the one he bought was too thick. If he swung it down, he didn't know what would happen to the person who was hit. If it was some other branch or whip that could be broken, he should be able to do it. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Yang Yi's back was facing Mo Henian, and Mo Henian didn't move or say anything. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. Yang Yi's heart was in a mess. He didn't know what his father-in-law meant. Was he going to punish him by kneeling? If this could really appease the old man, Yang Yi was willing to kneel. He had listened to his father's request to kneel as punishment. His father-in-law was also a father in another sense. How could he favor one and discriminate against the other? After some time, Mo Henian frowned. With his hands behind his back and the rolling pin still in his hand, he slowly walked to the front of Yang Yi. However, his eyes were moving all over Yang Yi's body. If Mo Henian wasn't Murphy's father, he would have been beaten by Yang Yi for looking at him like this. How could a man stare at another man's naked muscles like this? Finally, when Yang Yi felt a little uncomfortable, Mo Henian opened his mouth and said suspiciously, "The newspaper said that you are a novelist and a songwriter." He started to ask questions. He was willing to communicate. Was there a turning point? Yang Yi quickly replied, "Yes." However, Mo Henian sneered again. His tone was exactly the same as when he was unhappy with Yang Yi. He said, "Is there a writer like you? With scars all over your body, I think you are from a gang." He even used a Taiwanese accent. Old Mo's Taiwanese accent was even stronger than Murphy's. After all, Murphy had been neutralized by the language system in Hong Kong and the mainland. Yang Yi understood what he meant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The scars on his body from his time as a soldier had actually caused the old man to misunderstand. Objectively speaking, there weren't many scars on Yang Yi's body, and they weren't that shocking. Basically, it was just a small scar. In the past, when he was fighting in the jungle, it was inevitable that he would encounter close combat. Yang Yi's skills were good, so even if he was injured in a fight, it would not be too serious. Basically, it would be some cuts from a knife, or he would be stabbed or cut by some shrubs or broken branches during a fight. It was not that there were no bullet wounds, but those were on the arms. Moreover, the bullet penetrated the muscles. The wound was not big, and after it healed, it was difficult to see because it was usually covered by clothes. Moreover, Yang Yi only had this one gunshot wound. After all, he was also a human, not a god on TV. If he really was shot many times, even if he was lucky enough to survive every time, his body would be riddled with holes. It was impossible for him to continue serving in a special forces unit like Zhanlang, which had a high intensity of combat. Those scars were because when he was a soldier, he didn't care about these things at all. To stop the bleeding, he just needed to bandage it casually. As for any ointment that could remove scars, they didn't exist. How could a real man not have any scars on his body? However, these scars, in Mo Henian's eyes, were very similar to the gangsters he saw on the streets of Baobei when he was young. Moreover, Yang Yi was big and burly, so he fit the role of a thug. Yang Yi could only patiently explain to the old man, "Uncle, I used to be a soldier." A soldier? Mo Henian suddenly understood, and for some reason, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the scars on Yang Yi's body were much more pleasing to the eye. However, he still said unhappily, "A soldier? I used to serve in the military when I was in Baobei. What's so strange about that? There are no wars these days. You little soldiers don't even know if you can hold a gun. Who are you trying to fool with scars all over your body?" Mo Henian was probably talking about when he was young, before Baobei returned. However, Yang Yi was a little unhappy with the old man's words. Moreover, he also wanted to find an excuse to get up. It was uncomfortable to kneel on the ground, therefore, when he saw Yang Yi suddenly jump up from the ground, Mo Henian was shocked. However, he respectfully put his legs together and saluted. He shouted, "Yang Yi from China's XXXX country, formerly under the Southwest Military Region's Battle Wolf Special Forces. Greetings to the leader." Mo Henian wasn't used to Yang Yi's solemn salute. He was stunned for a moment before he asked in embarrassment, "What are you doing? Who's your leader?" "You're my leader? You used to be a soldier too. We had the same experience. Moreover, you're my elder. Although we're not on the same level, it's not wrong to call you leader." Yang Yi was secretly happy. He put his legs together again and shouted with his head held high, "Hello, leader." Mo Henian was really confused by Yang Yi's shouting. He didn't know where to start scolding Yang Yi. After a while, he waved his hand and said in annoyance, all right. Don't stand there and salute. We don't do that." "Yes." Yang Yi put his legs together again and replied loudly. His voice was loud and clear, causing the whole study to buzz. Mo Henian couldn't take it anymore. However, Mo Henian probably didn't realize it himself. He heard that Yang Yi used to be a soldier. Moreover, from his self-introduction, he used to be a soldier in the Special Forces. In addition, he heard from Murphy that it was Yang Yi who saved her that she did that. Mo Henian's impression of Yang Yi had changed quite a bit. However, Mo Henian still couldn't accept Yang Yi. This pent-up anger of more than 5 years wouldn't dissipate so easily. At this moment, the commotion in the study made Murphy worried. Yang Yi was shouting and yelling. Could it be that the two of them were fighting? Murphy couldn't sit still. She got up and pushed open the door to the study, wanting to stop the fight. However, the atmosphere in the study was unusually harmonious. Mo Henian sat at the side with no expression. Yang Yi didn't say anything either. It felt like a movie. However, Murphy was dumbfounded. She saw that Yang Yi was shirtless. This looked very strange. Yang Yi turned his head and saw Murphy. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Murphy, quickly boil a pot of water. I want to make tea for Uncle." "Uncle, I have a pack of top-grade frozen top oolong here. A friend gave it to me. I heard from Murphy that you like it the most." However, Mo Henian waved his hand and said impatiently, "I don't drink it. I don't like it." "Feifei, does he usually order you around like this?" Mo Henian glared at his daughter. Murphy was stunned. She felt the change in her father's attitude. Although it was still stiff, it wasn't like before. It seemed like there was more room for negotiation. Yang Yi understood. He smiled and said, "I didn't think it through. I'll go boil the water." "Uncle, please wait a moment." "Wait, put on your clothes properly." Murphy hurriedly stopped him. She took Yang Yi's shirt and helped Yang Yi fix his clothes. When Mo Henian saw this, he felt extremely displeased. He couldn't help but snort again. Yang Yi went out to boil the water. In the process, Mo Xiaowan ran over and gossiped about whether he was beaten up. After knowing that he wasn't, this girl actually showed a regretful expression. However, it was already very late. After Mo Xiaowan finished her meal, she hurriedly said goodbye to Murphy and rushed back. At this time, Xixi also came into the kitchen. Yang Yi thought that Xixi wanted her father to play with her. He picked her up and said softly, "Sorry, Dad can't accompany you today because your grandfather is here." "Papa, let me tell you a secret." The little girl pouted and said unhappily in her father's arms. There was a secret? This little girl still had a little secret? Yang Yi's curiosity was piqued. He asked, "Well, tell me, what's the secret?" "Mom just cried." Xixi asked her father to turn his head. She leaned close to her father's ear, covered her mouth with her little hand, and whispered. "Mom cried." Yang Yi understood that Xixi was talking about what had just happened. Yes, but Mom said that she didn't cry, but sand got into her eyes." Xixi leaned over again and whispered. "Mom didn't tell the truth." "I know." "You know that?" Yang Yi asked in surprise. The little girl nodded seriously and said, Mom didn't get any sand in her eyes. I blew on Mom's eyes, but I didn't see any sand." Yang Yi found it funny and said, "Maybe you missed it. The sand might be very, very small." Xixi was stunned for a moment, but she thought for a while, shook her head and said, "No. If sand gets into Cece's eyes, it will hurt a lot and she won't be able to open her eyes." But Mommy didn't. She had the experience of sand getting into her eyes. However, Yang Yi didn't expect that the little girl, who was only 4.5 years old, could be so observant. She could even connect the two things. Of course, Yang Yi was still very proud. He rubbed the little girl's head with a smile and said, "Our Xixi is so smart. You're better than Dad." Xixi anxiously took her father's hand and said, "Papa, did Grandpa scold Mom? That's why Mama cried. Grandpa is not good. Grandpa, I don't like Grandpa anymore." Yang Yi was silent for a moment, and then he said in Xixi's ear, "You can't say that about Grandpa. Although Grandpa has a bad temper sometimes, his intentions are good. Think about it, Dad sometimes gets angry, but it's also for your own good. It's because Dad loves you and wants you to be obedient and not be naughty, right?" Xixi nodded reluctantly, and then said, but I don't like Papa to be angry." "Well, Dad won't get angry easily, but Dad wants you to understand, Xixi. Although Grandpa was fierce to her mother, he still loved her and wanted what was best for her. Mom is the same as she is Dad, Mom, they're both his treasures. It's just that it's not appropriate to use it in public. As juniors, we have to learn to understand and be tolerant, right?" Yang Yi said. Cece nodded her head as if she understood something. After comforting Xixi, Yang Yi went to the study with the boiled water. There was a tea set in the study. Mo Fei was right. Mo Henian was a person who liked to drink tea, especially the frozen top oolong. When Yang Yi brewed the frozen top oolong that he got from Lanzhou Kai with the water that had been boiled for a while, and the orange-yellow tea had the fragrance of osmanthus, he couldn't sit still anymore. "Uncle, I bought this best frozen top oolong from someone. I don't know if it's real or fake." you're an expert, why don't you try it? If it's fake, I won't buy it from him next time. Yang Yi tricked Lan Cao Kai and gave Mo Henian a way out. Yes, Dad, why don't you try it? Murphy and Yang Yi had discussed before, and they had a clear division of labor. She held the purple sand teacup with both hands and handed it to her father. Mo Henian hesitated for a moment. He still wanted to keep a straight face and not be nice to Yang Yi. However, he couldn't resist the temptation of the frozen top oolong, which he hadn't drunk for many years, and the fragrance of the best frozen top oolong. He reached out and took a sip. The tea is good. Mo Henian smacked his lips and carefully recalled the sweetness of the tea. Then he snorted and said, but this person can't do it. He doesn't know how to make tea. Sure enough, he was full of sarcasm. His tone was very harsh, but Yang Yi was used to it. Uncle, please give me some advice. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm also afraid of wasting this good tea. Mo Henian seemed to have opened a chatterbox. He sat on the sofa in front of the tea set and said in a disdainful tone, first of all, the water you use to make the tea doesn't taste right. You have to use mountain spring water to make tea. Yang Yi was also a person who liked to drink tea. Of course, he knew this. However, he deliberately revealed a flaw to give Mo Henian a chance to vent. Papa, I'm scared, Mo Shawan went back. She couldn't sit alone in the living room. The little girl stuck her head out and held the open door frame of the study and said timidly. Come here, she. Come and sit with Grandpa and Papa. Yang Yi quickly waved his hand and called the little girl over. She happily ran over and snuggled into her father's arms. However, when Mo Henian saw this scene, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. Mo Henian had watched his granddaughter grow up and doted on her in every possible way. However, 3 years of effort couldn't compare to this guy's call. Although he was Shishi's father, how long had he taken care of Shishi? If it was in the past, Shishi would have run to Grandpa's place and asked for delicious candies. Now, this bastard appeared. Not only did he steal his daughter, but he also stole his granddaughter. Thinking of this, Mo Henian was so angry that he screamed in his heart. Of course, with his granddaughter around, looking at her innocent big eyes, Mo Henian didn't feel as angry as before. Naturally, he couldn't flare up. Uncle, you're right. I forgot to use spring water. I'll buy some tomorrow and make some for you. Yang Yi smiled and continued to make tea for Mo Henian. However, this pot has to be finished first. It would be a pity to waste it. This good tea is wasted in your hands. Mo Henian said. However, he still drank it. Moreover, it was Yang Yi who brought it to him. You're right. I don't know much about tea. Please give me some pointers. Yang Yi continued to pour tea for Mo Henian. Since you want me to say it, I won't hold back. Your technique is not good. You missed the step of making the pot. On the surface, although Mo Henian's attitude did not improve further, as his conversation with Yang Yi about tea deepened, the relationship between the two seemed to be less stiff than before. In the end, it was still too late. Not only was she yawning, but Mo Henian was also a little tired. After all, the old man was almost 60 years old. His body couldn't compare to Yang Chonggui's. Yang Yi quickly arranged for Mo Henian to rest in the bedroom. This bedroom was already prepared, but he didn't know if Mo Henian would be comfortable. Who's sleeping in this room? Mo Henian asked as he pointed to the secondary bedroom opposite the master bedroom where she slept. I'm sleeping in this room. Yang Yi quickly answered. He even opened the door for the old man to see. Uncle, if you like this room, I can change it for you now. However, your room is better. It's the same as Shishi's room. It's facing south and has good feng shui and air. He didn't believe in these things. The reason why he had been sleeping in the secondary bedroom was that it was separated from the master bedroom by a corridor. It wouldn't be easy to wake Shishi. However, Mo Henian's sharp eyes saw the 2 pillows on the bed. He frowned and turned to look at Murphy, who had just returned from coaxing Shishi to sleep, and said, You're sleeping here too? Yang Yi and Murphy were stunned for a moment. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at the place where Mo Henian was looking at just now. They instantly understood their oversight. In the previous preparations, they had already packed up Murphy's personal belongings and put them back in the master bedroom. However, they neglected that there were still 2 pillows in Xianxi's room. Ahem, uncle, Murphy usually sleeps in the master bedroom, Xianxi said awkwardly. She usually sleeps in the master bedroom. That means she only sleeps here occasionally? Emohenian looked unhappy. Murphy muttered unhappily, I'm already married to Xianxi. What's wrong with sleeping here? Ahem, Murphy, don't talk to your father like that. Xianxi quickly spoke up before Emohenian could get angry. Although his tone was reproachful, he kept giving Murphy a look. The situation had already eased a little. He couldn't agitate the old man any further, Emohenian didn't make a big fuss over nothing. He had stayed abroad for a long time and wasn't so pedantic. He only snorted a little unhappily and glanced at Xianxi as if warning him. Then, he turned and walked to his bedroom. Emohenian woke up very early, perhaps because he was still jet-lagged, or perhaps because he didn't sleep well. When he got up, the sky outside was still blue, and the sun hadn't risen yet. After groping around for a while, Emohenian put on his clothes and walked out of the room. There was no bathroom in his room. When he went to the bathroom, he passed by Xianxi's room. He glanced at the closed door and sneered disdainfully. He whispered, "Humph, young man." It was so late, and he was still sleeping in. Emohenian squatted in the bathroom for a while, then washed his face and brushed his teeth. However, he felt a little hungry at this time. If he had known, he would have eaten a little last night. Why did he have to be so stubborn? Emohenian was stubborn yesterday. He didn't eat dinner at all and only ate some bread on the plane. Just as Emohenian walked to the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat, he heard some movement. He turned around and saw Xianxi, who was wearing sportswear and carrying a large bag of things, walking up the stairs. Uncle, you're awake? Xianxi saw Emohenian and quickly greeted him. Emohenian frowned and asked, Where did you go? Xianxi raised the bag in his hand and explained, Oh, it's like this. I'm used to exercising in the morning and buying groceries on the way back. Emohenian looked at Xianxi suspiciously. He suspected that Xianxi was purposely showing off in front of him. However, seeing that Xianxi was sweating so early in the morning, he didn't say anything for the time being. Xianxi went to the bathroom to take a shower and change into dry clothes as usual before going to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, when he came to the kitchen, he saw Emohenian eating an apple while looking at the groceries in the bag. Emohenian heard the movement and looked back. He was a little embarrassed from being caught doing something naughty. He coughed and said, I was looking at what you bought. After saying that, Emohenian regretted it. Why did he have to force an explanation? Wasn't that just giving himself away? He might as well pretend to be aloof and walk out with a snort. Xianxi didn't think too much about it. He still felt that it wasn't easy to talk to his father-in-law. He took a step forward and said, I bought water chestnuts, which are horse hooves. Here are cucumbers, spinach, cabbage, tomatoes, beef, fresh shrimp. After he finished, Xianxi smiled and said, Uncle, I heard from Murphy that you run your own farm. The food you eat must be very healthy. I also try my best to buy the best ingredients, but compared to your farm, there is still a gap. Emohenian didn't comment. He waved his hand and said, Don't always say that foreign countries are good. I think your dishes are also good. It's just that the beef is a little bad. It can't be compared with our own cattle. Murphy was woken up by the vibration of her phone. Mo Xiaowan called to tell her that Niu Miling would have a meeting at the company tomorrow. The meeting was mainly to sort out the gains and losses caused by the previous scandal with Murphy, summarize it, and ask Murphy if she wanted to go. Murphy hadn't made a decision about tomorrow's matter. However, she went to bed early last night and didn't feel sleepy now. She tucked Xixi in, put on her clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. The kitchen door wasn't closed. The sound of the kitchen hood and Xianxi's and Emohenian's voices could be heard. Murphy was a little surprised. Although she hadn't washed her face or combed her hair, she still couldn't help but walk over to see what was going on. When Murphy walked over, Xianxi heard the noise, but Murphy didn't notice. So, when Murphy looked over, she saw her father personally cooking while Xianxi helped pass the seasoning. Seeing this scene, Murphy was very surprised. If she just looked at this scene, she wouldn't have guessed that Mo Henian and Yang Yi would be at daggers drawn yesterday. Why did it seem like the situation had improved after one night? At this moment, Mo Henian also noticed it. He turned to look at Murphy and felt a little embarrassed. He could only say with a straight face, "Don't misunderstand. I'm cooking this dish for Xianxia." It turned out that when Yang Yi was trying hard to show off his culinary skills, Mo Henian asked him to stop for a moment and make room for him to cook a plate of beef with egg. Actually, Mo Henian just didn't want to admit it. At this moment, anyone could see the change in his attitude towards Yang Yi. Perhaps the more he understood, the more he could see Yang Yi's good points. "It's fine. You guys continue." Murphy was happy in her heart, but she didn't expose them. She turned and went to wash up. Because of Mo Henian's arrival, Yang Yi really made a sumptuous breakfast. When Murphy came out of the bathroom, Yang Yi was still busy in the kitchen, while Mo Henian sat at the dining table with his hands crossed. In front of him were several dishes, one of which was the beef with egg made by Mo Henian. "Papa, can I have a taste?" Murphy took the washed dishes and placed them on the table. She deliberately acted coquettishly to Mo Henian and said, "I haven't eaten your dishes in a long time." Mo Henian snorted and nodded. Murphy smiled and picked up a piece of beef with a tender yellow scrambled egg. Then, she gave Mo Henian a thumbs up and said, "Papa, you're still a treasure. It's delicious." Mo Henian raised his eyebrows proudly, but he didn't laugh. He only asked, "Usually at home, he also cooks for you?" "That's right. You also know that I don't know how to cook." Murphy said softly, "Yang Yi doesn't let me do all the housework at home. He usually takes care of me." Saying this, Murphy's face was brimming with a happy smile. She said this from the bottom of her heart. Mo Henian carefully looked at his daughter's face, but he didn't continue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "This morning, I saw that kid. I don't know where he went sneakily." Before he finished, Murphy explained with a smile, "You mean Yang Yi went to buy groceries in the morning? He has to exercise every day. Do you see the mountain behind him? Usually, Yang Yi has to run over it and then go to the market to buy groceries." Mo Henian asked in surprise, "Every day?" "Yes, every day." Murphy nodded affirmatively. "Except for the rainy days, but he will also exercise at home on rainy days." Mo Henian's impression of Yang Yi was gradually improving. However, he didn't immediately change his attitude towards Yang Yi. When he should be unhappy, he was still unhappy. When he should be cold, he still wouldn't smile at Yang Yi. She was woken up by Murphy. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she wanted to eat breakfast with her parents and grandfather. "Try this dish. This is the slippery egg beef that grandfather specially made for you." Murphy tactfully picked up this dish for Xianxia. "I want to eat this." Xianxia didn't move her chopsticks. She pointed at the shrimp balls that Yang Yi fried and said, "Try the beef that grandfather fried first. Have you forgotten? This is your favorite food." Murphy was a little embarrassed. She looked at Mo Henian's dark face and could only continue to persuade him. "Eat the beef first, then eat the shrimp later." Yang Yi also joined in the persuasion. "You have to eat a little of everything. That way, you will have enough nutrition." "Okay then." Fortunately, the little girl had enough sleep and didn't have a temper when she woke up. Although she was a little unwilling, she still listened obediently. However, after Xianxia finished both dishes, Mo Henian was still a little unconvinced. He asked, "Xianxia, which do you think is better? Grandpa's beef or the shrimp?" "The shrimp is better," Xianxia answered without hesitation. After the little girl finished speaking, she asked her mother to pick up the dish that she wanted to eat, completely ignoring her grandfather's dark face. Yang Yi hurriedly picked up a piece of slippery egg beef with his chopsticks. As he chewed, he said, "Both are delicious. Uncle, the meat and eggs that you fried are very well done." Xianxia doesn't like it. "Maybe it's because the quality of the beef we sell here isn't good. The news always says that it's soaked beef. It's all my fault. I didn't buy it well." Mo Henian looked deeply at Yang Yi. However, what was strange was that even though he saw Yang Yi's eyebrows raise when he picked up his food, he didn't say anything. Actually, Mo Henian already had a conclusion after tasting Yang Yi's dishes. However, he was still a little unconvinced and wanted to win back some ground with Xianxia. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so honest? The second day of his father-in-law's visit went by smoothly. Although Xianxia went to the kindergarten, Murphy was still there. Mo Henian didn't give Yang Yi a good look, but he didn't speak with sarcasm like yesterday. Today, he mainly focused on learning about the surrounding environment, especially the flower bed downstairs. In the evening, Yang Yi went to pick up Xianxia. At the kindergarten, Teacher Mu gave him a notice. The kindergarten will hold a spring fun sports meet with the most unique characteristics of Springfield Kindergarten this Friday afternoon, which is tomorrow afternoon. Yangxi's father, are you free to attend? This little girl wants to participate in the sports meet? Yang Yi was a little surprised. He turned to ask the little girl who was still absent-minded, Xianxia, what event did you sign up for? Ah? Xianxia was a little confused at first. After Mr. Mu explained again, the little girl raised her head and said with a bright smile, I want to run with Xianxia. Run with Xianxia? Are you going to race with Xianxia? Yang Yi asked with a smile. He knew who would win without the competition. No, our running competition requires two children to work together. When the time comes, there will be a rope to tie the two children together. Mr. Mu helped to explain. In fact, it was similar to two people running on three legs, but Mr. Mu gestured at the waist. Maybe he was worried that the two people running on three legs would hurt the children. But Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of vision did his daughter have? What kind of teammate did she choose? Well, Dad will definitely come to watch you and Xianxia's competition. You have to urge her to exercise. Let's work together. Yang Yi said to Xianxia and nodded to Mr. Mu. Papa, I want Mom to come too. Xianxia let her father carry her, then she whispered in his ear. Mom can't. Mom has to go to work. Murphy did have something to do. On the third day, she got into Mo Xiaochuan's car to pick her up at 10 o'clock and headed to the company for a meeting. Before leaving, Murphy looked upstairs worriedly and whispered to Yang Yi, is that okay? If I'm not at home? Don't worry, your father has gradually accepted me, but he still needs an opportunity. He might not know how to express his feelings. Yang Yi comforted her. Besides, I think it's not a bad idea to let me spend some time alone with him. Maybe the opportunity will come. Mo Fei nodded gently and said in a low voice, then don't fight. Yang Yi patted Murphy's shoulder and nodded with a smile, making her feel at ease. Murphy and Mo Xiaowan went to see Niu Miling after she arrived at the company. Mo Fei, is your father still in good health? The last time I saw him was about 10 years ago. Niu Miling found out from Mo Xiaowan the reason why Murphy had been pushing back the jobs these days. Not only was she not angry, but she also showed concern as if she was a good friend. Perhaps it was because Murphy and Yang Yi's relationship had been exposed. Although she did not do it personally, she was inextricably linked to her. Therefore, Niu Miling felt a little guilty, so she was very friendly in front of Murphy. He's okay. His blood pressure has been a little high for the past 2 years, but overall, he's not bad. Murphy replied calmly as usual, neither too close nor too far. After all, Mo Fei was an artist who was about to leave Tianmei, so Niu Miling still held some grudges against her. So, after the small talk, the two didn't talk much. Soon, Mo Fei also left Niu Miling's office. The reason why Niu Miling called all the artists and agents of the company back for a meeting this time was not because she had found out who exposed Mo Fei's information, but because she wanted to make an extension of what happened to Mo Fei this time. She wanted to warn all the artists that those who were prohibited from falling in love in the contract must stay clean and concentrate on developing their own acting career. The managers also had to keep an eye on their artists' relationships. If anything happened to them, such as falling in love, falling out of love, or experiencing setbacks, they had to follow up and report to the company in a timely manner. This report is very important. The company needs to know your situation before we can take the right measures. Niu Miling said. Mo Fei and the others handled this incident very well. They used their sincerity to exchange for the fans' understanding, and they also kept in touch with the company's public relations department, so that the two sides would not say different things. Niao Miling also praised Murphy. In fact, Zhu Jia wanted Niao Miling and Xianxia to apologize to Murphy, but Niao Miling could not bring herself to do that. Speaking of Zhu Jia, Niao Miling's face became serious. She asked, "Oh right, Zhu Jia, why didn't your manager come to the meeting?" Normally, Du Luan was the one who came to the meetings. Zhu Jia was a lazy bum. But now, it was the opposite. Zhu Jia was sitting in the meeting room, but Du Luan was nowhere to be seen. "I don't know. Du Luan's phone has been switched off for the past few days. I can't find him." Zhu Jia scratched his head, looking depressed. Not far away, Zhenzhen, who was sitting next to Xianxia, was stunned and frowned. "Let's not talk about him. You have to be careful too. Later, tell Du Luan to report to the company if anything happens," Niao Miling said to Zhu Jia. She was also worried about her nephew. He was too jumpy and was a playboy. Not to mention dating, who knew how many girls in the company had flirted with him. After the meeting, Zhu Jia saw Murphy and Mo Xiaowan tidying up and walking out of the office. He hurriedly ran after them. "Sister Murphy, Sister Murphy." Zhu Jia ran to the stairs and greeted Murphy and Mo Xiaowan with a smile. "Zhu Jia, what are you doing?" Mo Xiaowan acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She shielded Murphy behind her. She kept looking around to see if there were any hidden cameras. "Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'm here to apologize," Zhu Jia quickly explained. "Apologize for what?" Mo Xiaowan asked suspiciously. "Because in the past I wanted to be famous so badly. That's why I wanted to create a scandal with Sister Murphy. Now that I know it's wrong, I want to apologize to Sister Murphy." "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble in the past," Zhu Jia said. Murphy and Mo Xiaowan's expression softened. Murphy nodded gently and said, "Forget it. It's all in the past." Zhu Jia smiled and said, "One more thing. Sister Murphy, please tell Yang Yi that I haven't given up on the matter of your photos being leaked. I've been working hard to help investigate it. Please give me more time. I promise to give you a satisfactory answer." "Eh? You know Yang Yi?" Mo Xiaowan asked in surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. "No discord, no concord. Anyway, we're on the same side now." Zhu Jia smiled awkwardly and said, "Last time, I was the one who persuaded my aunt not to care about you not renewing your contract. So it's you." Murphy understood. She finally understood who Yang Yi's relationship was. However, since Zhu Jia had a relationship with Yang Yi, why did he force her to create a scandal with him? After Zhu Jia left, Mo Xiaowan answered her doubts. Didn't Zhu Jia say that no discord, no concord? He probably caused trouble before and brother-in-law was unhappy, so he taught him a lesson. As a result, Zhu Jia's relationship with brother-in-law has improved. I was wondering why this Zhu Jia has been so honest in the past 2 months. Murphy suddenly understood. She didn't think too much about it. She felt that it was too complicated and there was no need to think about it thoroughly. When they returned to their office, Mo Xiaochuan's stomach felt uncomfortable. She quickly rummaged through Murphy's bag. "Sister, do you still have the sanitary pads I bought for you last time? My period should be here." "It's in there. You put it there yourself." "I haven't used it yet." Murphy was busy texting Yang Yi to ask about the situation at home. She didn't even raise her head as she replied. After a while, Mo Xiaowan came out. She smiled and asked, "Sister, why don't you use it? Don't tell me you don't like this brand anymore?" "No, I just haven't come yet. I don't need it." Murphy was chatting with Yang Yi while she absent-mindedly said to Mo Xiaowan. "Really? Counting the days, you should have come at the beginning of the month." Mo Xiaowan mumbled. However, Murphy didn't want to continue the conversation. Mo Fei was now worried that if she was not at home, would Yang Yi be able to deal with her father? However, she seemed to be worrying too much. At this moment, Yang Yi and Mo Henian were talking loudly in the study. Yang Yi's study was very spacious and bright during the day. The spring breeze gently swayed the muslin curtains, creating circles of ripples. The white mist from the boiling mountain spring water also added a lot of color to the room. It was different from the first day when Mo Henian was extremely displeased with Yang Yi. Today, although Mo Henian still had a straight face, his tone was not very harsh. Moreover, he was more gentle as he instructed Yang Yi to use a different cup lid brewing method to make tea for him. This requires a lot of technique. Look at me. When pouring, the position of the cup lid, what kind of strength and angle do you use to prevent the tea leaves from falling out? Also, how can the tea be poured smoothly and not scalded? Mo Henian taught seriously. Yang Yi was also engrossed in learning. He did not hold back. He really did not know how to make tea like the old man taught him. He had only seen it on television before. However, Yang Yi understood tea. His body was nimble and he learned quickly. Not long after, he could use 3 fingers to complete the operation of pouring tea. His thumb and middle finger pinched the edge of the bowl, and his index finger gently clasped the cup lid. Seeing that Yang Yi was learning well, Mo Henian was also relieved. However, he did not fake his words and did not give any praise. Instead, he said indifferently, "You have to change this cup. The cup lid and the edge of the lid have to be wider. The lid also has to be higher. Otherwise, it will be easy to burn your hand." Later, I'll go and pick a better one." Yang Yi nodded his head smoothly. With his level, it was basically impossible for him to burn his hand. Mo Henian drank 2 mouthfuls of tea. His addiction to smoking came up. He took out a polished pipe from his chest. This was given to him by Yang Yi yesterday. Initially, Mo Henian didn't want to accept it, but Murphy persuaded him. Moreover, the pipe was indeed not bad. It was said that it was made from the roots of a 60-year-old Phoebe. It was all handmade, with complete patterns and no flaws. Its appearance was polished as exquisite as agate. Not to mention old masterly, even she felt that it was a beautiful toy when she saw it. She wanted it. Mo Henian smoked a cigarette while drinking tea. Then, he flipped through Journey by Night. This book was the one mentioned in the news a few days ago, which made him have a deeper prejudice against Yang Yi. Coincidentally, he saw a sample book in Yang Yi's bookshelf, so he took it down to read. Through what he had seen and heard with his own eyes, Mo Henian felt that Yang Yi was not as bad as he had imagined. At least, he could not find the existence of the devil mentioned in the news. Therefore, Grandpa Xing really wanted to find out where the devil mentioned in the book that was mentioned in the newspaper was. But as he read, Mo Henian began to sink deeper into the plot described in the book, as well as the oppressive social situation. He frowned, and from time to time, revealed a thoughtful expression. "Have you lived in Taiwan before?" Mo Henian finally couldn't hold back and asked. "No, I've never been out to sea." Yang Yi shook his head. "Then how do you know so much about Taiwan's situation in that era?" Mo Henian asked suspiciously. The book introduced unfinished buildings, single-parent families, the living difficulties of single mothers like Xi Wendai, and this. The page Mo Henian flipped open was the plot of Xiaocheng and Jiangli at the beginning of their relationship. The hairstyle he was referring to, medium-long hair with bangs on the forehead and hair pulled back on both sides, was one of the more popular hairstyles for women in Taiwan during that era. "It's hard to describe these without any experience," Mo Henian said. But for some reason, he looked at Yang Yi with a much friendlier gaze. Perhaps it was because he felt the same way. When he read this novel, he was deeply moved. This was because the time period described in the novel was when he was still studying in Taiwan. At a young age, he had experienced the bursting of Taiwan's economic bubble and the bankruptcy of countless enterprises. He had experienced the confusion and chaos of Taiwan. He had also seen the dark examples of people forgetting their family and humanity for the sake of pursuing profits. "Uncle, I was still very young in the era you're talking about. Furthermore, I was still living in the countryside in Anqing. How could I have experienced it?" Yang Yi smiled. "I just read some books and carefully studied the social situation of Taiwan at that time." Yang Yi even took out close to 10 books about Taiwan's social studies from the bookshelf in the study room for Mo Henian to read. After reading so many books, Mo Henian was 80% convinced. But he still wanted to nitpick and test Yang Yi, so he asked, "In the early 1980s, there was a serious mass suicide in Taiwan that shook the world. Do you know about it?" Yang Yi nodded. "I know. It was because the stock prices plummeted and they were heavily in debt. They couldn't accept it, so the 6 members of the Baonan family committed suicide with gas. As if they had found a common topic, Mo Henian and Yang Yi started discussing the social situation in Taiwan. Mo Henian's satisfaction with Yang Yi gradually increased. As for the devil side of Yang Yi that was described in the entertainment newspapers, Mo Henian was, after all, a high-level intellectual. How could he not see that it was just a dramatic description? He wouldn't deny an author's character based on the content of a work. In the afternoon, Springfield Kindergarten was holding a fun sports event. Yang Yi invited Mo Henian to watch Xishi's competition. At first, the old man was reserved for a while, but when he remembered that it was his granddaughter's competition, Missouri Henian pretended to be impatient and said, "Let's go. I don't want you to nag in my ear." Although he was reluctant to go, the old man had dressed up meticulously before going out. He wore a Hawaiian-style shirt with coconut tree prints on it. He didn't wear a windbreaker, only a wide scarf with Indian patterns. He wore jeans, riding boots, and a white cowboy hat on his head. As he appeared on the streets of China, he always attracted a lot of attention. This old man didn't want to be too fashionable. When Mo Henian appeared at Springfield Kindergarten, he immediately replaced Yang Yi as the children's new favorite. However, the children didn't throw themselves at him like they did with Yang Yi. They just surrounded him curiously, and their innocent eyes revealed a look of worship. It was the first time they had seen someone dressed like this. The hat, scarf, and boots were all very novel. Murmurs of "so cool" rose and fell one after another. "This is my grandpa, my grandpa." Xishi squeezed out from among her friends and jumped into her grandpa's arms with joy. Then, she proudly introduced him to the other children. Xishi didn't wear a skirt today. She wore a hoodie and sweatpants. The wine-red color and the bright texture of cotton wool made her look very lively. Of course, the most important thing was that the little girl's arms and legs were thin and long. No matter what clothes she wore, she looked very slim and beautiful. She didn't look bloated at all. Chen Shiyun shouted in the crowd, "Xishi, isn't your grandpa fierce?" "I don't think he's fierce at all. He's very handsome." Mo Henian's old face that had been tense for a few days couldn't hold it in anymore. He couldn't help but smile after being praised by the little girl. He pulled down the brim of his hat and gave Chen Shiyun a cowboy bow, saying, "This little girl is knowledgeable." "Not bad, not bad. How is Grandpa fierce?" "Grandpa has always been nice." Mo Henian didn't forget to gently pat Xishi's little butt in his arms and said a little reproachfully, "Hee hee." The little girl leaned on Mo Henian's shoulder and laughed a little embarrassedly. "It's super cool. Grandpa, can I wear your hat?" Chen Shiyun plucked up her courage and asked while jumping up and down. "I want to wear it too. I like this hat too." Lan Xian squeezed into the crowd and hurriedly shouted. Xishi got down from her grandpa's arms and squeezed in front of him to help him maintain order. "You can't wear it together. You have to line up one by one." Okay then, being so popular, Mo Henian was naturally very proud. The sullen feeling of being defeated by Yang Yi at home was swept away. He generously took off his hat and handed it to the children, not forgetting to glance at Yang Yi. In this fun sports event held by the kindergarten, there naturally wouldn't be any major events such as the 800-meter run or the 1,000-meter run. Taking into account the physical condition of the children, even the cooperative race that Xishi and Lan Xian participated in was very short. The straight track was only 15 meters long, and after turning back, it was only 30 meters. Of course, for the little ones, this was not a small challenge. What's more, the 2 children in each group had to be tied together with a rope and their waists to complete the return 30-meter race. Before the race began, Teacher Mu heard that Xishi's grandfather had come. Seeing that he was so popular, he invited him to be the starter and referee of the return race. Mo Henian gladly agreed. The old man, who was dressed in a cowboy costume, waved the yellow starter flag in his hand and stood at the starting point. This cool appearance attracted the worship of many children. The starting point was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was Teacher Mu who helped to clear the way so that the race could proceed normally. Yang Yi was tying the rope for Xishi and Lan Xian. The rope had to be tied around their waists and tied into a loop to wrap the 2 girls together. "Hee hee, Xian and I are hugging." He didn't know what was so funny, but the two girls were hugging each other and were very happy. Xishi, don't press on me, I can't walk. Xian also giggled. The two girls hugged each other, twisting here and there and having a lot of fun. Their bell-like laughter filled Yang Yi's ears, but it also made Yang Yi unable to tie the rope. Because he didn't want them to hug each other and walk side by side, but the two of them ran side by side and synchronously. Okay, listen to me. Yang Yi had to hold them down and make them face him. He said seriously, this race, do you want to win? Yes. Xian quickly answered. I really want to. Cici said. Super, super. Xian refused to be outdone. I really want to. Xishi giggled. There was no end to this, Yang Yi had no choice but to interrupt them. Well, I know you all want to win, so you have to listen to the coach, which is my command. Otherwise, you can't win. Yang Yi wasn't exaggerating. Xishi and Xian were a pair of strong opponents. Just now, Yang Yi heard the teacher shouting for Wang Shijuan and Wang Xiyun. This pair of siblings definitely had better tacit understanding than Xishi and Xian. The two little girls finally quieted down. They blinked their big eyes and listened attentively. Yang Yi took the opportunity to tie the rope for them. It wasn't too tight, but it wasn't loose enough to fall off. He also cleverly designed two rings for Xishi and Xian to hold respectively. Xishi, Xian air, I will shout 1 and 2. When I shout 2, you take a step this way. Yang Yi clapped his hands to beat the beat. Xishi was more sensitive to the beat. When she heard her father shout 2, she took a step with her left foot. Xian was a little slower, but she also took a step with her right foot. Yang Yi helplessly saw that Xishi, who had longer legs, obviously took more steps than Xian. This won't do. Xishi, don't run so fast. Slow down. Lift this foot. Yang Yi asked Xishi to lift her left foot. Then he grabbed the little girl's ankle and pulled her to the same stride length as Xian. In this competition, you have to take such a big step. Do you remember? Yang Yi looked up and saw Xishi's confused little eyes. She seemed to be a little distracted. Then, she nodded as if she understood. It's okay. Let's give it a try. Time was running out. The competition was about to start. Yang Yi said, how about this? I want you to use the same stride. For example, when I shout 1, you take a step with your left foot together. Then, when I shout 2, you take a step with your right foot together. Similarly, the other foot is the supporting foot. Don't move. Xishi nodded, but Xian said in confusion, Uncle Yang, I don't understand what you're saying. It means that when I shout 1, take a step with this foot. When I shout 2, take a step with this foot. This way, you can walk forward together. Yang Yi had to grab Xian's ankle and teach her. This little girl seemed to be unable to distinguish between left and right. Yang Yi thought to himself, Xishi is still the smart one. However, when he started to shout the beat training, Xian successfully walked forward, but Xishi still took a step with her left foot. The distance between her 2 feet was even bigger. No. Xishi realized that she was holding back and quickly withdrew her right foot. However, the two still staggered a little. The rope pulled Xian and made her stagger. Aya, Xishi, you're wrong. Xian hurriedly shouted. Xishi raised her head and looked at her father with her big eyes in confusion. She also felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. Yang Yi covered his forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Xishi didn't understand. She just nodded out of habit when she was in a daze. Xishi, you can't pretend that you understand when you don't understand. If you don't understand, you have to ask Daddy. Yang Yi squatted down and continued to teach his daughter the steps and rhythm. After a while, Mo Henian waved the flag and shouted, Children of the 3rd group of middle class, hurry up and review. The competition is about to start. The old man's shouting was very rhythmic. It was as if he was herding a cow. It attracted many young fans who were watching and imitated him. They also shouted, The competition is about to start. His childish and adorable voice made the parents around him laugh in a friendly manner. There were 5 tracks and 3 groups of children. Xixi and Lan Xian were on the track on the right. Xianxia stood on the side and clapped his hands. He applauded Xixi and Lan Xian who were standing on the track. Come on, Xixi. Come on, Xian Air. Chen Shiyun, Yang Luoqi, Nan Zhaoyu, and their parents who came to watch also cheered for Xixi and Lan Xian. Lan Xian was still alright, but the chubby girl waved at Uncle Yang. Cici, on the other hand, seemed a little nervous. The little girl turned her head and looked up at her grandfather. Her little face was tense, and her little mouth unknowingly opened slightly. Children, listen to Grandpa. In a while, Grandpa will blow the whistle and the flag will be waved down. The competition will start. Before the flag is waved down, you can't run away. Mo Henian was very happy and patiently explained the rules. Listen to my rhythm. Xixi, look over here. Daddy will shout 1 2, 1 2. Xianxia tried to attract his daughter's attention. Mo Henian said unhappily, unrelated people are not allowed to interfere with the competition. Shut up. Xianxia looked embarrassed. He could only whisper to Xixi and Lan Xian, okay, I can't shout. You can shout on your own. Xixi, you shout 1 2, 1 2. The surrounding parents all knew the relationship between Mo Henian and Xianxia. Seeing the two of them at odds, they couldn't help but laugh. Yang Luoqi's mother, Wu Yu, was laughing. She patted Xianxi's arm and said, Aya, why is Xixi's grandfather so funny? As a referee, he's really impartial. Xianxia could only shake his head with a wry smile. Without their father's help, Xixi and Lan Xian could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, Xixi didn't drop the ball at the crucial moment. Although she had received a lot of information during this period, which made the little girl look a little silly, she still firmly remembered her father's guidance just now. Toot. The whistle sounded. Mo Henian leaned forward, swung his arm in a circle, and waved the flag down coolly. This posture made the surrounding children worship him again. The competition began. Under the request of her upright and plain-spoken grandfather, her father couldn't help her shout the beat. Her father's clapping sound was drowned out by the cheers of the surrounding children. Xixi was a little flustered, but she still tried hard to remember her father's instructions. She wasn't very confident, but she was very strong as she shouted, 1 2, 1 2. The little girl's crisp voice was like a clear stream in this noisy environment. It wasn't loud enough, but it was very clear. At the beginning, the 3 teams were a little chaotic at the starting point. Every child wanted to compete for first place, so they didn't run at the same speed as their partners. As the ropes were pulled, they bumped into each other, causing the surrounding children to laugh. After all, Xixi and Lan Xian didn't have any special training. Xianxi's sudden guidance just now couldn't make the 2 girls form a special muscle memory. So at the beginning, they didn't run at the same pace and squeezed together. Among the 3 teams, the first ones to adjust were the siblings Wang Xijuan and Wang Xiyun. The 2 children must have practiced at home, and they had enough tacit understanding. They quickly adjusted and ran forward in small steps. Come on. Xixi, Xian Air, come on. Xianxia was anxious and nervous at the side. He clenched his fists. He couldn't shout the beat, but he could still cheer them on. It seemed that Cici's rhythm had taken effect as Lan Xian gradually adjusted to the rhythm. The 2 girls held hands and began to chase after each other. The 3rd team was slower. There were 2 boys. They were about the same height, but one ran fast while the other ran slow. The 2 of them bumped into each other and even pulled each other in the middle. They fell on their backs on the track. Because they lost their balance first, they struggled for a while before falling, so the fall wasn't heavy. Moreover, they wore thick clothes in spring, so the fall didn't hurt at all. They just felt a little embarrassed. The children next to them were all laughing. I don't want to play anymore. One of the little boys cried. They had basically lost the chance to win the championship. The only thing left was for Xixi and Lan Xian to compete with Wang Xijuan and Wang Xiyun. Wang Xijuan and Wang Xiyun weren't running very fast, but they were very stable. The older brother put his hand on the younger sister's shoulder, and the younger sister pulled on the older brother's waist. They ran step by step, showing a high level of tacit understanding. Xianxia and Lan Xian tried their best to catch up, but Lan Xian couldn't run fast either. When she turned back, the chubby girl began to pant. 1, 2, 1, 2. Xianxia looked to the front and her voice sounded a little anxious. She unconsciously sped up the beat. Xianxia. Lan Xian pitifully followed her, but she couldn't help but gasp and shout, slow down, okay? Xianxia wanted to keep up with her friends as much as possible, but she also looked at the opponents in front of her anxiously. The little girl didn't know what to say and could only shout the beat. However, when she sped up a little, she felt the pull of the rope. Her partner couldn't run fast, so she could only slow down a little. It couldn't be said that Lan Xian didn't work hard. She also tried her best to run with her chubby little legs, but she couldn't run fast. In the beginning, Xianxia's team showed a good momentum, but gradually, as Lan Xian's physical strength was affected, they slowed down. There was only a little distance left, and it seemed that they couldn't catch up no matter how hard they tried. Come on! Come on! In the last few meters, the children on the side of the field didn't make any more trouble. They seemed to be infected by the intense atmosphere of the competition and shouted deafeningly with their parents. But unfortunately, under a Mohinian's waving of the flag, Wang Shijuan and Wang Xiyun reached the finish line first, and Xianxia and Lan Xian were a few seconds later. In these few seconds, victory was given away with both hands. Lan Xian leaned on her knees and panted heavily. Her expression couldn't be seen, but Xianxia stood there motionlessly. She looked at the happy Wang Shijuan and Wang Xiyun siblings with envy in her eyes, but her expression was blank and dazed. Her little figure looked a little lonely. Xianxia clapped as he walked over with heartache. He shouted, "It's okay, you guys are already very good." Mohinian saw the scene too. He waved the flag and shouted, "Let's give our applause to the champion of this competition. Also, this pair of children performed very well just now. They chased to the end. Although they lost, it's a glorious victory. Everyone, let's give them a round of applause, okay?" However, no matter how much applause or consolation there was, Xianxia didn't seem to listen. When her father untied her, the little girl leaned into her father's arms in low spirits. Her little hands grabbed the front of her father's shirt and fiddled with the buttons. It was Xiangyi's first time seeing Xianxia like this. Usually, she was everyone's joker. That sweet smile of hers was enough to lift everyone's mood. But today, the little girl seemed like she was going to cry, but she didn't. She looked like she was going to be strong, but her heart was sad. If she were to cry, Xiangyi would think it was normal. He patted the little girl's back gently and said, "It's okay, we didn't win this time. Let's try again next time." Lan Xian, on the other hand, had a big heart. She opened her arms and shouted loudly, "Uncle Yang, can you hug me too? My father and mother didn't come." Xiangyi smiled and hugged Lan Xian in his arms. At this time, Xianxia's friends all came over. Chen Shiyun, Nan Zhaoyu, Yang Luoqi, and Wu Yu and Chen Shiyun's mother. "Xianxia, Xian don't be sad, okay?" Yang Luoqi whispered. "Yes, you have worked very hard just now. Auntie saw it. You were very good." Wu Yu clapped her hands and smiled. "I'm not sad." Lan Xian, in Yang Yi's arms, made a face at Yang Luoqi. The children all giggled. However, this didn't seem to have any effect on Xianxia. The little girl buried her face in her father's arms. She didn't want others to see her sad face. Perhaps the father and daughter's minds were connected. Yang Yi could roughly understand his daughter's thoughts. He entrusted Lan Xian to Wu Yu and then carried Xianxia to a corner where there was no one and sat down on a stone chair. "Are you still sad?" Yang Yi put his daughter on his lap, gently held her little face, and asked softly, "There will always be winners and losers in a competition." Xianxia's mouth twitched. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally rolled down. She rubbed her eyes and whispered, but, I want to win. Dad knows you want to win, and Dad also wants you to win. This is a very positive idea. Yang Yi praised first and then said, but winning and losing are common. When we encounter failure, we can't treat it with sadness, unhappiness, or crying. Instead, we have to think positively. If I lose this time, I will win next time, don't you think so? Xianxia nodded, but she was still crying. She wiped her tears and cried. This big tabby cat made people feel sorry for her. Don't rub your eyes with your hands. Xianxia grabbed the little girl's hand and took out a child's wet tissue. These were the things that he usually carried with him. He wiped her tears. The little girl pursed her lips. It was obvious that she was sad and wronged. However, the little girl enjoyed it when her father wiped her tears. Gradually, her heaving chest calmed down. Xianxia said softly, although you lost today, Dad still wants to praise you. Do you want to hear Dad's praise? Yes. Xianxia pulled her father's hand away and her little head leaned over. Then the little girl moved her little butt so that she could squeeze into her father's arms and find a complete support. You did a great job today in 3 aspects. Xianxia waved 3 fingers in front of his daughter. Xianxia pouted, grabbed her father's hand, and pressed down the other 2 fingers, leaving only the middle finger. Xianxia stared at his fingers and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he pretended as if nothing had happened and said, first of all, you listened very carefully when I told you the tactics, and then you learned very fast. I learned faster than Xianxia, the little girl whispered. She hadn't recovered yet. Yes. Xianxia saw that Xianxia had flipped out her second finger. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable to have her middle finger and ring finger raised side by side, it was still much more pleasing to the eye than having her middle finger raised. He continued, second, you did a great job when I couldn't call the beat for you. I didn't expect that you would stand up so bravely and call the beat for Xianxia, and then lead the team forward in an orderly manner. Papa, you asked me to call the beat. The little girl seemed to be in a better mood, and she rubbed her face in her father's arms shyly. Yes, but I didn't expect that you could finish it. I'm really surprised. Xianxia rubbed his daughter's little head and untied her ponytail. Her hair spread out like a black waterfall. At this time, Mo Henian, who had hosted the last race, was worried about his granddaughter, who was in a bad mood just now, and forgot to take the flag back, so he came to find them. However, when Mo Henian saw Xianxia sitting there with Xianxia in his arms, he couldn't help but stop and look at the father and daughter thoughtfully. What about the last one? Xianxia opened her father's third finger and said with a little strength in her voice. The last one, I want to praise you and Xianxia for your fighting spirit. Xianxia said with a smile, did you see that? In addition to the winning team, there was another team. They were very confused and fell down halfway and gave up. But Xianxia, you and Xianxia are very good. Unknowingly, Xianxia had also been influenced by Murphy's Taiwanese accent. He said, although we fell behind, we worked hard to catch up to the end. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. Do you know? Xianxia tidied up Xixi's hair so that it wouldn't be in a knot. He said softly, this kind of fighting spirit is more precious than your victory. Why? Xianxia asked in confusion. That's because even though you lost this time, you were brave enough to fight. If you work harder, you might win the next time. Xianxia turned into the chicken soup master and said, but if you win now, you won't know where your flaws are, and you won't work hard. You might lose the next time. Xianxia nodded confusedly. He didn't know if she could really understand, but Xianxia knew that she could understand what he meant. Now, the little girl didn't cry, and she didn't want others to see her sadness anymore. Xianxia smiled and took the little girl down. He also stood up and said, well, since there's nothing else, let's go and play with your friends. I heard that there will be a shooting competition in today's fun sports meet. Chen Shiyun is going to compete. Why don't you go and cheer for her? Papa, let's go together. Although Xixi's interest was back, she was still very clingy to her father after crying. She walked forward while holding her father's hand. Okay. Xianxia was naturally willing. But when he turned around, Xianxia saw Mo Henian standing there with concern. Mo Henian put away his complicated expression and said to Xianxia with a straight face, don't cry, right? Yes, don't cry. Xixi is very strong. Xianxia shook the hand that was holding Xixi's and said with a smile. It's good that you don't cry. It's just a small competition. It's no big deal if you lose. Mo Henian's attitude toward life was still a little different. Cece, on the other hand, felt a little embarrassed for crying just now. She pulled her father's big hand over and covered her eyes. Then, she pouted her little mouth and shouted unwillingly, "Don't say it, don't say it." Xianxia laughed, okay, I won't say it. Shishi, come here. Emohenian called. Shishi put down her father's hand and looked at her grandfather with some confusion. Emohenian shook the small flag in his hand, smiled, and said, "Come, Grandpa will reward you for finishing the competition. I'll give you a flag." Really? The little girl happily let go of her father's hand and ran to her grandfather's side to take the small flag. Hee, I like to play this. Shishi shook the small flag and played with it happily. It seemed that the lively and cute little girl was back. Xianxia looked at this scene and was a little unconvinced. He muttered in his heart, "Really, this flag isn't yours." The sports meet in the afternoon finally came to an end with laughter. The sports meet organized by Springfield Kindergarten was quite interesting. In addition to the aforementioned sports, there was a paper towel blowing competition, a table tennis competition, and so on. Xianxia was forced to participate in the paper towel blowing competition and had a lot of fun. After returning home, she told her mother about today's competition and honestly told her mother that she cried after losing the competition. It's normal to cry. Mom doesn't blame Shishi. On the contrary, Mom blames herself for not making time to watch Shishi's competition and cheer for Shishi, Murphy said with some self-blame. After dinner, Murphy and Xianxia washed the dishes together in the kitchen and told him what Xianxia said to her today. "I know, I'll take care of this, don't worry." Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. He didn't explain much, and Murphy didn't ask much. If it were Zhen, such a young and beautiful girl, Murphy might ask about the details of how they knew each other, but Xianxia was different. Murphy wasn't interested in the complicated relationships between men at all. Xianxia pondered for a long time and sent a text message to Xianxia, asking him to find a way to get the contact information of Teacher Ko, who was currently the #1 suspect in the eyes of Niu Meiling and Xianxia. Xianxia acted as if he was going to settle accounts with Teacher Ko. Although he didn't explicitly say that he would forgive Xianxia, Xianxia gave the signal to ease the tension. This young master was still reliable, and Xianxia didn't want him to continue spying on others. It wouldn't be good if he went crazy. As for Teacher Ko, although he secretly took photos of himself and Murphy, and in some ways, he was the source of all the trouble, Xianxia didn't want to do anything to him. Although Teacher Ko followed and secretly took photos for money, he was a man of principles. Once the information was sold, he wouldn't give it to a second person. Xianxia liked people with principles. Moreover, he knew that sometimes, fighting and killing wouldn't necessarily solve the problem. Since this Teacher Ko had brought him trouble, Xianxia planned to recruit him into his force. Xianxia didn't plan to do it personally, but planned to sign a contract with Teacher Ko through the Backwave technology company behind microbroadcasting. Like other signed self-media, he would bind them to his chariot. This was the main reason why Xianxia founded microbroadcasting. He hoped to use this platform to gather more people to help promote Murphy. Of course, it was positive publicity. He didn't care about other people. With microbroadcasting as a killer weapon, Xianxia believed that Murphy didn't need to work hard to run announcements and do commercial performances. However, Teacher Ko now gave Xianxia another idea. Isn't he a paparazzi hunter? I'll give him a chance and support him to become China's #1 paparazzi. Of course, in exchange, Teacher Ko had to use his influence and relationship with the paparazzi to reduce the reports and hype about himself, Murphy, and his family. Even if there were some things that Teacher Ko couldn't handle, with an advance warning, Xianxia wouldn't be too passive. It had been almost 10 days since the media exposed the relationship between Murphy and Xianxia, but the news did not die down. The media was still obsessed with digging up news about Xianxia or Muxiang. They also tried to fabricate their love story from the songs that Muxiang wrote for Murphy. People were used to this. However, Xianxia's microbroadcasting was exposed because Murphy followed him. Moreover, all the statuses that Xianxia posted on his microbroadcasting were related to Shishi. Even though the photos were edited out of the girl's face, anyone could tell that the girl with long legs was his and Murphy's daughter. His microbroadcasting was exposed, and he gained a lot of fans. At the same time, the media also found a new way to spend money. Seeing that Yang Yi only had his daughter and his cat in his daily life, the media couldn't help but praise him again, saying that Yang Yi was a good family man that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, and that Mo Fei really married the right person. Logically speaking, Yang Yi didn't like it when people boasted like that. In his previous life, the media's flattery was like poison milk. Very few celebrities were spared. He didn't know if the media in this life still had such strong skills. However, Yang Yi also tried to keep a low profile. He did not accept any interviews from the media. He wanted to drag the attention away. But we are going to buy a new house. Recently, there have been reporters coming to our door to interview us. Yang Yi discussed with Murphy. Mo Henian was sitting at the side watching TV, but his ears were pricked up. Do you want to stay at my place? Although I haven't lived there for half a year, I can still clean it up, Murphy asked. There's no need. Our family still has some spare cash. I'll ask Lan Cao to help us find a villa in the area where his family lives. The security measures are perfect. Even if the reporters know about it, they won't be able to follow us in. It's quiet and safe, and the environment and air are very good, Yang Yi explained. I am a little reluctant to leave this place. Murphy looked around reluctantly and said, the flowers downstairs have been planted, but they haven't bloomed yet. It was not to say that this house was very good. In terms of decoration, it was not as good as Murphy's house in the coastal area. However, this place carried too many beautiful memories of Murphy. It's okay. We didn't leave this place behind. We can let Huan and Ding Xiang stay here for the time being. The master bedroom will be reserved for us. We can come back and stay for a few days whenever we want. Yang Yi hugged Murphy's body and said softly, tomorrow, let's go see the new villa together. I think you'll like it. Cough cough. Mo Henian knew that there was nothing special about a couple cuddling, but Murphy was his daughter after all. Seeing him cuddling there made him unhappy, so he deliberately coughed loudly. Yang Yi and Murphy hurriedly sat up straight and separated. The next day was Sunday. She didn't have to go to school, so Yang Yi drove the whole family, including Mo Henian, to see the villa. The villa was located at the foot of the mountain with the best feng shui in the Tingshan mountain range. It also had mountains and rivers. Behind it was the lush ninth peak of Tingshan mountain, and beside it was a stream. Lan Cao's real estate company had built a green path along the way for people to run, ride, or take a stroll after meals. When he heard that Yang Yi's family was coming, Lan Cao, the big boss, personally came to receive them. He even chased away his sales manager and rolled up his sleeves to personally explain to Yang Yi, Murphy, and Elder Mo. First of all, our villas here have strong security features. Not to mention the large number of retired soldiers we hired to build the security force. The people who live in this villa area are either rich or respectable. If you want to buy a villa here, you can't just buy it with money. You also need to pass identity verification. Only rich people with a certain status can live here. So, you don't have to worry about security and privacy. It was also because Lan Cao and Yang Yi were good friends, and he knew about Yang Yi's hidden business identity that Yang Yi could buy a villa here. Otherwise, if he was just a celebrity's husband, the villa area's sales team would have politely rejected him. The villas here were built a little like private residences in America. The courtyard did not have high walls, but to adapt to the Chinese mentality, it was surrounded by short evergreen shrubs. However, from the outside, one could still see the lush green lawn inside. This was not a bad thing. With a wide view, it could also make one feel comfortable. The lawn here is very big. Of course, if you like, you can remove it and plant your own flowers. Lan Cao smiled and said, the shrubs that act as the fence will be trimmed by the property management every once in a while. However, inside the fence is your private space. You need to take care of it yourself or hire someone to take care of it. The space was really big. Yang Yi estimated that the courtyard alone was almost 100 square meters. Of which, more than 60 square meters was the green area, and the rest was the driveway and parking space at the door. The villa had not been handed over to Yang Yi yet, so there were still people to maintain the lawn. It was trimmed neatly like a football field. Shi and Lan Xian were already holding hands happily, running around and stepping on the soft grass. They had a lot of fun. Seeing that Yang Yi was interested in the parking place, Lan Caokai explained, "This is only a temporary parking place. Moreover, if you don't park, there is also a place for the children to play other things, such as a simple basketball hoop. However, I think that both your and my children are girls. They probably don't know how to play basketball, right?" Lan Caokai laughed as he said that. He then said, "There is also an underground garage in the backyard. I will take you to see it later. Xianxia, come here. We are going in to see it." Yang Yi called out. "Coming." Xi responded happily. The two little girls held hands and ran over happily. They were so lively. When they were still changing shoes and entering the villa that had been renovated, she could not help but say to her father, "Papa, Papa, are we going to live here?" "Why, you don't like it?" Yang Yi asked. His daughter's opinion was also very important. "No, I like it very much." Xianxia said that her family also lived here. "Does that mean that I can go to Xianxia's house to play in the future?" The little girl said with a little excitement. Yang Yi laughed. "Of course, you can also invite Xianxia to our house." "Ah. Great, Xianxia, do you want to come to our house?" The two little girls shouted and jumped excitedly. The villa was a very modern design. It was a small 3-story building. It was not particularly large, but each floor was cleverly designed. Moreover, the white and coffee-colored exterior walls looked natural and elegant. Mo Henian, who used to be an architectural designer, looked around and showed a look of approval. The first floor was mainly the living room, dining room, kitchen and other functional areas. The second and third floors were 5 big bedrooms and a large study. There was also a large balcony and a glass fence on the second floor. Small barbecues and private banquets could be held on the balcony. Of course, on a clear summer night, it was also very romantic to lay out a bed and look at the starry sky. Below the balcony was the parking area that Lan Caokai mentioned earlier. At the side of the villa, there was also a small swimming pool. It was really small. With Yang Yi's figure, he could only kick his legs twice in the swimming pool. But a villa with a private swimming pool was already very good. This kind of swimming pool was especially suitable for children. After looking at the villa, compared to the excited children, the adults were much calmer. Mo Henian only felt that the exterior design and structure of the villa were not bad. To him, this small villa was not considered stunning. It was still incomparable to the super mansion that old Mo designed in the US. But Murphy liked this villa. She felt that this villa was very lively. "I don't like houses that are too big. This size is about the same. If it is too big, it will feel too empty and not warm," Murphy said to Yang Yi. "Yes. It doesn't matter where we live. The most important thing is that we can be together." Yang Yi held Murphy's hand and said gently. After a few days of observation, Mo Henian's impression of Yang Yi had changed drastically. Not only did Yang Yi take care of Murphy and Xi meticulously, but also Yang Yi's talent and the family business that he could build without relying on Murphy. It could be said that Yang Yi was an impeccable son-in-law. Moreover, Yang Yi gradually found a topic that he could talk about with Mo Henian. Through constant communication, Mo Henian finally let go of the resentment that had accumulated over the past 5 years. However, it was true that father-in-law and son-in-law were enemies. Even though Mo Henian was very satisfied with Yang Yi, he still treated Yang Yi harshly. Even when he smiled, he did not smile at Yang Yi more than a few times. "I accepted you not because of how outstanding you are, but because Murphy is dead set on you. Moreover, what's done cannot be undone. The child is already so big, I can't do anything to you." The old man was still very stubborn when he finally laid all his cards on the table. "If you treat Murphy badly in the future, I will not forgive you." Of course, Mo Henian was not joking. The old man's Remington M870 was already thirsting for blood. Mo Henian's understanding put Yang Yi at ease. As long as Mo Henian didn't yell and kill him like when he first arrived and didn't treat him like an enemy, Yang Yi really wouldn't mind. Putting himself in Yang Yi's shoes, if Cici had a boyfriend in the future, no matter how outstanding he was, it would be difficult for Yang Yi to have a good impression of this guy. However, Mo Henian did not return to the United States immediately. He still wanted to meet Yang Yi's parents. Both of their children were already married and had children. It was impossible for both of their parents not to meet, right? As Murphy was about to hold her third concert in Guangzhou, Mo Henian could only wait for a few more days. In the past few days, Yang Yi had been paying attention to the situation at Tianmei. According to what Murphy said, Du Luan's sudden disappearance had finally caught the attention of Tianmei's officials. However, in the residence that the company had arranged for Du Luan had left behind some personal items. However, many important items such as his phone, computer, and wallet were missing. It gave people the feeling that he had packed up and left. Du Luan was considered an important employee of Tianmei. Him leaving without a word made Niu Meiling cautious. She was worried that Zhu Jia might have leaked some company secrets to Du Luan during their interactions. Hence, she suggested calling the police and letting the police handle this matter. There was no follow-up news as the police were still investigating. However, this did not affect Murphy. If it wasn't for this incident, Murphy would not have known about Du Luan. After hearing some gossip from Mo Shaowan, she passed it on to Yang Yi. According to the previous preparations, Murphy would invite Xianxia to sing for her concert in Guangzhou. According to Mo Xiaochuan's plan, the newly signed artist, Guozi, would also be invited as a special guest. At first, Guozi refused. He said, "I'm an actor, not a singer." However, Mo Shaowan had her ways with him. "I'm not asking you to be a singer. I'm just asking you to sing a song at the concert to show your face and increase your exposure. Don't you want to be an actor? When you become famous and have a fan base, you'll have more opportunities to act." Guozi was still a little unwilling, "But I want to be a pure actor. I want to use my acting skills to win the hearts of the audience. I want to use my acting skills to move the director and get an opportunity to act." Mo Shaowan gave him a merciless blow. "When you're still unknown, what opportunities do you think you'll have? How many directors are willing to give you a chance to play a small role? Or do you think you can become the main character by playing a small role? I'm the main character in fairy tale." Guozi struggled to say. "That's a mini-movie. It's still very different from a real movie." Mo Shaowan said. Ding Xiang also tried to persuade him. "Xiaogua, just listen to Sister Wan. Don't force yourself. I think you should first gain popularity so you'll have more choices. Then, choose a good script and act well. Use your acting skills to win over the director and audience. The result will be the same. As long as you practice your acting skills well and perform well, who will remember whether you became the best actor through singing or acting?" Ding Xiang's words were effective. Guozi thought about it carefully and realized that he had been thinking too much before, so he agreed. Later that day, Yang Huan came back from her tutoring class. When she heard about it, she said happily, "Xiaogua is going to sing? Brother, I want to watch it too. I haven't seen a concert before." Yang Yi waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "If you want to go, then let's go together. Ding Xiang will go too. You can accompany Huan." "Ah?" Ding Xiang heard it and waved her hand in a panic. "No, I still have to look after the coffee shop. I can't leave." Yang Yi shook his head and said with a smile, "The coffee shop can open any time. Since everyone is going to Yangqing, let's go together. I can't leave you alone. Sister Ding Xiang, come with me. We can even stay in the same hotel room. It won't be a waste." Yang Huan giggled as she pestered Ding Xiang. "Just treat it as a business trip." "Yes, a business trip. Didn't Murphy say that she wanted to train you to be a manager? Don't think about being a waiter all day long. It's useless. This time, I'll give you a mission in Yangqing. Follow Mo Shaowan and see how she acts as a manager." Ding Xiang had no choice but to agree. Unknowingly, Yang Yi's friends were also slowly changing or improving. This change was also reflected in Yang Yi. Ever since Yang Yi's fans gathered to fight for Yang Yi, the personal website set up by Sahara Publishing for Yang Yi became an online community for them to gather. The fans discussed Yang Yi's books on it, and the site's administrator carefully divided them into different sections so that each fan could find their own place. After all, not everyone liked drawing sword and white knight at the same time. On this day, Lu Benji visited again and relayed to Yang Yi the voices of Yang Yi's fans on the website. There's a fan called Mu Yuchen who opened an invitation, calling for everyone to come build the building so that you can see the cries of everyone wanting you to hold a signing event. Lu Benji took out his computer and opened the back-end data. He told Yang Yi, as of now, this post has more than 20 million comments, and more than 3.1 million IDs have left comments on this post. That was more than 3 million people who exceeded the miracle of 20 million comments. Yang Yi was a little surprised when he saw it. He looked at Lu Benji and asked, "Do I have that many fans?" "Yes. And you don't even know how much your book sales have increased after your relationship with Miss Mo was exposed. Even the 2 books from last year have sold close to 3 million new copies in Sahara's online store this month," Lu Benji said with a flushed face. Yang Yi had underestimated the power of fans and the influence of gossip in the entertainment industry. In the past, Yang Yi's name was only known in a small and very closed circle of fans. Now, he was a household name. Of course, Yang Yi did not care too much about that. He was more concerned about the voices of his fans. "Should I hold a signing?" Yang Yi asked hesitantly. "How can one signing be enough? With your current popularity, you can definitely hold a national signing tour," Lu Benji said excitedly. "Where do I have so much time?" Yang Yi waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, "How about this? I have some personal matters to attend to during this period of time. When I'm done, you guys can help me arrange a few signing events. I definitely can't cover everything, so I can only go to a few big cities and meet with them." His fans have helped him a lot, but Yang Yi still pretended to be cold and ignored them. That would be too unreasonable. Although it was a little regretful, Lu Benji was already satisfied when he saw Yang Yi relenting. The tickets for Mo Fei's concert in Yangqing City on the 25th of March were sold out on the day it was released. Many people wanted to buy them, but they couldn't. And some of the tickets that the scalpers tried their best to get had also been sold at sky-high prices. This was also the reason why Mo Fei's concerts were too few. At present, the concert plan announced by Tian Mei seemed to be only 3. Originally, Niao Miling also wanted to give Mo Fei 6 more concerts between April and June, trying to squeeze the remaining value out of Mo Fei. But because Mo Fei's relationship was suddenly exposed, they hadn't found the person behind the scenes yet, so this matter was temporarily put on hold. And now with Zhu Jia's intervention, even if they wanted to arrange concerts for Mo Fei, they would probably have to get the consent of Mo Fei and Yang Yi. Not to mention anything else, Mo Fei, Mo Xiaowan, Guozi, and Ding Xiang, as the first echelon, had set off early to Yangqing City to make preparations. Yang Yi and his family set off in the afternoon. They also took a plane to Yangqing and checked into the hotel that Fu Jun had arranged for them. In the car that Fu Jun's chauffeur came to pick them up, Yang Yi pointed out the window and smiled at Shishi, who insisted on sitting with him. "Shishi, do you still remember that? We saw it the last time we came to Yangqing." "Where?" "Papa, what are you talking about?" Cece curiously stuck her little face to the car window and looked at the heavy traffic outside the window. She looked at the street lights on the city road and the billboards on the side. When night fell, the neon lights were overflowing with color. It was also very beautiful. However, the dazzling scenery was dazzling and she couldn't recognize anything. "Wait a minute." Yang Yi waited for the car to get on the viaduct. He gently pinched Cece's little hand and pointed it at the tall, tower-like building with purple lights outside the car window. "Look, that's it." This time, she recognized her. She turned her head and looked at her father with a happy smile. "I know. That's called Canton Waste." Hee hee. She had a deep impression of this because the last time she came, her father had told her that the building was called this. Then, he had tickled her waist with his fingers and made her laugh for a long time. How could she not remember? That's right, it's called Canton Waste. Yang Yi got the hint immediately. He purposely widened his eyes as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, ready to pounce on it. Hee hee, I don't want it. I'm ticklish. The little girl twisted her small waist to hide while grabbing her father's hand to prevent him from moving. The whole car was filled with her bell-like laughter. Which one is Kanto? What made them so happy? Even Yang Huan couldn't help but move closer to take a look. In the evening, after having dinner together at the hotel, everyone returned to their own rooms. Mo Henian was old and needed to rest early. Before he returned to his room, he took a look at the room that Yang Yi and Murphy brought Xixi back to. Mo Henian couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't say anything like he did before. After all, after the showdown, he had admitted that Yang Yi and Murphy were in a relationship. It was natural for a married couple to sleep together. Moreover, there were many young people in the United States who were not married and had sex at a young age. Therefore, even though he was unhappy, he didn't say anything and returned to his room. In the room, Yang Yi stopped Xixi, who was running to turn on the TV. Xixi, come. Bring the water to your mother. Tell her that you're not feeling well today. You should drink more warm water. Yang Yi mixed hot water and cold water into a cup of warm water and handed it to the little girl. Then, he pointed at Murphy, who was packing Xixi's clothes in the suitcase, and smiled. Murphy didn't have a cold or a fever. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She didn't have a good appetite at dinner and put down her chopsticks after a while. Yang Yi was worried that she would be hungry at night, so he packed some buns and snacks for her. Xixi nodded and stretched out her hands. However, before she took the cup, she asked worriedly, Papa, is it hot? It's not hot. Don't worry. I've tested it. It's just warm water. It's just warm. Yang Yi smiled. The little girl took the paper cup and held it carefully. Like a little snail, she walked forward step by step to her mother's side. She handed the water in her hand to her mother and said obediently, Mom, you're not feeling well. Drink more water. Murphy had already noticed the movement here when Xixi went to get the water. Therefore, she was very worried when she saw Xixi holding the water with trembling hands. Thank you, Xixi. You're so nice. Murphy squatted down and took the water with her left hand. Then, she hugged Xixi's small body with her right hand and kissed the little girl's delicate little face. Xixi leaned in her mother's arms and smiled happily. She said honestly, Papa gave it to me. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other. He raised his eyebrows proudly. Murphy knew what this guy meant. After drinking the water, she stood up, walked over, and kissed Yang Yi's face. She said angrily, Okay. I'll give you one too. Yang Yi and Murphy tidied up their clothes. He looked up and said to Xixi, By the way, Xixi, do you still remember Brother Fu Yanba? Xixi, who was watching TV, turned her head and blinked her big eyes. She said, Yes, Brother Fu Yanba is very tall. Is he your friend's child? Murphy asked curiously. I seem to remember this name too. Yes, Fu Jun's son. But his son is older. He's in the 5th grade this year, Yang Yi said with a smile. He then looked at Xixi and said, Tomorrow, Uncle Fu Jun said that he'll take Brother Yanba to the zoo with us to see the elephants. What do you think? See the elephants? Xixi ran over from the sofa in surprise and threw herself on the soft bed. Then, she looked up and asked, Is it an elephant with long teeth? Xixi was in kindergarten and had lessons on how to recognize animals by looking at pictures. When she came back, Yang Yi also drew cartoon pictures and took her to review them. The little girl already had a preliminary understanding of these animals. Yes, there are tigers, monkeys, and so on. We can see them in the zoo. Yang Yi said with a smile. Isn't your friend very busy? Murphy asked curiously. He's much better now. He hired some capable people, likely Long from Sahara Express. He only needs to coordinate the overall situation and doesn't have to worry about the details. So he can spare some time to spend with his family. Yang Yi explained to Murphy with a smile. Fu Jun was similar to Yang Yi. They were both men who cared about their families. However, after the Sahara online shopping mall began to take off, Fu Jun was often so busy that he didn't even have time to go home. Fortunately, he was self-aware and knew how to hire people to delegate some of his power. This time, when Yang Yi brought Xixi to Yangqing, Fu Jun found an opportunity to take his son out to play and spend time with little Yanba. He had been complaining for a long time. Murphy held Yang Yi's hand enviously and said coquettishly, I want to go to the zoo too. I haven't been there in a long time. Xixi blinked her big eyes and said, Mom, come with us. I want to play with Papa and Mom. Murphy said regretfully, but Mom is busy. Mom has to prepare for the concert the day after tomorrow and has rehearsal tomorrow. When you're done and free up some time, we'll go wherever you want to go. Anywhere. Xianxia promised. Murphy was touched and nodded. I can do that. At this time, Cece stood up from the bed, squeezed between her father and mother, and swaggered to steal the limelight. I can ask Papa to take many, many photos for you, and then Mama, you can see them too. Murphy was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she smiled and hugged the little girl in her arms. She rubbed her little head and said, "You have a lot of ideas. But this is a great idea. Mom, thank you." Hee hee. The little girl started to cuddle in her mother's arms. The next day, the media that took the photo used the fact that Xianxia and Murphy were staying in the same hotel as each other. However, this obviously didn't create any sensational news. What was so strange about a married couple staying in the same hotel? If they didn't stay together, it would be big news. On the other hand, the fans who had bought tickets to the concert were looking forward to it. The fans in Guangzhou had already heard from the fans who had watched the concert in Shanghai that Xianxia's singing skills were extraordinary. However, they didn't believe what they heard, so they were skeptical. They wondered if Xianxia would make a guest appearance at the concert. If he appeared, they would be able to verify it with their own ears. Xianxia wouldn't just sit by and watch his wife's concert, right? The fans didn't know that this guy really didn't plan to appear. On one hand, the concert had already been decided on two guests, Xianxia and Guozi. If Xianxia was added, it would seem like he was stealing the limelight. Of course, the main problem was that Xianxia was lazy and didn't know his place. Xianxia felt that he should keep a low profile if he could. The last time he appeared in public, it was because he had no choice. The media, who had been watching the hotel, didn't realize that Xianxia wasn't part of the group heading to the concert. He and Xixi got into a private car that Fu Jun had personally picked up and set off from the underground parking lot. On the way, Xianxia and Fu Jun chatted nonstop in the front seat. Fu Jun had a lot of questions to discuss with Xianxia about the development of the Sahara online shopping mall. In the back seat, Fu Jun's son, Fu Yanba, kept looking at Xixi, who was sitting next to him. Fu Yanba, who was in the 5th grade this year, was a half-grown boy. He wasn't considered handsome and had thin single-eyelid eyes. One look at him and one could tell that he was usually shy. He wasn't very close to Xixi, so he only stole glances at her and didn't dare to talk to her. Xixi turned her head and looked at her little brother. Fu Yanba immediately sat up straight. The little girl was confused. She didn't know what to say to her brother who was so much older than her. She could only turn her head and look out of the car window. She usually sat in the child safety seat, but Uncle Fu had forgotten to bring the child safety seat today, so she was finally free. Therefore, while the adults in the front seat were chatting enthusiastically, the atmosphere in the back seat was a little dull until they arrived at the zoo, which was not far to begin with. When Xianxia carried Xixi out of the car, the little girl whispered in her father's ear, "Papa, Brother Yanba keeps looking at me." "Really?" Xianxia laughed. He rubbed Xixi's head and said, "Did you talk to Brother Yanba?" "No." Xixi shook her head and said unhappily, but Brother Yanba didn't talk to me either." On the other side, Fu Jun took some drinks and snacks from the trunk. After locking the car, he walked over and Fu Yanba followed behind his father. "Come, Xixi. Do you like these snacks that Uncle bought for you?" Fu Jun said to Xixi with a smile. She was, after all, the beloved Cece. When Fu Jun saw how adorable the little girl was, he forgot about his son. "I like them." Xixi glanced at the bag. There were biscuits and seaweed that she often ate at home. She clapped her hands happily. Xianxia smiled and said to Fu Jun, "She just told me that Yanba kept looking at her in the car but didn't say anything." When Cece heard this, she shyly hid behind her father and only peeked out a pair of smiling eyes. "Yanba, you are a big brother. Why are you still so shy?" Xianxia teased. Fu Yanba scratched his head embarrassedly and didn't know how to answer. "Haven't you been talking about Sister Xixi at home?" Fu Jun patted his son and smiled at Xianxia. "He likes your storybooks." Sometimes he tells his mother that he envies Xishi because she can listen to your stories so often. Yang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to be his fan. Let's go, Yanba. You have to hold your sister's hand and protect her, okay? Fu Jun said. But I'm scared too. Fu Yanba held Shishi's hand obediently and didn't notice Uncle Yang Yi's gaze. However, he said to his father awkwardly, what if the lion comes? What should he do? He was desperate too. If he couldn't protect himself, how could he protect his sister? Actually, you don't have to worry too much about Shishi. I'm still here. Yang Yi coughed softly and said. To be honest, if Fu Jun hadn't asked Fu Yanba to hold Shishi's hand out of concern, Yang Yi wouldn't have been able to tolerate a little boy holding Shishi's hand, even if he was a few years older. Forget it. They were all acquaintances. He would still be watching. At this time, Shishi shook Fu Yanba's hand and whispered, Brother Yanba, don't be afraid. My papa said that they are locked in a cage and can't get out. Fu Jun couldn't help but shake his head and said, Look, Yanba. You are not as knowledgeable as this little girl. Fu Yanba was a little embarrassed. He pursed his lips and lowered his head. It's okay. Yanba's grades are good. Shishi, when you go to school in the future, you have to learn from Brother Yanba. He can get full marks on all his exams. Yang Yi smiled. He's that good? Shishi exclaimed. She didn't understand but felt that it was awesome. Going to the zoo was a trip for children to improve their knowledge. Shishi was pretty good. She recognized many animals. However, she was a little confused about those that she had never learned before, such as hippos and baboons. In front of the baboon cage, Shishi and Fu Yanba had a little argument. This is a monkey. Shishi said. This is not a monkey, this is a baboon. It wasn't Fu Yanba's first time here. He recognized it. This is a monkey. The little girl pouted and said unhappily. Monkeys are not this big, and baboons are so ugly. Fu Yanba tried to correct her. However, Shishi still insisted. She said loudly, this is a monkey with permed hair. Behind them, Yang Yi finally couldn't help but laugh. He interrupted the two children's argument and said to Shishi, Brother Yanba is right. This is a baboon, not a monkey. However, you're not wrong to say that it's a monkey because baboons are also part of the monkey family. This answer was equivalent to a reward of 50 yuan each. Both children could accept it. Shishi also felt that she wasn't completely wrong. However, she listened to her father obediently and knew that baboon was the real name of the monkey with permed hair in front of them. Yangqing Zoo was very well run. There were many types of animals. Shishi even saw a peacock with its tail spread. While the little girl feasted her eyes, she didn't forget about her mother and urged her father to take photos of her mother. As for the situation where Yang Yi was troubled by Fu Yanba and Shishi holding hands, this was resolved halfway through. When Shishi was tired from walking, Yang Yi happily carried Shishi and didn't let go. He didn't give this brat another chance. When they returned to the hotel in the evening, the sky was still bright in the south. Murphy and Guazi, who went to the rehearsal today, were also back. Everything seemed to be going well. However, Xianxia, who came from Harbor City to participate in the rehearsal, also came to the hotel. Originally, with Xianxia's popularity, he didn't need to come to the rehearsal. However, Xianxia wanted to visit Yang Yi, so he came early. Yang Yi could also give him the song that he had prepared. Xianxia didn't come here to urge Yang Yi to write a song for him. Tianxiang Records had invited Yang Yi to write a song for Xianxia in the name of the company. He just hadn't seen Yang Yi for a few months, so he should pay him a visit. The relationship between two people needed to be closer. Xianxia did better than Yang Yi in this regard. Since they hadn't had dinner yet, Yang Yi informed the hotel to book a private room for everyone to have dinner together. The one I didn't expect the most is Xiaogua. When I met Xiaogua at your place, I thought he was your agent. I didn't expect him to be a singer now. Xianxia basically knew all the people present. Even Mofei's father was introduced to him at the rehearsal in the afternoon. So he told Yang Yi about him without any hesitation. In order to adapt to the atmosphere at the table, Xianxia tried to express himself in Mandarin. Although he still had a strong Hong Kong accent, it was much better than last year. "Ethan, you can't say that. I just sang a song. How can I be a singer? I'm still your fan." Guozi stood up with a smile, picked up his glass, and clinked it with Ethan's. He said, "It's my honor to sing at the same concert as you." "Hey, you're too modest." Mu Ziong, also Yang Yi's songs, I've heard them all. You sang very well. You're full of emotions. There are people in Harbor City who like to listen to this fairy tale. Xianxia laughed. After Guozi sat down, Ding Xiang, who was next to him, bumped his arm. Guozi leaned over and heard Ding Xiang whisper, "Don't drink so much wine." "It's not wine. No one drinks today. We have to sing tomorrow." Guozi covered his mouth and explained to her. On the other side, Murphy, who was picking out the fish bones for Shishi, raised her head and asked in surprise, "Hey, Xiaoguo was Yang Yi's agent before?" "No, he was just a guest." Yang Yi smiled and told Murphy a short history of Xianxia asking for a song. He didn't know how to sing, so thanks to Guozi's help. "This guest role cost our company a lot of money." Xianxia laughed. Later, President Hu said that he would never bet with Yang Yi again, especially when he saw that the songs you wrote for Murphy were so good. Yang smiled and said, "The bet was just because the price was too low when I was a newcomer, so I wanted to get a higher profit. Of course, now that you're offering a generous price, there's no need for us to take the risk." "Brother Yang, are you writing songs for Isan now?" Guozi caught the main point and asked in surprise, "What songs did you write? Can we listen to it in advance?" While everyone was talking, Mo Henian was at the side. Although he couldn't get a word in, he wasn't left out. Murphy and Yang Yi would occasionally turn to whisper to him and ask him what he wanted to eat. However, Mo Henian didn't care at all. Instead, he listened carefully to these people's conversations and found a strange situation. Murphy was more famous than Yang Yi. Logically speaking, his daughter should receive more attention. Or Xianxia, the Hong Kong star that he had heard about, from his wife, should also be the center of everyone's attention. However, this wasn't the case. Murphy didn't take the initiative to talk. She just faintly relied on Yang Yi, as if the man was the most important person outside. Xianxia's attitude towards Yang Yi was also beyond Mo Henian's imagination. He was very respectful, not to mention the others. The overall atmosphere gave Mo Henian a feeling that Yang Yi, who usually didn't show off, was the real center of attention. Putting aside Mo Henian's feelings, after Xianxia heard Guozi's words, he quickly explained, "Our company just asked Yang Yi for a song not long ago. Composing is a very difficult job. How can it be so fast?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Isan, you're wrong. I've already prepared 2 songs for you. It's just that I had some things to do before, so I didn't have the chance to go to the recording studio to show the accompaniment." "Really? 2 songs?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "That's right. It's the same as last time. 1 Cantonese song and 1 Mandarin song." Yang Yi nodded. "The Cantonese song is the one you sang in the car when we came back from the bar last time?" Guozi asked. He knew the name of the song. Yang Yi shook his head lightly and said, "No, it's another song I wrote for Isan. It's called Bicycle." Murphy looked at Yang Yi with some admiration. She felt that it was very magical. Yang Yi could always come up with new songs without anyone noticing. And until now, Yang Yi's songs were all very good. It was fine if they didn't mention it, but now that Yang Yi mentioned it, everyone's curiosity was bursting. They all wanted Yang Yi to sing it. "Do I have to sing it without accompaniment?" Yang Yi smiled and looked at Xianxia. This song was written for him, so Yang Yi wanted Xianxia to make the decision. "It's okay, just sing it a cappella. I can't wait to know what kind of song it is." Xianxia leaned forward, both arms on the table, and looked at Yang Yi expectantly. "Okay then." Yang Yi did not hesitate. Murphy poured a glass of water for him. Yang Yi drank it, cleared his throat, and began to brew his emotions. There was no accompaniment, but the accompaniment was already echoing in his mind. Yang Yi closed his eyes and seemed to see the gentle and soft sound of the guitar. It was soft, like the quiet flow of Hong Kong at night. Don't assume that I know everything is for me. Why is it so great? I can't feel it. Yang Yi opened his mouth, and the familiar Cantonese that came out of his mouth still amazed everyone. Although they all knew that Yang Yi knew Cantonese, he really sang it skillfully. Yang Yi sang with his eyes closed, while Xianxia looked at Yang Yi seriously, listening to every line he sang. Let's not talk about how good love is. I only remember one time when we were riding bicycles, hugging each other tightly. Yang Yi suddenly raised his voice, hard to leave, hard to part, I want to hug each other tighter. Life is like the wilderness, like a child can lean on his father's shoulder, who wants to get off the car. Murphy looked at Yang Yi infatuatedly. She was not like Guozi, Ding Xiang, and Yang Huan, who did not understand the lyrics. Murphy not only understood it, but also liked the melody of the song. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe that such a moving song came from Yang Yi's mouth. Of course, Murphy did not doubt it. Because no matter how good Yang Yi's songs were, she firmly believed in him. The current Murphy was just proud of Yang Yi. Xianxia also understood the lyrics. It seemed that Yang Yi was expressing his feelings for his father. That father did not know how to express his feelings, nor did he know how to properly express his love for his child. Note 1, the lyrics at the end confirmed Xianxia's guess. How can I believe this, how much you love me, but inconvenient to let me know, miss the bicycle, the only hug I ever had. What made Xianxia even more surprised was Yang Yi's singing. Xianxia did not agree with the media's previous boasting, because he had heard Yang Yi sing before. When he sang Long Time No See, there were quite a few flaws. But now, listening to Yang Yi sing Bicycle, he was like a famous singer who had been famous for a long time. There was no accompaniment, but he still sang the proper melody. Especially when he sang the climax, such as there are always some things that are hard to part with and hard to part with, so it's normal that can't be avoided. The melody did not seem difficult to sing, but Xianxia could still tell that Yang Yi's singing skills were strong in this section. Of course, he did not know that Yang Yi was actually using the experience from his previous life. But he had to admit that after learning a lot about singing from Murphy, Yang Yi's singing skills were indeed not comparable to an ordinary recording studio singer. Xianxia was infatuated with the song. He could not help but tremble, as if he was thinking about the effect of this song if he sang it. After the song ended, Yang Yi found that his hand was held by Murphy. She looked at him affectionately. Murphy did not understand the deep meaning of this song, and neither did Xianxia. Only she understood Yang Yi the most. She knew that Yang Yi wrote this song about his true feelings. Murphy knew what kind of father Yang Chongguo was, and she could empathize with him. Murphy was exactly the same as Yang Chongguo. They both did not know how to properly express their love for their children. It's okay, we'll be together. Murphy was too embarrassed to say it, but she seemed to be using her eyes to express her concern for Yang Yi. Yang Yi understood. He smiled and gently squeezed Murphy's hand, giving a positive response. Although a lot of words were used here, the emotional exchange between the two of them only lasted a few seconds. After everyone started applauding, Murphy embarrassedly let go of Yang Yi's hand. This song. Xianxia did not know what words to use to describe it. It's suitable for you, right? Yang Yi smiled and said. Suitable for what? Xianxia and Yang Yi both understood. This song was not as simple as it looked. There were many parts that tested one's singing skills. Moreover, the emotions expressed in this song were very complicated. Without Xianxia's voice, which was full of stories, this song would be much inferior to other singers. Yes. Xianxia nodded and smiled. I can't wait to go back to the recording studio to practice this song. Don't. You're going to sing for my wife. Yang Yi joked. Also, after listening to the first song, you don't want to listen to the second one? Yes, of course. Xianxia hurriedly nodded, as if he was afraid that Yang Yi would stop the second song if he said it too late. Guozi and the others could not help but laugh. It was rare to see Xianxia so agitated. After all, not everyone could understand the beauty of Cantonese songs, and not everyone could hear the ingenious singing style Yang Yi used in this song. Although Yang Yi sang this song very well, everyone was looking forward to the next Mandarin song. Would it be the Mandarin version of Bicycle? Thinking of the relationship between long time not seen and better not seen, everyone could not help but guess. Xianxia was still the same as before. He closed his eyes, and in his mind, there seemed to be a piano placed in front of him. He sat on it and began to play. However, there was no prelude. He sang softly along with his own piano sound. One day, I realized that I no longer have the right to feel sorry for myself, Xianxia sang very affectionately. His soft nasal voice created an artificial surround sound. The first sentence made the sad mood spread. Xianxia smiled when he heard the first sentence. He liked this type of song. The piano accompaniment in Xianxia's mind was very gentle and simple. There was no element of flashy skills. It was very pure and simple. It was like a light melody that could lead people into dreams. It could calm people's restless souls and restless hearts. Only tireless shoulders are left, bearing simple satisfaction. Xianxia's singing was the same. In the simple melody, he talked about the difficulties he encountered. However, this did not mean that Xianxia sang very plainly. The simpler the melody, the harder it was to sing it. In the previous life, the doctor and the lyricist Xiao spent a long time on this song. From the control of the pronunciation to the control of the emotions, they deliberated over many details. In the end, they recorded more than 20 different singing styles. In the end, the people in the studio voted together to choose the most touching singing style. Although Xianxia was just picking up other people's ideas, he did not embarrass the doctor. With the same singing style, Xianxia sang with strong emotions. I want stable happiness. I want to be able to resist the cruelty of the apocalypse. I want to have a home in the restless night. This part was still ordinary, but it made people's hearts tremble. Xianxia's whole body trembled when he heard the song, "Can I have a home to return to?" He felt moved by such emotions, and he even thought of his wife. A myriad of emotions welled up in his heart, and tears welled up in his eyes. I want steady happiness, to be able to touch you with my hands, to feel your warmth every time I reach into your arms. The second verse had different lyrics. It was the same simple words, but the image was very vivid. It was full of warmth that touched people. At this moment, even Yang Huan and Ding Xiang, who were not very sensitive to music, were moved. Not to mention Murphy. When she listened to this song, she tasted more affection than the others. Others only saw Xianxia's calmness and his current glory and success. Only Murphy had seen Xianxia's downfall. Murphy knew that he was singing about himself. He had gone through too many hardships, so he would cherish the happiness he had now. However, Murphy's heart ached for Xianxia. I want steady happiness. I want to be able to resist the pain of loss. I want to be able to walk the path of no loneliness. I want steady happiness. I want to be able to use my life as the length. No matter where I am, I won't get lost. Xianxia sang the same melody 4 different verses. Each verse was more affectionate than the last. Rather than saying that his ability to write lyrics was amazing, it was better to say that he had finally found an outlet to vent his emotions. The repeated "I want steady happiness" was probably Xianxia's cry, wasn't it? Murphy's heart ached for Xianxia. It was also because of this that she saw this man for the first time. This man who had always been strong and could shelter her from the wind and rain actually had a weak side. He was not as fearless as he appeared to be. He was also afraid of losing and longed for calmness and stability. However, this kind of fragility made Murphy feel that Xianxia's image was more complete. She felt that her love for Xianxia had increased because what Xianxia wanted, wasn't it what she had always yearned for? I want steady happiness. This is the happiness I want. After singing the song, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. It was as if Xianxia had never sung before. Their hearts were in a trance and they didn't know how to express it. Murphy, on the other hand, no longer cared about where she was. When she saw Xianxia open his eyes and reveal a gentle smile, she couldn't help but lean over and hug Xianxia's neck and entire body from his shoulder. Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't know that Murphy would be so emotional. He quickly opened his arms and hugged her back, gently patting Murphy's back. He seemed to have sensed something. While holding Mofei in his arms, he turned his head and glanced at Xianxia, who was still intoxicated, Yang Huan, Mo Xiaowan, and the others who had ambiguous expressions on their faces. Finally, his gaze fell on Mo Henian. Mohinian's face was a little dark, but he didn't embarrass Yang Yi. He just snorted and turned his head away. Drink tea. I can't watch anymore. Can I not watch anymore? I want steady happiness for you. Murphy whispered softly in Yang Yi's ear. Only the two of them could hear her voice. I want steady happiness for you too. Yang Yi also said gently to her. Murphy was finally satisfied and separated from Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi could see the reluctance and affection in her eyes. However, the result of such a hug regardless of the occasion was that when Murphy calmed down and looked at the ambiguous eyes of others, she was embarrassed. She didn't know whether to find a hole on the ground and hide in it. Fortunately, at this time, she ran over. She pouted and said, Papa, I want a hug too. Was she jealous of her mother? Yang Yi smiled as he picked Cece up and held her in his arms. He kissed the little girl while he was at it. Her soft body and fragrant little face were just the right amount of happiness. How is it? Isan, what do you think of these two songs? Yang Yi asked with a smile. Good, very good. I can't wait to go back and record these two songs. Xianxia rubbed his hands and said. Of course, this was just a joke, but the excitement in his smile was not fake. However, Yang Yi didn't know that in fact, Xianxia still had some regrets in his heart. These two songs were really good, and they were really suitable for Xianxia. However, Xianxia still hoped that Yang Yi could write a tailor-made high-pitched song for him like Listen to the Sea. However, Xianxia didn't say his regrets. People couldn't be greedy and never get tired of it. They had to know how to be content. The songs Bicycle and Steady Happiness were both classics. Xianxia felt that the title song of his next album, which had yet to be released, could already be decided. As for the high-pitched song in his heart, Xianxia thought that it would be better to wait until later. When I go back and have time, I'll record the accompaniment and demo for you. Yang Yi said to Xianxia. It doesn't matter. Yang Yi, if you don't have time, you can send me the music score and lyrics first. I'll show you the rest after I've recorded it. Xianxia was itching to do it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Yi laughed. Then you have to sing well for tomorrow's concert. Of course. By the way, Yang Yi, your singing is really good. The media's rumors are true. When will we collaborate on a song? Or I'll invite you to my concert. Let's sing a song together. How about that? Xianxia also appreciated Yang Yi. Dad, please be careful. There was still some time before the concert started. Although they did not have to squeeze into the VIP room like the rest of the audience, there were still some steep stairs to walk. Yang Yi walked in front with Xixi in his arms. He turned around to give Mohinian a hand. After the showdown, Yang Yi also changed the way he addressed Mohinian after Murphy purposely reminded him. However, Mohinian waved his hand impatiently and said, I haven't reached the stage where I can't walk yet. You're carrying my granddaughter, so walk properly. Don't let her fall. Yang Yi could only smile bitterly and withdraw his hand. He secretly shook his head. He felt that Murphy was right. In the past, all the fathers in the world were the same. They did not know how to express their love, nor did they know how to accept love. However, he did not mind. Instead, he did what he should do as usual. Yang Yi did not enjoy the love of his parents in his previous life. Although Mohinian and Yang Chonggue did not know how to express their love, they used another way to show their care. Yang Yi felt that they should cherish it. When they reached the VIP room, Yang Yi held on to the railing and looked down at the audience. He finally felt the enthusiasm of the audience. The enormous Yangqing Stadium was filled with more than 50,000 spectators, and the waving light sticks and support signs almost lit up the auditorium into a sea of stars. At this moment, Yang Huan also came up with bags of snacks and drinks. When she saw the luxurious room, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow! This is the VIP room. It really is the VIP of the VIP rooms. Although it was not as close to the stage as the VIP seats, it was still relatively close to the stage. Moreover, it was at an appropriate height, so the guests in the VIP room could see the entire stage clearly. The view was better than the VIP seats. What was more comfortable was that other than the sofa in the front row, there was also some space to move around and a simple toilet. This way, they did not need to line up with the rest of the audience to use the toilet. It was Yang Huan's first time attending a concert, and she was able to sit in the VIP room. That was a great treatment. It's a pity that Sister Ding Xiang has to act as Gui's agent for the time being. She's not lucky. Yang Huan did not forget her good friend and said with pity. Little auntie, sit here. She jumped down from the sofa and pulled Yang Huan to sit beside her. Then, she pointed to somewhere else and said, Papa, sit here. Grandpa, sit here. Oh, you've arranged everything. Yang Huan said with a smile, are you your father's butler? Hee hee. The little girl laughed proudly. The concert began. Today, the song Murphy sang at the opening was quite special. It was not the popular Listen to the Sea or I Came Across the Sea to See You, but the carefree tan with a strong Chinese flavor. Of course, the main point was not the song, but Murphy's ancient costume for the opening. Her delicate hair was tied up in a bun, and the hair ornament was made of small braids. Without many accessories, the simple hairstyle made her look dignified and cute. Her long hair was fluttering behind her, as soft as black brocade. The 2 locks of black hair in front of her body were like willows in spring, softly hanging in front of her white dress, adding to her beauty. Of course, Murphy's hair was not long enough to hang between her legs. Naturally, it was the hairstylist who used a wig for her. However, the hairstyle was only the highlight. The most amazing thing was Murphy's ancient costume. It was as white as winter snow and as light as cicada's wings. Her long dress was swaying, and her sleeves were fluttering. Under the light of the stage, she seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light mist, making people feel as if they were in a dream. This was the ancient costume that Yang Yi had drawn with a pen according to his memory of the 06 version of Xiao Longnu's stage photo. Then he handed it to the master to make it carefully. It was not as simple as white gauze. The bright white bone pattern, the lotus-like stacked front lapel, and the tight wide belt could tie Mo-Fei's slender waist. The white ancient costume, together with Murphy's beautiful and refined appearance, her smooth and flawless skin, and her somewhat indifferent expression, gave people the feeling that she was a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Murphy walked out of the long stage, accompanied by the light Chinese melody of the carefree tan. Her straightforwardness stunned the audience. More than 50,000 people in the audience exclaimed in surprise, probably having the same feeling in their hearts. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Although Yang Huan had seen how Murphy looked in this costume when she was trying it on at home, she still could not help but exclaim beside her brother. On the empty stage, in the huge screen projection, Mo-Fei's fairy-like beauty was truly blossomed. Yang Yi was also proud of Murphy in his heart. He picked up his daughter so that the little girl could see clearly. He pointed at the stage and said, Look, that's Mommy. Mommy is so beautiful. The little girl was also mesmerized. She murmured to herself. When she grows up, you'll be as beautiful as Mommy. Yang Yi kissed his daughter's little face and said with a smile. Time is hard to come by, and the autumn wind is tired of drifting. After exclaiming in amazement, Murphy began to sing. She controlled her voice to be ethereal, with a hint of vicissitudes and a hint of sadness hidden in her sweetness. She was narrating the story described in the carefree tan. The elegant and refined ancient costume beauty and the tranquil ancient song seemed to have brought the audience back to the past. They were mesmerized by the performance. Although the song was over, the fans still could not get out of this state. It took a long time for them to remember to applaud. The applause gradually sounded, and the tsunami-like applause and cheers suddenly drowned the whole stadium. It's so beautiful. Why didn't I find this song so beautiful before? Many fans began to blame themselves. They felt that their previous support for the song was too little. It was no wonder that there were too many excellent songs in this album, and the brilliance of songs such as Listen to the Sea and Coming Across the Sea to See You had overshadowed its brilliance. Now, Mo-Fei's ancient costume interpretation had refreshed their understanding of this song. If the new song of Carefree Tan was still on the chart, the fans' love would make it to the top. Of course, this was just a hypothesis. After singing this song, Murphy had to go downstairs to change her clothes. Because her other songs were not Chinese songs, she was not used to this dress. Therefore, although the fans were still reluctant, Murphy gave the stage to Guizi. She took the elevator and hurried to the backstage to change her clothes and hairstyle. Guozi's appearance was somewhat affected by Murphy. The audience's reaction was relatively cold at first. However, the little fatty was indeed very suitable for the stage. He used a few simple words of self-ridicule and used the joke of Su Shishir saying that he was not her prince because he was fat. Very quickly, the mood of the audience was stirred up, and there were kind laughs coming from the audience. It's him. The micro-movie Fairy Tale was also popular all over the country in March. Under Guozi's reminder, everyone recognized this fat Guang. After the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up, Guozi sang Fairy Tale with the accompaniment of the band. My sky, the stars are bright. When he sang the second verse and reached the climax again, Guozi said in a gentle voice, everyone, let's sing together, okay? Let's sing together the most beautiful wish for the person we love. The band cooperated and stopped the accompaniment. When Guozi shouted 1, 2, 3, they started again. I'm willing to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. I'll open my hands and become wings to protect you. Guozi sang as he put his hands to his ears. Sure enough, this song that resonated the most with the audience also won Murphy's fans to sing along. This stage presence was not like a newcomer who had just debuted. It was not like a rookie singer who had just stepped onto the big stage for the first time. Although there were some flaws in the singing, no one felt it. The audience of more than 50,000 people were infected by Guozi's singing. In terms of stage performance, Murphy couldn't compare to Guozi. However, it couldn't be helped. Murphy didn't like to perform too ostentatiously. Her understanding of a concert was that she sang slowly on stage while the fans listened quietly. After Guozi's warm-up ended, Murphy changed into a pair of plain jeans and a white t-shirt and went back on stage. She simply untied her braided hair and wig. Her beautiful hair hung down with a slight curl. This simple dressing made her look like a fairy who had blended into the mortal world. She had transformed into the beautiful sister next door who lived right beside everyone. Although Murphy's stage was simple and monotonous, she still used her beautiful voice to infect the audience and make them listen more attentively. Then, they clapped and cheered even more passionately. The concert progressed steadily in Murphy's style. During this time, Xianxia went on stage and surprised the fans with his warm-up song. However, even Xianxia couldn't affect the quiet atmosphere of the concert. That was a characteristic that Murphy unintentionally created. Accompanied by Murphy's unique and intoxicating voice, the concert gradually came to an end. Unknowingly, it was late at night. She didn't have enough energy to listen to the entire concert. She didn't sleep in the afternoon, so the little girl didn't know when she fell asleep in her father's warm embrace. The private room wasn't sealed. Even though they were in Yangqing, the spring night was still a little chilly. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He got Yang Huan to take out a small blanket from the bag and covered the little girl with it. Yang Yi tucked in the blanket to prevent the night breeze from sneaking in through the gap between Shi's neck. Occasionally, he lowered his head to look at the little face on his chest. Under her closed eyelids, her long eyelashes curled up slightly. She was so beautiful that it made one want to take pity on her. This was a sleeping beauty. Looking at the little girl's sweet sleeping appearance at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly wanted to pinch her delicate little nose, but he was afraid of waking up the little girl who was sleeping soundly, so he could only give up. But at this time, Yang Yi suddenly heard the cheers of the fans. If they were shouting something else, Yang Yi wouldn't care, but they were shouting his name. Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Yang Yi. At first, it was rather chaotic. Some people were still shouting Yang Yi. But in the end, it was as if an invisible force had gathered them together. They shouted in unison, Yang Yi, Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't know what had happened. He raised his head in confusion and looked at the stage. At this moment, the director of the scene had a wicked sense of humor. He turned the camera around and aimed it at Yang Yi, who was sitting in the private room. When Yang Yi's figure appeared on the big screen, the fans cheered again. What happened? Yang Yi turned to look at Yang Huan in confusion. They want you to go on stage and sing with sister-in-law, Yang Huan said with a smile. It turned out that Murphy had said that the next song would be the last one. But how could the fans, who had waited all night for Yang Yi and Murphy to sing together, be willing to listen? The tickets were about the same, so how could the people at Shanghai Station get to listen to Yang Yi and Murphy sing, but they didn't get to enjoy the same treatment? When some people started shouting to hear Yang Yi sing, Murphy had already explained that there was no Yang Yi's performance for this concert, but they still didn't give up. Some people's cheers eventually became everyone's cheers. Of course, this was the same phenomenon that every time a concert ended, there would always be fans shouting one more song reluctantly. It was impossible to satisfy every fan's request every time. Experienced stars could always communicate with their fans or beg for forgiveness by acting cute. But this time, the fans were not shouting one more song. Mo Fei, who lacked the ability to adapt, did not know how to ease the enthusiasm of the fans with gags. On the big screen, she looked a little helpless and isolated. How could he bear to see her in a difficult situation? Yang Yi looked at Murphy's awkward expression on the big screen and smiled. He gently handed the sleeping Shishi to Yang Huan and stood up from the sofa. Quick, cut the camera to him. The director could see what was happening in the private room and shouted excitedly through the headset. The big screen in the stadium once again switched to the camera lens. Yang Yi's action of standing up was seen by more than 50,000 fans. Wow! Probably guessing what Yang Yi was going to do, the fans at the scene shouted excitedly. Due to the lighting, Murphy couldn't see Yang Yi on the stage, but the movement still caught her attention. She turned to look at the big screen. On the big screen, Yang Yi mouthed, "Wait for me." Then, he turned and disappeared from the camera. Even though the fans couldn't understand, they could guess what Yang Yi meant. They discussed and cheered. It was quiet on the stage, but the audience was lively. Yang Yi finally walked onto the stage from backstage. He didn't wear any makeup or fancy clothes. He looked exactly the same as he did in the private room. He just walked onto the stage with a microphone. Even so, Yang Yi's casual clothes matched Mo Fei's jeans very well. No matter how you looked at it, the two of them looked like a pair on the stage. Murphy's heart was already moved by Yang Yi. She waited for Yang Yi to come up and gave him a hug. "Thank you," Murphy whispered guiltily in Yang Yi's ear. She felt that she always brought trouble to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. He gently patted Murphy's waist and said, "What are you talking about? Isn't your business my business?" However, after Yang Yi went on stage, another problem arose. What song were they going to sing? It couldn't be "Want to Sing Me to You" because they didn't rehearse before. Yang Cheng's band didn't know the score, so it was impossible for them to come up with a new song. Yang Yi and Mo Fei discussed it and decided to follow the original plan of the concert and sing Mo Fei's last song, "Love Me Don't Leave," together. It just so happened that both men and women could sing this song. Although they didn't rehearse together, they could each sing a verse and then sing together at the climax. This division of labor was decided by Yang Yi and Murphy in just a few words. At this time, I'm still the same. The loneliness of the night makes one sad. Yang Yi opened his mouth as the music started. He won a round of cheers from the audience. Although this song didn't show Yang Yi's singing skills were very illusory and needed to be compared to show it. Yang Yi's singing, with a slightly lazy voice, gave the song a different feeling. It was very different from Murphy's version. Not only was there a difference in the male and female voices, there was also a difference in the expression of emotions. Of course, they were both very good. To the fans, this was a huge surprise. Following that, Yang Yi and Murphy's tacit understanding gradually showed. Although there was no rehearsal between them, just a casual glance was enough to make the other party understand. Thus, whether they continued to sing or sang together, there were no mistakes caused by lack of practice, especially during the climax. Yang Yi's singing together didn't affect Murphy's singing. Instead, it complemented Murphy's voice perfectly. I feel that these two are really compatible. I hope they can continue to be happy. This was the unanimous thought of many fans. Although there weren't any new songs, although this was a rushed chorus and the songs weren't particularly suitable for a chorus, the fans were already satisfied. Finally, the concert came to an end amidst their endless applause. Murphy happily held Yang Yi's hand and walked down the stage side by side amidst the fans' blessings. But this was not the only happy thing that happened that night. It was late at night, and the nanny van was quiet on the way back to the hotel. Everyone had been busy the whole day, and they didn't have the energy to talk. Ding Xiang was exhausted. She had been running around all day, and there were many things that she didn't have experience with, so it was very taxing on her brain. She rested her head on Yang Huan's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Don't ask why it wasn't Guizi, because Guizi was sitting in the same row as Mo Henian, trembling in fear. Murphy was also hugging Yang Yi's arm and leaning on Yang Yi. However, she didn't go to sleep because she was exhausted. Instead, she turned her head and stared at Shi, who was sleeping soundly in Yang Yi's arms, under the faint light from the streetlights outside the van. When the little girl was sleeping, her thin nose would flutter slightly as if it was the rhythm of life. Murphy would never get tired of looking at it. Why aren't you sleeping? Yang Yi asked gently after some time. Murphy sat up and stretched her sore waist and numb butt. Then, she pulled Yang Yi's hand and found a comfortable position to snuggle into Yang Yi's arm. She moved closer to Yang Yi's ear and whispered, "I'm hungry." If Yang Yi's voice was a little loud and could be heard in the quiet van, then Murphy's voice was almost inaudible. Only Yang Yi, who was close to her, could hear it. Feeling the fragrant breath in his ear, Yang Yi turned his head and saw Mo Fei's seemingly shy eyes. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He put his arm around Mo Fei's soft shoulder, turned his head, and whispered in her delicate ear, "Then let's go back. When Dad goes back to his room to sleep, I'll give it to you." That was too explicit. Murphy's face instantly turned red. She sat up straight and clenched her fists shyly and impatiently, pounding Yang Yi's arm. "What's wrong?" Yang Yi was confused and looked at Murphy in confusion. After Murphy was done, she came over angrily and whispered into Yang Yi's ear. Although her voice was soft, it sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. "I said, I'm hungry. I'm really hungry." Yang Yi suddenly realized that he had misunderstood and grinned. Murphy pinched Yang Yi's waist in embarrassment. She looked at him angrily and said with her eyes, "You're still laughing? It's all your fault." They were already an old married couple. What was there that couldn't be said? Yang Yi leaned over to Murphy's ear and whispered, "You can't blame me for this. It's your dad's fault. Our dad came and made me hold it in for so long." These words made Murphy so embarrassed that she buried her head in Yang Yi's arms and fought with Shi for the position. Although Yang Yi teased his wife a lot, he still felt sorry for her. When they arrived at the hotel, he asked Mo Shaowan to send Murphy back to her room. Shi also asked Murphy to carry her upstairs. Yang Yi went to the old snack shop outside the hotel to order Murphy's favorite, fresh shrimp wonton and bamboo noodles. Yang Yi already knew that Murphy, who used to live in Harbor City, liked to eat this kind of bamboo noodles. It was chewy, especially when paired with the chewy shrimp wonton and sweet soup. Yang Yi could eat 2 bowls at a time. Of course, Yang Yi only packed 1 portion. It was already so late, so she just needed to eat a little to fill her stomach. If she was too full, Mo Fei, who had been tired for several days, didn't know when she would be able to fall asleep. When he returned to the hotel, Yang Yi, who didn't deliberately change his clothes, was still recognized by the reporters who surrounded the hotel entrance. They were so surprised that they kept taking pictures of their cameras. The flashes almost blinded Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't care too much. It wasn't like he was going to do anything bad. After squeezing through the reporters, Yang Yi finally returned to the hotel room. Mo Shaowan was still sitting with Murphy. Yang Yi smiled as he lifted the bag in his hand and said, "Look, I bought it for you. Fresh shrimp wonton and bamboo noodles." Murphy stood up happily and said, "You really bought it? It's so late, and you're still selling noodles?" "I didn't know at first, but after asking the front desk, I found out that there's an old shop near our hotel. It's also open at night." Yang Yi helped Murphy open the bag and remove the lid of the takeout box. "Eh?" Murphy suddenly frowned. She lowered her head in disbelief and sniffed carefully. However, she quickly raised her head and said with some disgust, "Why is it so fishy?" "Is it fishy?" Yang Yi picked it up and sniffed it himself. He even tasted a mouthful of soup. Then, he looked at Murphy in confusion. "It's not fishy? Is it different from what you used to eat?" "It has the sweetness of shrimp. But I think it's disgusting. I feel a little nauseous just by smelling it." Murphy looked at Yang Yi pitifully. Mo Shaowan sat on the sofa and ate the dog food. She asked in confusion, "Sis, isn't this what you wanted to eat?" "Yes, but I don't think it's the taste I want." Murphy turned around and said, Not the taste? Yang Yi frowned. Could it be that this shop is not authentic? Mo Xiaowan said thoughtfully, sis, I think your appetite has changed a lot recently. Either you can't eat, or you don't want to eat this or that. Haven't you noticed that there are many things that you used to like to eat, but recently, you don't like to eat them? That won't do. You have to eat a little. Yang Yi said with concern. You're so tired. If you don't eat, you won't be able to keep up with the nutrition. Ahem, brother-in-law, that's not what I meant. Mo Xiaowan turned to look at Murphy and said hesitantly, sis, don't you think that the situation now is exactly the same as 5 years ago? Murphy was stunned. As if her words had broken a dream, Murphy connected the suspicious symptoms that she had neglected because of her father's attack. This was exactly the same as 5 years ago. At that time, she hadn't had her period, her appetite wasn't good, and she hated this and that. Moreover, after a long time, she had vomited so much that she thought she was sick. That was when she went to the hospital for a checkup. She didn't think that she would still be so careless after giving birth. If it weren't for Mo Xiaochuan's reminder, she wouldn't have reacted. Also, didn't you say that your period hasn't come this month? It's been a few weeks. Mo Xiaowan was still giving Murphy hints even though she had just thought of it. Yang Yi wasn't so stupid that he couldn't understand Mo Xiaochuan's hints. He reacted and asked in surprise, you're saying that Murphy, she's pregnant again? Murphy still couldn't believe it. She turned around and looked at Yang Yi pitifully and asked, but, don't you always wear condoms? Mo Xiaowan felt awkward when she heard this. However, since he had said it so bluntly in front of her, she could pretend that she was an innocent child who didn't understand. Yes, he always wore condoms. But Yang Yi suddenly remembered and said to Murphy, that day in my hometown, we didn't wear condoms. Didn't you say that we couldn't do the drill if we wore condoms? That's right. That night, after hearing Murphy's and Dong Yue's words, she wanted to have a son, so she didn't let Yang Yi drive safely. But the next day, when Murphy and Yang Yi considered that they couldn't find time to get pregnant, they wore condoms again. Could it be that in just one night, they were able to set the world on fire again? Why did he say again? Murphy was stunned for a while before she blushed and said embarrassedly, why are you talking about this here? Xiaowan is here. Mo Xiaowan rolled her eyes and lamented in her heart, only now do you know that Xiaowan is here. What were you doing earlier? Now is not the time to think about this. The important question is whether you're pregnant or not. Mo Xiaowan stood up and said with a bitter smile, I'll go buy you something else to eat. This bowl of wonton noodles is mine. Rest well tonight and go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. We'll know when we see the results. A pregnancy test kit would work, but it was said that a checkup at the hospital was more accurate and reliable. In fact, Murphy had already come to a conclusion in her heart, but she couldn't be sure without the real test results. It was too late now, so she could only do as Mo Xiaowan said and go to the hospital tomorrow. However, Yang Yi, who had received a surprise, probably wouldn't be able to rest well tonight. At around 7 in the morning, Mu Yuqing, who had been cultivating for the whole night, stretched in front of the computer. Then, he got up, yawned, and high-fived his colleagues in the project team. We finally got it done. Everyone, go back and rest early. You've worked hard. For people in the IT industry, this kind of life was normal. When it came to a project, day and night would be reversed and they would have to work overtime continuously. After completing this project, he could basically relax for a period of time. Mu Yuqing didn't think too much about it. He hurriedly got off work and took the subway home before the crowd of people arrived. He just wanted to lie in bed and have a good sleep. Mu Yuqing had a car, but the roads in Yangqing were often congested, especially during rush hours, so he basically didn't drive to work. Taking the subway was also good. Mu Yuqing made a good discovery in the subway today. Hey, brother, can I take a look at your newspaper? Mu Yuqing pointed at the entertainment newspaper in the hands of the man sitting opposite him and asked excitedly. The man looked at Mu Yuqing's well-dressed but thick dark eye bags and felt a little pitiful, so he stuffed the newspaper over. Mu Yuqing thanked him as he flipped it open and found the news he had just seen. Model husband is Yang Yi. He appeared on the streets of Yangqing in the middle of the night for her. The title was good. It was a classic suspenseful title. It was half hidden and didn't tell you the specific incident. Mu Yuqing was attracted by this title and couldn't help but take a look. The content was actually nothing much. It was just Xianxia going out in the middle of the night to buy supper for Murphy. The story made up by the reporters was actually correct, but Mu Yuqing still scratched his head in annoyance. He actually didn't know that Xianxia was in Yangqing. Murphy was holding a concert in Yangqing, so he should have bought a ticket to see it. Although he really wasn't free last night, the newspaper said that Xianxia sang at Murphy's concert again, although someone from Sahara Publishing had already revealed on Xianxia's personal website that Xianxia was going to hold a signing event. Who knew when this guy would do it? I don't know if Xianxia went back yet. Yangqing is my home ground. It's such a pity that I couldn't receive him personally. Mu Yuqing shook his head regretfully, but he still returned the newspaper. He should go back to wash up and sleep. Xianxia hadn't returned yet. At this moment, he was bringing Murphy to Yangqing's third hospital for a checkup. Fu Jun had helped him contact this place, so he didn't have to worry about his secret being leaked. Of course, he couldn't bring everyone with him. That would make him a big target and easily expose himself. Only Xianxia and Mo Henian, whose face had darkened when he heard that Murphy might be pregnant again, followed by Mo Henian. There was no need to line up. Murphy, who had an empty stomach, went back to the waiting room that the doctor had specially provided for them. They still had to wait for about an hour for the results. Breakfast was provided in the hospital. Xianxia waited for Murphy to come back and gave her some instructions. Then, he went to get breakfast for her. At this time, Xianxia, who didn't know what had happened, ran over curiously. She looked at Murphy's arm, which was pressed with a cotton swab. She was a little scared, but she still asked with concern, "Mom, does it hurt?" "It hurts." Murphy purposely frowned as she said. "Then what should we do?" the girl asked worriedly. "Come and kiss Mama, then it won't hurt anymore." Mo face smiled and moved her face closer to him. When the girl heard this, she reached out her little hands and hugged her mom's face. Then, she gave her mom a kiss on the cheek. After the kiss, she looked at her mom nervously and asked, "Mom, are you feeling better?" "Mom, I'm fine. Thank you, Xianxia." Murphy giggled as she kissed her on the forehead. However, Cici wasn't particularly happy. She continued to chatter, "Mama, I also know that injections are very painful. That's why I don't like injections. But if you're sick, you still need injections." Murphy threw the cotton swab into the trash can. "But I don't want injections." She hugged Murphy's knee and mumbled sadly, "Mom, can I not get injections?" "She didn't say that you need injections now. You're not sick. Mom just gave an example. She said that you need injections only if you're sick." Murphy smiled. "Then Mom, can I not get sick?" She pursed her lips and said pitifully. At this time, Xianxia came back with a breakfast tray. There was an egg, a bowl of porridge, and a small plate of pickled radish. He took Murphy's share because everyone else had eaten breakfast. When he asked Mo Henian earlier, he received a big black face. "Come and eat breakfast. This is all the breakfast in the hospital. I don't know what you like to eat, so I'll take one of each. Just eat something simple," Xianxia said softly to Murphy. However, before Murphy answered, she pitifully ran over, hugged her father's leg, and said, "Papa, I don't want injections." "You don't want injections? Why do you need injections?" Xianxia smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, and said, "Today, I brought Mom here for a checkup. But if Xianxia is sick, can we not get injections? It hurts." Xianxia looked at her father pitifully with her big eyes and pleaded. Xianxia looked at Murphy, who was secretly laughing, and said helplessly, "It's okay. We don't need injections. We can get better with medicine." The little girl was happy. She climbed up the chair, squeezed next to her mother, and curiously asked, "Mom, what do you want for breakfast?" "You see, there are eggs, porridge, and this, fermented radish." Murphy didn't understand the name of this dish, so she had to give it a name. "There is no meat in the porridge. It's not good." She shook her head. Murphy had already started eating. She didn't have much appetite, but when she picked up a piece of pickled radish and put it in her mouth, the cold, sour and sweet taste suddenly made her eyes light up. Hey, this is delicious. Murphy felt that her appetite came back. She was eating the porridge with relish. She picked up a piece of pickled radish and said, She, this is delicious. Do you want to try it? She nodded vigorously, opened her small mouth, and bit the pickled radish that her mother picked up. The taste was really good. The little girl ate with a mouth full of saliva. It's delicious. Mom, I want more. Then, what about Mom? Mom doesn't have enough to eat. Murphy picked up several pieces. She didn't want to eat eggs. She wanted to eat this with porridge. What's so difficult about this? I'll get you another plate. Xianxia stood up and said eagerly. After some time, the doctor finally came in with the test results. Xianxia, who was a little anxious, hurriedly stood up, followed by Xianxia. Like Xianxia, the old man was even more nervous than Murphy. Dr. Doe, how are the results? Xianxia asked. His expression was very interesting. He wanted to know the results, but he was also worried that it wasn't the kind he wanted. He was very nervous. The doctor smiled slightly and handed over the test results, saying, Congratulations. Miss Mo is really pregnant. From now on, you have to pay more attention to Miss Mo's health. Don't overwork yourself. Xianxia could no longer hear the doctor's words. She's really pregnant. Xianxia turned around excitedly and hugged Mo Henian, who was closest to him. He said excitedly, Dad, Murphy is really pregnant. You're going to have another grandson or granddaughter. Mo Henian pushed him away with a look of disdain. All right, I can hear you. You don't have to repeat yourself. Actually, the old man was also very happy. He didn't particularly care about Xianxia's slightly offensive behavior. It was just that he couldn't show Xianxia a pleasant expression. Xianxia didn't care. He was still in a state of ecstasy. He turned around and hugged Murphy in his arms. He said proudly, Did you hear that? You're really pregnant. I heard it all. Murphy looked at Xianxia, who was as happy as a child, and giggled. At first, Xianxia wanted to pick her up high, but he was worried about hurting the child, so he nervously put her down. He carefully supported Murphy and said, Be careful when you walk in the future. In the next few months, you'll be a panda and need special care. Murphy felt Xianxia's thoughtfulness and couldn't help but laugh at his nervous look. She smiled and said, Are you stupid? You're just pregnant. How old is the child? Do you have to be so careful? After all, Murphy had given birth before. She knew what the process was like. However, Xianxia's silly look still made her feel a burst of warmth. She wasn't as pitiful as before. It was good to have someone to protect her. Xianxia was still very excited. He thanked and sent the doctor away. He ran back and picked up Shi, who was still in a daze, and kissed her. Aya. Papa, what's wrong with you? The little girl shrank her neck and giggled. Shi, your mom is going to give birth to a brother or sister for you. Are you happy? Xianxia asked with a smile. Really? Where are my brother and sister? Shi finally understood and asked in surprise. In fact, the little girl had long wanted to be an elder sister. Since Xianxia told them that her mother was going to have a baby, Shi, who was envious, had always wanted to be an elder sister like Xianxia. Your brother and sister haven't come out yet. They're still in their mother's belly. You'll have to wait for more than 9 months before you can see them. Xianxia said with a smile. On the night that she realized that she might be pregnant, Mo Fei was actually a little conflicted. Because she had experienced the difficulties of making a comeback, and it was not easy for her to return to her peak. If she was pregnant, wouldn't she have to wait a few more years like 5 years ago? However, when the results came out, Murphy saw that Xianxia was as happy as a child. He even dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers and hug his father. She understood what Xianxia was thinking and let go of some of her messy thoughts. Even if the road to stardom was bumpy, family was the most important thing. Come on, give me your bag. I'll help you carry it. Xianxia's attentive voice rang in her ears again. Murphy came to her senses and saw Xianxia's big hand reaching out to her. They had just arrived at the airport and were about to take the plane back to Jiang City. When they got out of the car, Xianxia wanted to take all the responsibilities for Murphy and was about to help Murphy up. "What are you doing?" "This is my bag." Murphy was touched and found it funny. "No, you carry it." "I'll carry it for you. If you want anything, I'll give it to you later," Xianxia said. Murphy said angrily, "No, I'm just pregnant. You don't have to treat me as a pregnant woman. It's so awkward. It's just carrying a bag. It's not difficult." Xianxia scratched his head and said with a smile, "I just feel that I should make it up to you twice as much as I was not by your side when you were pregnant with Xianxia last time. I let you suffer so much." Murphy was stunned for a moment. She was moved like steam in her heart. She pursed her lips and looked around at Mo Xiaowan and Xianxia, who were snickering. She put her hand in Xianxi's and said shyly, "Let's go." The two of them walked in front. Cici carried a small school bag and followed behind her parents. The little girl, who was a little neglected, pouted and muttered, "I don't need Papa to hold my hand. I can walk by myself." After the plane took off, she couldn't sit still. She walked up and down the aisle while holding a milk bottle and drinking milk. Her milk bottle was not a baby bottle. It was a small bottle that was specially made for children. There was a straw that could be used to suck and drink the water inside. It was more popular with children. The cute little girl blinked her big eyes and looked around, attracting the attention of many tourists. A few young ladies, uncles, and aunties liked her and greeted her, "Hello, little cutie." "I'm not little cutie, I'm Xianxia." Xianxia moved her mouth away from the milk bottle and whispered shyly. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached over and picked her up. The little girl was shocked. She turned her head and saw that it was her father. Her shock turned into laughter as she giggled and twisted around in her father's arms. "You can't walk around and affect others." "Xianxia, do you remember what Papa said to you?" Xianxia said to Xianxia while nodding apologetically to the passengers. "Your daughter?" A woman who was chatting with Xianxia just now asked with a smile. "Well, yes." Xianxia nodded. "She's very cute and beautiful. Her eyes are as if they can talk." The woman said. "Haha, thank you for your compliment." Xianxia nodded to the woman and turned back with Xianxia in his arms. "Papa, she called me little cutie, but I'm not. I'm Xianxia." Before they went far, Xianxia's childish voice came over. "She said you're cute. She's praising you." Xianxia's voice also came over, "And you're not polite. You should call her sister." No, she called me little cutie, but I'm not little cutie. I told my sister that my name is Xianxia." Xianxia went back to her seat and continued to explain. "Well, our Xianxia is the smartest." Xianxia couldn't understand. He thought that Xianxia just got into the wrong logic, but he didn't argue with Xianxia. He just smiled and scratched the little girl's nose. "Murphy, do you want to eat anything?" Xianxia turned his head and motioned to Murphy, who was listening to music with headphones and preparing to sleep, to take off her headphones. Then he said, "I see ice cream, drinks, fruits, bread, and so on." "No, I just had lunch." Murphy shook her head. She didn't wait for her father to ask her. She got up from her seat to attract her father's attention. Then she pouted and said, "Papa, I want to eat ice cream." "You can't eat ice cream when you're on the plane. What if your stomach hurts later? When we get off the plane, I'll buy you more delicious ice cream when we get home," Xianxia said. "Then I want strawberry ice cream," Xianxia said. "Okay, no problem," Xianxia said with a smile. "Now, do you want to eat something else? There are also fruits and drinks." In fact, the little girl was full. She shook her head and said, "I don't want to eat anymore." "Then sit down. It's not safe to stand on the chair." Xianxia took his daughter's hand and said softly. Xianxia, however, acted coquettishly, "I want to sit with Papa." Xianxia had no choice but to carry her over and let her sit on his broad legs. He. Xianxia contentedly twisted her little butt, squeezed into her father's arms, and comfortably lay down. Xianxia tidied up Xianxia's pressed hair. The little girl's hair was only slightly trimmed and never cut short. It was thick and had a little size. Xianxia felt her father's care as usual. The feeling of being left out in her heart disappeared. Her crescent-shaped eyes curved and she smiled sweetly. What makes you so happy? Xianxia asked with a smile. I don't know. Hee hee. The little girl twisted her little head on her father's chest and giggled. Well, is it because you want to have a younger brother or sister? So happy? Xianxia was worried that others would hear, so he whispered in his daughter's ear. Papa, let me ask you. The little girl seemed to think of something. She turned her little head and curiously asked, why is a younger brother? Xianxia made a shushing gesture to her, and then leaned over to her father's ear. The little girl whispered in her father's ear, why is a younger brother or sister in mom's belly? Because when a new baby is born, it has to live in its mother's belly for 10 months. When it grows up, it can come out. Xianxia had to explain to Xishi. No, Mom said that Xishi fell from the sky. Xishi pouted and said. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Fell from the sky, he knew that a beauty fell from the sky, but he didn't expect Xishi to also fall from the sky. Well, you fell from the sky, but you have to live in Mom's belly for 10 months. During those 10 months, Mom will have to work hard. Xianxia held back his laughter and said to Xishi. Really? Xishi asked confusedly. Of course. Xianxia smiled slightly. When the plane landed, Xianxia and Murphy were caught by the reporters who had been waiting for a long time. Although Xianxia and the others had successfully brought Xishi and Old Master Mo into the nanny van, Xianxia and Murphy were still surrounded by reporters for their interview. It was not that they could not escape, but when the reporters were chasing after Xianxia and the others, there was a girl who was so crowded that her right shoe was trampled off. She did not even bother to pick it up and hopped after them barefoot. She looked a little pitiful. Murphy, who was feeling sorry for her, stopped and said to her gently, go pick up your shoe first. Don't worry, I can answer one of your questions. Xianxia also stayed. He was originally the target of the reporters, and he could not leave Murphy alone to face the reporters. Mo Shawan, meow, meow, meow. However, if he stayed, he could only act as a human shield for Mo Fei. Mo Shawan was more experienced. She said, don't worry, everyone. How about this, each reporter can only ask one question. Our time is limited, and everyone has worked hard. Let's do it one by one. The earlier we finish the questions, the earlier we can go back to rest, right? The reporters asked all kinds of questions, but the interesting thing was that the second question was directed at Xianxia. Xianxia, I want to ask you a question. When will you debut? Will you release a new album? Will you hold a solo concert? The fans are already very excited, a reporter said. That's already 3 questions. Mo Shawan shouted. It looks like 3 questions, but it's actually just 1. The reporter smiled shyly. Xianxia did not expect that the reporter would ask him. He patted Mo Xiaotuan's shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay, let me do it. As for your question, I want to say that I haven't decided when I will debut, but even if I do, I won't be a qualified artist. At most, I will release an album and sing for everyone to listen to. So, I hope everyone will focus on Murphy. Alright, next, Mo Shaowan said. Hey, Xianxia, you still haven't answered whether you're going to hold a solo concert or when you're going to debut. The reporter said anxiously. A reporter at the side chuckled and said, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. He only asked you 1 question, and you asked 3. Then, Xianxia answered one of your questions. It's totally okay. After a while, the group of reporters finally finished asking their questions. In the end, only the female reporter whose shoes had been stepped on was left. She didn't seem to be very experienced and asked nervously, Murphy, I want to ask you. Last night, your husband went out in the middle of the night to buy wonton noodles. Did he buy it for you? How dare he ask such a question? Xianxia was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the reporters to be so resourceful. They could even investigate the details of wonton noodles. Of course, he didn't know that this female reporter was just using other people's reports to express her opinion. Are you sure you want to ask? Murphy asked in surprise. She even kindly gave the reporter a chance. Do you want to ask another question? No need, the female reporter said awkwardly. Well, it's true. Because it was late after the concert last night, I told Xianxia that I was a little hungry in the car. Then, after getting out of the car, he went to buy me my favorite fresh shrimp wonton bamboo noodles. Murphy was kind-hearted, so she said more. However, she didn't know that she had unintentionally spread dog food to the entire nation. After returning home, Murphy was called to the balcony by Mo Henian for a chat. Xianxia didn't want to eavesdrop, so he brought Xishi with him to organize the toys they brought back from Yangqing. They were mainly plush toys from the souvenir shop in Yangqing Zoo. When the girl expressed her interest, Fu Jun waved his hand and bought a lot for her. "Where is this gorilla?" "On the second floor?" Xianxia asked as he held up a palm-sized gorilla plushie. There was a large cabinet in the bedroom. Xianxia specially prepared it for Xishi to store her toys. "Put it there. I want to put it with this," Xishi said as she took out the baboon plushie. "What's this monkey with permed hair? Do you remember what it's called?" Xianxia purposely didn't take the plushie as he tested his daughter. "Hee, I know. It's called a baboon." The girl raised her head as her smile revealed a few pearly white teeth. She was extremely adorable. She seemed to be saying, "This isn't a test for me." Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "That's right, you're right." Then, there was a giraffe plushie. This long-necked plushie was Shishi's favorite. When she saw her father take it out, she excitedly pounced on it. "Ah, I don't want this on top. I want to sleep with it." The little girl hugged the giraffe plushie and refused to let go as she happily said. "Then I can't let you play with it now. Dad has to wash it. After it's clean and dried, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, there will be a lot of bacteria, like little worms, that will drill into your stomach. When the time comes, your stomach will hurt," Xianxia said as he wasn't exaggerating. "All right then." She reluctantly let go of her hand. Her gaze was still closely following her father's hand as she watched him put the giraffe aside. At this time, Murphy pushed open the bedroom door with a strange look on her face and said, "Xianxia, I have something to tell you." Outside, including in front of Xishi, she was still shy and directly called Xianxia's name. Only when the two of them were together in private would they lovingly call each other husband or wife. "What's the matter? So mysterious?" Xianxia put down the plushie in his hand and came out with Murphy. Behind them, Xishi saw her father walking away. Her eyes rolled, and then Xianxia lied on the bed. As she was spinning, she accidentally touched the giraffe plushie. Then she giggled and took it to play with it. After Xianxia and Murphy came out, Murphy said to Xianxia with some embarrassment, "My mom is coming too." "What?" Xianxia was a little surprised, but he quickly corrected his attitude and said with a smile, "Our mom is coming, that's a good thing. Welcome, warmly welcome." "No, what my dad means is that he wants us to have the wedding as soon as possible. We can't delay it until my belly is big." Murphy looked at Xianxia apologetically. She said this because she also had the same idea. She didn't want to step on the red carpet with a big belly. The photos might not look good. Originally, according to their previous discussion, Xianxia and Murphy would have a Chinese wedding in Anqing's hometown first, then Xianxia and Murphy would go to America to have a Western wedding. It could be considered a wedding in both families. Of course, the original plan was to wait until Yangqing got married first, then Murphy and Tianmei's contract ended. Then they would have the wedding. However, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Who asked Murphy to suddenly get pregnant? Mo Henian couldn't wait any longer. He had already called Zhou Mingyu to come over and then they would go to Yangyi's hometown together. The two families had discussed and decided to hold the two weddings together. "So that's the problem?" Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, "It depends on what you think. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you." They were talking in the corridor, and Mo Henian couldn't help it. He walked over and said reproachfully, "The wedding isn't a matter of whether Feifei is willing or not. You're already husband and wife. This wedding should have been held long ago. How can you continue to delay it?" Murphy's opinion was actually very obvious. Xianxia discussed it with her and decided that they would hold the wedding in advance. It had been 2 days since the test results came out, but Murphy's mother still hadn't arrived. She wasn't in a rush like Mo Henian, who left as soon as he said he would. She also needed some time to pack her luggage, visa, plane tickets, and other issues. Yang Yi and Murphy didn't need to put all their work aside. This time, they were mentally prepared and simply bought some necessities for their mother-in-law. Yang Yi didn't idle around either. He needed to arrange the work at hand in advance, such as the new movie, The Fugitive. Today, Yang Yi asked Mo Xiaowan to come over and sign some contracts for the new movie with Du Yuanlei. Mo Xiaowan arrived early. She was happily talking to Yang Yi. Brother-in-law, you don't know how wonderful the expression on Sister Ling's face was after she told her about this. Although Murphy's pregnancy hadn't been announced to the media yet, she still reported it to the company. Okay. Didn't Sister Ling also express an understanding attitude later? Murphy was afraid that Mo Xiaowan would say something too unpleasant, so she quickly said, "It's not good for us to speak ill of others behind their backs." "Pfft, I'm just telling the truth. She even wanted to arrange 6 more concerts for you, in addition to countless commercial performances." Mo Xiaowan pursed her lips and said, "Only now did she relent and say that it's up to you. The company won't interfere in anything." Mo Xiaowan even imitated Niu Miling's sullen tone. Yes, there were still a few months left in the contract. In the end, she couldn't continue to earn money and had to force a smile to congratulate Murphy. With Niu Miling's personality, she must be very depressed. Mo Xiaowan didn't know how to describe Niu Miling's hopeless expression. She had bumped into Murphy's 2 pregnancies. Just thinking about it made her want to break down. "Actually, I still want to sing a few concerts." Murphy saw Yang Yi looking over and quickly explained, "I'm just saying. Now that I'm pregnant, we have to be careful." Yang Yi waved his hand and smiled. "That's not what I meant. I support you to work, but don't overwork yourself. According to the books, it's good for a woman to work moderately during pregnancy. For example, she can maintain a regular lifestyle. It's easy to become lazy when resting at home. If she's unwilling to exercise, it's not good for weight control and delivery. Also, going out to work and interacting with others is also good for maintaining a good attitude." For the past 2 days, Yang Yi had specially bought some books to read. From the books on how to be a pregnant woman, he had learned some knowledge about pregnancy so that he could take better care of Murphy. "So, I feel that you don't have to retire and wait for labor like you did 5 years ago. That's not fair to you. Do what you need to do. Stop work 1 or 2 months before the due date and wait for delivery with peace of mind. As for after giving birth to the baby, you can continue to sing after recuperating," Yang Yi said. Murphy was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Yi to say something like that. She was prepared to temporarily give up her career. "Thank you, Yang Yi," Murphy said softly as she grabbed Yang Yi's hand. Mo Xiaowan was jealous. She shook her head and said, "Anyway, we're the ones in charge now. Sis, what do you want to do?" "We'll tell Sister Ling." "Anyway, it's Sister Ling who's in the wrong, not us." "Who asked her to leak the news?" Mo Xiaowan was talking about Du Luan. In the past 2 days, the police had investigated Du Luan's transaction records with the entertainment tabloids. This investigation caused an uproar in Tianmei. Including Zhu Jia, no one thought that the person who sold them out was the usually inconspicuous manager Du Luan. What shocked Niu Miling even more was that Jin Jin was also involved. According to Du Luan's phone records, the police had asked Jin Jin to go over and understand the situation. However, Jin Jin wasn't a woman with a strong mental state. She couldn't resist the police's sharp questioning and spilled everything without holding anything back. This time, Du Luan's question of how he got the information was finally answered. It wasn't Xianxia, but Xianxua's own people who were close to her. However, the police came to a conclusion. Du Luan must have absconded with the money. This person didn't have any family. His parents had passed away and he didn't have much contact with his relatives. Now, he had disappeared without a trace. The 600,000 in his card was also gone. Compared to Jinjin's confession, where Du Luan wasn't willing to share the money with her, it could be inferred that Du Luan couldn't bear to part with the money. Plus, he was worried about being exposed, so he took the money and left Jiangqing. As for Du Luan's whereabouts, naturally, they couldn't find out. Maybe he was hiding in some city, or maybe he had already left the country. As for Du Luan's investigation, because Tianmei wasn't interested in continuing to tangle with the police didn't pursue the matter further. It looked like an obvious economic crime, not a criminal case. The police weren't that enthusiastic. Of course, this matter wasn't over yet within Tianmei. Although Xianxia didn't go to the extent of being imprisoned, what she had done was despised by everyone. The shocked Jianshui even scolded her for being a traitor. Zhu Jia was also ashamed. He now knew that it wasn't Jianshui or teacher Ko who had done it, but his own manager who had betrayed Yang Yi. In order to make up for it, Zhu Jia repeatedly asked the company to freeze Xianxia. She could avoid the death penalty, but she couldn't escape punishment. Xianxia had done something she shouldn't have, and she finally got the punishment she deserved. As for Du Luan, Zhu Jia really didn't know what to do. He could only tell Yang Yi everything. Yang Yi was the only person who knew everything. He pretended to communicate with Zhu Jia and then reluctantly chose to forgive Zhu Jia. This made Zhu Jia feel grateful. So, on Miao Miling's side, on one hand, Du Luan had exposed the matter, so she was in the wrong. On the other hand, Zhu Jia added fuel to the fire. She could only give up on some of her original plans and try her best to be nice to Murphy. She wanted Murphy to be like Sun Wukong, jumping out of the 5 elements and no longer under the company's control. She could do whatever she wanted. Mo Xiaowan, Yang Yi, and Murphy were chatting when Du Yuanlei, who had just finished her class, finally rushed over. As for signing the contract, because they had worked together on Fairy Tale, they were already familiar with Du Yuanlei. As for the film's investment, Yang Yi had also discussed it with Du Yuanlei. All the funds for the film would be provided by Yang Yi and Murphy Studio. Although it was a low-budget film, Yang Yi still gave Du Yuanlei enough financial support to make the film as good as possible. If they were going to shoot, they wanted to shoot the best. What about the actors? Mr. Yang, will you choose with me? Du Yuanlei asked after signing the contract. I don't have time. You choose the actors according to your own standards. The basic requirements are actually explained in the script. As long as they meet those requirements, it will be fine, Yang Yi said. When I come back from my hometown, I will see if the actors you choose are qualified. Du Yuanlei said hesitantly, what about the candidate for Wang Mai? Can Shishi play the role? Shishi is going to act again? Murphy was interested. No, Shishi's personality is very different from the character in the script. So, I think Shishi is not very suitable. Yang Yi quickly explained to Murphy. I think Shishi likes acting. As long as we explain it to her clearly, Shishi should be able to act very well. Du Yuanlei was still a little stubborn. You'd better audition for child actors outside. Don't consider Shishi for the time being. Yang Yi didn't want Shishi to come into contact with the entertainment industry too early, even if she liked acting. Child actors became famous at a young age, but there were not many who could maintain their glory after adulthood. If they became ordinary people, they would be ridiculed by those entertainment tabloids. Even if they didn't stay in the entertainment industry, they would still be compared from time to time. What's more, Yang Yi felt that Shishi was still enjoying her free and carefree childhood. Filming was too hard, and he couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer in the sun and rain on the set. Yang Yi had a lot of things to do. In the past 2 days, he had taken the time to go to Sahara Publishing House and received Huda and Changzi, who had come to visit with Lu Benji. Chiyu and Sahara Publishing House had a good relationship and had been in a cooperative state. Digging up excellent online literature for physical publication was also a major business of Sahara Publishing House. Huda and Changzi came over mainly to talk to Yang Yi about the electronic publishing license of White Knight. White Knight had been released for a month and the physical sales had unexpectedly squeezed into the top 10 of the monthly list. One had to know that this was not the new book list. Moreover, White Knight was a relatively niche mystery literature. It could be said that it was quite a miracle to have such results. After all, not everyone was willing to read mystery literature. Most readers preferred literary works or romance novels with a slightly lighter and more sunny plot. Of course, a work like Journey in White Knight that described the protagonist in such a horrifying way should have a much narrower audience. The reason why it was able to gain a small popularity was that Yang Yi and Mo Fei's marriage was suddenly exposed. It had to be said that this was not the hype they wanted. Although it had caused them a lot of trouble, it had brought them benefits in some ways. It was no wonder that some people were obsessed with hype and did not hesitate to pour dirty water on themselves, It was not unacceptable for White Knight to launch an electronic publication a month after its release. In addition, Chiyu's conditions were not bad, so Xianxia signed the relevant contract with them. The day before we left, Global Pictures called our editorial department and said that they want to buy the film and television rights of your Prison Break. Before leaving, Huda relayed the news to Xianxia. Global Pictures, this was not some small film company. In America's Hollywood, it was rated as one of the 8 major film and television production companies. This was not only an evaluation in terms of capital operation, but also in terms of the creation of film and television works and box office revenue. Global Pictures could be called a giant crocodile. Of course, the Chinese film market in this world was even larger, and Global Pictures would not sit idly by. It also had a subsidiary in China, and this time, it was Global Pictures' China subsidiary that contacted you. According to Huda's explanation, the current situation of online literature adaptations was still relatively unclear. Apart from Yang Yi's Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword, most of them were small fries. Either the director was a rookie, or the investor was not strong enough. Even though Chen Fengchen and Yang Yi's collaboration had caused quite a stir and attracted the attention of many established film and television companies, just like today's global film industry, most of them were on the sidelines and very few took action. Global Pictures had been paying attention to Prison Break since the beginning of the year. The current president of China, Su Zhongwei, wanted to film it. Of course, he had to make use of the resources of his parent company. After all, the story was set in the US. However, they had also hesitated for a long time. They had been observing the popularity of Prison Break and paying attention to the direction of the plot of Prison Break. They had even used their sock puppets to conduct public opinion polls in the book review section. However, there were too many uncertainties in a serialized novel. If it was written well in the early stages, who knew if it would fail in the later stages? Therefore, they had been observing and had delayed until now. It was only now that the online serialization of Prison Break was nearing its end that Global Pictures began to approach it. Unfortunately, they had found the wrong person. Unlike other authors, Yang Yi's film and television rights were in their hands. I've already given your contact information to the people in Global Pictures. Next, I'll leave it to you to continue the discussion. Huda explained everything to Yang Yi, then smiled and said, "To be honest, our editorial department was cheering for a long time last night. It's a rare opportunity to be noticed by Global Pictures. We also hope that Prison Break can be filmed as soon as possible. It's a very exciting story, isn't it?" Yang Yi was not as optimistic as Huda. He did not want to sell the film and television rights of his work so easily. Since Global Pictures wanted it, Yang Yi wanted to observe their attitude towards the work. If they just wanted to make a quick buck by filming it, Yang Yi did not care if they were from Global Pictures or Global Pictures. It would not work for him. If they wanted to film it, they had to show the attitude and investment of filming a blockbuster. However, for Sahara Publishing House, this was a good opportunity. After Huda, Changzi, and the others left, Yang Yi asked Lu Benji, "Is the negotiation team I asked you to set up ready?" Yang Yi now had a big business. He did not need to negotiate with others alone. One of the important reasons he took over Sahara Publishing House was to let them handle the copyright of his works for him. "It's ready. I hired a headhunting company to poach 6 experienced lawyers and managers from all over the country to set up this negotiation team," Lu Benji said quickly. "In the future, we still need to look for people who are familiar with transnational cases and the rules of the Western entertainment industry. We need to broaden our horizons and go global." Yang Yi said, "But this is a good opportunity. Let them try. I'm not very free. Basically, I need to ask them to negotiate with Global Pictures for me." Then, Yang Yi listed some of his standards for Lu Benji to evaluate the negotiation team. Before Yang Yi left, he asked about his fans with interest. "By the way, I told you last time that I was going to hold a signing event. What's the feedback from the fans?" Lu Benji also perked up. He sat up straight and said, "After we conveyed your idea to the fans, we received a lot of feedback. But because you did not give a definite time, they were a little worried that you would stand them up." Lu Benji also looked at Yang Yi closely. His eyes seemed to convey the worries of the fans. Yang Yi was happy. He said, "Who said that I didn't set a time?" I'm just very busy these 2 months. I can't free myself. How about this? You can arrange for 6 signings in the first 2 weeks of May. What do you think? You can confirm the time? That's great. Lu Benji pushed up his old-fashioned glasses and said with some surprise. Xianxia smiled and said to Lu Benji, because our time is limited, we can only hold 6 signing events for now. But it's okay. If there's a chance in the future, we will continue to hold signing events in other cities. In order to make up for them. Xianxia pointed at Lu Benji and said, you can ask for everyone's suggestions on the website. See how they are looking forward to this signing event. Then, you can collect a few of the more popular suggestions for me. I will choose 3 and try to satisfy them as much as possible. Lu Benji felt that the Xianxia in front of him was like a completely different person from last year. In the past, Xianxia refused to hold signing events. But now, he took the initiative to propose more tricks. Could it be because he had become a public figure now and was breaking a broken jar? There was indeed such a reason, but Lu Benji didn't know that the reason why Xianxia became so friendly was because Murphy was pregnant. His mood these few days was like a bright spring, and it had been very good. As the weather gradually warmed up, Springfield Kindergarten began to add some outdoor classes for the children, such as physical education. Running and playing under the bright and beautiful sun were very popular among the children. This week, Springfield Kindergarten welcomed a new toy, a children's play cushion that was laid out in the open space outside the kindergarten, similar to some children's play areas. This was an inflatable cushion with guardrails that looked like a castle. There weren't many fun things inside. After counting, the only interesting thing was an air slide for children to climb up and down. The other things were all cartoon figures that could only be punched and kicked. There was no other meaning. However, such a simple children's play cushion strongly attracted all the children in the 3 classes. Many children were reluctant to come down after playing on it. Every time the physical education class ended, they would cry and shout, unwilling to go back to the classroom. For the teachers, this was a happy annoyance. No matter how much others cried, Xianxia and the others were very happy now, because it was the turn of the children in the middle class to have their physical education class. Hee, Xianxia, guess where I am? Cici was walking unsteadily on the air cushion when she heard Yang Luoqi's voice coming from an unknown place. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and immediately found something fishy. The little girl giggled and ran over. However, the air cushion was hard to control. It was soft, and when she took 2 quick steps, the back of her feet couldn't keep up with the front of her feet. Xianxia rolled and fell on the air cushion. She fell quite miserably. She flipped over and sprawled out on her back. The lace gauze and the exquisitely embroidered beige princess dress spread out and bloomed like flowers. However, the air cushion was soft and didn't hurt. Instead, it was where the fun came from. Aya! Cici cried out. Then, she nimbly flipped over and got up again. She didn't even care about patting her wrinkled dress. She giggled and ran toward the big cactus air cushion pillar. Chichi, I see you. Cici walked over to the air cushion pillar, then stuck her little head out and peeked through the gap behind her as she called out. Haha! Xianxia, you found out so quickly. Yang Luoqi crawled out of the gap between the cactus and the guardrail. She held Xixi's hand and giggled. However, it wasn't over yet. A chubby figure appeared from behind. Lan Xian shouted, Xianxia, you didn't notice me. I'm here too. Xianxia, Chichi, come here and play. Chen Shiyun shouted loudly, interrupting their conversation. The 3 girls turned around and saw Chen Shiyun kneeling at the top of the slide, waving at them. On the slide, Nan Zhaoyu was the first to roll down. That's right, it was a roll. He didn't have a good grasp of his balance, so he fell sideways and rolled down like a log. But after he rolled down, he sat on the ground in a daze and laughed foolishly. It seemed to be very fun. Chen Shiyun, wait for me. Cici's interest was piqued. The little girl waved her hands and shouted while running over to the other side with great difficulty. I'm coming too. Lan Xian shouted loudly. She and Yang Luoqi chased after her. But it was obvious that they couldn't run fast on this air cushion. Before she reached halfway, she saw Chen Shiyun sliding down the slide. Chen Shuryun, you didn't wait for me. Shishi pouted and shouted unhappily. Chen Shuryun waved her hand indifferently and shouted, it's okay. We'll climb up together. Shishi thought for a moment and became interested again. She said happily, okay then, we'll climb up together. Then we'll slide down together, okay? This suggestion was unanimously agreed by the little friends. At this time, Nan Zhaoyu, who had fainted for a while, shook his head and climbed up from the air cushion. I want to stand between Shishi and Chi-Chi. Nan Zhaoyu was a step slower. He looked at the little friends who had already held hands, scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. They really knew how to pick, but young Luochi was not very happy. She held Shishi's hand tightly and said, I want to hold hands with Shishi. Lan Xian was kinder. She let go of Shishi's hand and said, Zhaoyu, come here. I'll hold hands with you. At this time, Miss Mu came over. She walked around the railing and finally found Shishi. She said with a smile, Shishi, your father is here. My papa is here? The little girl was surprised at first, but then she hesitated. She looked at the air cushion slide reluctantly. Should she get down from the air cushion? But she hadn't played enough yet. Miss Mu, are we out of school? Lan Xian asked in confusion. It was still in the morning. They hadn't eaten lunch yet. Why did Shishi's father come? Miss Mu smiled and said, no, Shishi's father came to pick up Shishi because they have something to do. Although Shishi still wanted to play, her father was waiting for her. The little girl could only reluctantly give up and follow Miss Mu to find her father. However, after seeing her father, Shishi's mood disappeared. Shishi, we have to go back early today because Grandma's plane will arrive at noon. We have to pick her up together. Yang Yi said with a smile, holding Shishi with his left hand and carrying her small school bag with his right hand. Really? The little girl hugged her father's neck and said in surprise. Along the way, the little girl was very excited. She didn't look depressed at all. She said to her father, I like Grandma very much because she can make beautiful clothes. Beautiful clothes? Isn't your grandma a singer? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Shishi tilted her head. She didn't understand her father's logic. She said in confusion, Grandma can sing well, but I like her clothes the most. Oh, Dad understands. You're saying that Grandma knows how to sing, tailor, and make clothes, right? At noon, Yang Yi drove the 7-seater nanny car borrowed from Tianmei. He took Murphy, Missouri Shawan, Mo Henian, and Shishi to the airport of Jiang City to pick up Zhou Mingyu, who had transferred from Harbor City. When he saw his mother-in-law, Yang Yi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Mingyu to take such good care of herself. She was almost 60 years old, but she still looked like a woman in her 50s. Her face was rosy and her wrinkles were light. Only her hair was a little gray, but she didn't intend to dye it black. Of course, appearance was secondary. What surprised Yang Yi was her taste in dressing. Zhou Mingyu was different from Mo Henian. The latter was obsessed with wearing denim. Although the fabric was trendy, there were only a few styles. Zhou Mingyu was different. She didn't wear a cheongsam for the sake of fashion like other nannies. She was wearing a loose knitted dress. It was more like a skirt than a dress. The style was very retro. The half-length sleeves exposed half of her forearm. It looked like an ancient robe or a skirt. The fabric was precision knitted, and the color was dark green. It looked very elegant. The exquisite part of the dress was the embroidery technique on the hem of the dress, which was where the legs were. A colorful cluster of flowers and 2 butterflies were vividly left on the hem. This pattern was like the finishing touch, which completely brought the retro monochrome dress to life. Looking at his mother-in-law wearing high-heeled leather boots, walking over in a dignified manner, Yang Yi felt like he was watching a model walk in a fashion show. He couldn't believe his eyes. Not only Yang Yi, but the surrounding people who came to pick her up also looked at her. Of course, it wasn't because of amazement, but because of admiration and admiration. Zhou Mingyu, with her white hair and wrinkles, couldn't look like a little girl who could make others fall head over heels for her. But this elegance of hers was something that many people envied but couldn't get. All of a sudden, Yang Yi understood why old master Mo Henian could dress so fashionably in denim. It turned out that the real hero was here. Although they hadn't seen each other for a year, she still recognized her grandmother at a glance. She retracted her hand from her mother's and happily threw herself at her grandmother. Zhou Mingyu bent down and hugged Xixi with both hands. "Grandma, I missed you so much." The little girl plunged her head into her grandmother's skirt and tried her best to raise her head. Her soft and sweet voice sounded, accompanied by her cute smile. "Grandma missed you too. After not seeing you for so long, my little baby can actually speak such fluent Chinese." Zhou Mingyu hugged the little girl with a smile on her face. Crow's feet appeared at the corner of her eyes without any scruples. Zhou Mingyu's Mandarin was very interesting. Yang Yi could tell that it was a light Hong Kong accent with a light Taiwanese accent. Clearly, she was also influenced by Mo Henian. Hee hee. She didn't know how to reply. She felt that she was praised by her grandmother, and her face was filled with joy. "Mom." Murphy went up and wanted to help Zhou Mingyu with her luggage. "Hello auntie, come with me." "Don't carry anything heavy," Yang Yi greeted as he rushed to do the work. Murphy could only let him do it, but she still patted Yang Yi's shoulder and said, "Why are you calling me auntie? Call me mom." Yang Yi was just worried that calling her mom would be a little abrupt. Now that Murphy said it, he went with the flow and changed the way he addressed her. "Good, it's all good." Zhou Mingyu smiled and nodded at Yang Yi. The way she looked at Yang Yi was very different from the way Mo Henian looked at him. In the beginning, Zhou Mingyu still had a lot of complaints about Yang Yi. However, after learning about Yang Yi's deeds from Mo Xiaowan and finding out the real reason why Yang Yi didn't take care of the pregnant Murphy, Zhou Mingyu completely changed her view of Yang Yi. Yang Yi still had some reservations as a father-in-law, but Zhou Mingyu wasn't stingy with the admiration she had for Yang Yi in her eyes. The reason was simple. Her daughter was a single mother, and it was difficult for her to find a suitable man who loved her and could accept her child. As a mother, Zhou Mingyu hoped that Murphy could live a happy life even in her dreams. Now, Murphy was finally married, and the man was Xixi's biological father. Moreover, this man was really good to Murphy. According to Mo Xiaowan, Yang Yi had never been a womanizer. With such conditions, what else could she be picky about? "I told my papa that grandma is super good at making clothes." At this moment, Xixi moved closer to Zhou Mingyu's ear and said as if she was asking for credit. Yang Yi was leading the way in front, but his sharp ears heard it. He turned back and said, "Yes." After Xixi said it, "I also told Murphy that instead of choosing a wedding dress now, we might as well let Mom design one for us." Zhou Mingyu laughed. She kissed Xixi's little face and said, "You guys have given me a big problem." However, Zhou Mingyu's words didn't have any intention of rejecting. It seemed that she was also interested. "Mom, let me tell you. Yang Yi knows an old tailor. He has all kinds of tools and fabrics." Murphy was afraid that Zhou Mingyu would be too tired to carry Xixi, so she reached out and carried her over with a smile. The photos of Yang Yi and his family at the airport were exposed by the media. Zhou Mingyu, who was dressed very fashionably in the photos, caused people to speculate. Who is she? Of course, Zhou Mingyu's identity wasn't a secret. It was basically exposed the next day. Murphy's mother, a celebrity in Harbor City in the 70s. People suddenly realized that she used to be a celebrity. No wonder she was dressed so fashionably and her age couldn't be recognized with makeup. However, the media liked to dig deeper. They found some reports about Zhou Mingyu back then and exposed the fact that Zhou Mingyu was only a B-list celebrity. There has always been a rumor that Murphy relied on her mother to get to where she is today. But now, it seems that a B-list celebrity 30 years ago can't support the child of a popular singer. It can only be said that the mother has an innate credit for nurturing the child. However, Murphy can achieve what she has today because of her own efforts. Although they were praising Murphy, such a comparison was more or less pretentious. It felt like they were nitpicking. Of course, Zhou Mingyu couldn't read simplified Chinese, so she wouldn't pay attention to these news. She borrowed Yang Yi's study for the past few days and was really engrossed in designing wedding dresses for Yang Yi and Murphy. She planned to only do design, because compared with the old tailor, she was still inferior. However, after Murphy's affairs were settled, they would set off for Yang Yi's hometown. No matter how the wedding was held, the parents of both sides had to meet and then discuss the wedding. The wedding needed to be prepared. They couldn't just go back and hold the wedding directly. That would be too hasty and wrong to Murphy. It happened to be the weekend. Yang Yi and the others made arrangements and decided to set off in the afternoon. In the morning, Yang Yi was loading the car in the backyard downstairs. Their luggage had been put into their respective boxes. What he needed to do was to neatly arrange them in the trunk of Tyrant's car. In addition to the gifts he brought back, he needed to cover the car with a waterproof canvas after loading it up. There was a lot of rain in spring now. He didn't know if it would rain on the road. Xianxia was holding her giraffe and watching from the side. She asked, "Papa, are we going back to Grandpa's house?" "Yes." As Yang Yi was busy, he turned his head and grinned at his daughter. "Do you miss Grandpa?" "I miss Grandpa and Grandma." But Papa, are we going to pick up the puppy?" Xianxia asked expectantly. Yang Yi was a little surprised. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Xianxia. "You still remember the puppy?" After the spring festival, when they had just returned from home, Xianxia had still talked about it for a few days. However, she had never mentioned the puppy again. Yang Yi hadn't expected that the little girl would still remember the puppy. "I remember," Xianxia said matter-of-factly. "A puppy that was more than 1.5 months old." Yang Yi pondered for a while. He said to Xianxia, "How about this? After we return to Grandpa's house, we'll go to Uncle Dabo's house to take a look. If the puppy is still too young, we'll bring it back. If it's still too young, we'll wait for a while." Xianxia nodded and said, "Okay." At this time, Yang Huan came over. She wasn't wearing a uniform, only a set of sportswear. She raised her head and said to Yang Yi, "Brother, where are Little Gray and the rest?" "They're upstairs. Your sister-in-law has already packed up. You can go and get them." Yang Yi nodded at her. "Sigh, why is my sister so pitiful? You can go home and play during the holidays, but I still have to stay here and take care of the cats for you." Yang Huan sighed deliberately. This time, Yang Yi didn't bring her back to their hometown because there was nothing for her to do for the time being. Moreover, Yang Huan was only a month or two away from the art exam. During this time, she had been busy with tutoring classes. How could she have time to go home? This was different from the last time they went to the concert in Yanqing. They would be back in Yanqing for a day or two. This time, Yang Yi and the others would return to their hometown at an uncertain time. If the wedding date was taken into account, they might have to stay in their hometown for a while. "That's enough. Stop arguing with me. Hurry up and take the cat back to study." Yang Yi was indifferent to his sister's resentment. Xianxia was still the most considerate. She walked up to Yang Huan, raised her little face, and said, "Auntie, don't be sad, okay? When I come back with Papa, I'll show you my puppy." "Wow, you have a puppy." This auntie's memory was obviously not as good as Xianxia's. Before returning home, Yang Yi was actually a little worried because Mo Henian and his grandfather were both hot-tempered. He was afraid that the two of them would quarrel. But soon, Yang Yi realized that his worries were unnecessary. Perhaps it was because they knew that Murphy was pregnant, or perhaps it was because the relationship between Murphy and Yang Yi had been confirmed with a red certificate, but Yang Yi and Dong Yuer were much more welcoming than before. Dong Yuer was full of smiles, and so was Yang Chonggue. Especially when Xianxia jumped into her grandfather's arms, the wrinkles on the old man's face bloomed like a chrysanthemum flower. The Yang family's main hall was built according to the style of the ancient family's halls. There were 2 armchairs in the middle, and Yang Chonggue and Mo Henian sat down. As the host, Yang Chonggue did not keep quiet. He took the initiative to chat with his in-laws. "I heard from Taizi that you guys were Taiwanese in the past and migrated overseas later on?" "I'm Taiwanese, and Murphy's mother is from Hong Kong. We migrated over because I bought a farm in America. But Murphy wanted to develop her career in China, so she did not transfer her citizenship over." Mo Henian explained. "Farm? Is it also a village?" Dong Yuer asked. She did not know much about the outside world. "It's a farm, not a village. They have a huge plot of land, and they hire people to farm there." Before Yang Yi could say anything, Yang Chonggue explained. "It's just like the landlords in the past, but they are not as black-hearted." Mo Henian smiled. "That's right. But our farm's main business is animal husbandry. We raise beef for people to eat. As they chatted, they still talked about Taiwanese, which was a common topic. After knowing that his in-laws' hometown was in Baobei, Yang Chonggue said, Baobei, Mengjia, I lived in Taiwanese for a period of time 50 years ago. This is the place where I stayed in Baobei. Mengjia? Brother Yang, it's really messy there. Mo Henian said with interest. At that time, our home was in Ximenting, and Mengjia did not dare to go there. Haha, it's only interesting if it's chaotic enough. I know that Ximenting is a place where rich people live. Brother Mo, it seems that you were also a young master in the past. Yang Chonggue said disapprovingly. Zhou Mingyu, who was sitting at the side, was rather surprised. She asked, my in-law has been to Taiwan before? He went to many places when he was young and traveled everywhere. It was only after he came back to me that he gradually calmed down, Dong Yuer said proudly. Traveling around the world, my in-law's knowledge is not simple. But why did you stay in the countryside to be a farmer? Zhou Mingyu was still a little confused. Yang Chonggue stroked his beard and calmly said, there's nothing wrong with being a farmer. Brother Mo is a young master living in Ximenting, so he should have received a good education. But in the end, didn't he buy a piece of land and become a farmer? Mo Henian laughed and said, Brother Yang is right, we're all different paths leading to the same destination. Hey, Brother Mo, tell me, what do you think of the beef cows on your farm? It's useless to talk about it. Brother Yang, I think you should find time to visit us while you're still in good health. These two old men were really kindred spirits. After meeting, not only did they not quarrel as Yang Yi had worried, but they also chatted happily, as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. Seeing this scene, Yang Yi was relieved. He found an opportunity to walk out of the hall and wanted to go upstairs to help Murphy pack her luggage. However, as soon as he came out, he was caught by Shishi. Papa, I want to see the dogs. The little girl just ignored her image of a little lady and chased the chickens and ducks in the yard everywhere. Now she came to pester her father. Yang Yi looked at Shishi's big expectant eyes. How could he bear to refuse? Okay, Papa will take you to see Uncle Dabo. Yang Yi took Shishi's little hand and went out of the door. Let's talk about the two sides, each with its own branch. Let's talk about his family first. Murphy was upstairs. She took out Shishi's clothes from the suitcase, folded them one by one, and tidied them up in the wardrobe. Feifei, Mom will help you. No one knew when Zhou Mingyu came up. She glanced at Mo Fei, who was busy, and walked in and said, Mom, I'm not in a hurry. Let me help you tidy up your room. Murphy hurriedly waved her hand. She dragged Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu's suitcase and took the lead to walk out without saying anything. Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu were arranged to live next door to Murphy. The room next door was not as shabby as before, with only one bed and 4 bare walls. In addition to Yang Yi's return during the Spring Festival, he added some furniture and electrical appliances. During this period of time, Yang Chonggue also asked the carpenter to build a cabinet and replaced Yang Yi's old bed with a new big bed. Zhou Mingyu gently pushed Murphy's hand while she was tidying up the clothes with Murphy. She lowered her voice and asked, Feifei, during the Spring Festival, when you came over for the first time, did your parents-in-law make things difficult for you? Murphy shook her head and smiled. Why would they? Mom, what are you talking about? Why would they make things difficult for me? Zhou Mingyu pursed her lips and said, I used to think that Yang Yi was a country bumpkin. But look at the way they do things. They are exactly the same as the old family. Your mother-in-law is fine, but your father-in-law is not simple. How can he be a farmer? He even went abroad and traveled around. At that time, Bao Dao had not returned, so Zhou Mingyu's words were not wrong. That can't be? I feel that they are quite normal and treat me well. Murphy was puzzled. She was not as observant as Zhou Mingyu. Mom actually wants you to marry into an ordinary family. If you marry into a big family, you will be bullied and looked down upon by others. How terrible would that be? Zhou Mingyu had seen it before. Some of her sisters used to be glamorous female celebrities. After they married into rich families, they either got divorced or quarreled with each other every day. Murphy knew that her mother was worried about her. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. They are all very good to me. Moreover, Xianxi's family is not a big family. There are only a few of them. I'm relieved that they treat you well." Zhou Mingyu nodded. Murphy smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. Moreover, with Xiangxi around, how could he let me suffer? Moreover, didn't Xiangxi not get married to me?" When his parents heard about it, they flew into a rage. Xiangxi was even called to the ancestral hall by his father as punishment. "I feel that they treat me better than Xiangxi." Murphy smiled sweetly. "Of course they treat you well. You gave birth to a child for the Yang family, and now you are pregnant with another one." Zhou Mingyu pouted. In the end, as a mother, she was biased towards her child. Zhou Mingyu was usually a very gentle person, but now, for Mofei's sake, she had become a strange old woman. Yang Yi carried Xixi and walked on a small path in the village. During this period of time, the roads in the village were being repaired. The roads in front of every house were going to be paved with cement. The road in front of Yang Yi's house was a cement road, because their house, which was the first to have it done, had already been repaired. However, when passing through the area where the road was being repaired, the smoke and dust were still a little heavy. Yang Yi carried Xixi, covered her mouth and eyes with his clothes, and quickly passed through. "Hey, brother Tizi, why did you come back?" Just then, a young man carrying a hoe walked over. Yang Yi knew him. It was Mu Chanan. When he saw Yang Yi, he asked in surprise. "I came back to discuss something with my family," Yang Yi said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Mu Chanan knew that Yang Yi was going to find Li Shupo. He immediately said, "I saw Li Shupo just now. He's not at home. He's plucking pigweed in the back mountain." "It's okay, I'll call him back now." After saying that, Mu Chanan excitedly held his hoe and ran away. Like a gust of wind, he disappeared in front of Yang Yi's eyes. Yang Yi didn't even have time to ask him to put down the hoe first. He's really a young man. He's so energetic. Yang Yi shook his head. She couldn't hold it anymore. She poked her little head out of her father's arms and looked outside curiously. She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Papa, where's the puppy?" Yang Yi took Xixi to Li Shupo's house. Standing at the door, they heard a dog barking inside. Judging from the sound, it should be Big Yellow's. Yang Yi smiled and pointed inside. He said, "Did you hear that? The puppy is in there with its mother." Xixi got down from her father's arms. She was a little happy and a little scared. She walked over and back and took her father's hand. "Don't worry, De Huang should be quite obedient." Yang Yi patted the little girl's head. Li Shupo soon returned, carrying a bamboo basket like a backpack. His appearance reminded Yang Yi of a well-known nursery rhyme from his previous life, although it was filled with pigweed and not mushrooms. "Brother Taizi, you're finally here." Li Shupo happily opened the door and said, "The other puppies in the house have been given away to others. There's only one left." Li Shupo's Mandarin had a slight local accent. Xixi, who was listening at the side, was stunned. After the door opened, Yang Yi walked in first, but after taking 2 steps, he turned his head and saw that his daughter had not come in. "Don't be afraid. Daddy is here. It won't bite." Yang Yi thought that Xixi was frightened by Big Yellow's fierce barking, so he turned around to pull her back. At the same time, he told Li Shupo, "Tie up the big dog." Li Shupo smiled and said, "It's okay. Big Yellow won't bite. It's barking because it's not familiar with you." As he said that, he shouted at Big Yellow, "Big Yellow, stop fooling around. This is a guest. Did you forget that it was here when you were giving birth last time?" Big Yellow seemed to be very understanding. It immediately stopped barking and looked up at its master's expression. It wagged its tail and came over. On the other side, Yang Yi was comforting Xixi. "Big Yellow isn't fierce. It's welcoming you. Daddy is here, what are you afraid of?" He still thought that the reason Xixi did not move was that she was afraid of Big Yellow. He smiled and carried the little girl. But he gave the puppies to others. Xixi lowered her head sadly and leaned on her father's chest. As she spoke, the rims of her eyes turned red. "What? He gave the puppies to others?" Yang Yi was stunned. What? I mean, the other puppies have been taken away by others. The only one left is the one for you. Li Shupo heard it and complained. No, Uncle Debo said that he didn't give the puppies to others. Xianxia understood that there seemed to be some misunderstanding during this period of time. He smiled and walked inside with the little girl while gently explaining to her. Li Shupo hurriedly ran into the tool room inside. At this time, Big Yellow wagged his tail and came over. He seemed to have realized his mistake and used his nose to sniff Xianxi's feet, pants, and Cece's small shoes. Really? She asked sadly at first. Then she was startled by the movement from the tip of her foot. She looked down and saw the big bitch so close to her. She hurriedly withdrew her little feet. Papa! Papa! She panicked when she heard the sound. Xianxia comforted the little girl and said, "Don't be afraid. Big Yellow is trying to get close to you. It wants to smell your scent and remember you. Then it won't bark at you in the future." Look. At this time, Li Shupo came out with a little puppy in his arms. It was round like a meatball, but it looked much bigger than when it was just born. The puppy you want has a white hair on its forehead. I remember it clearly, so I've been keeping it for you. Big Yellow also left Xianxia and began to circle around Li Shupo, wagging its tail. She finally felt relieved. She smiled through her tears and clapped her little hands excitedly. That's it. It's super cute. Xianxia rubbed his daughter's little head and said to Li Shupo with a smile, "She's been talking about this puppy. Look at how excited she is." Li Shupo put down the little puppy. She also got down from her father's arms and gathered her courage to go over. Although it was a mongrel, the little puppy still looked very cute. It was a little chubby and had a strong head. It had a pair of big innocent eyes, but the drooping corners of its eyes gave it a kind of heart-wrenching melancholy. Xianxia stood beside Xi and did not leave her side. He was sure that Xi and Big Yellow would appear in his field of vision. Although Big Yellow lazily lay down on the side and did not seem to care about Xi playing with its child, Xianxia was still worried that Big Yellow would hurt people because of its concern for its child. Is this puppy a male or a female? Xianxia chatted with Li Shupo while taking care of Xi. Li Shupo could not stay idle. He went to the side, spread out the pigweed that he pulled back, and began to chop it with a kitchen knife. Hearing Xianxi's question, he raised his head and smiled. It's a female. Big Yellow only has one female puppy in this litter. I picked it for you. At this moment, Xi, who had been looking at the little puppy for a while, turned around and pulled her father's hand. She said to her father with a smile, "Papa, look, the puppy's eyes are open." Yes, the last time you saw it, it was just born and did not open its eyes. Xianxia also squatted down and gently touched the little puppy's head. He said softly, "Come, Xi, play with it and get familiar with it." Perhaps it was a natural attraction, but the little puppy was a little afraid of Xianxi's big hand, but it took the initiative to squeeze between the squatting Xi's legs. When Xi touched its little head, the little puppy lowered its head and licked the little girl's palm. The little puppy's pink tongue licked the palm of her hand, which felt very wonderful. Xi first called out nervously, but she was reluctant to avoid it. She called out "ah ah ah ah" and turned her head to look at her father. Papa, look, it's eating me." Xi giggled. It was impossible to tell whether she was really afraid or pretending to be afraid. "It's okay, it likes you and wants to play with you," Xianxia said. Li Shupo looked up and said, "Brother Tizi, I think Xi also likes it. Don't wait for 3 months, just take it back." "So early?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Such a small puppy is still drinking Big Yolk's milk, right? Can it be raised if we take it back? Li Shupo smiled and said, "Brother Tizi, you said that it can't be raised. Are you talking about those foreign dogs? I've seen them in the county town, they are too delicate. The native dogs in our hometown are smarter than them and easier to raise. Didn't you see that this puppy is the only one left in the litter? The others have been taken away by others." Xianxia had heard that native dogs were easier to raise, but he had no experience. He didn't understand, so he asked, "Then what should we feed it?" "It can eat anything. It's more than a month old, almost 2 months old. It has stopped drinking dog milk long ago." I usually break some cooked egg yolks and feed it with white porridge. Li Shupo said, but you can't feed it milk, it will have diarrhea. I know. Yang nodded. He squatted down beside Xishi and looked at the little puppy, who turned over on the ground and raised its little feet to play with Xishi. He also liked it a little. Compared with cats, Yang thought that dogs were more fun. Xishi, Uncle Dapa said that you can take the puppy home. Yang told Xishi the news. Really? The little girl was pulling the little puppy's feet. Hearing this, she turned her head and looked at her father with surprise. In the evening, Yang Qing's fiancé, or in local terms, his fiancé, Xianxia, also came over. She and Murphy were preparing dinner in the kitchen. Zhou Mingyu didn't know how to cook. Usually at home, it was either the nanny or Mo Henian who cooked one or two side dishes, so she couldn't help much. Yang Chonggue waved his hand and said that their generation had children and grandchildren, so they should enjoy life. Therefore, this meal would be prepared by the younger generation, including Dong Yue, and no one was allowed to help. Fortunately, Xiangshui's cooking skills were good. She would cook, and Murphy would help as much as she could. Sister-in-law, after your relationship is exposed, will it be very troublesome? Xiangshui chatted with her. Xiangshui was younger, in her 20s. After she found out about Murphy's identity, she began to pay attention to the news. Their Jing village was well off, and every family had a TV, so Xiangshui also saw the news of Murphy and Yang Yi's relationship being exposed on TV. It will be a lot of trouble. Now, there are often paparazzi near our house, reporters who secretly take photos. Yang Yi is going to take us to another place to live, Murphy said to her. But, it's good that our relationship is exposed. In the past, we were always afraid of people finding out, so we didn't dare to take Xishi out. Now, it's okay. In the future, we can go to Shishi's parent-teacher meetings. At this point, Murphy's face showed a relaxed smile. As they were cooking and chatting, Xishi, who went to see the puppy with her father, came back. The little girl ran to the kitchen with her feet and ran in excitedly, pulling on her mother's clothes. Mom, Mom. The little girl couldn't wait. She jumped and said, Mom, I want to show you something. What is it? You brought the puppy back? Mo Fei suddenly had an idea and asked with a smile. She saw that her mother had guessed it, but she wasn't depressed. She was still beaming with joy, waving her little hands and jumping on the ground. Yes, the puppy is back. Papa is there, super cute. I'll take you there. The little girl was extremely anxious to show off to her mother. But Mom still has to prepare dinner with Auntie. Mom can't leave, Murphy said awkwardly. Xiangshui smiled and said, Sister-in-law, go ahead. It's fine. I can handle it here. Murphy looked at Xishi, who was holding her hand. She nodded and said, I'll come back to help you. The little puppy was carried back in a small bamboo basket. It was lying on a soft cushion, turning its head to look at this new world. Of course, without its mother by its side, the little guy was a little nervous, but it didn't have the intention to get rid of it and go back to its mother. Mo Henian clasped his hands behind his back and stood behind Yang Yi. He looked at the dog and said seriously, this dog is not bad. It's a pure breed. Look at its eyes. It will definitely be very smart when it grows up. Hey, it's just a country dog. What's there to care about? Yang Chonggue laughed. Hey, don't say that. Old Yang, the price of this dog's breed is very different from that of a mixed breed. Mo Henian chatted with him. The two old men were commenting on a dog with great interest. It was unknown how the little puppy would feel if it knew. Murphy was pulled over by Xishi. She saw the little puppy's dignified appearance and liked it very much. However, Murphy frowned and said, Hey, why is its fur so dirty? Before it's cleaned, we can't let Xishi touch it. In the countryside, the country dogs were all left to their own devices. Even the little puppy would roll on the ground by itself. This was considered good. Li Shupo's house didn't raise chickens, so the yard was relatively clean. However, the little puppy was covered in dust. Murphy was still worried that there would be fleas, afraid that they would run to Xishi. Thinking that her mother was talking about her, Xishi quickly waved her hand and explained to her mother, "Mom, I've cleaned it. Smell it. It still smells good." She also extended her small wrist to her mother. Xianxia, who paid the most attention to these things, of course, considered Xixi's hygiene. After letting Xixi play with the little puppy, he didn't directly take her and the little puppy home. Instead, he and Xixi went to the well in Li Shupo's house to draw clean well water. They used the long-acting bacteriostasis soap to wash their hands and wrists clean before coming back. However, that wasn't what Murphy was referring to. "It's okay. I've thought of it. I'll take it upstairs for a bath later. There's a shower and a hairdryer upstairs. After I wash it clean, I can let it play with Xixi," Xianxia said with a smile. "I want to give the puppy a bath too," Xixi said eagerly. Murphy was relieved. She smiled and said to Xixi, "Such a cute puppy. Do you have a name for it?" Xianxia shook his head. He wanted to say no for Xixi. But who knew that Xixi nodded seriously and said, "I have a name for the puppy." "Really? You've already named it?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "So fast? What are you going to name it?" "I think it's chubby, like a big white bun." Xixi leaned on her mother's leg and giggled. She said embarrassedly, "Let's call it Bowsy." "Bowsy?" Xianxia looked at the puppy that didn't look like a Bowsy at all. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. "Okay, it's your puppy. You can call it whatever you want." Mo Fei, on the other hand, said excitedly, "I think the name Cici came up with is quite nice. Steamed bun, very cute." Hee hee. The little girl laughed happily. Bathing the puppy was a big project. The main thing was that Xixi also had to participate. Xianxia had to put a waterproof windbreaker on her. Then, he carried the small bamboo basket and took Xixi to the bathroom upstairs. "Help Daddy carry this." Xianxia turned on the water heater and adjusted the water temperature to a moderate temperature. Then, he handed the nozzle to Xixi. "Don't waste water. Point the nozzle at this bucket." Actually, it was fine if he didn't give it to Xixi, but since the little girl wanted to participate, Xianxia arranged a small task for her. Xixi happily took it. However, she didn't listen to him obediently. Hearing the sound of the water spraying, her heart itched. Seeing that her father had turned around to carry the puppy, she couldn't help but reach out her left hand and touch the water from the nozzle. Feeling the thin lines of water washing over her palm, the little girl was amused. Although she didn't laugh out loud, her big eyes turned into crescents. It was very fun. "Xixi, you spilled water on Daddy." Xianxia turned around with the puppy in his arms and looked at Xixi. Some water splashed on his face by Xixi. Ouch. The little girl hurriedly retracted her little hand as if she had been caught doing something bad. She was a little embarrassed and twisted her body to her father and smiled. "Look, you spilled water on Daddy's face." Xianxia deliberately tilted his face and pouted unhappily. "I'll wipe it for Daddy." The little girl cleverly reached out her left hand and wiped her father's face. The little girl's hand was tender and cold, but it was also wet. She forgot that there was water on her hand. As a result, the more she wiped her father's face, the more wet it became. "Okay." Xianxia, who was enjoying his daughter's considerate service, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found that his face was wet. He had to stop Xixi and rubbed his face against the clothes on his arm. "Let's give the little bun a bath." End of chapter 475. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.